Chapter 415, The Alliance of Marriage, I Consent. Shun Fei and the others truly find themselves at a loss regarding the current situation. No matter how they ponder, comprehension eludes them. They feel that their experiences today are nothing short of surreal. The typically reserved lone wolf is exhibiting rather peculiar behavior today. Not only have they congregated, but their actions oscillate between tumultuous revelry and profound silence, akin to the capricious weather of June. The disparity from any ordinary day is staggering, so immense that it borders on the unbelievable. Enough. Let us cease exerting ourselves in futile speculation. It is best to observe here instead. Prepare the artifacts bestowed by the mayor and endeavor to capture all anomalies on film. How to address such an enigmatic situation is not for us to determine. That is solely the prerogative of the mayor. All right, everyone, let us maintain silence. Excessive noise may attract the dragons, although they seem preoccupied with other matters at the moment. Before long, Shun Fei and his companions returned to this place, tacitly agreeing to refrain from further conversation. Among them, one individual with a camera raised it towards the dragons swirling in the void. Should he detect any irregularities, he would not hesitate to press the shutter, capturing every moment for posterity. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the malevolent dragon's chant resonated through the void, reverberating in waves that conveyed its intent. Upon hearing this dragon's roar, the void reincarnation dragon and its kin would instinctively relay the essence of these sounds to their master. Consequently, Lin Bei understood the malevolent dragon's utterances. As he listened to the escalating chorus of dragon roars in the void, he pondered the proposition of an alliance. Undoubtedly, the question of whether to ally with these malevolent dragons is of paramount importance. After all, it pertains to the overall strength of his future. An alliance would undoubtedly enhance his comprehensive power, yet would also infringe upon certain taboos of the Dragon Valley. The matter of binding all dragons and humans within the valley to these prohibitions is indeed worthy of deep contemplation. To brush against these taboos is no trifling matter. While mulling over this issue, Lin Bei remained acutely aware of his surroundings. The earlier inexplicable gaze, seemingly untraceable, persisted and intensified, now more focused upon him than before. It appeared curious about the outcome of the proposed alliance. However, Lin Bei had no time to dwell on this matter. If you wish to observe me, then gaze on. I sense no malice. Moreover, I shall inevitably uncover the truth. The question of marriage remains his foremost consideration. Buzz! Buzz! After a brief interval, the dragon's chant once again faded into silence, restoring tranquility to the void. Subsequently, the void reincarnation dragon and the chosen malevolent dragon collectively directed their gaze towards Lin Bei. Clearly, they are all invested in the outcome. Outside the void, silence reigned. The anxious dragons could only widen their eyes in anticipation, even a mysterious gaze from an unknown source converging with greater intensity upon this moment. As the focal point of everything, Lin Bei maintained a contemplative silence, pondering the course of action he should take. From the incessant dragon roars that had just echoed around him, he discerned the potential advantages these malevolent dragons could offer. In truth, the benefits bestowed by the dragons were quite remarkable. If one were to form a matrimonial alliance with the dragons, one would gain access to the vast treasures accumulated by their ancestors over countless generations. Although the Dragon Valley is situated in a remote location and shuns contact with the outside world, this does not imply that it is devoid of riches. On the contrary, the more secluded the place, the greater the likelihood of hidden treasures. As Lin Bei pondered this notion, he gradually came to a halt. Just this prospect alone had already stirred his interest. The prospect of acquiring a multitude of young dragons along with a wealth of treasures constituted an exceptionally advantageous bargain. Moreover, the benefits did not end there. Additionally, they would provide me with unconditional assistance. As long as I remained in the Dragon Valley for a day, these dragons would wholeheartedly serve as my bodyguards. In fact, should I wish to obliterate that town and village, these dragons would not hesitate to aid me. In other words, even if I were to boldly stride into the Dragon Valley, these dragons would clear the path for me, addressing all troubles and dangers. Lin Bei found himself immensely satisfied with this second advantage. He did not come to the Dragon Valley for mere sightseeing. Having a cadre of dragons as bodyguards would undoubtedly minimize the risks involved. This was of paramount importance. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Bei took a deep breath. This matrimonial alliance. I consent, He resolved to agree to this union. Although it would lead him into contact with certain taboos, it was undeniably worthwhile. Furthermore, Lin Bei understood that even if he chose not to marry the dragons, he would likely still encounter those very taboos. Chapter 416, Midnight Farewell. Buzz. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and its kin conveyed Lin Bei's intentions through their resounding dragon roars. They were all in agreement with this outcome. A marriage alliance is merely a marriage alliance. After all, it is hardly a negative affair. At worst, it may entail a bit of exertion, yet filled with joy. Moreover, once the alliance comes to fruition, it would yield benefits for both parties. One side would experience a tremendous augmentation in power. The other would fulfill its long-held aspirations. It is indeed worthwhile. After transmitting this sentiment, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and its brethren fixed their gaze upon the malevolent dragon ahead of them. They had merely consented to the matter. Yet the subsequent steps required further deliberation. In other words, everything was just beginning. Lin Bei too observed the wicked dragon intently, pondering his next course of action. The notion of a marriage alliance, while it may seem troublesome, is not insurmountably so. After all, it is a union between dragons, which inherently differs from that of humans. At the very least, there are no requirements for housing, vehicles, or monthly incomes. Furthermore, Lin Bei felt an inexplicable sensation within him. This feeling resembled that of dragon parents watching their offspring grow, eventually establishing their own families. Never did I anticipate that upon arriving in the Valley of Evil Dragons, I would find myself confronting such matters. A marriage between dragons must surely be an unprecedented occurrence. Even he found this situation to be quite fantastical. Buzz. At that moment, the malevolent dragon residing in the void threw back its head and let out a mighty roar. The sound was exceedingly powerful, easily revealing the intense excitement contained within. It even bounced with exuberance, akin to a child who has just received a confection. Buzz. Buzz. The other wicked dragons outside the void similarly raised their heads in jubilant roars. Excitement. They were genuinely thrilled. A long-held desire that had existed since time immemorial had finally taken its most crucial step forward. After a fervent exchange of roars, the dragons began to deliberate on how to celebrate this momentous occasion. They held such joyful events in the highest regard. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, remaining in the void, paid little heed to the dragon's exuberance, instead dedicating most of his attention to a persistent gaze that had lingered around them, yet revealed no signs of abnormality. At this moment, even that enigmatic scrutiny had transformed into a state of excitement and joy. Thus, Lin Bei confirmed one thing. It appeared that this unknown observer was aligned with the malevolent dragons. This was evident. If it were not in favor of the dragons, it would not express elation over the success of the marriage alliance. After all, apart from Lin Bei, only the dragons of the Valley of Evil stood to gain from the successful union. For the time being, he could rest easy, unconcerned about whether this gaze would pose any threat. If you wish to remain hidden, then hide well. I shall uncover you in due time. He was in no rush to decipher the situation. As long as he continued on this path, the truth would inevitably reveal itself. Simultaneously, Shun Fei and his companions, lurking not far away, witnessed the jubilant roars of the dragon horde. Quick, capture this moment. The dragons have gone wild again. This time, their frenzy seemed even more intense than before. We must document this for the town mayor. They had begun to adapt to the increasingly erratic behavior of the dragon horde. Click, click. The individual wielding the camera snapped photo after photo, capturing the unfolding spectacle. Don't rush. I'm in the midst of photographing. Trust in my skills. Shun Fei and the others showed no intention of departing just yet. After a considerable time, the raucous dragon roars gradually subsided, and both the void and its surroundings once again fell silent. Clearly, the dragons had passed the exuberance phase and were slowly regaining their rationality. Once tranquility was restored, they resumed their watch over the void, eagerly anticipating what would transpire next. The malevolent dragons understood well that although both parties had consented to the marriage alliance, it could not be finalized immediately. Preparations were still required. Observing the dragons return to a state of calm, Lin Bei promptly spoke up. We shall discuss the marriage alliance in detail at midnight. The commotion we just caused was rather loud and has likely drawn some attention. At that time, it will be comparatively safe, even if there are people nearby. They won't discern what we are doing. He had no intention of continuing the discussion about the alliance right now. After all, there was no rush, and discussing it at night was perfectly feasible. Nighttime offered the greatest safety, for there were no lights in the valley. Buzz, buzz. Naturally, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and its kin translated this message. Moments later, the malevolent dragon nodded vigorously, indicating its understanding. It would relay the news to its companions and await the arrival of nightfall. Click. Mere seconds later, the void shattered abruptly, and the malevolent dragon stepped forth from the rift. This spectacle was also witnessed by Shun Fei and his companions. Chapter 417, A Temporary Departure. In an instant, Shin Fei and the others were left dumbfounded. The group widened their eyes, staring unblinkingly at the malevolent dragon emerging from the void. The astonishment reflected in their gazes was utterly uncontainable. An overwhelming shock. This situation surpassed their established understanding. They had no knowledge of the concept of the void. After all, in such a place, the information available was highly restricted. What on earth is happening? From where did that dragon emerge? If I am not mistaken, it seems that this dragon has stepped out of the very air itself. Indeed, it has emerged from thin air. Ultimately, it was Shun Fei who first regained his composure. He hurriedly suppressed his awe and urged in a hushed tone, "Capture this moment. Quickly photograph this event. It is imperative that we report this to the town mayor. Perhaps the well-informed mayor will comprehend the significance of this situation." The next moment, the individual with the camera swiftly raised it, continuously pressing the shutter towards the fractured void, capturing the moment as it unfolded. Simultaneously, he muttered under his breath, "Even if you don't speak, I shall record this. Such an important event captured on film will surely earn me substantial rewards from the mayor. I have not had that drink called beer in ages." Immersed in their excitement, the horde of malevolent dragons paid no heed to Shun Fei and his companions' actions. Their sole focus was on celebrating the success of the marriage alliance. Everything else, they wished to disregard entirely, for the malevolent dragons believed that celebrating the union was of utmost importance. Buzz, buzz. The dragons could not contain their discussions about how to commemorate this momentous occasion. Though they were unable to reach a consensus on specific matters in a short span of time, they unanimously insisted on inviting Lin Bei and the dragons to participate. Naturally, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the other dragons conveyed the sentiments of the evil dragons to Lin Bei. "Oh, are we being invited? Then let's go." He was now certain that the evil dragons were not adversaries, hence he would undoubtedly attend. This occasion presented a splendid opportunity to acquire crucial intelligence and discuss the particulars of a potential alliance. It was certainly worthwhile. Buzz, buzz. Soon, another dragon's roar resonated as the Void Reincarnation Dragon and its kin communicated this information to the awaiting evil dragons outside. Consequently, a chorus of excited roars erupted from the evil dragons. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Shun Fei and his companions. After witnessing the emergence of the evil dragons from the void, they had formed a rough hypothesis about the situation. Given the preceding context, it was evident that more dragons lingered in the air, for otherwise, these evil dragons would not be calling out to the emptiness. It was unprecedented to hear of such occurrences. These evil dragons could indeed enter the air. Yes, they had hidden themselves so well. With no relevant records for so many years, it appeared our understanding of the evil dragons was still woefully inadequate. Someone, quickly capture this. It is of utmost importance. Throughout, the individual wielding the camera had not ceased pressing the shutter, documenting every significant moment. The more he filmed, the more exhilarated he became. He was tremendously grateful to be part of this endeavor. Before long, Lin Bei withdrew the dragons, carrying the fainted young dragon by his side as he departed the vicinity of the evil Dragon Valley. After such an event, he deemed there was no further reason to linger. After all, he would return again at midnight. The reason he took the young dragon with him was that Lin Bei intended to use it as a crucial element in disguising his identity. Undoubtedly, possessing an evil dragon was the most significant hallmark of a local inhabitant. Once the evil dragons realized Lin Bei had departed with the dragons, they did not tarry long. After hastily discussing how to celebrate this joyous occasion, they dispersed in small groups, each preoccupied with their respective tasks. As the throng of evil dragons dissipated, Shin Fei and his companions gradually withdrew their gazes, the astonishment within them slowly fading. This journey had not been in vain. We are destined for great accomplishments. The mayor has always been just. Such a significant affair will surely yield substantial merit. I hope the mayor rewards me with a few large chicken legs. They are truly delightful. I only desire a few novels. Soon, they too departed, embarking on their return to the town. Once Shun Fei and his companions disseminated this intelligence, it would undoubtedly stir great commotion. After a brief trek, Lin Bei arrived near his residence. Upon reaching, he spotted his neighbor, who was still curiously gazing towards the evil Dragon Valley, evidently intrigued by the events transpiring within. Indeed, the unusual behavior of the evil dragons had captivated many. Lin Bei confirmed this fact. Chapter 418. Is this the void? Crack. With the sound of the void shattering, Lin Bei traversed through the void, reappearing in his abode. The door was securely locked, and the curtains, exclusive to this place, remained drawn, indicating that no one had entered. Thank goodness. My departure has not been exposed. Even if someone had been nearby and witnessed the peculiarities of the evil dragons, they would not immediately connect it to me. The current circumstances are quite delicate. I do not wish for my identity to be revealed. Otherwise, the situation could become exceedingly troublesome. After all, based on the intelligence gathered thus far, the town mayor is undoubtedly involved. It is time to greet my good neighbor. Perhaps I can utilize him to provide me with some cover. After concluding this internal monologue, Lin Bei stepped towards the door, unlocked it, and ventured into the small courtyard outside. As for the young dragon, it was left suspended in the void, staring vacantly into the emptiness, unsure of where to go or what to do, forced to linger in the void. It did not dare to depart on its own. The terrifying dragon might was simply too formidable to provoke. As Lin Bei entered the courtyard, his neighbor, Yuzaheo, immediately turned to him and exclaimed loudly, "Friend, you've emerged late. Those evil dragons only fell silent a few minutes ago. Had you come out a tad earlier, you would have heard their roars. In all my years, I have never witnessed anything like it." His enthusiasm remained unabated, harboring no suspicion towards Lin Bei. Observing this, Lin Bei seized the opportunity to respond. "I was up late reading novels yesterday. I was rather fatigued, so I took a brief nap. What transpired just now? Did I miss something entertaining?" He feigned a look of innocence, as if just awakening and oblivious to all. Seeing this, Yuzaheo's interest piqued. He set down his nearly empty drink and eagerly sprang to his feet, animatedly recounting the events that had just unfolded. Furthermore, he embellished the tale significantly. Throughout this exchange, Lin Bei nodded in agreement, greatly satisfying Yuzaheo's vanity. His demeanor completely garnered Yuzaheo's trust. In Yuzaheo's eyes, Lin Bei had merely missed the extraordinary happenings due to his engrossment in novels. In the subsequent hours, the two engaged in a casual conversation, meandering through various topics. As they passed the somewhat dull time. Meanwhile, Shun Fei and his companions, under the protection of a throng of young dragons, swiftly returned to the town. Their faces radiated excitement, resembling individuals who had encountered a monumental stroke of fortune. Other residents of the town, intrigued, could not help but inquire, "Shun Fei, why the cheerful demeanor? Have you stumbled upon something fortunate? I recall you were investigating the anomalies of the evil dragons. Why do you return looking so exuberant? This seems rather unusual. Share with me, what did you discover? Will you gain any benefits from the mayor? We are quite familiar, so do tell. I want to compete with you for accolades." In response to the barrage of inquiries, Shun Fei and his companions neither answered nor slowed their pace. They were eager to return and report their astonishing discovery, hoping to reap a bounty of rewards. Even after such a duration, the promotional sale continued unabated. The queue remained lengthy, showing no signs of dwindling. However, the available merchandise had significantly decreased, indicating that many items had been sold. Shortly thereafter, Shun Fei and his companions arrived at the mayor's office. The mayor had long been aware of this news, understanding the differing behaviors of Shun Fei and his companions, and had already prepared himself to confront certain matters. "Do share your discoveries. They should prove quite intriguing." Upon uttering these words, he fixed his gaze upon Shun Fei and the others, eagerly awaiting their response. After exchanging glances, the individual responsible for taking photographs approached the mayor, retrieving the latest images captured. As he advanced, Shun Fei's voice resonated. "Mayor, you cannot possibly imagine what we have witnessed. The evil dragons are not merely congregating in a simple manner. They, and the air." While attentively listening to Shun Fei, the mayor picked up the camera to examine the photos. Upon encountering the shattered void within the images, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of shock. This is the void. He was acutely aware of what the void entailed. Chapter 419. The persistent sense of unease. Simultaneously, Lin Bei, having concluded his conversation with Yuzaheo, cast his gaze toward the distant evil dragon valley. At that very moment, the familiar sensation resurfaced. Once again, he felt an inexplicable sense of being observed, identical to the feeling he had just experienced in the evil dragon valley. Instantly, Lin Bei's eyes widened, and he stood dumbfounded. What is happening? This sensation lingers. I am clearly not in the evil dragon valley. However, he soon discerned a distinction. While the sensation of being watched undoubtedly persisted, it no longer emanated from all directions. The source of this gaze was solely from the direction of the evil dragon valley. This situation indicated a singular truth. When within the confines of the evil dragon valley, the sensation had enveloped him from all sides. Yet now, it was exclusively directed forward. Unquestionably, the origin of the gaze resided within the evil dragon valley. But for now, it remained elusive. His curiosity intensified. What was it that was observing him? How could it extend its gaze from the evil dragon valley to this village? At that moment, Shun Fei and the others exchanged glances upon hearing the mayor's words. They distinctly caught the mention of the void. Immediately, one among them, filled with curiosity, inquired, "The void? What is that? I've never heard of it. I've heard of the high sky, the low sky, even of vacuums and terms like falsehood and illusion. But the combination of void leaves me utterly bewildered. Based on my understanding of void and space, could it be a fantastical realm? Or perhaps a deceptive one?" As the murmurs began to swell, the mayor snapped back to reality. Yet, he chose not to interrupt Shun Fei and the others, but continued to scrutinize the photographs. There were many images taken, and the mayor examined each one meticulously, seemingly unfazed by the passage of time. Only after perusing every single image did he lower the camera, raising a hand to rub his temples in contemplation. What a complex situation. This is truly beyond my expectations. The reason for the gathering of those evil dragons is somehow linked to the void. Furthermore, one of those dragons has entered the void, seemingly engaged in some activity. The more he spoke, the tighter his brow furrowed, evidently grappling with the gravity of the situation. He was the most knowledgeable about the evil dragon valley. There was undoubtedly a problem. Whether it be the sudden emergence of the void or the unusual behavior of the dragons, something undisclosed was afoot. What could it possibly be? After several minutes of deep contemplation, the mayor found himself at an impasse. Ultimately, he conceded that, with a plethora of photographs and descriptions at hand, he was unable to deduce the specifics. "All right, you may cease your discussions. Allow me to elucidate the nature of the void. The void is neither a fictitious nor an illusory space. It is a genuinely existing, alternate realm. One can observe our current space from the void, yet we cannot perceive the void from our own realm. However, sound transcends this division, which is why the dragon's roar emanates from the void. You may perceive the void as a concealed dimension. As for the principles governing the void, I cannot explicate, for I, too, am unaware of its origins." The mayor divulged a wealth of information regarding the void, leaving Shun Fei and his companions utterly astonished by the revelations. Simultaneously, they became aware of a pivotal question. "Mayor, if the void is so extraordinary, why has it manifested within the evil dragon valley? Could it be that an evil dragon possessing the power of the void has emerged? Yet that cannot be, for when the evil dragons are present, the lesser dragons cannot harness the void's power." Seeing Shun Fei and the others delve into speculation once more, the mayor felt a sense of exasperation and promptly interjected, "Silence. This is not the time for conjecture. Given your keen interest, let us venture out tonight to investigate. Only through first-hand exploration can we ascertain the truth." Shun Fei and the others readily agreed, albeit with some confusion. "Mayor, where should we conduct our investigation? The void has been sealed. Indeed, we are uncertain where to begin. We certainly cannot confront those evil dragons. We possess little combat prowess against them." As they voiced their concerns, a triumphant smile crept across the mayor's face. "Who says we cannot enter the void? While it may seem an insurmountable task for you, it does not pose a challenge for me. For me, it merely requires some effort to access the void. Do you understand?" At once, Shun Fei and the others were left speechless. The revelation that the mayor possessed a means to enter the void astounded them. Chapter 420. The night deepens. What? You possess a method to access the void? This has been kept under wraps for far too long. It is truly astonishing. We have only just learned of the void's existence today, yet the mayor has long possessed the means to enter it. Truly, he exemplifies the qualities of a remarkable leader. Shun Fei and his companions had never anticipated that what appeared to be an insurmountable challenge for them would be a mere matter of effort for the mayor, a disparity that was not insignificant. While they were taken aback, an exhilarating thrill coursed through them. Having grasped the concept of the void, they yearned to step into it and expand their horizons. Entering the void would undoubtedly serve as a remarkable tale to share. As they lavished the mayor with praises, he reveled in their admiration, his sense of pride swelling. Thoroughly enjoying the attention. After indulging in the moment for a while, he finally called for a halt. "Enough. Your performance this time has been commendable. Feel free to claim your rewards shortly, and when you return home, rest well and prepare for the night as we venture into the valley to assess the situation. By the way, do not disclose this matter to anyone else just yet. We can discuss it further once we have clarity. You are dismissed." Upon concluding this statement, the mayor retrieved several tokens from his drawer and tossed them to Shun Fei and his companions. With the tokens in hand, the group departed with broad smiles, exhilarated by the substantial rewards available for exchange. This allocation is quite generous. We can redeem numerous items. What are you waiting for? Hurry and exchange your tokens. The sooner you redeem, the sooner you can enjoy. They planned to relish the rewards for a few hours before joining the mayor in the night's endeavors. If they made any discoveries, greater rewards would surely follow. Indeed, they agreed. With the mayor leading the expedition and the involvement of the void, significant discoveries are bound to occur. Before long, the group dispersed to various locations, tokens in hand, brimming with excitement. These tokens, essentially consumables, could be exchanged for rewards such as beer, chocolate, and chicken legs. In essence, these tokens represented benefits. To obtain such privileges, one must achieve a certain level of contribution and subsequently report to the mayor. After Xin Fei and his companions departed, the mayor's expression shifted to one of gravity. The earlier pride vanished completely. The sudden emergence of the void could not help but evoke thoughts of external connections. Could it be that outsiders have arrived here? That should not be possible. We cannot venture into the outside world, nor can outsiders breach this place. Even those who are aware of our existence would find it exceedingly difficult to locate us upon their arrival. Even if one possessed the power to open the void, entering the Dragon Valley would remain impossible. After all, this realm is neither void nor conventional space, but rather a unique dimension. So what on earth is happening? He was aware of far more than others. Moreover, it involved some exceedingly clandestine matters. Lin Bei did not linger in the courtyard for long. He soon returned to his dwelling, contemplating numerous questions. His curiosity and doubts regarding the Dragon Valley were overwhelming. He felt a persistent sense of strangeness in the air, though he could not pinpoint its source. When the night came to discuss the matter of the marriage alliance, he needed to find an opportunity to release the small tree, allowing it to absorb that mysterious energy. Perhaps once the small tree received this power, many questions would find clarity. Earlier in the Dragon Valley, Lin Bei refrained from releasing the Mo spirit dragon out of concern for lurking outsiders. If others truly existed in the vicinity, his identity as an outsider would be exposed. This matter should not be revealed at present. As time passed, night fell swiftly, with a bright moon ascending the night sky, casting its silvery glow upon the ominous Dragon Valley and the surrounding land. The town was illuminated by electric lights, while the village relied solely on flickering flames and fuel-powered lights. The contrasting images of the village and town painted a vivid picture, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds, despite their proximity. Lin Bei sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the radiant moonlight. As he beheld this celestial light, memories of his connection with Yu Xingyao surfaced. He wondered how long he could keep this matter hidden. The members of the Yu family would likely not accept the excuse. Even if they believed it, they might seek vengeance against the merfolk. The situation could become exceedingly complex. As Lin Bei had noted, many members of the Yu family had gathered in Beiming City. Though they remained quietly in the city, their focus was entirely on the location of the mystery prison, diligently investigating any useful information. Chapter 4:21. Re-entering the Dragon Valley. Clearly, the Yu family did not accept this explanation. Even if these words were spoken by the Sea Emperor Ao Ding, they remained steadfast in their belief in their own investigative results. A turbulent night descended upon Beiming City, with an undercurrent of unrest. The moonlight that spilled down felt unusually cold, instilling a sense of unease within many hearts. To avoid being caught in the tumult, numerous villagers locked their doors early, retreating to their rooms to pray for the night to pass swiftly, eagerly anticipating the dawn. On the brightly lit streets, dozens of individuals clad in uniform wandered, relentlessly knocking on door after door. Even Ao Ding's own residence was besieged by numerous visitors. The Sea Emperor sat in his home. His countenance darkened as he regarded the uninvited guests from the Yu family. You may not believe in my capabilities, and you may conduct your investigations, but I shall grant you only 7 days. After that, should you still be here, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality. I will not be courteous, even to the Yu family. The actions of the Yu family left him feeling profoundly insulted. Unfazed, a member of the Yu family retorted, 7 days? Do you underestimate the Yu family? Investigating a matter does not require such time. Sea Emperor Ao Ding, rest assured. Once we uncover the truth and apprehend the true culprit behind the demise of young Master Xingyao, we will take our leave, providing you with a token of compensation for the disturbances caused during our stay. Their audacity was striking, showing no concern for potential failure. Upon hearing these words, Ao Ding clenched his fists, fury surging within him. To commit such acts and then offer compensation? What about his dignity? Yet, he ultimately restrained the impulse to act violently. Ao Ding understood well that the Yu family was a formidable entity. Provoking them recklessly would be unwise. The Yu family. I shall remember this. Meanwhile, within the mystery prison, Lu Ying and Ren Ting had also learned of the Yu family's arrival. They were prepared to face the members of the Yu family. The group convened at the highest level of the mystery prison, engaged in discussions. The Yu family has come with great force. They are bound to seek us out to interrogate the merfolk. Regardless of the outcome of their inquiries, the merfolk will undoubtedly suffer. Mr. Lin once stated that the merfolk are part of this place, partners we must protect and collaborate with. Thus we cannot allow any harm to befall them. With Kuanping and the merfolk empress present, the merfolk's safety is assured. Now, we must consider how to uphold the dignity of the mystery prison. Is it not too presumptuous for them to investigate matters on our territory without regard for us? Furthermore, we are well aware that it was not the merfolk who killed Yu Xingyao. The true target of their search is Mr. Lin. The situation is peculiar. As we have been unable to contact Mr. Lin, it is as if he has vanished. Since we cannot reach him, we must take matters into our own hands. The mystery prison is our stronghold, and we cannot allow them to act with impunity. They were united in their understanding of the most pressing issues at hand. The only drawback lies in the absence of Lin Bei, the steadfast anchor of the group. Despite their relentless efforts to reach him, Lu Ying and the others find themselves in a state of helplessness. The only certainty they possess is that Lin Bei is alive and well. As for the Mermaid Empress, Kuanpeng, and the Kongyu Dragon, at this moment, they are blissfully asleep, wholly indifferent to the events unfolding in Beiming City. To them, it is merely a trifling disturbance. Only when their master is threatened do they deem it necessary to intervene. Other crises? Surely, they can be left for the younger ones to tackle. In the towns of Evil Dragon Valley, tranquility reigns. The streets are desolate, devoid of the daytime hustle and bustle. The mayor, clad in black and burdened with a hiking backpack, stands at the town's entrance, gazing solemnly into the distance. Though only darkness greets his eyes, he scrutinizes it with utmost seriousness. The night, with its thick darkness and howling winds, is the ideal backdrop for clandestine activities. He fervently hopes this outing will not be in vain, for he is reluctant to squander an opportunity to breach the void. His curiosity piques at the thought of whether the entity that brings forth the void is human or something else entirely. Shortly thereafter, after enjoying a few hours of peace, Shun Fei and his companions arrive, instinctively standing quietly behind the mayor, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Moments later, the mayor steps forward without so much as a backward glance. "Follow me." Without a hint of hesitation, Shun Fei and the others stride out. Almost simultaneously, the already dimmed Lin Bei, having extinguished his lights and settled down, enters the void, racing towards Evil Dragon Valley at an astonishing speed. Instead of immediately seeking out the dragons, he first seeks a secluded corner to summon the Mo Zhou Spirit Dragon. With a resonant dragon roar, the Mo Zhou Spirit Dragon manifests in the void. Its luminous eyes pierce through the darkness, and its back glistens with silver moonlight, exuding an air of majesty. One wonders what powers the little tree might acquire. However, it is certain that it is intricately tied to Evil Dragon Valley. Lin Bei's heart swells with anticipation at the thought of the extraordinary powers that can only be obtained there. Without further hesitation, he summons the Void Reincarnation Dragon and opens a passage between the void and reality. With a low growl, the Mo Zhou Spirit Dragon eagerly traverses the void passage, entering the true expanse beyond. Clearly, it too anticipates the new powers it will gain. This marks the Mo Zhou Spirit Dragon's genuine arrival in Evil Dragon Valley. Lin Bei, disinterested in lingering in the void, joins the Mo Zhou Spirit Dragon in the external world, truly engaging with Evil Dragon Valley. Yet, at the very moment this human and dragon arrive in Evil Dragon Valley, the previously curious spirit dragon suddenly bursts apart, scattering into countless particles that disperse in all directions. Vanishing entirely within a heartbeat, Lin Bei is left utterly bewildered. This turn of events is entirely unexpected. He never imagined the situation would unfold in such a manner. A perfectly fine dragon, and just like that, it exploded. What on earth? Why did the little tree suddenly explode? Wasn't it promised new powers? For a fleeting moment, Lin Bei stands there, dazed and confused, staring at the spot where the Mo Zhou Spirit Dragon once was. His mind is a whirlwind of uncertainty. Meanwhile, not far from the town, the mayor and Xin Fei arrive at a relatively concealed location, surrounded by several massive stones that shield them from view. After a thorough examination of their surroundings to ensure no one is present, the mayor retrieves a large transparent perfume bottle filled with black liquid from his backpack. With a hiss, he presses the bottle's nozzle, spraying himself liberally until his clothes and skin are thoroughly drenched in the inky substance. In the next moment, he hands the bottle to Xin Fei, lowering his voice to instruct, "Drench yourself completely. This is the first step to entering the void. There will be a second and a third step." As he speaks, he produces a similarly black pill from his backpack. Without hesitation, the mayor swallows one of the pills and then hands the bottle to Xin Fei. After spraying that liquid, consume this pill within 30 seconds. That's the second step to entering the void. Complete these 2 steps before you can proceed to the third. Upon hearing this, Xin Fei immediately springs into action, seizing the large perfume bottle and spraying it over himself. After transforming into a drenched mess, he promptly passes the bottle to the others and opens the vial containing the pills, swallowing one. The others follow suit, repeating the same actions. After some time, they complete both preparations. The mayor, not rushing to the third step, carefully stows the perfume bottle and pills back into his backpack. We cannot afford to leave these behind. Otherwise, we risk being repelled by the void and, if fortune does not favor us, being torn to shreds by the pressures of the two realms. A collective shiver runs through the group at this chilling prospect. The thought of being torn apart by the pressures of space is indeed terrifying. My goodness, the void is truly fearsome. To be shattered into pieces is far worse than being slain by a dragon. It is best to heed the mayor's instructions diligently. After about half a minute, the mayor produces a piece of beast hide. When unfurled, it is roughly the size of an ordinary car, resembling a cover for a vehicle. The mayor's voice rings out once more. This is the hide of a unique creature, obtained by our ancestors long ago. Using this hide, we can forcibly open a passage between our layer of space and the void, allowing free passage. Each time the passage remains open for only 3 minutes. When I activate the void passage, you must hurry inside. As soon as he finishes speaking, he hurls the beast hide forward. With a crack, the space touched by the hide suddenly reveals a colossal opening, unleashing a terrifying force that draws everything in. The mayor, fully prepared, plunges into the void, disappearing from sight. Lin Bei and the others have no time for further contemplation, nearly simultaneously rushing towards the void passage. A few seconds later, they all vanish without a trace. When Lin Bei and the others reappear, they find themselves enveloped in the void. The mayor's voice echoes at that moment. Here we are. This is the void. Chapter 4:23. In that moment, Evil Dragon Valley turned green. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei and the others begin to curiously survey their surroundings. Standing in the void, they can see everything existing outside. The massive stones, the towns illuminated in the distance, and the dark, looming mountains. The scene before me bears no significant difference from the world outside. The only distinction lies in the fact that those existing in the void remain invisible to those beyond it. Is this what they call the void? Truly remarkable. While we can observe the outside from here, those outside cannot glimpse within. If this were to be exploited for a surprise attack, wouldn't it be an impeccable strategy? The mayor is undoubtedly knowledgeable and possesses formidable abilities, quite impressive indeed. My curiosity about what that malevolent dragon engages in during the day within the void grows ever stronger. Once again, the mayor indulged in the sensation of being revered and praised. He decided to savor this moment before attending to more pressing matters. Having already arrived in the void, what harm could a few minutes delay do? Entering the void may require some effort, but once inside, the experience is entirely different. As long as one avoids reckless behavior, the void is remarkably safe and indistinguishable from the outside realm. After reaching a satisfactory state of enjoyment, the mayor interjected into the discussions of the others. I assume you have adapted to the void? Then let us divide our efforts. Apart from myself, you two shall form pairs and explore in different directions. I will provide one group with a communication device. Should you notice any anomalies, promptly inform the rest. With that, he retrieved several walkie-talkies from his backpack and distributed them among Lin Bei and the others. Upon receiving the devices, Lin Bei and the others quickly formed groups and set off to wander freely in the familiar yet alien void. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained in a state of confusion, standing still as he surveyed the dim surroundings and felt the cold winds encircling him. After being buffeted by the chill for a while, he regained a semblance of normalcy and inwardly inquired of the system. System, provide me with an explanation. How did the little tree explode without warning? Is this what you refer to as acquiring a new power? Are you jesting with me? From any angle, Lin Bei could not discern how this situation related to the attainment of new strength. The next moment, the system chimed in. Host, indeed. The disintegration of the Mo Elven Dragon was precisely to acquire that brand new power. You need not be alarmed. This process is absolutely safe. While the disintegration may seem daunting, it is, in fact, a fortuitous event. The Mo Elven Dragon has transformed into countless particles, merging into every corner of the evil Dragon Valley, absorbing that power from various locations. This process's duration is uncertain. You may choose to remain here and await its return or proceed to attend to your own affairs. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the Mo Elven Dragon was unharmed, he had little to worry about. His earlier panic stemmed from the sheer abruptness of the event. A dragon exploding suddenly would unsettle anyone. After all, it was his dragon, transforming into particles and merging into the evil Dragon Valley. What a unique method of acquiring power. That power must indeed be formidable. Thereafter, Lin Bei began to ponder whether he should wait here or seek out those malevolent dragons. Both tasks held considerable significance. After contemplating for about a minute, he resolved to remain here. As a responsible master, he could not abandon his dragon. A second later, he casually found a spot to sit down and gazed up at the luminous moon in the sky. His thoughts drifted away with the night breeze, wondering about the current state of the outside world. Surely, numerous matters awaited his attention. The Yu family, the Tian Shan Great Prison. He hoped that the issues within the Evil Dragon Valley would be resolved swiftly so he could confront those matters. And that little linger. It had been a while since she last contacted him. Could she be exceedingly busy lately? Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, just a few hours prior, Wang Yuling had attempted to reach out to him but was unable to make contact. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and a system notification echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Ding! The Mo Zhou Elven Dragon has successfully acquired that power and will return here in a few seconds. Instantly, Lin Bei's spirits lifted, and he swiftly reined in his drifting thoughts. Moments later, countless particles surged from all directions, converging in one spot, coalescing into the form of the Mo Zhou Elven Dragon. In less than 3 seconds, the Mo Zhou Elven Dragon materialized. At the very moment of its appearance, the desolate valley, previously devoid of life, suddenly sprouted trees, flourishing with abundant foliage. Furthermore, they bore fruit. Chapter 424. The source of that gaze. The variety of fruits differed: apples, pears, peaches, coconuts, dates, each requiring distinct environmental conditions, now all appeared in this valley, which had once been devoid of any vegetation. It was astonishing, truly extraordinary. Lin Bei gazed at the numerous trees laden with plump fruits, momentarily at a loss for words, standing in place, entranced by this incongruous scene. Although he felt surprised, deep down, he understood that the emergence of such trees was likely connected to the Mo Zhou Elven Dragon. After all, these trees and fruits manifested alongside the dragon. What was this little tree doing? If it was to appear, why engage in such antics? Lin Bei found this perplexing. Yet, he was equally astonished that in the barren Evil Dragon Valley, it was indeed possible to cultivate flowers, grasses, and trees. Previously, Lin Bei had instinctively believed that the environment of the Evil Dragon Valley could not sustain plant life due to some peculiar force at play. However, the current situation was evidently different. Plants could exist, but prior to this, no one had sown any seeds. If one could acquire substances like the joyful water from the outside, then obtaining seeds should be a simple matter. Yet, paradoxically, no plants had ever thrived here. The Mo Zhou Elven Dragon, having just gained its new power, almost immediately sensed its master's current thoughts. With a hum, it set aside its desire to showcase its newfound abilities and instead let out a gentle dragon's roar, beginning to elucidate Lin Bei's confusions. The essence of the dragon's roar addressed the previous absence of plant life in this area. What did you say, little tree? Previous attempts to cultivate plants here met with failure, regardless of the species attempted, even those that are typically easy to care for, as well as those demanding stringent environmental conditions, all ended in disappointment. The inhabitants had long resigned themselves to the belief that the Evil Dragon Valley could not support plant life, leading them to ultimately abandon the endeavor. This was the message conveyed by the Mo Zhou Elven Dragon. It was not that no one had tried, it was that it was truly impossible. The cacti wither. The apple trees fail to thrive, and even a single blade of grass cannot survive. In this moment, Lin Bei's internal perplexity deepens, and his brows furrow tightly. How peculiar. Under normal circumstances, even the most inhospitable valleys would still harbor some form of vegetation. Yet here, not a single blade of grass can be found. Just then, the spirit dragon of the desert once again parted its jaws, emitting a series of resonant roars. Buzz, buzz. The dragon's roars echoed 7 or 8 times before coming to a halt. Within these roars lay an abundance of information, including the reasons behind the absence of trees and the source of that mysterious gaze. However, it did not elucidate why the inhabitants of the Valley of the Evil Dragons are unable to depart from this region. Clearly, even with the reception of that peculiar power, the secrets of the Valley of the Evil Dragons remain obscured. Certain matters remain shrouded in mist. After a silence of about a minute, Lin Bei finally grasped the entirety of the situation. So that was it. No wonder vegetation cannot flourish in the Valley of the Evil Dragons. At this juncture, he cast his gaze downward at the ground beneath his feet. For what I stand upon is not the earth at all. Rather, it is the corporeal form of a dragon, the body of a colossal evil dragon. No wonder this place is referred to as the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Upon the body of a dragon, it is simply impossible to cultivate trees or other plants. A dragon's form is not soil. A dragon is flesh and blood. To plant vegetation upon flesh and blood? Indeed, it is utterly unfeasible. In the next moment, Lin Bei lifted his head and surveyed the rugged valley surrounding him. Even the nearby peaks are part of the giant dragon's body. Conversely, the village beyond is independent of the dragon's form. It exists separately. Hence, the source of that gaze is explained. Indeed, the entire Valley of the Evil Dragons is not merely a valley. It is a dragon. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Bei bears that gaze. While within the valley, the gaze emanates from all directions, as it is upon the body of the dragon, allowing for observation from various angles. However, within the village, the gaze originates from the direction of the Valley of the Evil Dragons, and this is the underlying cause. The dragon that has transformed into the Valley of the Evil Dragons can only observe the outside world from its stationary position. Having unraveled this mystery, Lin Bei's brows knitted even tighter. Although he had uncovered many truths, the metamorphosis of the dragon into the Valley of the Evil Dragons posed another matter of great concern. Why would a dragon of formidable strength become an expanse of land situated here? This, indeed, is the true secret of the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Chapter 4:25 Two New Powers. Compared to the enigmas previously encountered, this riddle is undoubtedly the most profound. A dragon transformed into a valley. Just contemplating it reveals the presence of a significant secret. Alas, the spirit dragon of the desert cannot fathom the rationale behind this. At this moment, Lin Bei found himself at a loss as well. He could only surmise that this dragon was not willingly bound to this place. Otherwise, it would not have cast him that expectant glance when he agreed to the union. Was it hoping for those dragons to escape, while placing its hopes entirely upon him? Does this not imply that the inability to leave this area is unrelated to this mightiest of dragons? Concurrently, it introduces another monumental possibility. It must have been forcibly transformed into the Valley of the Evil Dragons. As this realization dawned upon him, Lin Bei could not help but think of the dragon god. The notion of sealing or suppressing powerful beings in various locales seems to be a favored pastime of the dragon god. The 4 holy dragons of South Mountain, the 9 infants, and the Kuanpeng are all similar cases. However, if there were a connection to the dragon god, the system would issue a quest. Yet no such occurrence has transpired in the Valley of the Evil Dragons, making Lin Bei hesitant to link this matter to the dragon god. Even though he has uncovered this secret, no relevant quest has emerged. Nonetheless, to say it is entirely unrelated would be a stretch. After all, the map of the Valley of the Evil Dragons was a reward granted to him from the system at the outset. However, this thought was fleeting. Lin Bei was disinclined to dwell on it too long. He simply posed a direct inquiry to the system. System, is this matter related to the dragon god? In the next instant, the system's notification chime resonated. Please investigate on your own. This system will merely assist the host in uncovering the truth. Lin Bei, feeling resigned, abandoned the idea of retrieving any information from the system. At the same time, he affirmed a crucial fact. The dragon that has transformed into the valley is certainly not a subordinate of the dragon god. Enough of this for now. Let us first explore the new abilities of the spirit dragon of the desert. With that thought, Lin Bei turned to the spirit dragon, smiling as he requested. Little tree, display your powers. The spirit dragon of the desert complied eagerly, charging directly toward the ground. Yet just as it was about to make contact, the entire dragon vanished into the earth, disappearing in an instant as if it had plunged into a lake, without even causing a ripple. A second later, the spirit dragon of the desert emerged from the ground several dozen meters away, excitedly gazing at its master. After another second, it retracted its head, vanishing once more. When the spirit dragon of the desert reappeared, it emerged from a newly sprouted tree. Buzz, buzz. This time, it did not disappear again. Instead, it began to convey something. Before long, Lin Bei discerned the new powers acquired by the spirit dragon of the desert. It had gained 2 abilities. The first ability allows the spirit dragon of the desert to become the master of the Valley of the Evil Dragons. This valley has transformed into its territory, enabling it to traverse and reshape it at will. The growth of trees is also linked to this capability. The second ability surpasses the first in magnitude. At this moment, the spirit dragon of the desert has acquired the power to summon dragons. However, this refers specifically to the evil dragons within the Valley of the Evil Dragons. In other words, the spirit dragon of the desert can command these dragons to act. Moreover, the dragons that receive the command are utterly incapable of resisting. Lin Bei was exceedingly pleased with the new abilities bestowed upon the spirit dragon of the desert. While these powers may diminish once they leave the Valley of the Evil Dragons, their efficacy is still substantial at present. Even if he were to regret the union now, the evil dragons would be powerless to act, not even daring to harbor discontent. Indeed, this journey has proven worthwhile. Not long after, Lin Bei returned alone to the void, setting off toward his destination. As for the spirit dragon of the desert, it soared freely outside in the Valley of the Evil Dragons, traversing with abandon. Wherever it traverses, the once barren ground transforms into a lush grove. A myriad of trees flourish, be they fruit-bearing or not. To the mirage elven dragon, since this area has become its dominion, it must be adorned with verdant splendor. The malevolent dragon, now embodied as a valley, hardly concerns itself with such trivialities. The void is vast beyond measure, and for entities to encounter one another within it, a significant degree of fate and fortune is required. Thus, after wandering through the void for quite some time, Lin Bei found himself without a sight of the mayor or Shun Fei and his companions. However, Shun Fei and his teammates, tirelessly searching, stumbled upon those sturdy trees, resplendent with foliage. This was a sight they had never beheld before. What on earth is this? Such things exist in the Valley of the Malignant Dragon. Chapter 4:26. Trees of the Malignant Dragon Valley, the Dawn of Chaos. Shun Fei and his companion could not have anticipated witnessing such an extraordinary phenomenon. A place once so familiar now felt utterly alien. Were it not for the identical positioning, they might have questioned their own sanity. After staring at the trees in bewilderment for a considerable time, the two finally managed to regain a semblance of composure. They exchanged glances, unable to restrain their curiosity, and began to converse. Shun Fei, am I seeing things? How could so many strange entities suddenly appear in the valley? I was just here yesterday, and none of this existed. What are these things? They seem to have sprouted directly from the ground. And those peculiar objects atop, they are green, red, and yellow. What on earth? I've never encountered anything like this before. Yet strangely, I feel as though these entities harmonize perfectly with the Valley of the Malignant Dragon. Their presence here feels entirely appropriate. Moreover, those differently colored objects appear quite delectable. While Shun Fei and his companion were astounded by the situation, they found themselves unable to depart from the void. Moments later, Shun Fei recalled an important matter. Quickly retrieving his walkie-talkie, pressing a button, and speaking. Mayor. Calling the mayor, we have encountered an anomaly. A second later, the mayor's voice responded. What anomaly? Is it related to the void? Speak quickly. It was evident that he was deeply concerned about this issue. Without delay, Shun Fei relayed their discoveries. However, due to their ignorance of the tree's existence, they could only describe it vaguely. Just as they finished reporting the anomaly, the mayor's voice came through again. Describe those things that look so appetizing. His tone was unusually grave. Shun Fei hesitated briefly, sensing something amiss, and without any further delay, began to describe. One looks quite round and is red. Another is less round and is yellow. One. As Shun Fei articulated his descriptions, the mayor's brow furrowed deeper. He listened intently, murmuring, this cannot be mistaken. These are trees. Apple trees, peach trees, pear trees, coconut trees, banana trees. A plethora of varieties. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. The mayor was aware of the tree's existence. He knew even more secrets. Before long, Shun Fei's descriptions underwent a certain transformation. Mayor, these are all the peculiar things I can see. There are many more behind, but I cannot discern them clearly and do not know how to describe them. The area in the Valley of the Malignant Dragon that has changed is extensive. Often, when it changes, it is vast. Shun Fei and his companion were currently situated in a place Lin Bei and the Mirage Elven Dragon had recently traversed. There was no need to dwell on this matter. They must continue searching for anything related to the void. Furthermore, these suddenly appearing entities are called trees. The trunks, branches, leaves, and fruits are all excellent resources. Once this operation concludes, we shall return to gather the fruits. After uttering these words, the mayor terminated the communication and remained standing. Deep in thought, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He even sat down in the void, showing no intention of rising anytime soon. According to ancestral records, should a significant anomaly arise within the Valley of the Malignant Dragon, it would signal the onset of chaos in this world. A chaos that could upheave the very foundations of existence. After enduring such an extended period of desolation, the Valley of the Malignant Dragon has suddenly erupted in a profusion of trees, and not just any trees, but a terrifying variety. This undeniably qualifies as a monumental anomaly. Is the world on the brink of chaos? Let it be so, may it not encroach upon me. At this juncture, the mayor paused for a few seconds before speaking again. I wonder what this so-called chaos will truly entail. In truth, I am quite eager to witness it. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, the instigator of all these events, he was being swiftly guided by the Mirage Elven Dragon to the gathering place of the dragons. As Lin Bei advanced, he remained under the watchful gaze of the entire Valley of the Malignant Dragon. Although he was aware of who was observing him, the sensation was even more uncomfortable than before. Every movement was scrutinized by the valley. He shrugged helplessly, having no intention of halting this scrutiny. Due to his rapid pace, Lin Bei arrived at his destination after only a few minutes of haste. Meanwhile, Shun Fei and his companion were pursuing the end of the trees, making their way toward this very location. Chapter 4:27. The Dragon with Gender Fluidity. The destination lay deep within the Valley of the Malignant Dragon, in a most secluded region. Typically, no one would venture here. Not even humans, nor even the subdragons would come. Only the malignant dragons would occasionally pass through. To traverse from the outside world to this place requires considerable effort. Had Lin Bei not traversed the void directly, he would have spent at least several hours merely journeying here. Naturally, the Mirage Elven Dragon accompanied him to this locale. Outside the void, a multitude of malignant dragons gathered, each displaying an excited demeanor as they surveyed their surroundings. They formed a large circle, leaving an open space in the center. In this space lay a plethora of items. Half comprised food, while the other half was treasure. The food was rather singular, all related to subdragons, subdragon meat, subdragon claws, subdragon heads, subdragon tendons, subdragon skins. Within the malignant dragon's realm, subdragons had become mere ingredients. Conversely, the treasure was diverse. It included weapons, artifacts, pure gold, pure diamonds, and was far from ordinary in richness. It rivaled the array of treasures found at a grand auction. Standing in the void, Lin Bei was struck by a sudden realization as he beheld the scene before him. If his intuition served him correctly, the original owner of these treasures must be the malevolent dragon that had transformed into the Valley of Evil Dragons. After its metamorphosis into the valley, all the treasures it possessed were left behind, ultimately gathered and concealed by the dragons in a clandestine location. These treasures were unequivocally disconnected from the outside world. This was a certainty. Not lingering in the void for long, he departed and ventured into the external realm, where he would have his inaugural encounter with the malevolent dragons that had long since congregated there. Lin Bei's arrival took place in an area deliberately left unoccupied. The moment he stepped into the outside world, the Majo Elven Dragon, dedicated to revitalizing the Valley of Evil Dragons, hurried to his side and settled quietly nearby. Evidently cognizant of the significance of the moment, taking a deep breath, Lin Bei turned to the dragons surrounding him and warmly greeted them. "Greetings, my kin." Since these dragons seek to unite with my own, referring to them as my kin is entirely appropriate. Although the genders of these malevolent dragons remained somewhat ambiguous, the compactness of the Valley of Evil Dragons made it inevitable that some connections would exist among the dragons, thus rendering such a designation quite reasonable. The Majo Elven Dragon promptly translated his words. In the next moment, the malevolent dragons raised their heads and unleashed a chorus of dragon roars. After resonating for a considerable time, the roars gradually subsided. The essence of their vocalizations was simple, expressing their welcome to Lin Bei, conveying sentiments of anticipation and longing for his arrival. A second later, Lin Bei continued, "It is time to earnestly discuss the matter of our union." Naturally, the Majo Elven Dragon conveyed this message. Subsequently, a dialogue commenced, with both parties exchanging words. The malevolent dragons refrained from hastily addressing this matter, insisting instead that Lin Bei, along with the Majo Elven Dragon and the Summon Void Reincarnation Dragon, as well as the Six-Winged Thunder Dragon, partake in a sumptuous feast of Yalong meat before broaching the subject at hand. The Yalong meat was consumed with great zeal, leaving only a pile of bones behind. Observing this, the malevolent dragons then advised Lin Bei to take the treasures first before discussing the union. They would have me feast and drink to my heart's content before accepting these treasures? It appears they fear I might withdraw. Understanding their intentions, Lin Bei nonchalantly waved his hand, declaring, "Collect." In less than a second, all the treasures in the vicinity were absorbed into his system space. System, you know what to do. Retain only the valuable treasures. Convert the rest into points to nurture my beloved dragons. My points are dwindling. It is time for a replenishment. Understood. Concluding his communication with the system, Lin Bei turned to the representative of the malevolent dragons, the very dragon that had previously traversed the void, and inquired, "Your numbers appear substantial. How many of you require union?" "All my dragons are male and can only unite with females." He had no inclination towards any malicious whims. In the next moment, the malevolent dragon emitted a dragon roar, raising its claw to pat its chest, casting a proud glance at Lin Bei. However, the Majo Elven Dragon, responsible for translation, hesitated this time, remaining frozen in place. Not only it, but the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor's Dark Dragon were also momentarily stunned, each displaying expressions of bewilderment as they regarded the surrounding malevolent dragons. Intrigued, Lin Bei curiously asked, "Little tree, what did it say?" The Majo Elven Dragon regained its composure and responded with an undertone of fear in its dragon roar. Upon hearing, Lin Bei was equally taken aback. What? These malevolent dragons can freely change their gender? Indeed, this was the very essence of the dragon's roar. Lin Bei was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the dragon's earlier vocalization would convey such an astonishing and astounding revelation. No wonder Little Tree and the others reacted in such a manner. Dragons capable of changing gender at will are indeed a rare phenomenon. No, it was something he had never encountered before. At that moment, The malevolent dragon opened its mouth once more, emitting a series of dragon roars. It was elucidating the reasons behind why it and its kin could change genders freely. After a considerable duration, the dragon's vocalization ceased, and the Majo elven dragon and the others found themselves once again in a state of shock. They required less than a minute to comprehend the rationale behind the malevolent dragon's gender fluidity. Subsequently, the Majo elven dragon, as a representative, conveyed the explanation to Lin Bei. Lin Bei listened intently, particularly intrigued by this matter. Though the dragon roars resonating in this realm were not as thunderous as during the day, they still traveled a considerable distance. Meanwhile, Shun Fei and his companion, observing various trees and hastening their journey, heard the intermittent dragon roars. Instantly, they confirmed a significant detail. Many dragons were calling out, reminiscent of the situation earlier in the day. It appeared that by continuing forward, they would soon discover what they sought. Little did they know that they would be the first to uncover all of this, an immense achievement that would yield a plethora of rewards. Why are we still standing here? Let us promptly report this news to the town chief, and then we shall venture inside for a closer look. As their discussion concluded, Shun Fei hastily retrieved his walkie-talkie, pressing the button with urgency, exclaiming, "Calling the town chief. Calling the town chief. We have a new discovery." A second later, the town chief responded, "What discovery? Speak quickly." All the while, he was pondering the implications of the situation. It is as follows. We have been following these trees, and as we proceeded, we heard a series of dragon roars emanating from the end of the trees. The roars were faint, clearly controlled. Upon hearing this, the town chief raised his eyebrows, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. "Well done. You two must investigate immediately. Others should hurry over as well. I am en route. Report the specific location." As soon as he finished, a chorus of acknowledgments rang out. "Understood. Understood." After concluding discussions with the others, the town chief scrutinized the location provided by Shun Fei and the others. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, "Suddenly sprouting trees, the peculiar dragon roars, the malevolent dragons freely traversing the void. What connection do these three phenomena share? No, it must be a link between the trees and the void. The behavior of the evil dragons can only be described as somewhat peculiar, yet the emergence of the tree and the void is an unprecedented occurrence." After much contemplation, the mayor could not discern any rationale and ultimately abandoned his thoughts, striding towards the gathering of the evil dragons, prepared to make inferences only after witnessing everything. It was only after the diligent communication from the Mirage Elf Dragon that Lin Bei grasped the reason behind the evil dragon's ability to change their gender. So that was it. They are native to the Valley of Evil Dragons, drawing all their strength and energy from it, enabling them to temporarily return to the valley, transform their gender, and then depart from the valley to embrace a renewed dragon existence. Not merely a change of gender, even after sustaining severe injuries. The evil dragons can employ this method to return to the Valley of Evil Dragons, recuperate, and re-emerge once healed. In a certain sense, as long as the Valley of Evil Dragons exists, the evil dragons will never truly perish. Faced with this revelation, he found himself at a loss for words. The situation deviated significantly from his expectations. Lin Bei had initially believed that the number of evil dragons suitable for union would be at most half. Yet, the reality was a perfect 2 out of 2. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Bei was uncertain whether he had gained or lost. Alas, he could only apologize to the little tree and At this juncture, he paused. Moments later, as if struck by inspiration, Lin Bei quickly resumed speaking. "Eureka! I can have these evil dragons take turns assisting me in hatching eggs. That dragon-human egg is still not fully hatched. Allowing the idle evil dragons to incubate the egg serves as a minor compensation and maximizes their value." Chapter 429. It has begun. The hatching has commenced. Undoubtedly, the dragon-human egg, painstakingly nurtured by the dragon god, is of utmost importance. After all, the dragon-human egg is closely tied to the abyss of fallen gods. One could even assert that the dragon-human is the key. It is imperative to hatch it sooner or later. Previously, Lin Bei had tasked his dragons to take turns incubating the dragon-human egg. Although they worked in pairs, the dragons had repeatedly expressed that they found the task both exhausting and embarrassing. After all, is there any precedent for male dragons hatching eggs? Now that he had encountered a group of clamorous female dragons in the Valley of Evil Dragons, why not reasonably exploit the value of the females? The number of evil dragons far surpassed that of Lin Bei's own dragons, thus the matter of union could only unfold gradually. Clearly, there was ample time for this undertaking. Once this thought took root, it quickly intensified. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei addressed the Mirage Elf Dragon and the other dragons nearby. "Here is the plan. You will be responsible for the unions with them, and you need not concern yourselves with the hatching. The task of hatching will be left to your mates. You can discuss amongst yourselves who will incubate and for how long. My only requirement is to successfully hatch the dragon human. Buzz, buzz, the void reincarnation dragon, the mirage elf dragon, and the others let out excited exclamations at that moment. They were genuinely averse to the task of hatching eggs. Although it posed no harm to their bodies and did not affect their strength, merely consuming some time, they felt it was inherently odd, as if engaged in a peculiar endeavor. Yet during this period, they were compelled to undertake this task. In the next moment, the mirage elf dragon proactively initiated communication with the evil dragons, discussing the matter of hatching the dragon human egg. Not only it, but the other dragons, weary from the egg hatching ordeal, also joined in, engaging the evil dragons in discussions about this matter. Buzz, buzz. Upon learning of this, the evil dragons did not hesitate for even a second. They opened their mouths in unison, producing a chorus of draconic roars. They readily agreed to the proposal and sincerely expressed their gratitude towards the mirage elf dragon and others. Their appreciation stemmed from the opportunity that the mirage elf dragon and others provided to experience egg hatching in advance. At this point, both parties were elated. Observing this, Lin Bei smiled, for he was the ultimate beneficiary. Thus, the next step for him was to allow them to coexist here. As for him, he merely needed to return and await the blooming of the seeds he had sown. A few seconds later, Lin Bei retrieved the dragon human egg and placed it casually in a chosen spot. After this period of incubation, the aura emanating from the dragon human egg had intensified, and its life force had grown remarkably vibrant. EE and the others had performed admirably. These creatures, though initially reluctant, had nonetheless approached the task with sincerity. As he concluded his musings, all the evil dragons simultaneously gazed at the dragon human egg, their dragon eyes brimming with anticipation. The evil dragons could easily discern the egg's uniqueness, which fueled their eagerness. Were it not for Lin Bei's presence, the evil dragons would have rushed towards the dragon human egg, eager to commence the hatching process. Watching the eager evil dragons, Lin Bei smiled gently and stepped away from the vicinity of the dragon human egg. Come forth. In the next instant, several evil dragons surged towards the dragon human egg in a fervent rush. Even without translation from the void reincarnation dragon and others, they had deduced Lin Bei's intentions. Meanwhile, in the southern district of the Abyss of Mystery, Lin Bei's radiant holy white dragon and the luminescent dragon of the spirit sage were situated in a very discreet area. After concluding their discussion, the spirit sage hurried to this location at great speed, casting aside any thoughts related to the Moon family. Why did it have to happen at this moment? Just when the Moon family was poised to cause trouble, she felt a mix of joy and concern. Eager for the little dragon to be born, yet apprehensive about the Moon family's impending interference, leaving her unable to attend to the freshly laid dragon egg. Furthermore, the actions of the radiant dragon and the radiant holy white dragon would inevitably face certain limitations after the egg's emergence. They might even be immobilized. The radiant holy white dragon gazed anxiously at the luminescent dragon, its enormous dragon eyes filled with a tumult of complex emotions: worry, excitement, panic, confusion, and doubt, all swirling together in a chaotic blend. It was evident that it was not yet prepared for fatherhood and was uncertain about how to be a good dad. Buzz, buzz. The radiant holy white dragon could not suppress its soft draconic roars. The murmurs conveyed concern and encouragement for the luminescent dragon. Yet amidst all this, Lin Bei, currently in the Valley of Evil Dragons, remained entirely oblivious. Chapter 430, The Mysterious Shadow in the Void. Buzz, buzz. The evil dragons surrounded the dragon human egg, their voices filled with excitement and joy. Amidst the tumult, a particularly impatient malevolent dragon had pressed itself upon the dragonkin egg, exerting its formidable power to facilitate the hatching process. The surrounding dragons, who had failed to seize the opportunity, could only gaze enviously at this first dragon that lay atop the precious egg. Were circumstances more conducive, they would have eagerly sought to dislodge the dragon and claim the egg for themselves, yearning to experience the sensation of nurturing the life within. However, only the female dragons dared to entertain such thoughts, while the males remained stationary, biding their time for an opportune moment to reverse their gender. With Lin Bei still present, they refrained from any overt displays of rudeness. As the female dragons began to congregate, Lin Bei had already taken a step back from the dragon horde, contentedly observing the dragon that was so fervently incubating the egg. Such enthusiasm, far surpassing that of the others. Given the current circumstances, the hatching of the dragonkin egg was set to continue unabated for a full 24 hours each day. It would not be long before success was achieved. Thus, he could easily remain until the egg hatched before departing. After all, once His Majesty employed his powers, the process would not take long. The Time Sovereign, a dragon capable of manipulating time, could effortlessly apply his abilities to a dragonkin egg. This was why Lin Bei harbored the notion of leaving only after witnessing the emergence of the true dragonkin, the culmination of the dragon god's exhaustive efforts and lengthy cultivation. That day would not be far off. At this moment, the void reincarnation dragon, the desert spirit dragon, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon, the fiery rock armored dragon, and the nine-headed dragon exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of relief reflected in the other's eyes. A few dragons, wearied by their tribulations, exhaled deeply, as if liberated from some dire torment. Lin Bei, standing not far away, naturally heard this sound and glanced towards his beloved dragons, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. He was acutely aware that the dragons held a distaste for the incubation process. With that matter resolved, they need no longer fret over it. From now on, they would remain here, tasked with forging alliances with the malevolent dragons. Surely, this was something they would find agreeable? As he contemplated this, Lin Bei couldn't help but recall the actions of the radiant Saint White Dragon, which deepened his understanding of dragon nature. Knowing his own dragons would not shy away from such endeavors, a resonant dragon's roar filled the air, and the void reincarnation dragon and its companions eagerly assented to this arrangement while inquiring about Lin Bei's plans. Though they were excited about the prospect, their primary concern remained the safety of their master. If they stayed here, what would become of his safety? They were acutely aware of the hierarchy of importance in their minds. Do not worry about me. For the time being, I shall only be moving within the village and town, avoiding any perilous endeavors. Once your unions are concluded, I shall commence other activities. This was Lin Bei's temporary plan. He intended to explore the matter of the joyous water in the town. The emergence of the joyous water inevitably intertwined with greater mysteries. Upon hearing their master's words, the void reincarnation dragon and its brethren exchanged glances once more, this time only perceiving worry in each other's gazes. Understanding their concerns, Lin Bei smiled and reassured them. Fear not, my abilities are sufficient for self-preservation. Even in the absence of dragons, my spiritual prowess is ample for my protection. With this, the dragons finally felt a sense of relief. After reiterating his instructions to his beloved dragons, Lin Bei opened a portal to the void and stepped through. He did not linger within the void, instead heading directly towards the direction of the village. Half a minute later, Shun Fei and another individual arrived. Bathed in the soft moonlight filtering through the void, they discerned Lin Bei's silhouette ahead. Instinctively, they halted, focusing all their attention on his figure. If I am not mistaken, there is indeed a person there. Shun Fei exclaimed. Fei Gu, trust yourself. There is someone there, and they are not with us. Could it be that we have found the answer we seek? Haha, yet another significant achievement. Engrossed in observing Lin Bei, Shun Fei and his companion were oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding them in the void. Chapter 431. Mayor, we have been captured by dragons at this moment. Lin Bei, walking towards the village, noticed the arrival of Shun Fei and his companion. His heightened spiritual awareness allowed him to easily detect their presence, and his pupils constricted in shock as an expression of disbelief washed over him. How could this be possible? There were people in the void? Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they were undoubtedly natives of the Dragon Valley. The current situation exceeded all his expectations. Lin Bei never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary circumstance in this isolated realm. Although astonished, he did not slow his pace. Instead, he concentrated a substantial amount of his spiritual energy to envelop Shun Fei and the other individual, scrutinizing them thoroughly. A second later, Lin Bei noticed the walkie-talkie on Shun Fei's person. They possess a walkie-talkie. This implies the presence of others in the void. To bring multiple individuals into the void simultaneously is no simple feat. Perhaps, it would be prudent to capture one of them for questioning. He suddenly realized he could extract vital intelligence through these two. Their presence in the void already indicated numerous significant issues. In that instant, Lin Bei initiated contact with the void reincarnation dragon. Asu, do not rush into the unions. First, attend to something of utmost importance. Immediately, the void reincarnation dragon, which had been selecting targets, halted in its tracks, attentively listening to the command. Meanwhile, Shun Fei and his companion were not idle. Once they confirmed their observation was accurate, Shun Fei seized the walkie-talkie, pressed the button, and spoke into it. We have discovered critical intelligence. Upon reaching the edge of the trees, we spotted a figure moving towards the exit. We suspect he is headed for the village outside. It is certain that this individual is not one of ours. What should we do? Should we follow him? He has not yet noticed us. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Bei had already set his plan in motion against the two. The mayor's brow furrowed deeper, his inner turmoil intensifying. His thoughts were in disarray, rendering it impossible to find clarity. Taking a deep breath, the mayor suppressed his chaotic thoughts and spoke gravely. Follow him stealthily. Determine where he is hiding, but do not alert him. Your sole objective is to ascertain his address and commit his appearance to memory. For now, do not take any action against him. The rest of you, hasten your pace. First, locate those trees, and then seek out that individual. The others, aside from a few, dared not interject at this moment. They could only stifle their shock and listen to the mayor's orders. Understood. Understood. Move. Capture those two. After conveying the task to the Void Reincarnation Dragon, Lin Bei immediately issued the command to act. Buzz. Without the slightest hesitation, the Void Reincarnation Dragon sprang into action. It swiftly reached the location in the void where Shun Fei and his companion were situated, extending a colossal dragon claw towards them. Crack! The dragon claw effortlessly pierced through the void, seizing Shun Fei and his companion in its grasp. Ah, that hurts. The Void Reincarnation Dragon showed no mercy. Its grip was so powerful that it nearly crushed their bones, prompting them to cry out in pain. On the other end of the intercom, the others, upon hearing their agonized screams, hurriedly inquired, "What happened? What is going on? Shun Fei, are you all right? Speak up and report your situation." Hello, hello. The mayor was also taken aback. He had just issued his orders and hadn't even put the intercom away when he heard those excruciating cries. The situation was clearly amiss. Had they been attacked? Could it be that mysterious individual? The mayor instinctively thought of this possibility, as it seemed the most plausible. The Void Reincarnation Dragon had acted with precision, merely capturing Shun Fei and his companion without rendering them unconscious. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Shun Fei opened his eyes and gazed ahead. What greeted him was an enormous dragon head. At that moment, Shun Fei was stunned. His eyes widened to their fullest extent, and for a long time, he was unable to react. Thump! It was only after being glared at a few times by the Void Reincarnation Dragon that Shun Fei managed to regain some semblance of normalcy. Trembling, he picked up the intercom and pressed the talk button. Help. We've been captured by a dragon. A dragon. Not a sub-dragon, nor an evil dragon. The next moment, everyone who heard this was left dumbfounded. What? You've been captured by a dragon? And one we've never seen before. The mayor blurted out, not realizing that his tone had spiraled out of control, losing the calmness he usually maintained. The emergence of another dragon in Evil Dragon Valley was shattering the long-held perceptions of their existence. In the next instant, Shun Fei's voice came through the intercom. Yes. Indeed. We've really been captured by an unknown dragon. We were just minding our business in the void, but its claw pierced right through and grabbed us. It effortlessly breached the void, which is completely different from how we entered it. Mayor, please come save us. He recounted everything with utmost honesty. It was evident that Shun Fei was in a state of panic, his voice trembling as he spoke. The others fell silent, halting their advance, hesitating in place. They dared not act recklessly. After all, they were facing a dragon capable of effortlessly traversing the void. Before long, a flurry of discussions erupted among the teams. What should we do? What can we do? I believe we shouldn't act impulsively. Facing a dragon, we have no chance of victory. Exactly, it's a dragon. The sub-dragons we've tamed wouldn't dare attack a true dragon. Charging in would be tantamount to suicide. I don't want to die for Shun Fei and the others. Even after this discussion and receiving a resounding affirmation, the mayor still hadn't regained his composure. Instead, his mind raced, attempting to digest this astounding information. The revelation of outsiders in the void had already shocked him. But now the existence of another dragon that could seize people had intensified his astonishment to unprecedented levels. He had initially thought that the presence of someone in the void was the greatest discovery of this expedition, yet he never anticipated the subsequent earth-shattering revelation. What on earth was happening? Individuals traversing the void were neither evil dragons nor sub-dragons, he mused. As this realization dawned upon him, the mayor suddenly recognized a crucial point. Wait, if that dragon can penetrate the void, could it be connected to that mysterious individual? The abnormalities exhibited by the evil dragons also pertained to the void. Could it be an outsider? As this thought flashed through his mind, he shook his head vigorously, dismissing the conjecture. Slap, slap. The mayor then raised his hand and slapped his face, forcing himself to regain his composure. Impossible. No one could arrive here. This is an isolated space. But what is this situation? He couldn't fathom it. It wasn't until his head began to ache that he ceased his ruminations. Huff. Taking a deep breath, he muttered to himself, I must not dwell on this matter any longer. Otherwise, my head may very well explode. The best and only course of action is to locate that mysterious individual in the void. A few seconds later, the mayor picked up the intercom, pressed the button, and declared, I will handle the situation with Shun Fei. The rest of you continue with your tasks and take a detour to find that mysterious individual. To unravel everything, we must locate that fellow. After speaking, he hung up the intercom and began making his way toward the location of Shun Fei and his companion. Understood. Acknowledged. Mayor. Good luck. The others set off, taking increasingly wider detours towards a common destination. The voices traveling through the intercom were also heard by the Void Reincarnation Dragon. It extended another claw, using two of its talons to grasp the intercom from Shun Fei's hand, preparing to present this little device to its master. Subsequently, the Void Reincarnation Dragon casually tossed Shun Fei and his companion into the midst of a group of dragons. Lin Bei's command had only instructed it to capture the two. It hadn't specified what to do afterward. The Desert Elven Dragon, the Blazing Rock Armored Dragon, and others quickly surrounded them, all curiously observing Shun Fei and his companion. It was only at this moment that Shun Fei and his companion were astonished to discover the presence of the Time Emperor Town's underworld dragon, the Golden Mist Dragon, and other dragons. Their gazes and attention were entirely focused on the Void Reincarnation Dragon, oblivious to the astonishing spectacle unfolding nearby. Dragons, countless dragons, each one unlike any they had ever witnessed before. Is this truly the Valley of the Evil Dragons? In that moment, Shun Fei and his companion were utterly astounded, their long-held beliefs shattering before their eyes. What they had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 433, The Union Begins. Meanwhile, Lin Bei strolled leisurely through the void, conversing with himself as he walked. For now, let us Su and the others capture those two. The current situation is rather sensitive, making it unwise to approach them directly. Should I do so, I would undoubtedly expose myself. Lin Bei was nearly certain that there were more than just two individuals lingering in the void, and the others were actively searching for him. He understood clearly that he must not reveal himself carelessly, or he would invite considerable trouble. Furthermore, Lin Bei was in no hurry to meet Shun Fei and his companion. As long as the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon were watching, the captured duo could not possibly escape. All he needed to do was find a suitable moment to approach them. I must swiftly return to address the matter of that sub-dragon. Allowing it to remain in the void increases the risk of my exposure. A sub-dragon is still confined within the void. In light of my already compromised presence, it is evident that I cannot permit this sub-dragon to linger there any longer. How could a sub-dragon in the void not raise suspicions? With this thought, Lin Bei quickened his pace. Before long, he would leave the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Simultaneously, the town mayor, hastening through the void, retrieved his walkie-talkie. Furrowing his brow as he inquired, Shun Fei, are you both all right? What is the situation now? Have you encountered any danger? Has that dragon done anything to you? His barrage of questions revealed his deep concern. However, he received no response for an extended period. Hello? Respond to me. What is going on? The mayor, eager to ascertain the circumstances, pressed on with his questioning. He couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Naturally, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the other dragons, who had seized the walkie-talkie, heard the mayor's words. With a gentle wave of its claw, the Void Reincarnation Dragon summoned the smaller Wan Yin controlling Heart Dragon. Buzz. A resonant dragon's roar echoed as the Void Reincarnation Dragon gestured for Wan Yin controlling Heart Dragon to press the button on the walkie-talkie. Complying without hesitation, Wan Yin controlling Heart Dragon pressed the button, instantly grasping the Void Reincarnation Dragon's intention. Buzz. The moment the button was pressed, the Void Reincarnation Dragon opened its mouth wide, unleashing a thunderous roar. As it let out this mighty bellow, it infused the sound with the power of the void, ensuring that the roar would not lose even the slightest bit of strength when transmitted through the walkie-talkie. More ominously, the Void Reincarnation Dragon enhanced the roar with the power of reincarnation, amplifying its intensity several-fold. It was acutely aware that the individual on the other end of the walkie-talkie was likely an enemy, hence the need for such measures. After finishing the roar, the Void Reincarnation Dragon set down the walkie-talkie and turned its gaze towards Shun Fei and his companion, who were encircled by the dragon horde. It was evident to the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the others that allowing the two humans to remain here was not a prudent choice. The imminent events were not suitable for human eyes. After all, they were matters between dragons. The moment the mayor heard the resounding dragon's roar, a sharp pain surged through his ears, prompting him to cry out involuntarily. In the next instant, he released his grip on the walkie-talkie, forcefully covering his ears in a desperate attempt to block out the deafening bellow. Veins bulged on his forehead as beads of cold sweat trickled down, and his eardrums throbbed ominously. Finally, the mayor found himself seated in the void, enduring the torment with all his might. He was not alone. Others using the walkie-talkie were similarly afflicted, each suffering from intense agony. Buzz. At that moment, the marshland elven dragon let out a long cry, disrupting the fervent discussions among the dragons. Its message was simple. It could entrap Shun Fei and his companion within a tree and then plant them somewhere indiscreet. This would effectively confine them while ensuring they did not become unwelcome observers. Though these trees appeared ordinary, they were anything but. One of the components used by the marshland elven dragon was the branches of ancient elven trees. How could trees associated with it be mere commonplace flora? Upon hearing this, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon, and the others expressed their enthusiastic agreement. Before long, the marshland elven dragon took Shen Fei and his companion away, planting them in a location distant from the dragon horde. Rapidly, it returned to the gathering place. At this moment, a portion of the evil dragons that had originally congregated here had departed, preparing for a rebirth. The remaining dragons were all female, evil dragons. Buzz, the leader, the blazing rock armored dragon, let out a long cry, signaling that the unions could commence. Chapter 434, Each to Battle. Buzz, Buzz. Following the blazing rock armored dragon, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, the Golden Mist Dragon, the Toxic Steel Dragon, and others emitted excited roars. They were panting heavily, streams of scalding air escaping from their flared nostrils. Clearly, these dragons were brimming with excitement. When the topic of unions had arisen earlier, they had maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the notion. Yet now, faced with the reality of union, their primal instincts, inherited through the ages, were laid bare. The nature of dragons is well understood. Nearby, the female evil dragons had divided into two factions. One group was engrossed in nurturing dragon eggs, while the other eagerly awaited the unions. Buzz, Buzz. The dragons called out to the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the others, beckoning them with cries that seemed to say, "Come, come, we await you. Oh handsome one, hurry here." The Void Reincarnation Dragon, the Marshland Elven Dragon, and the others were already in an excitable state. Faced with such an atmosphere, they were utterly defenseless against the mounting thrill. In the next moment, the dragons charged forth in perfect harmony, each darting towards different female evil dragons. The blazing rock armored dragon approached a nearby dragon, quickly reaching an agreement, and they departed the area together, seeking a relatively quiet locale. Upon arriving, the blazing rock armored dragon harnessed all its power to create a fiery barrier, isolating them from the surrounding dragons. As the flames blazed, no other dragon could enter. The nearby valleys and the night sky were illuminated in a fiery crimson by the flames. A union is a union, but it should not be conducted in public. The same goes for other dragons. The Golden Mist Dragon, accompanied by a wicked dragon, chose a relatively decent location and unleashed a vast amount of mist, ensnaring any who dared to enter within its depths. The Venomous Steel Dragon released its domain of toxic steel, while the six-winged Thunderstorm Dragon conjured a powerful electric field. Meanwhile, the smaller dragons selected a few relatively younger wicked dragons and vacated the area where the multitude of dragons congregated. In short, everyone was preoccupied. After sitting in the void for a considerable time, the mayor finally regained a semblance of normalcy. The bulging veins gradually receded. The beads of sweat that had been seeping out ceased, and his eardrums returned to their original state. However, at this moment, his complexion had turned quite pale, an ashen hue devoid of blood, as though he had been drained of most of his vitality in an instant. Gasping for breath after sitting on the ground for a while, the mayor, still trembling with fear, spoke. What a terrifying roar. It nearly deafened me. It is almost certain that this is not the roar of an ordinary wicked dragon, but that of a special dragon. He hesitated suddenly, pondering whether to check on the situation of Shen Fei and his companion. Just a single dragon's roar had almost rendered his ears useless. What might the confrontation with this dragon entail? It seemed he possessed no means of resistance. If his guess was correct, this dragon would not kill Shen Fei and his companion, but merely sought to capture them. Given its overwhelming power, the act of slaying Shen Fei and his friend would be trivial. They would likely have no time to react. Yet, under such circumstances, Shen Fei had still managed to contact him. This fact served as evidence that the dragon's intention was solely to seize the two. At this thought, the mayor furrowed his brow, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Having confirmed this, he contemplated another issue. What could this dragon's purpose in capturing Shen Fei and the others be? It was neither for slaughter nor to feast upon them. Could it be to extract information? As he articulated this thought, the mayor recalled the silhouette he had seen in the void, leading him to entertain this possibility. The moment this notion emerged, it surged with intensity. However, he dared not be entirely certain. He merely regarded it as a strong possibility. Perhaps it was best to refrain from investigating for now. If my assumptions are indeed correct, then should I venture forth, I would undoubtedly be captured as well. It would be more prudent to wait until dawn, gather more people, and then investigate. Moreover, it would provide an opportunity to harvest the fruits from the trees. Ultimately, the mayor relinquished his intention to assess the situation. He dared not proceed. If he were to go, it must be after proper preparations. Time passed, slowly but surely. Chapter 435. The best method to command a young dragon. After a leisurely journey, Lin Bei arrived in the vicinity of his temporary residence within the void, where he naturally encountered the young dragon that remained there. At this moment, the young dragon had regained its composure, no longer resembling the fearful creature it had been before. Nevertheless, it found itself unable to depart. Earlier in the day, the void reincarnation dragon had ensnared this young dragon within the void. Without the means to contend with the void, escape was utterly impossible. Even the area in which it could move was confined to a minuscule space. How might I compel you to obey? The optimal choice would be to utilize you as a shield. This young dragon was merely afraid of the void reincarnation dragon and the time's sovereign nether dragon, yet it harbored no fear of Lin Bei, this seemingly feeble human. In the absence of the void reincarnation dragon and the time's sovereign nether dragon, it would not comply willingly. Throughout his journey here, Lin Bei had resolutely made up his mind. Given the current circumstances, his options were limited. Roar. Observing Lin Bei approach, the young dragon, having restrained its frustration for so long, opened its maw and unleashed a roar filled with rage. Within it lay a torrent of anger. Had it not been for the inability to leave its confined area, it would have lunged at Lin Bei, eager to rend him to pieces and swallow him whole. Lin Bei halted a few meters away from the young dragon, coldly regarding it. Do you wish to kill me? I fear you may find it impossible. At that moment, he made another decision. Since this dragon was unyielding and brimming with hostility, he had no choice but to employ forceful measures to ensure its cooperation. No, not cooperation, rather, subservience born of fear. With a flourish, the wind and thunder wings materialized behind Lin Bei, and he wielded the divine weapon, Thousand Illusions, in his grasp, unleashing a terrifying surge of mental energy enveloping the weapon. Additionally, a great deal of mist emerged, an endless stream of flames surged forth, alongside a myriad of other powers acquired from dragons. I offer you a chance. Strike at me directly. Let us see if you are capable of slaying me. As he spoke, Lin Bei lifted the young dragon's confinement within the void, restoring its ability to move freely. Simultaneously, in the southern district of the enigmatic abyss, the bright dragon, under the guidance of Si Lingxian, entered a crucial phase, concentrating all its power in an effort to hatch the egg. Buzz, buzz. A series of dragon roars, laden with both anguish and joy, resonated throughout the island, reaching the ears of all who resided there, whether dragon folk, mare folk, or even Ren Ting and the captured prisoners. In an instant, they all turned towards the source of the dragon's lament. Ren Ting's expression was one of tension as she paced anxiously, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Come on, I believe in you. You can do it. Survive this trial, and you will become a mother. Moreover, with this connection to brother Lin Bei, you will have an even brighter future ahead. A new transformation may very well take place. It was indeed inappropriate for too many onlookers to gather during the bright dragon's hatching, or she would have accompanied it. After several days of interaction, Ren Ting had developed a commendable bond with the bright dragon, which is why her concern ran so deep. Meanwhile, Kuanpeng, the skyfeather dragon, and the mermaid empress, these three colossal beings, also caught wind of the extraordinary dragon's lament. They seldom convened, yet now stood together, gazing towards the southern district, softly expressing their sentiments. Upon reflection, it has been many years since we witnessed such an event. It truly evokes a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, even in the past, such occurrences were rare. Even I, the esteemed skyfeather dragon, have yet to bear offspring. I am genuinely curious as to what kind of dragon will emerge. One is an ordinary light dragon, a special breed synthesized by its master, and its offspring shall undoubtedly be extraordinary, deserving of our careful nurturing. Clearly, these three formidable beings are also quite eager about this. They are contemplating how best to educate this little one. Should they take it as a disciple? That seems quite promising. In Beiming City, the members of the Yu family departed from the residence of the Sea Emperor Ao Ding. Passing through those two doors and gathering by the shore, their gazes fixed on the island in the distance, shrouded in moonlight. Due to the resounding roar of the light dragon, they too heard its cry. Immediately, someone surmised the situation. Undoubtedly, a dragon is laying eggs. This is an excellent opportunity. Not only can we thoroughly investigate the matter concerning young Master Xingyao, but we can also seize the chance to snatch this dragon egg. It can be said to be a double blessing. Every dragon, upon laying eggs, enters a state of vulnerability. Each hatchling possesses immense potential for cultivation. Dragons, everyone desires to possess them. In truth, they are particularly valuable for training and relatively easy to tame. Chapter 436. A new dragon is born. A freshly hatched dragonling. How enticing. If we can capture a dragonling this time and nurture it diligently, our Yu family's power will grow significantly. Thus, the dragon owned by the esteemed young master will no longer be confined to the realm of the moon dragon. It is settled then. Our primary objective is to investigate the cause of young Master Xingyao's demise, while our secondary objective is to acquire this dragon, achieving both goals at any cost. Soon, the members of the Yu family reached a consensus. Following this, they devised a plan on how to accomplish these two objectives. Once a comprehensive plan is established, action will follow. The Yu family is no ordinary clan. To traverse the sea, they need not rely on the Sea Emperor Ao Ding. They possess their own methods. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, utilizing various powers, tightly gripped the divine weapon Qianhuan, advancing toward the approaching subdragon. Zzz, zzz, whoosh, whoosh. With each step he took, the thunder, flames, and other forces intensified. His mental energy surged similarly. Those unique forms of spiritual power ravenously devoured the surrounding void. Should anyone step into this void enveloped by the peculiar spiritual energy, they would instantly succumb to an irreparable madness. As Lin Bei approached, the subdragon was left only with fear. It instinctively retreated step by step, following the deep-seated instincts of its soul. The reason for this was that the subdragon sensed the myriad true draconic auras emanating from Lin Bei. Thunder is the power of dragons, it feared. Fire is the power of dragons, it also feared. Mist is likewise the power of dragons, it too was afraid. Other forces, all deriving from dragons, how could it not be terrified? This was the fear inherited from its soul and bloodline. How could it not tremble? What the subdragon feared most was, in fact, the invisible, intangible mental force. When faced with other powers, it merely felt afraid and dared not resist. Yet confronted with this mental force, the subdragon even contemplated ending its own life as a form of penance. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice broke the silence. Why don't you come over? Just moments ago, didn't you wish to kill me? Although he had no intention of slaying the subdragon, a lesson was imperative. Only by thoroughly subduing it would future endeavors proceed smoothly. Upon hearing this, the subdragon dared not utter a word, its sole action being to retreat. Thus, he advanced while it withdrew. He moved forward, and it retreated until there was nowhere left to go. Meanwhile, the mayor, having made a decision, deliberately chose a more circuitous route, heading towards the coordinates previously given by Xin Fei. After a brief while, a fog emerged from beyond the void, enveloping vast expanses of the valley. Although it was merely a mist, a terrifying aura emanated from it. Faintly, one could even hear the occasional bizarre dragon roar. Intuition warned the mayor that it would be wise to avoid entering this place. Otherwise, he might encounter some strange occurrences. The mist appeared ominous, so it would be better to take a detour. I have no desire to wager my life. In the next moment, he swiftly altered his course, hastily distancing himself from the area. However, after only a few steps, a realm of thunder and tempest manifested before him. All around, lightning crackled densely, making it exceedingly difficult to find a gap. Likewise, the mayor discerned the faint sounds of dragon roars emerging from this domain of lightning. He stood frozen, staring blankly at the tempestuous field, momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth is happening? After so many odd occurrences, now there is yet another situation? There is thick fog over there and an abundance of lightning here? Am I to encounter a great inferno if I press on? Is this truly the place I have inhabited for decades? After a few moments of silent contemplation, the mayor selected a new direction and continued on his journey toward the destination. Buzz, buzz. The light dragon of the spirit of light continuously raised its head, emitting a dragon's roar. At this moment, the emotions contained within that roar became far more complex than before. It felt immense discomfort yet persisted, harboring not a shred of the desire to give up. Thump, thump. The holy white dragon of the radiant sky paced anxiously beside it, much like an ant on a hot stove, finding relief only through constant movement to ease its inner turmoil. As it walked, it kept its gaze fixed on the light dragon. This clearly indicated the holy white dragon's intense anticipation and joy regarding its soon-to-be-born offspring. Time passed, second by second, and after an indeterminate duration, the complex dragon's roar finally ceased. Chapter 437. It's born, truly born. At this moment, the focus of both the holy white dragon and the spirit of light peaked. Their gazes were riveted upon the light dragon, which had collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. At the base of the light dragon's tail lay two pure white dragon eggs, stained with blood. Evidently, the light dragon had succeeded. It had successfully laid dragon eggs. Moreover, it had produced two at once. Neither the light dragon itself nor the holy white dragon and the spirit of light anticipated such an outcome. The first to be taken aback was the spirit of light, instinctively raising her hand to gently cover her mouth. Oh my, there are actually two dragon eggs. Two. These are two dragons. The spirit of light found herself at a loss for words. To know that within these dragon eggs lies not an ordinary luminous dragon, but rather the progeny of both the luminous dragon and the sacred celestial white dragon. No one knows what kind of dragon it will be. The sacred celestial white dragon gazed blankly at the two eggs resting on the ground, momentarily taken aback. It had never anticipated receiving two offspring at once. Buzz, buzz. Once it comprehended this momentous event, the sacred celestial white dragon immediately raised its head and let out a jubilant roar, the sound echoing throughout the entire island. Almost instantaneously, Kuanpung, the skyfeather dragon, and the mermaid empress understood the meaning behind this dragon's joyous cry. Oh, there are indeed two dragon eggs, and I, the skyfeather dragon, was completely unaware. If one of them is a female dragon, I shall personally raise her. I can surely cultivate her into a new empress. So do not compete with me for her. Kuanpung, I am a dragon. The other egg is mine. You should simply patrol the vicinity. No matter how you think about it, I am far more suited for this than you. Upon hearing the words of the skyfeather dragon and the mermaid empress, Kuanping helplessly shook its immense head and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Surely, our master will be elated upon learning of this news. I long to share this with our master. Regrettably, I cannot find him now. With such statements made, it found itself at a loss for how to counter. Opting instead to go with the flow. There's no need to teach the little dragons, which saves some trouble. Rinting, Luing, and the others naturally also heard this dragon's roar. Although they could not decipher the nuances of the sound, they grasped its general significance. They have indeed been born. I am so eager to see their children. Hee, even I feel a sense of joy. The birth of the luminous dragon became the most significant event on the entire island. The failed dragon hybrids and merfolk were also closely watching this development. Meanwhile, Lin Bei continued to advance step by step, while the subdragon persistently retreated. Unbeknownst to them, they had already retreated to the center of the village, far removed from their temporary abode. At that moment, Lin Bei grew weary of this situation. Do not retreat any further. What good would that do? Come on, attack me. Let us determine a victor. Fear not, I shall not take your life. He understood the reasons behind the subdragon's actions. Thus he uttered these words to serve as a precautionary measure. Otherwise, this would not end well. However, it proved futile. The subdragon continued its retreat. Observing this, Lin Bei shook his head in resignation, preparing to abandon all restraint. Perhaps it would be best to subdue it directly. Moments later, the dragon's roar subsided, and the sacred celestial white dragon bowed its head, then took a step forward, breaking into a swift run. Thud, thud. After a brief sprint, it reached the luminous dragon's side, extending its massive claws to embrace the luminous dragon, eyes brimming with affection. Buzz. The sacred celestial white dragon softly inquired about the luminous dragon's condition, its tone filled with tenderness. Even though the dragon eggs had hatched, its foremost concern remained the safety of the luminous dragon. The luminous dragon, cradled in the embrace of the sacred celestial white dragon, responded with a feeble roar, signaling that it was unharmed and merely needed rest. Witnessing this scene, Si Lingxian nodded in satisfaction. Very well. One has not forgotten to care for their spouse despite the arrival of children. That is the mark of a commendable husband. In her heart, she felt a peculiar sensation akin to seeing her daughter and son-in-law welcoming a grandchild. Si Lingxian found this feeling somewhat disconcerting. It was truly indescribable. Despite being a girl, she felt an inexplicable sense of becoming a grandmother. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but think of Lin Bei, particularly curious about what thoughts would cross his mind upon seeing these two dragon eggs. After spending some tender moments with the luminous dragon, the sacred celestial white dragon cautiously set it down. Then, it turned its gaze towards its two children, still nestled within their eggs, awaiting hatching. Chapter 438. They must be very happy. Even though the eggs bore traces of blood, one could still discern their original appearance through the stains. White. Truly pristine white. As if a radiant light had converged, not a single flaw could be found. Merely gazing upon these two dragon eggs, one could sense an aura of purity so divine it resembled that of the celestial beings. There was no doubt that the dragons gestating within were extraordinary. The sacred celestial white dragon cautiously extended its claws, gently wiping away the bloodstains from the shells, revealing the true form of the two eggs. Afterwards, it stared intently at the dragon eggs, its massive claws repeatedly reaching out only to retract. Clearly desiring to touch the eggs, but apprehensive that its strength might inadvertently damage them. Not far away, the weakened luminous dragon observed the sacred celestial white dragon's cautious demeanor and couldn't help but feel amused. This was the first time it had witnessed the sacred celestial white dragon act in such a manner. Buzz, buzz. A series of soft roars emanated from the luminous dragon's mouth. It was conveying to the sacred celestial white dragon that it could touch the eggs. They were not so fragile as to be easily harmed. Upon understanding this, the sacred celestial white dragon resolved to gently caress the two pristine dragon eggs, a tender expression blooming on its immense face. It was genuinely elated. The interaction between the sacred celestial white dragon and the luminous dragon, along with all their actions, was keenly observed by Si Lingxian from the side. These two truly resembled a loving couple. They must be very happy. Contemplating this, she couldn't suppress a smile. After a brief moment, Si Lingxian stifled her laughter, humming a little tune as she approached the dragon eggs. Meanwhile, outside the island, members of the Yu family were swiftly traversing the sea on the back of a colossal sea turtle. The hard shell of this turtle shimmered with a faint silver light, merging seamlessly with the moonlight cascading from the sky. Clearly, this was a turtle associated with the moon. The illuminating moonlight from its shell cast a glow over the surrounding dark seas, dispelling some of the night's terror. Although the darkness was somewhat alleviated, the atmosphere remained tense and grave. The members of the Yu family were acutely aware that the task at hand was perilous, and a single misstep could lead to danger. The group sat solemnly on the turtle's back, engaging in light conversation to ease the oppressive atmosphere. Thank goodness we have a full moon turtle here, otherwise, crossing the sea would be a daunting challenge. Indeed, this region of the sea is anything but ordinary. Upon careful reflection, it seems that only our Yu family can undertake such an endeavor. No other families have the means to acquire a full moon turtle. As long as the moon graces the heavens, the power of the full moon turtle can reach extraordinary heights. Everyone, strive with all your might to achieve both objectives. Even if we fail to acquire the dragon egg, we must ascertain the cause of young Master Xingyao's demise. It cannot remain shrouded in mystery. Splash, splash. The full moon turtle relentlessly thrashes the surface of the sea, propelling itself forward with remarkable speed. In a short while, it shall transport the members of the Yu family to the island where the Enigma prison resides. At that time, chaos will ensue within the prison. Whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, the thunderwing behind Lin Bei suddenly unfurls with vigor. The immense force of wind and thunder erupts, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Lin Bei and the young dragon has halved. With just a moment more, he would be at the side of the young dragon. Gulp. Witnessing this, the young dragon, trembling in fear, softly calls out, its four dragon legs quaking violently, and tears as large as oranges welling in its enormous eyes. It dares not resist, nor can it retreat too swiftly. An instinctual sense of despair overwhelms it, resulting in tears. 1 second later, Lin Bei positions himself directly above the young dragon, his thunderwing unfurling to halt his descent. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have acted so recklessly. As his words fell, he summoned the power he had gathered and channeled it into the weapon, the divine weapon Qianhuan. Once the power coalesced, Lin Bei transformed the divine weapon Qianhuan into the form of the sky-slaying demon spear. With a mighty heave, he hurled the divine weapon Qianhuan downward. Boom! The weapon, infused with a multitude of powers, plunged violently into the depths, resembling a frenzied burst of colorful lightning. Beholding this terrifying assault and sensing the unique aura that only a true dragon possesses, the young dragon could not withstand the overwhelming pressure. Its eyes rolled back as it fainted. It is worth noting that it is indeed a paragon among young dragons. Chapter 439, The Approaching Natives. The young dragon may have succumbed to unconsciousness, but the hurled divine weapon Qianhuan could not be halted, striking directly into the void below. Boom! In an instant, a dreadful force erupted, voraciously devouring the surrounding void, pulling everything into a cataclysm of converging energies. The fainted young dragon, unable to evade, was inevitably caught in the turmoil. Buzz! It was jolted awake by pain, letting out a pained cry, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Buzz! Once again, it was roused by agony, continuing to emit cries of distress until it fainted again. The cycle of awakening and fainting repeated incessantly. With each brief return to consciousness, the young dragon's fear grew heavier, thickening to an unbearable degree. In the past, it had seen dragons but would always keep its distance, never having approached one closely. Thus, it had only harbored a general fear of dragons, far from the terror it now felt. The dread within the young dragon had severely compromised its rationality and bodily functions. It is no exaggeration to say that in Lin Bei's presence, this young dragon would not dare to exhibit even the slightest defiance. Even in its current state of unconsciousness, the visage of Lin Bei's terrifying smile persisted in its muddled mind. Consequently, the fainted young dragon could not help but tremble. The child was truly frightened. Crack! Crack! The power within the Qianhuan was exceedingly complex and formidable, shattering vast expanses of the void, causing widespread collapse. The void was remarkably fracturing. Whoosh! The shattered void turned pitch black, beginning to consume everything in its vicinity. Flames, lightning, mist, and fierce winds, all potent forces, were swallowed into the abyss. However, only these forces were devoured. Entities like the divine weapon Qianhuan and the young dragon were not significantly affected. This outcome arose because Lin Bei was deliberately controlling the void. The task at hand was complete, and there was no need for these powers to persist. Yet, the Qianhuan and the young dragon must continue to exist. Moments later, as all powers were consumed by the void, it barely returned to normalcy, leaving behind a spear embedded in the ground of the void and a young dragon, covered in various wounds, lost in unconsciousness. It was over. As he uttered these words, Lin Bei activated his Thunderwing, gently descending to the ground, where he promptly extracted the divine weapon Qianhuan and returned it to the system space. Then, he turned his gaze toward the unconscious yet haughty young dragon. After such an incident, it should no longer dare to act so arrogantly. Thus, my subsequent plans can proceed smoothly. While speaking, Lin Bei seized one of the young dragon's legs, dragging it through the void with measured strides. The direction of his travel was unmistakably toward his temporary refuge. As he advanced swiftly, he retrieved the life essence he had obtained from the holy white dragon of radiance. Before departing from the Enigma prison, Lin Bei had made several preparations, one of which involved extracting the essence from the holy white dragon. It would not be long before someone came seeking him. Should he appear too disheveled, it would inevitably raise unnecessary suspicions. Better to err on the side of caution. Meanwhile, in the distant void, the mayor and others, positioned in various locations, sensed the tremendous disturbance in the void. Instinctively, they halted their advance, all gazing in the same direction, each harboring their own speculations. What a tremendous commotion. It seems something has exploded. Something has detonated in the void. Could it be a battle? Something dreadful must have transpired there. Our target should be located in that vicinity. We must hurry to investigate. The situation appears dire. Go. After a brief moment of pause, they resumed their movement, hastily heading toward the source of the disturbance. Familiar with the evil Dragon Valley and its surroundings, the mayor and his companions quickly deduced their destination. They had pinpointed Lin Bei's location. The mayor immediately retrieved his walkie-talkie, issuing commands for immediate action. He then set off himself. However, the mayor's progress was fraught with difficulties. After only a short distance, he encountered a colossal black iron cage in the void, emanating a lethal aura, with the surrounding ground transformed into a foreboding shade of dark purple, instilling an innate sense of unease. From within, vague dragon calls could also be heard. The mayor shook his head in resignation, expressing complex sentiments. Another detour. This was not his first time taking a circuitous route. Soon, Lin Bei, dragging the injured but still unconscious young dragon, arrived in the void where his temporary refuge was located. Chapter 440. Everything is ready. Lin Bei did not immediately depart from the void. Instead, he first observed his surroundings, particularly paying close attention to Yuzaheo. Unlike the villagers, Yuzaheo was a vacationer from the town, warranting special precautions. What if he posed a threat? After approximately a minute of careful observation, Lin Bei finally felt reassured. Everyone was sound asleep, allowing him to open the void. Both Yuzaheo and the nearby villagers were in a deep slumber, their loud snores echoing, rendering any fear of discovery utterly unfounded. Furthermore, there were no hidden dangers lurking nearby. It was an exceptionally tranquil and serene night. With a crackling sound signaling the shattering of the void, Lin Bei grasped one of Along's dragon legs and stepped through. He proceeded at a measured pace, deliberately minimizing any noise, wary of unforeseen circumstances. Upon reaching the small courtyard, Lin Bei released Along's leg, discarding it onto the cold ground. He then adjusted Along's position to depict a sleeping posture. Coupled with Along's tranquil breathing after losing consciousness, the scene would likely convey the impression of deep slumber, arousing little suspicion from others. This should suffice to deceive them. Having completed this task, Lin Bei opened the door and gently stepped inside the room. Lying down on the bed with his eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Simultaneously, he awaited the conclusion of this affair. It was best to avoid any significant conflict with them for the time being. After all, this place was extraordinary. Lin Bei's actions were not rooted in fear of those individuals, but rather a desire to prevent his plans from being interrupted. It was the first day in the Valley of the Evil Dragons, and he had yet to investigate the affairs of the town. If his identity were to be exposed, becoming mortal enemies with the town's administrators would make any inquiry into the town exceedingly difficult, if not perilous. Even if he were to confront the town with an army of dragons, he would likely find himself utterly confused. What if the town's administrators resorted to a mutual destruction strategy? In such a peculiar realm as the Valley of the Evil Dragons, the likelihood of such an event occurring was not insignificant. Lin Bei certainly did not wish for his efforts to result in a fruitless endeavor. Merely acquiring a group of dragons? That would hardly suffice. Every action Lin Bei undertook was imbued with his own considerations. At this moment, he was at his weakest. And engaging in conflict with too many adversaries could yield undesirable consequences. After all the dragons were preoccupied. He was uncertain how long this union would last. And he hoped it would not tire them too much. Although he was unaware of the specifics surrounding the unions in the Valley of the Evil Dragons. His intuition suggested that it required a considerable amount of time. The number of evil dragons was rather substantial. Meanwhile, aside from Shun Fei and the town mayor, others were rapidly traversing the void, closing in on the village, and in no more than 10 minutes, they would arrive in the village's vicinity to begin their investigation. The mayor's luck had been rather unfortunate. He had encountered numerous obstacles along the way, leading him to ponder the meaning of life. Gazing ahead at the area exuding a peculiar aura and resonating with unique dragon roars, devoid of elements like fire, the mayor dared not take another step forward. Although he beheld darkness, his mind and soul were inundated with a myriad of complex thoughts, hunger, anger, jealousy, laziness, and a cacophony of conflicting emotions surged forth. Amidst this turmoil, opposing sentiments emerged: calmness, diligence, and other positive thoughts. Even though separated by the void, he felt their impact. It was chaotic, truly chaotic to the utmost degree. His head felt as if it might explode. No, he could not proceed any further. Danger loomed ahead. If he continued, he was certain to lose his sanity. As he spoke, the mayor instinctively retreated, yearning to distance himself from this area. After retreating several dozen meters, he finally halted when that unsettling feeling dissipated. Exhaling deeply, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How frightening. What on earth had transpired? Why did everything feel so abnormal? He sensed that this journey had indeed led him to uncover significant truths, far beyond a mere triviality. After adjusting himself for a considerable time, the mayor chose a different route to proceed. He tread cautiously, circumventing a considerable distance before finally escaping the Union area. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic abyss, the radiant sacred white dragon and the spirit immortal were diligently caring for the dragon eggs, contemplating how to facilitate their hatching. The three formidable beings, the Kuanpung, the sky feather dragon, and the mermaid empress, were also hastening towards the dragon eggs. Chapter 441. They have arrived. They truly have arrived. Buzz. Buzz. The radiant sacred white dragon emitted a series of gentle dragon roars, cautiously attempting to communicate with the life within the two dragon eggs. However, it was destined to receive no response. Nevertheless, it remained unfazed, continuing its attempts at communication, reminiscent of a perpetually juvenile spirit. Observing the radiant sacred white dragoness behavior, the spirit immortal shook her head with a hint of exasperation. She had never anticipated that the typically mature and powerful radiant sacred white dragon would exhibit such childlike tendencies. This childishness was not a pejorative. While it was understandable for males to behave in such a manner, it was indeed surprising to see a male dragon do so, which fell squarely within her realm of ignorance. It appeared that as long as the gender was the same, there would be some commonalities. The spirit immortal was equally enamored with the two dragon eggs, her hands never straying far from them as she pressed against the eggs, attuning herself to their power. She was also making attempts to communicate with the dragons within. Little ones, can you hear me? Hurry and hatch. I long to meet you. As she spoke, the spirit immortal felt a profound astonishment within her heart. The moment she touched the two dragon eggs, she sensed a unique power emanating from them, a warmth and comfort that beckoned her to close her eyes and rest, allowing her to forget the clamor of the world and return to a pristine state of tranquility, free from the burdens of trivial matters. This was also one of the reasons she was reluctant to withdraw her hand. After exhaling deeply, the spirit immortal could not help but marvel. To possess such wondrous power even while still in the egg, what will they be like upon hatching? Surely, they will only become more extraordinary. If others were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil. Such dragons were coveted by all. She understood why this phenomenon occurred and couldn't help but glance at the radiant sacred white dragon. Clearly, the reason the dragon eggs exhibited such traits was significantly tied to the radiant sacred white dragon. What manner of dragon is this? How does it possess such extraordinary powers? From where did Lin Bei manage to tame it? Even our radiant sanctuary cannot reach such heights. Lingxian was eager to engage Lin Bei in a meaningful discussion regarding this topic. Yet, she was acutely aware of the difficulty in extracting any useful information. After a brief pause, Lingxian compelled herself to withdraw her hands from the two dragon eggs, turning her gaze towards the radiant dragon beside her, which was intently observing the eggs while resting. In the next moment, she took a step forward. Approaching her dragon, Lingxian gently caressed the radiant dragon. Her tone soft as she spoke, Congratulations. You have become a magnificent mother. Her voice was tinged with complexity as she struggled to acclimate to this situation. After all, the mother in question was the radiant dragon, whom Si Lingxian had spent countless days with. Buzz. In response to her words, the radiant dragon directed its gaze towards Si Lingxian and emitted a gentle hum. Upon completing the hum, it once again focused on the 2 dragon eggs, its eyes brimming with maternal affection. Si Lingxian, however, found herself momentarily stunned, a flush of embarrassment creeping across her face. The implication of the radiant dragon's previous gesture was clear. It was urging her to experience motherhood and the feelings that accompany having children. This left Si Lingxian utterly flabbergasted. How could she possibly become a mother? In the void, as time continued its relentless march, individuals finally arrived at the entrance to the Dragon Valley. Upon reaching this point, they beheld a flickering light in the distance, a small beacon glowing brilliantly against the night, compelling them to draw near. After such a challenging journey, they pondered if they were merely trapped in a dream, for the Dragon Valley had transformed into something entirely different from what they had previously known. The frenzied behavior of the dragons by day and the transformations of the Dragon Valley by night felt utterly surreal. The 2 companions breathed a sigh of relief. Along their path, they had encountered some peculiar situations resulting from the dragons' unions. Sensing the dangers therein, they wisely chose to detour, successfully avoiding perilous encounters. After standing at the entrance for a moment to ease their anxious minds, they proceeded towards the village. Barely 2 minutes after their departure, others arrived at the entrance, similarly resting before hastening towards the Soul Village ahead. Ultimately, only the village chief and Shunfei's team remained trapped within the Dragon Valley. As the first wave of individuals entered the village's ethereal space, Lin Bei, whose eyes were tightly shut, sensed this development. His spiritual energy extended throughout the village, ensuring he would not overlook such significant movements. Immediately, Lin Bei opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the Dragon Valley. Indeed, someone was coming for him, and there were quite a number of them. My strategy was indeed sound. A multitude of individuals approached, indicating they were searching for him in waves. Lin Bei contemplated his next steps, opting to observe for the time being. However, he was certain that once these individuals laid eyes on the subdragon in the courtyard, there would be a considerable chance they would venture into his domain. Upon his return, he had deliberately surveyed the village and noted that not a single subdragon was resting outside. Even though everyone had tamed their subdragons, such a scenario had not occurred. If a subdragon were to be spotted lounging outside, it would be nearly impossible to avoid drawing attention. At that point, all he needed to do was keep an eye on the void to glean some valuable intelligence. After all, these individuals were oblivious to his watchful presence. They had no inkling that someone was secretly observing them from the shadows. One could only hope for some useful insights. Meanwhile, upon the surface of the northern sea, the Moon family, seated atop the shell of the full moon turtle, found themselves drawing ever closer to the island of the Puzzle Abyss. With merely a few minutes of oceanic travel remaining, upon their arrival, they had already attracted the attention of the ocean's sovereign, the Kunping. Yet at that moment, the Kunping was entirely disinterested in these intruders, as it sped towards the location where the radiant dragon was about to give birth. Accompanied by the sky feather dragon and the mermaid empress, with a casual glance at the distant ocean, it mused, a mere swarm of mice, hardly worth my consideration. However, having you here may prove beneficial, allowing young Ren Ting and her companions some valuable training. You shall serve as their sparring partners. To the Kunping, resolving such matters was a trivial task, merely a matter of flapping its wings. Yet it had no intention of addressing every inconvenience. In the Kunping's heart, its master held paramount importance, and individuals like Mi Yu and Ren Ting were evidently allies of that master, since they were the master's companions. The greatest taboo was their lack of strength. Such actions were ultimately for their own good. And indeed, as Lin Bei had anticipated, the first group to arrive was now captivated by the subdragon. The 2 individuals observed the slumbering creature in the courtyard, their eyebrows raised in surprise. Oh, what a rarity! Who would allow a subdragon to sleep outside? Do they not realize that a tamed subdragon no longer requires rest in the open? The longer a subdragon rested outside, the greater the chasm that would form between it and its tamer, potentially leading to dire consequences. It was quite unexpected, and given that they resided in a guest room, it seemed plausible they were visitors from the town. There was a significant chance of that, as some individuals enjoyed vacationing in the village. Never mind. Why dwell on this? It has no bearing on our mission. Though they accepted the situation with relative ease, their focus remained on the subdragon, curiously scrutinizing the creature. It was uncommon for a subdragon to be allowed to sleep outside, hence their fascination. This particular subdragon appeared formidable, not an ordinary specimen, and its tamer was evidently extraordinary. They could confidently surmise that it was someone from their town, as others from different villages were incapable of such feats. Alas, the creature was asleep, otherwise they would have relished the opportunity to engage in conversation with it. Such behavior was tantamount to courting disaster. Due to this brief delay, others soon caught up to the two, rapidly arriving at the courtyard where Lin Bei resided. Naturally, these newcomers also laid eyes on the slumbering subdragon, sharing the same sense of surprise and commencing their discussions. Though such occurrences were rare, they were not of monumental significance and could not hold their attention for long. They swiftly redirected their focus towards others. In the next moment, familiar faces reunited, and voices echoed. "Long time no see, everyone. Were you frightened?" "I was utterly terrified. The Dragon Valley is completely transformed. Tonight's experiences felt like a dream. I feel like slapping myself awake. What an absurd experience this has been. Who would believe it if I recounted it?" All right, enough of this trivial chatter. Let us turn our attention to more pressing matters. Have there been any significant discoveries? Or rather, have we located that individual? In an instant, everyone regained their composure, fully aware of the purpose that had brought them here. After enduring such a series of ludicrous events, they became acutely aware of the paramount importance of finding that elusive figure. It could even be said that this quest was the most critical task at hand, essential enough to overshadow all other concerns. The two who had arrived first immediately spoke up. "Before we could even begin our investigation, you all rushed over as we encountered the subdragon. However, we can be fairly certain that the person we seek resides within this village. He must have departed from the void. We must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. Once the villagers awaken, the situation will become quite complicated." Lin Bei absorbed every word. Chapter 443, A Realm of Its Own, a Unique System. As indicated in the conversation, the initial arrivals had yet to undertake any actions. All of this was thanks to the subdragon. Let us proceed without delay. I would rather not incur the mayor's displeasure. Otherwise, not only shall I face reprimand, but I would also gain nothing from this endeavor, rendering all our efforts fruitless. The mayor's ability to open a void is no simple feat. It undoubtedly incurs a significant cost, requiring at least thousands of subdragon scales. We must uncover something of value to receive a reward from the mayor, who recently acquired some new merchandise, including a peculiar beverage that I wish to bring back for my cousin to sample. Indeed, for the sake of everyone's welfare and our own, we must hasten to locate that individual. Action! Action! We must take action. Amidst this chorus of discussions, Lin Bei listened intently, eavesdropping while maintaining an outward appearance of slumber. Although the dialogue consisted of mundane exchanges, offering scant useful information, it contained many significant insights for someone like Lin Bei, who was entirely in the dark. The mayor? This title was not unfamiliar to him. It seems he is indeed extraordinary. To glean further information, I must engage with him. Upon this realization, Lin Bei paused momentarily to ponder the other information concealed within their words. Soon, he resumed his internal monologue. Based on the intelligence at hand, the mayor is indeed remarkable. He possesses all manner of delightful beverages and chocolates, and it is through him that the void can be accessed. One could even assert that he is the supreme ruler of the Dragon Valley, the undeniable sovereign among humans. At this moment, he resolved to seek out the mayor, the custodian of all resources. However, that pursuit must wait until dawn. Once the sun rises, villagers will surely enter the town, at which point he can blend in with the crowd. Moreover, Lin Bei was uncertain whether the mayor might take any actions tomorrow. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of the mayor acting is quite high. After a brief analysis, Lin Bei ceased his contemplation and continued to eavesdrop. Additionally, the currency in use here is unmistakably composed of subdragon scales. How intriguing! This revelation surprised him greatly. In this unique locale, there exists an equally unique monetary system. The means of acquiring this currency entails a certain level of difficulty and risk. Who conceived such a system? Who controls it? The mayor? But what purpose does he have for these subdragon scales? Using delightful beverages and instant noodles in exchange for scales surely holds some special significance. Lin Bei couldn't help but ponder. If the subdragon scales were without value, what then is the purpose of collecting them? To maintain stability in the Dragon Valley? That seems unnecessary. The inhabitants here possess a worldview confined to this realm, utterly unaware of the vastness beyond, their aspirations limited to a stable existence, devoid of any ambition. Even if subdragon scales were not utilized as currency, it would not create even the slightest impact. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei found a tentative direction. The mayor they spoke of may indeed possess answers. Through this period of information gathering, he recognized the mayor's pivotal role. Before long, the discussions concluded, and the individuals who had entered the void dispersed to commence their actions. Utilizing the void's convenience, they entered various houses, meticulously scrutinizing their surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked. The room Lin Bei had rented became a focal point for scrutiny. The two who arrived first entered Lin Bei's chamber, immediately directing their gaze toward him, observing him closely. He appeared somewhat unfamiliar, likely a reclusive youth. That seemed probable. Had he been more sociable, he would not have left the subdragon exposed. Nonetheless, it would be wise to remember his appearance. Something felt amiss. All right, noted. After less than half a minute, having confirmed no one was lurking, the two departed without harboring any suspicions about Lin Bei. They then proceeded to inspect the residence of Yu Zihua, beginning their observations. After several individuals roamed about for quite some time, the mayor, having taken a rather circuitous route, successfully arrived at this location. Upon his arrival, he immediately spotted the subdragon sleeping in the courtyard. Whose fool is this? How could they leave a subdragon outside to sleep? Do they not realize that someone might be watching and could stealthily hunt it down? Chapter 444. What does the so-called target entail? Almost instantly, Lin Bei discerned the identity of the newcomer and summoned a vast amount of mental energy, fervently concentrating it around the mayor. Not only was he the last to arrive, but he also bore a pack brimming with various items, exuding a presence far stronger than that of the others. It was almost certain he was indeed the mayor. While most of Lin Bei's attention was fixated on the mayor's appearance, a portion remained vigilant to the movements of the others. Within those fleeting seconds, the mayor approached the subdragon, curiously examining it, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. The quantity of dragon scales was impressive, and the quality of the dragon meat appeared commendable as well. Dragon bones, hides, and blood could be considered premium commodities among subdragons. Overall, the value was significantly higher than that of an ordinary subdragon, and if sold, it could fetch a handsome sum. Securing such wealth would bring him closer to achieving his ambitions. Alas, at present, he could do nothing. Were it not for his existence in the void, he would undoubtedly have dealt a fatal blow to the draconic creature, seizing all its valuable possessions. The words spoken by the mayor, along with the intentions they conveyed, naturally reached Lin Bei's ears. He suppressed the impulse to confront the mayor, instinctively muttering to himself, "Do you wish to capture this drake and exchange it for some benefits?" But therein lies the question. Where would one procure such benefits? And from whom? What is the ultimate objective? Has the mayor's endeavors over the years all been in pursuit of this goal? It is evident that this objective is anything but ordinary. After all, the mayor has been tirelessly striving for it, and it is quite possible that this ambition transcends his own, being a legacy from his father or even his grandfather. The specifics remain uncertain, yet Lin Bei's intuition suggested that unraveling this matter would unveil the town's secrets, thereby illuminating the reasons behind the presence of curious items like happy water in this isolated region. The process of alliance formation would take time, and Lin Bei was unwilling to waste it idly. Instead of languishing in boredom for several days, he preferred to uncover the truths hidden beneath the surface. Moreover, his curiosity regarding the secrets that lay behind was anything but ordinary. After casting a lingering gaze at the drake, the mayor withdrew his avaricious eyes and turned his attention elsewhere. That individual was likely hiding nearby. He must possess a wealth of knowledge. It was imperative to capture him swiftly and ascertain the situation. As he completed his musings, he departed from the scene, joining the search party. While scouring for their target, the mayor communicated through his walkie-talkie. "Listen closely, everyone. Pay utmost attention. You have all witnessed the events of today and surely comprehend the gravity of the situation. Whether it be the agitated horde of evil dragons, the sudden proliferation of trees blanketing the mountains, or the peculiar zones emerging, all signify that the circumstances have deteriorated to a dire state. Should this continue unchecked, our Dragon Valley may face an unprecedented devastating blow. If things go awry, our homeland could be obliterated. Surely, none of you wish to witness such a cataclysm." His tone was grave, his demeanor earnest, genuinely considering the welfare of Dragon Valley and himself. Soon, others responded affirmatively. "Understood. Rest assured, Mayor, we will exert every effort in the search." We all recognize the significance of this matter. No one underestimated the situation. They were diligently scouring every nook and cranny, even scrutinizing tightly closed wooden cabinets. Yet, their efforts yielded no results. Not a single shadow, let alone an anomaly. The three formidable beings, Kunpeng, the Mermaid Empress, and the Sky Feather Dragon, moved with remarkable speed, arriving almost simultaneously at the two freshly laid dragon eggs. In the next instant, three pairs of enormous, fearsome eyes fixed upon the purest of dragon eggs, meticulously observing this extraordinary phenomenon. Upon their first glimpse of the eggs, a flicker of astonishment flashed through the gazes of the three supreme beings. Subsequently, they instinctively exchanged glances, rapidly communicating through a series of silent gestures. The Sky Feather Dragon was the first to exclaim, "Goodness, these dragon eggs are extraordinary. The sacred aura they emit seems to surpass that of the composite dragon of their master. I can hardly fathom what kind of dragon will emerge from these eggs. Is this a legendary fusion of strengths? Yet, that radiant dragon is merely an ordinary specimen, far from formidable. Chapter 445, An Unimaginable Future Indeed. The radiant dragon of the spirit fairy was an exceedingly ordinary entity, devoid of any exceptional bloodlines or remarkable attributes. It could truly be described as mundane, unremarkable when compared to other typical radiant dragons. Yet, paradoxically, this very ordinary radiant dragon, upon merging with Lin Bei's holy celestial white dragon, produced 2 eggs imbued with an extraordinary level of sanctified power, even while still within the eggs. The sacred energy they radiated was not inferior to that of the holy celestial white dragon. No, not only was it not inferior, but it even surpassed it. One must consider that this was in an unhatched state. What might transpire upon their hatching and subsequent growth? Such a prospect was unfathomable. All that could be assured was that they would undoubtedly be exceedingly powerful, possibly even surpassing the combined strength of the radiant dragon and the holy celestial white dragon. However, this presumption hinged upon their ability to mature. After all, should such a unique dragon be exposed to the world, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition, igniting a tempest of bloodshed. Kunpeng, the mermaid empress, and the sky feather dragon were all acutely aware of this reality, each harboring distinct thoughts. Kunpeng nodded its massive head, its tone tinged with complexity as it spoke. This is both a blessing and a curse. The situation is unpredictable, and we cannot foresee what may unfold. Yet, regardless of what transpires, we must resolutely stand by our master's side. It began to contemplate how to navigate the forthcoming peculiarities and how to coexist with the 2 soon-to-be-born dragons. At that moment, the mermaid empress interjected, "Do not dwell on events yet to come. There is a matter of greater importance." As soon as she uttered this, the sky feather dragon chimed in. "What is this more significant concern? Pray tell." It knew the mermaid empress well enough to recognize that she would not jest about such matters. The offspring of the holy celestial white dragon possessed powers that transcend its own. If other dragons were to have offspring, would they not also inherit such exceptional abilities? And what of their progeny? What might their capabilities entail? Could they become even stronger? I can scarcely imagine. After the mermaid empress articulated her thoughts, both Kunpeng and the sky feather dragon fell into contemplative silence, pondering this revelation. Yet, the more they reflected, the more daunting the implications became, their minds seemingly brushing against a forbidden threshold. After a pause of several seconds, the sky feather dragon sighed deeply. "You speak true. This is indeed the most crucial matter. Should our master desire, he could conjure an unfathomable, terrifying army. Moreover, this force would only grow stronger with each successive generation. Ultimately, perhaps every dragon would possess strength equal to or greater than the 3 of us combined. Such a prospect was truly terrifying. Given sufficient time, their master could ascend to become the dominator of this world." As the words left its mouth, the mermaid empress and Kunpeng nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with this sentiment. At this moment, the 3 of them were exceedingly excited, almost unable to contain their eagerness to witness that day. If that day were truly to arrive, would it not mean that their master could unravel all the mysteries of the abyss of fallen gods? Indeed, if events were to unfold as we envision, there would inevitably come a day when the abyss would be conquered, leading them to the unknown beyond. According to their master's words, that place should signify the very end of all things. Now, I understand what we must do. Kunpeng, the Skywing Dragon, and the Mermaid Empress all harbored clear objectives, no longer passing the time in boredom, their hearts brimming with confusion as they had in recent days. They were acutely aware of what needed to be done. The mayor and his companions diligently searched throughout the village, leaving no stone unturned. Whether in the homes of the villagers or in some hidden corners of the village, their investigation could be described as thorough and exhaustive. Even the areas surrounding the village fell within the scope of their search. Yet, they had yet to uncover even the slightest fragment of useful information. After a considerable time spent searching, they returned to Lin Bei's courtyard, their spirits dampened, each face reflecting dismay. They could find nothing. As if he had vanished into thin air. That fellow must be aware of our pursuit. Otherwise, he would not hide so effectively. It seems we have long since revealed our intentions. What should we do now? Listening to the murmurs of concern, the mayor furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, seated upon the full moon turtle, the Moon family had finally crossed the vast ocean, stepping onto the island that housed the enigmatic prison. Chapter 446, The Dark Hour Before Dawn. The area the Moon family arrived at was none other than the Western District, where the merfolk resided. Clearly, they had gathered intelligence in advance and made thorough preparations. The leader of this expedition, Yu Fenghua, surveyed the group with a serious demeanor and spoke gravely. Remember our initial plan. Investigating the cause of young Master Xingyao's death is our primary objective. Secondly, we shall seek the newly hatched dragon. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, this district is where the merfolk dwell, and it is also the location of young Master Xingyao's demise. At this juncture, he paused, gazing into the distance, his eyes flickering with deep thought, contemplating the next steps to be taken. After a brief silence, he continued, "Let us split up. Dispatch 2 swift and agile individuals to the other areas to see if they can locate those dragon eggs. The rest shall accompany me to investigate the situation. It is imperative we ascertain the facts, lest young Master Wang will not spare us." Yu Fenghua aimed to maximize efficiency, intending to pursue 2 lines of inquiry simultaneously, with a greater emphasis on uncovering the cause of young Master Xingyao's death. The other members of the Moon family expressed no dissent, promptly nodding in agreement. Understood. Understood. Subsequently, Yu Fenghua scanned the crowd and selected 2 individuals he deemed capable. Yu Lun, Yu Zhe, you 2 are swift. You will be responsible for investigating the newly hatched dragon. It is crucial to ascertain what kind of dragon it is, the location of the dragon eggs, and the difficulty of acquiring them. This is of utmost importance, and you must ensure your own safety while gathering this information. If you manage to secure the dragon eggs, your contributions will be immense, and the rewards will be equally significant. This is the will of young Master Wang. His tone was earnest, devoid of any hint of jest. It was clear he intended for them to undertake a perilous task. Upon hearing this, Yu Luan and Yu Zhe exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. They understood the danger involved. After all, they would be confronting at least 2 dragons, a mother dragon who had just laid her eggs, and a male dragon guarding her. Their mission to approach the recently birthed offspring would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of both dragons, rendering this an exceedingly hazardous endeavor. Ensuring their safety? That was an almost insurmountable challenge. Yet, neither Yu Luan nor Yu Zhe dared to voice their objections. They could only suppress their discontent and respond. Understood. Leave it to us. Their reluctance to refuse stemmed from their fear of offending young Master Yu. In pursuit of the dragon eggs, perhaps fortune would favor them, allowing them to survive. But defying orders would lead only to certain doom. Thus, they had no choice. Yu Fenghua nodded lightly, then stepped closer to the 2, placing his hands on their shoulders. Be cautious. All actions must be taken with utmost care. Do not let anything happen to you. He too felt helpless, unable to oppose young Master Yu's commands. Moments later, with solemn expressions, Yu Luan and Yu Zhe departed. Yu Fenghua did not linger, leading the remaining members of the Moon family toward the merfolk's residence in the Western District. Meanwhile, the merfolk remained in their watery abodes, eyes closed as they drifted into slumber. Given the considerable distance from the luminous dragon's breeding grounds and their deep underwater location, they were blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Simultaneously, the Skywing Dragon, the Mermaid Empress, and Kuanpun, who had been intently observing the 2 dragon eggs since the arrival of Yu Fenghua and his companions almost immediately. However, they could not be bothered to interfere with these individuals. After a cursory glance in their direction, they returned their focus. Let them handle it. This swarm of ants is not worth our intervention. I concur. Since our master will soon possess a lineage of formidable dragons, we must not solely rely on them. Other factions must also be nurtured, so our involvement is unnecessary. We need only ensure their survival. Indeed, they resolved to allow the merfolk to undergo trials while safeguarding their lives, unwilling to permit their master to suffer even the slightest loss. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, the mayor clenched his teeth and made a decision. It is clear that we have been exposed. Attempting to locate him in this manner is virtually impossible. You all continue searching here, leaving no suspicious area unchecked. I will return to gather reinforcements to seal off this village. We must conduct a dual investigation from both the real and the void. We have no choice but to take a risk and uncover that fellow. He had no other options. Chapter 447. As long as the objective is achieved. The mayor had sacrificed much for this cause. He had even prepared to disclose this matter to others. Everything was driven by desperation. What do you all think? As he uttered this, his voice was tinged with a faint weariness, clearly reflecting his inner fatigue. Naturally, the others expressed no dissent, each responding promptly. Rest assured, Mayor, we will follow your lead. We fully understand the gravity of this situation and will cooperate wholeheartedly. Indeed, this matter will impact each and every individual. It is not solely our duty to cooperate. For I am certain that these villagers will also comply, provided we elucidate the gravity of this situation. Should anyone dare to resist, let them be offered to the wyverns and the drakes. After all, their existence serves little purpose. As the mayor listened to the discussions unfolding around him, a measure of his internal exhaustion was alleviated, lessening the burden he had initially felt. Moments later, He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Very well. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed with this decision. I will return to the town and bring those who are of value. You must keep a vigilant watch here and ensure that no one seizes the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. When I return with reinforcements, awaken the entire village and compel them to assist us. With that, the mayor did not await responses but swiftly turned and departed with great urgency. The others, likewise, were not simply placating the mayor. They too moved with haste, proceeding to key locations with utmost seriousness, vigilantly observing their surroundings, fearful that any lapse in attention might lead to irrevocable losses. Any such losses would bear severe repercussions. Naturally, the conversation between the mayor and these individuals was overheard by Lin Bei, who could not help but furrow his brow in concern. The forthcoming events were indeed rather troublesome. The mayor was prepared to make a bold gamble, conducting a thorough search of the area, seemingly unconcerned about the consequences of such actions. It was evident that they had been driven to desperation. This only underscored the presence of secrets. Otherwise, why would they resort to such extremes? It was entirely unnecessary. After muttering a few words to himself, Lin Bei began to contemplate his countermeasures. The impending situation must be navigated successfully. Failure to do so would expose him and jeopardize the original plan. He was unwilling to allow such a scenario to unfold. There were many matters awaiting his attention outside. He could not afford to squander time here. Before long, a bold idea emerged in Lin Bei's mind, prompting him to instinctively envelop the entire village with his mental energy. Moreover, this mental energy was of a unique nature. If you intend to investigate all the villagers, then I shall plunge them into madness. After all, this will not cause them any substantial harm. In doing so, you will uncover nothing. Moreover, I can seize this turmoil to explore the secrets of the unique system. This was the method Lin Bei devised, a somewhat reckless and selfish notion. Though inducing madness among the villagers would merely render them temporarily incapable of controlling their thoughts, he ultimately viewed others as mere tools to achieve his own ends. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed. Let it be madness, let it be selfishness, as long as it serves to fulfill his objectives. Additionally, Lin Bei planned to infuse his mental energy with other elements during this process, allowing the villagers to glimpse the true world beyond the Valley of the Drakes. He was curious to see what thoughts or actions might arise when the villagers encountered the genuine visage of the world within his mental realm. This was a method that offered multiple advantages. Why not employ it? Lin Bei was acutely aware that his actions would instigate considerable changes within the Valley of the Drakes. Thus, he made his decision. In the next moment, he directed his mental energy towards enveloping the villagers. No, not merely the villagers. Even the neighboring Yuzaheo was not spared, nor were the individuals brought by the mayor. The unique mental energy was silent and unnoticed. If one were not an expert in this realm, they would remain oblivious to its existence. In less than a minute, the bodies of all those nearby were suffused with a powerful and enigmatic mental energy. However, this energy had yet to erupt. It merely lay dormant within them. With this, Lin Bei let out a sigh of relief. As soon as I activate this mental energy, everyone will succumb to madness. This ability is indeed remarkably useful. Now, he simply needed to wait for the opportune moment to arrive. Having traversed the path once before, the mayor found his progress this time to be remarkably smooth. Returning to the town in short order, almost immediately, he activated the calling device installed within the town. The next moment, a long, clarion sound resonated throughout the entire town, rousing the slumbering residents in an instant. Chapter 448. Now, succumb to madness. The recently awakened inhabitants, still hazy in their consciousness, found it difficult to distinguish dreams from reality. But upon hearing the resounding call once more, they instantly regained their clarity. This was the sound the mayor had described, one that would only sound in emergencies. The very fact that this sound had been triggered signified that something of great importance had transpired. Those of us entrusted with the guardianship of the Valley of the Drakes must assemble post-haste. For the first time in many years, this sound had resonated with genuine significance. There was no time to waste. I must hurry there. This was certainly not a drill. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the people quickly abandoned their warm beds, hastily donning a few articles of clothing, arming themselves with their usual weapons, and hastening towards the source of the sound. Initially, only 2 or 3 individuals ventured from their homes. However, as the clarion call continued, an increasing number emerged. Each person who chose to leave bore expressions of deep concern and confusion. Their solemnity stemmed from the knowledge that a perilous and significant event had occurred, while their bewilderment arose from ignorance of the specifics. The mayor, now vacated of the void, stood in a spacious square illuminated by dozens of lamps, casting away the darkness of night. His demeanor was serious as he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing intently in the direction of the target village, remaining silent for an extended period. Before long, the first wave of individuals arrived, panting heavily before hastily inquiring, "Mayor, what has transpired? Why have you summoned us in the dead of night? Has there been a riot among the wyverns?" They were all filled with curiosity, eager to grasp the truth. Yet the mayor merely waved his hand, signaling for temporary silence. Once a semblance of quiet was restored, he finally spoke, "Do not ask anything. Once the majority have arrived, I shall disclose what has occurred." Though they received no substantial information, their conviction grew that the situation was more troublesome than they had anticipated. Subsequently, more individuals arrived, each undergoing the same anxious inquiry process. Yet in the end, no useful information was gleaned. They could only stand impatiently at the sidelines, waiting. During this time, Yu Fenghua, accompanied by members of the Yu family, delved deep into the western district, reaching the lakeside where the merfolk resided. The moonlight cascaded onto the surface of the lake, emanating an air of chill that instilled a sense of unease. In the present west district, the fog had dissipated, allowing for an unimpeded journey into its depths. Gazing at the tranquil lake, a tempest of fury surged within Yu Fenghua's eyes. This was the very site where young Master Xingyao had met his demise, and it was the focal point of our investigation. It was inconceivable that a mere band of merfolk could have slain him. After all, he was a prodigy who had tamed 2 dragons. Even if he found himself outmatched by the denizens of this lake, he would not have perished here. Dragons soar through the skies, realms intertwined with the moon. The night sky is their dominion. Conversely, the mermaids could only navigate the waters and land, utterly incapable of engaging in aerial combat, thus rendering them no match for the moon dragons. Moreover, young Master Xingyao was accompanied by several formidable experts. Therefore, something was amiss. While at the Yu residence, they had arrived at this conclusion, which prompted their subsequent decision. In the next moment, Yu Fenghua retrieved over a dozen large spheres from his spatial ring and casually arranged them along the lakeshore. Prepare to unleash these water bombs to flush out the merfolk, he commanded. Once they emerge, do not act immediately, prioritize amicable communication. Should that fail, we shall resort to more forceful measures. And set up a protective array in advance to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Upon his words, the Yu family sprang into action, once again engulfed in a flurry of activity. Such preparations required a considerable amount of time. Lin Bei, however, did not remain passive. Instead, he continued to release a vast amount of mental energy, extending his consciousness into the Dragon Valley. Naturally, this meant he also infiltrated the mysterious town. Consequently, he grasped the situation within the town, aware of the considerable gathering of individuals. As the town mayor prepared to reveal the particulars of the situation, Lin Bei discerned that it was time for him to execute his plan. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, rising to his feet with an icy smile gracing his visage. "Now, succumb to madness." As his words echoed, the latent mental energy nestled within the villagers erupted in an instant, seizing control of their consciousness and hearts. A second later, all those in slumber bolted awake, eyes wide with shock. Chapter 449. A Thought Descending into Madness. "I'm so hungry, I need food. Who can give me something to eat? If I don't eat soon, I'll starve to death. I want meat, give me meat. If I don't eat, I'll perish. My dear wife, your flesh looks so delectable. May I devour you?" A portion of the villagers, influenced by gluttony, awakened transformed into ravenous wolves, frantically rummaging through their homes for any edible morsels. Anything remotely related to food, whether cooked or raw, was hastily crammed into their mouths, chewed a few times, and swallowed before they moved on to the next item. Like a pack of wolves on the hunt, they voraciously devoured every scrap of food in their homes, leaving nary a trace behind. Yet, although they were under the influence of this peculiar mental energy, Lin Bei had deliberately moderated the intensity of the effect, ensuring they would not engage in excessively outrageous acts. At least, they would not actually consume their wives or drink their blood. Lin Bei was indeed manipulating these individuals, but he held a boundary he was unwilling to breach. Yes, he simply did not wish to, not that he could not. "Mine, all mine. This bed is mine. This table is mine, and even the air here belongs to me. You scoundrel, do not touch my belongings. That piece of dragon meat is mine, and that dragon bone is mine. Dare to lay a finger on them, and I shall end you. That door is mine. Do not touch it." Simultaneously, others were similarly affected by greed. "Begone, all of you, get out of my sight. If you do not vanish before me, do not blame me for my rudeness. I shall give you but 3 seconds." Their mere presence ignited fury within them. Rage swept through their hearts, consuming their rationality and transforming them into a wholly different countenance. Some, ensnared by lethargy, lay snoring in bed, completely oblivious to the chaos surrounding them, showing no signs of waking. No, It was not that they lacked any inclination to awaken. Rather, they could not be bothered to do so. Awakening was simply too much trouble. Meanwhile, those swayed by lust began to indulge in self-gratification. Thanks to the restrained intensity of the influence, they had yet to encroach upon others with their actions. The inherent rules confined everything. Moreover, those affected by other forms of mental energy were also caught in a state of uncontrollable frenzy. In the entire village, whether native villagers or newcomers, all were under the sway of this mental force. Here to unwind, Yuzaheo was presently engulfed in anger, venting his frustrations about matters that displeased him. His tone and words were excessively harsh, causing even Lin Bei to furrow his brow in response. He did not linger on Yuzaheo for long, swiftly shifting his focus back to controlling his mental energy and observing the overall situation in the village. After a thorough observation lasting 3 minutes, Lin Bei finally ceased his scrutiny of the villagers. This power is indeed formidable. Merely employing a fraction of it has turned everyone here into a state reminiscent of long-term insanity. Even I feel a tinge of fear. Through this practical application and brief observation, he fully comprehended the sheer terror of this mental energy, and his understanding of the sea, which queens might became clearer. A single thought could plunge an entire village into madness. What of 10 thoughts? Could an entire town be driven to insanity? And 100 thoughts? A city could scarcely escape such a fate. It is truly a phenomenon that can only be described as terrifying. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within, Lin Bei pushed open the door and stepped into the bustling street, merging with the frenzied crowd. Those tasked with detecting anomalies in the void were themselves a peculiar sight, utterly oblivious to Lin Bei's presence. Simultaneously, the mayor had conveyed the night's disturbances and the forthcoming actions to all present. Upon hearing the specifics, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their hearts, amplifying their awareness of its severity. Mayor, let us hasten our steps. We cannot afford to waste any time. This bizarre situation concerned each and every one of us, and we must ascertain what was transpiring, refusing to ignore it any longer. Quickly, let us set forth. I hope the outcome is not too dire. I cannot bear for my wife and children to be in peril. The mayor felt a sense of satisfaction at the people's reactions. This was precisely the response he sought. After deliberately allowing the atmosphere to ferment for a moment, the mayor spoke with a grave tone. Very well. Time is of the essence. Follow me as we seek to uncover the truth. As his voice faded, he took the lead, and the others promptly followed in his wake. Chapter 450. The Awakening of the Merfolk. The mayor did not step into the void. He swiftly advanced through the dimly lit valley, his mind racing with contemplation as he moved. An overwhelming array of perplexities lingered in the mayor's thoughts. With the passage of time, these uncertainties only deepened. Wait, I shall soon unearth your whereabouts. No matter where you hide, no matter how well you conceal yourself, you cannot evade this search. I have invested so much to locate you. This is a gamble, my final opportunity. The individuals summoned urgently by the mayor found themselves enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of gravity. After the mayor provided a brief overview of the situation, their minds became restless, consumed by thoughts of what was to come. Having already traversed this path once, the mayor navigated with ease this time, even without walking in the void. He faced no hindrances. Moreover, he managed to reveal a glimpse of the anomalies to the townsfolk while deftly avoiding all dangers. Thunder and tempestuous winds collided, creating a realm that was utterly forbidding. Fiery flames blazed fiercely, painting a vast area in crimson, with scorching waves of heat sweeping outward, rendering it perilous to approach. The mayor guided the group to witness the domain forged by the six-winged storm thunder dragon and the blazing rock armored dragon. There was no necessity to observe the entirety. A mere glimpse of one or two sufficed. After all, the outcomes would remain consistent. Indeed, the mayor's assertions proved true. The Dragon Valley had unveiled numerous areas that had never before manifested. Amidst the flames, winds, and thunder, these regions appeared exceedingly hazardous. Only a fool would dare to venture near. What secrets lay hidden within these areas? It was quite peculiar. Why had they suddenly transformed? Did this have any connection to the individual the mayor sought and the dragon that had abducted Shen Fei? There seemed to be little correlation. Yet an unsettling sense lingered. Standing in a safe haven was Lin Bei, who observed the frenzied townsfolk around him in silence. He had ventured outside to personally experience the madness and to acclimatize to the environment. Those affected by the peculiar mental force had largely emerged, their negative instincts taking control as they unleashed malevolence upon the streets. The village was strewn with signs of consumption and remnants of conflict. An utter departure from its previous tranquility and harmony. Individuals ensnared by desire clawed at themselves, their eyes burning with envy as they gazed greedily at others, relentlessly claiming various items for themselves, having lost the capacity for empathy. Yet within a 3-meter radius of Lin Bei, there was no one present. creating a clear space around him, as if it were a forbidden zone. It mirrored the manifestations of those birthed from the mist. They had lost their ability to govern themselves, becoming slaves to their desires. How tragic. His heart was somewhat conflicted, for this situation had arisen because of him. However, it was merely a slight conflict. Although the villagers had succumbed to their desires, it would not result in severe repercussions. Everything was just minor skirmishes. Before long, the mayor, moving at full speed, led the group into the lush green expanse of the Dragon Valley, where they beheld trees that had never before graced their eyes. The verdant leaves, succulent fruits, and robust branches stirred the primal instincts within them. The townsfolk, having never encountered such trees, instinctively turned their gazes towards them. Their steps halted, astonished expressions adorning their faces as they beheld the clusters of trees. Those round fruits must be delectable. How they longed to pluck one and savor its taste. Enough already. I can hardly contain my saliva. The thick trunks embedded in the earth seemed suitable for constructing homes and crafting items. Is this what the mayor referred to as trees? They appeared truly wondrous. Once this matter reached a conclusion, they could make good use of these so-called trees. Perhaps their lives would improve significantly. The mayor continued onward, drawing nearer to their destination. Meanwhile, Yu Fenghua and the other Yu family members had already tossed several chaotic water bombs into the lake. The bombs sank rapidly, descending at an extraordinary pace, vanishing beneath the surface in the blink of an eye. After reaching a certain depth, these chaotic water bombs astonishingly halted, buoyed by the water, ceasing their descent. In the next moment, all the bombs detonated simultaneously. Boom! Instantly, the formerly tranquil waters were thrown into disarray, swirling vortices emerging, plunging the entire lake into chaos. At that moment, the slumbering merfolk suddenly awoke, their drowsy eyes snapping open. Chapter 451. Mayor, this is not what you described. Splash! Splash! The lake waters surged wildly, both within and upon the surface, descending into turmoil, as if stirred by countless invisible hands, spiraling uncontrollably. Vortices were everywhere, the water relentlessly crashing against the shore, drenching vast expanses of land. The merfolk, suddenly roused, immediately turned their attention to the anomalies surrounding them. What is happening? Why has it suddenly changed like this? Vortices? There are so many around. I can ascertain this is undoubtedly man-made. Someone must be seeking trouble with us. If I am not mistaken, it likely correlates greatly with that incident involving the merman and the death of that large group of people. Everyone, do not dawdle. Quickly devise a way to evade danger. The suction of these vortices is no ordinary force. The next moment, realizing the severity of the situation, the merfolk swiftly began to flee into the distance. However, it proved futile. Their escape speed lagged significantly behind that of the voracious vortices, rendering effective flight impossible. Their attempts to flee merely delayed the inevitable, as they were ultimately consumed by the swirling waters. Furthermore, as time passed, the volume of water surged dramatically, increasing at an alarming rate. It is no exaggeration to say that given sufficient time, the vortices could potentially blanket every corner, a not impossible scenario. In no time, several merfolk had been devoured by the vortices, vanishing in the blink of an eye. And this was merely the beginning. The first batch of merfolk consumed by the vortices were teleported to the surface, only to be expelled from the vortices, soaring dozens of meters into the air. Thud. Ultimately, they crashed into the water's surface, ensnared in the first vortex, rendered immobile for the short term. The number of merfolk experiencing such a fate continued to grow. At the lakeside, the Moon family, led by Yu Fenghua, stood in silent awe, observing the extraordinary scene before them. Their initial encounter with mermaids evoked a profound reaction. Could these truly be mermaids? With the upper bodies of humans and the lower halves of fish, they resembled the fabled beings of legend. Having lived for so many years, this was their first sighting of mermaids. And it became evident that legends are indeed rooted in reality. A sudden thought crossed their minds. Capturing a mermaid to raise seemed an enticing prospect. Undoubtedly, there would be individuals willing to pay a handsome sum to acquire a mermaid for their own amusement. At that moment, Yu Fenghua surveyed the enchanting creatures with an insatiable gaze, his excitement intensifying with each passing moment. You are right, he exclaimed. If our Moon family could obtain these mermaids, we would amass considerable wealth, resources, connections, and treasures, thereby strengthening our family. It was clear to Yu Fenghua the immense value of the mermaids, a mythical species that had never before been seen by human eyes. As their intentions shifted, the mermaids found themselves in a slightly improved situation upon surfacing from the whirlpool, catching sight of Yu Fenghua and his companions, and beginning to grasp the unfolding circumstances. Meanwhile, the town mayor, leading a sizable entourage, departed from the wooded area, pressing onward towards their ultimate destination. Among the group, fresh fruits appeared, and they indulged in the delightful taste, exclaiming in wonder at the flavor. which bore a striking resemblance to the juice provided by the mayor. These must be fruits. Perhaps the very ingredients used to make juice. One mused, feeling quite certain of it. However, the mayor's expression darkened. The situation unfolded precisely as he had feared. Once the townsfolk discovered the existence of these fruits, they would inevitably associate them with the juice he had previously presented, leading to a myriad of complications. He sighed, resolving to concoct an excuse later. After all, they remained oblivious to the truth. Finally, after continuing on their journey for a while longer, the mayor and his entourage reached the entrance of the village, only to be met with utter chaos within. Frantic individuals wreaked havoc, others devoured food with a frenzied demeanor, and several scowled at their neighbors while hurling insults. The mayor was taken aback. The scene before him was a stark contrast to what he had encountered upon his departure, almost unrecognizable. What on earth is happening? The mayor was not the only one stunned. His companions were equally bewildered. The reality they faced bore no resemblance to the orderly village he had described. Initially prepared for unusual circumstances, they now found their mental defenses shattered by the absurdity unfolding before them. Have they all gone mad? What are they doing? One exclaimed, incredulously observing someone consuming dirt, another attempting to snatch it away, and yet another envying those who could eat dirt. What in the world is happening? I cannot comprehend this situation. Look at that elder, fighting with a group of youths and gaining the upper hand. And why is someone sleeping on the ground at night? Aren't they afraid of the chill? The villagers appeared to have lost all semblance of normalcy. This is bizarre. I have visited this village before, and they were perfectly rational. Could it be that they become deranged once night falls? How frightening. Faced with this turmoil, they were at a loss for how to respond. Their shock overwhelming any other thought and severely hampering their ability to think clearly. The village remained chaotic. Once rational individuals now engaged in bizarre and incomprehensible behaviors, as though they had succumbed to the whims of desire, becoming puppets of their own cravings. Even they seemed unaware of their actions. Among them, only Lin Bei understood the full scope of the situation. Yet he remained hidden within the crowd, playing the part of one of them, quietly observing the changes around him. The mayor, silent and furrowed in thought, struggled to devise a plan amidst the escalating complexity of the situation. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved his walkie-talkie and, with a grave tone, inquired, "Is there anyone among you who can elucidate what has transpired? How is it that, after a mere brief absence, everything has devolved into this state? If I weren't so familiar with the route, I might doubt my own bearings." His serious tone concealed a simmering anger. Clearly, the mayor was furious. Yet, no one responded to his queries. The walkie-talkie remained ominously silent. A minute passed, and during that time, the mayor repeatedly called out to the unseen individuals, but to no avail. Panic set in. Had they too been ensnared by the chaos? Realizing this possibility, the mayor released the walkie-talkie, clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly, one after another, the mermaids, caught in the whirlpool's currents, were thrust violently to the surface. Ensnared in the vortex's grip, Ivy, Aya, and the other mermaids emerged, their cold gazes fixed upon Yu Fenghua and his companions. Without a doubt, they perceived these men as adversaries. Since they are enemies, I shall not show mercy. Even in death, I will not allow them to pose a threat to the mermaids, she declared. The sisters, already harboring special feelings for Lin Bei, had become his mermaids after that fateful night. Naturally, they would not engage in any actions detrimental to him. As the number of mermaids continued to swell, Yu Fenghua's excitement surged to an almost unbearable crescendo, enough to clench his fists tightly in anticipation. More. Bring forth even more. The greater the number, the greater the potential rewards for the Moon family. In his fervor, he almost forgot the primary purpose of his visit. Steeling himself against the thrill coursing through him, Yu Fenghua inhaled deeply, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and murmured, "I must consult young Master Wang to ascertain his plans." Investigating the cause of young Master Xingyao's demise and retrieving the mermaids for further examination seems to yield similar outcomes. After all, in matters of such significance, he dared not make unilateral decisions. It was imperative to consult those who possessed the authority to decide. Within the Yu family, the individuals capable of making such decisions were few. Originally, there had been 4, the current head of the Yu family, the former patriarch, Yu Xingyao, and Yu Wangzhe. Yet now, only 3 remained. The moment the mayor and his entourage arrived, Lin Bei sensed the shift. He immediately summoned his mental energy, enveloping the mayor and his group within its grasp. "So you have arrived? Allow me to present you with something even more exhilarating." At the instant his words fell, Lin Bei directed a portion of his unique mental energy into the bodies of the newcomers. Mere seconds later, they descended into madness. Chaos erupted in an instant. "I am so hungry. Fruits, bring me fruits. Food, I demand food. Kneel before me, you worthless wretches, for you dare to covet my sustenance. I shall crush your skull for daring to snatch my fruits. Ah, please, quiet down. I wish to sleep. Never mind. Carry on with your noise. I can't be bothered. They all succumb to the overwhelming force of the special mental energy, their hidden malevolent desires unleashed, compelling them to engage in actions they would typically deem unthinkable. Amidst the turmoil, only the mayor remained unaffected. He could only gawk, wide-eyed, at the deranged individuals surrounding him. What on earth are you doing? Are you all mad? Maintain some semblance of normalcy. Hey, don't eat dirt. You three, cease your fighting. Someone could die. And you over there, why are you lying on the ground sleeping? I didn't summon you for slumber. Initially, the mayor failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, instinctively attempting to restore order, but as he realized his efforts were futile and the chaos only escalated, he was struck by a chilling revelation. This is bad. They have also fallen victim. Only I remain unscathed. What on earth is happening? Panic surged through the mayor as he instinctively sought to distance himself from this bizarre scenario. Yet reason admonished him that he could not leave, for even if he departed, this madness would persist, and he would inevitably be forced to confront it again. The numerous peculiar occurrences of recent days were undoubtedly linked to that individual. The erratic behavior of the dragons traversing the void, the trees sprouting across the mountains, and those areas that were inaccessible. Furthermore, the now mad populace. It was all connected to that mysterious figure. At this moment, the mayor was resolute in his conviction. However, despite his newfound insights, he found himself at a loss for how to investigate further. This, of course, was Lin Bei's design. During that brief interval, he devised a new plan, eschewing a methodical investigation in favor of compelling the mayor to take action. He intended to seize the opportunity to glean information. If you truly possess the ability to contact the outside world, you should seek to do so in light of this unprecedented situation, attempting to discover a solution. Even if you do not act today or tomorrow, you will eventually be compelled to, for I shall relentlessly pressure you step by step. Lin Bei's plan was meticulously crafted. For every day the mayor failed to act, the situation would become progressively worse, until ultimately, he would be the sole individual remaining in a state of normalcy. To keep a sane person trapped in such an eerie environment was a harrowing torment. I have all the time in the world to engage in this game of endurance. After all, the Dragon's Union will require several days to complete. Lin Bei was in no rush to depart. He intended to consider leaving only after the union concluded. The union between dragons is of paramount importance. It pertains to many subsequent matters. I wonder how the situation in the Misty Abyss is unfolding. The Yu family will not simply let this go. With Kuenping and the others present, there should not be any significant issues. Nevertheless, a hint of unease lingered. Once the union is over, I must return promptly to investigate. Meanwhile, in the western district of the Misty Abyss, nearly all the merfolk had been ensnared by the vortex, firmly bound within its grasp. Although they would not suffer harm, they were unable to escape the vortex in the short term, left with no choice but to remain ensconced within it. Yu Fenghua, while communicating with Yu Wangjia, received explicit instructions. Understood. He concluded the call. In the next moment, Yu Fenghua took a few steps forward and addressed the individuals at the vortex's center with exasperation. Reveal the identity of the one who killed young Master Xingyao. As he spoke, he produced a photograph, the image depicting Yu Xingyao. The moment the merfolk beheld the photograph, they spoke in unison. We are the ones who killed him. In an astonishing display, nearly all the merfolk made the same choice, opting to shoulder the blame for their entire clan. Even though they were acutely aware that the approaching individuals harbored malicious intent, they did not hesitate, each one stepping forward with reckless abandon. Moreover, they expressed no resentment, harboring not a trace of displeasure. The singular thought residing in the hearts of the merfolk was to protect Lin Bei, the merman, and to minimize his troubles to the greatest extent possible. They feared no misfortune in doing so. In the next instant, the merfolk volunteered additional details pertaining to the incident. I do recall this individual. He once spoke disrespectfully to us and sought to impose his will upon us. To intrude upon our territory and act so impudently was nothing short of courting death. Such an unreasonable human, we would never let him escape. If he insulted us and then left unscathed, how would we, the merfolk, save face? So whatever you wish to do, direct it towards us. They spoke truthfully. The circumstances at the time were indeed quite similar. However, they had concealed a crucial detail. At this moment, Yu Fenghua's expression was a complex mixture of confusion and astonishment. He was astounded by the merfolk's swift admission, devoid of any hesitation. Yet he was equally perplexed, sensing that something was amiss. Observing that their actions coincided with the arrival of such a multitude, the merfolk must have recognized their formidable strength. Fully aware that engaging with them would be an ill-fated endeavor, their recent behavior has undeniably demonstrated that their intelligence is quite normal, akin to our own humanity, replete with a myriad of emotions. Under ordinary circumstances, one would expect them to vehemently avoid conflict, as such a strategy would effectively minimize losses. Yet, curiously, these mermaids have candidly acknowledged everything, seemingly eager for us to hold them accountable. This peculiar situation feels rather unsettling. Had the mermaids chosen to deny their involvement and concoct various excuses to evade the matter, Yu Fenghua would not have been mired in such contemplations. However, confronted with the current scenario, his naturally suspicious disposition finds it exceedingly difficult to accept. In an instant, the situation has reached an impasse. Despite the mermaid's forthright admission, Yu Fenghua feels somewhat at a loss, uncertain of his next course of action. The meticulously crafted plans have been significantly disrupted. Hey, what are you all standing around for? If you have the courage, come down and fight us. The taunts from the mermaids echo incessantly, each remark reaching the ears of Yu Fenghua and his family. This only solidifies Yu Fenghua's conviction. Something is amiss. The cause of young Master Xingyao's demise is undoubtedly not so straightforward. These mermaids are certainly concealing something. Despite his certainty, he remains at a loss for a strategy, as the mermaids' actions evidently indicate their readiness to face death. Meanwhile, in another district, the curious Kong Yulong, Kuanpeng, and the mermaid empress simultaneously gazed toward the western district. They were already aware of the unfolding situation there. Moments later, the voice of the mermaid empress resounded. I shall go over there to take a look. While I intend to challenge them, I will strive to mitigate any substantial losses. My master would surely prefer to avoid such occurrences. She paused for a few seconds before continuing. However, I will merely observe and not interfere too much. I plan to allow them to resolve this matter themselves. Upon hearing this, Kong Yulong and Kuanping expressed no dissent. Go ahead. Our master is kind-hearted and surely does not wish for those little fish to come to harm. Additionally, preserving these little fish is quite necessary, as their combat prowess is commendable. I believe you are correct. While training is essential, having a safeguard is also prudent. Rest assured, we will handle those two sneaky little mice. Shortly thereafter, the mermaid empress departed swiftly toward the western district. Meanwhile, Yu Fenghua remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. He had merely made a decision. If that is the case, I shall oblige you. Chapter 455. You may continue. I shall observe. At this moment, Yu Fenghua's gaze toward the mermaids was imbued with an unmistakable coldness. He was aware that the mermaids were harboring secrets, yet he relinquished the thought of probing further. After all, the command from the young master of the kings was clear: to capture them all. Once they are brought back to the Yu family, no secret can remain hidden. The Yu family possesses ample means to compel them to speak. Just now, Yu Fenghua merely presented a photograph, refraining from pressing further. His intent in revealing the photograph was solely to establish a legitimate pretext, thus enabling him to act openly, at least providing a plausible explanation if questioned. A prominent family like the Yu does not wish to fall prey to scrutiny. This was also the directive from the king. In the next moment, Yu Fenghua addressed the Yu family members nearby. Prepare yourselves. The young master's directive is simple. Capture these mermaids. Their lives are of little consequence. However, strive not to slay too many. In comparison to the slain mermaids, the living ones hold greater value. All for the benefit of our Yu family. The others echoed. For the Yu family. For the Yu family, I would willingly brave the cold depths. The unity among the Yu family was remarkable. Even when facing the mermaids, who held the advantage of terrain, they exhibited no signs of trepidation, as if they had come to regard life and death with indifference. This pleased Yu Fenghua immensely. As a member of the Yu family, he felt a swell of pride. Simultaneously, the village chief stood rigidly at the village entrance, his expression grave as he surveyed the chaos surrounding him. His presence felt solitary, at odds with the tumultuous environment, akin to an outsider unable to assimilate. What should I do? I have never encountered such a situation in all these years. My capabilities are insufficient to resolve this crisis. Must I resort to seeking their assistance? The thought flickered in the chief's mind, yet he hesitated. He wished to rectify this bizarre predicament, but was reluctant to take that step. As the chief grappled with his indecision, the bizarre behavior of the townsfolk escalated, growing increasingly frenzied. Were it not for the absence of mist, this place would have transformed into another version of a fog-laden city, albeit one diminished in every aspect. Furthermore, the interaction between the village and the outside world exacerbated the strangeness of the situation, causing the chief's mental strain to surge, threatening to shatter his composure. Among the crowd, Lin Bei keenly observed the chief's conflicted demeanor. He swiftly deduced, has he wavered? It seems my approach has been effective. As long as I maintain this course, I shall eventually compel him to that critical juncture. At that moment, I will glean parts of the truth. Lin Bei was in no hurry. As long as he achieved success in the end, he did not mind the passage of a day or two. After lingering at the village entrance for a brief moment, the chief instinctively chose to distance himself from the chaos. stepping several meters away to continue observing the village. No one intervened in his departure. The people were ensnared in the grasp of their desires. As the chief turned to leave, Lin Bei seized the opportunity to slip into the void, quietly trailing the chief. The village had descended into this state, and everyone was under his control. There was no need to linger. Make your choice. Your decision will determine the fate of these individuals. Now, the pressure has shifted to the chief. Yet, he remains utterly oblivious. Act. Capture these mermaids. Employ any means or tools at your disposal. At last, Yu Fenghua issued this command. In the next moment, all members of the Yu family who arrived here began to summon their tamed companions associated with the moon, channeling their own powers. Moreover, they retrieved an array of specialized tools, all meticulously crafted for aquatic combat. The Yu family was indeed well prepared. However, just as Yu Fenghua and the others were about to take action, a colossal figure, gliding upon the water's surface, suddenly descended from the heavens. Boom! The moment the mermaid empress landed, the splashes of water accompanying her erupted and dissipated. Subsequently, the mermaid empress gazed down upon the diminutive Yu family members. A cold smirk gracing her visage. Do not mind me. I am merely here to observe. Continue with your business. Chapter 456. The Empress's 3 Commandments. The mermaid empress spoke the truth. Her sole purpose for being here was to watch, purely to prevent any unnecessary incidents, with no intention of intervening in the conflict. Yet, Yu Fenghua and the other members of the Yu family were left paralyzed in fear, instinctively lifting their gazes to behold the magnificent behemoth nearby. In an instant, their hearts were filled with shock, rendering their thoughts sluggish and their minds blank. Clearly, they were struck with immense terror. Although they heard the words of the mermaid empress, they dared not question their validity, yet Yu Fenghua and the others remained unable to regain their composure. As members of the Yu family, they had never encountered such a terrifying presence. Boom! Several members of the Yu family, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the mermaid empress, collapsed onto the ground. Their heads bowed in submission, lacking the courage to meet her gaze. The longer the mermaid empress lingered, the more potent the sensation of oppression became, leading more and more members of the Yu family to kneel in fear. Not only did the members of the Yu family succumb, but the moon-associated beasts they had summoned also yielded to their inner dread, prostrating themselves and refusing to so much as glance at the mermaid empress. These members of the Yu family had a multitude of words to express, yet their overwhelming fear rendered them unable to articulate even the simplest of utterances, instead spiraling into frantic internal monologues. What a dreadful creature, so terrifying. I desperately want to flee. Someone save me. Who can rescue me? I cannot even bear to look directly at her, just as I cannot gaze upon the full moon at 15. This overwhelming sense of oppression was akin to the terror induced by the presence that emerges during a full moon. Why does such a formidable being exist on this island? Had I known she was protecting those merfolk, I would rather perish than come here. The strength of the Yu family conceals many secrets. The existence that appears during the full moon is one of the Yu family's greatest secrets. It is also the source of their unparalleled arrogance. In the end, even the leader, Yu Fenghua, found himself half kneeling on the ground, his face ashen, devoid of any color, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and body. He was enduring. He did not wish to submit before the mermaid empress. Yet, such resistance proved futile. After a mere 5 seconds of feeble defiance, Yu Fenghua succumbed to the ground. Utterly drained. I cannot hold on. She is far too powerful. His strength ranked among the top within the Yu family, yet he felt utterly impotent against the mermaid empress. The mermaids, unlike the Yu family members, had interacted with the mermaid empress several times during Lin Bei's absence. Thus, they had already acclimated to her presence and did not display any signs of distress. Compared to the sky feather dragon and the Kuanping, the mermaids shared a natural affinity with the mermaid empress, for they were all merfolk. The empress has arrived. Is she here to assist us? It likely was not the case. The empress had stated she was merely here to observe, regardless of whether the empress aided them. Her mere presence instilled a profound sense of security. The mermaids were acutely aware of the relationship between the mermaid empress and Lin Bei, and thus their trust in the empress was genuine. At that moment, the voice of the mermaid empress resonated once more. Humans, listen. I shall not interfere with your forthcoming actions, but you must adhere to 3 rules. First, you must not kill them. You may be killed, but you must never slay them, though injuring them is permissible. Second, do not even think about abducting them. They are a part of this place, and taking them would be akin to robbing us of our property. Third, you shall not insult my master, whether through actions or words. Provided you abide by these 3 rules, I shall merely observe. However, should you dare to contravene them, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Do you understand? As her words echoed, she intentionally diminished her oppressive aura. Consequently, The fear within Yu Fenghua and the others began to dissipate, and they slowly rose from the ground. Once upright, Yu Fenghua dared not hesitate, promptly leading the response. Understood. He did not wish to acquiesce, yet he could not afford to dissent. Even if the directives were utterly unfeasible, Yu Fenghua had no choice but to accept them. The other members of the Yu family, witnessing this, also chimed in. Understood. We shall adhere to the rules you have established. Chapter 457. The Inevitable Retribution. The members of the Yu family were acutely aware of their purpose for coming here, recognizing what they needed to accomplish. Yet, they were even more cognizant of the imperative to avoid provoking the Mermaid Empress. Although she had not taken action nor exhibited any overwhelming power, merely standing there as an outsider and uttering a few words, the Yu family members felt utterly powerless. That sense of powerlessness was devoid of any inclination to resist. Their singular thought was to comply obediently. Even so, this would render their recently crafted plans utterly futile. The three demands set forth by the Mermaid Empress had completely extinguished any thoughts the Yu family had of capturing the mermaids. They understood how to circumvent the first two demands, yet the third left them utterly perplexed. How could they refrain from insulting the giant mermaid's master through words or actions? What if, by ill fortune, they uttered something that could be construed as an insult? And who was this so-called master? Did such a being truly exist? The members of the Yu family instinctively found it hard to believe and could not accept this notion. This mysterious existence had a master. Moreover, it appeared to willingly submit. In that fleeting moment, a profound curiosity enveloped the hearts of all present. How formidable must one's strength be to subdue a being of such immense caliber? Those who have ascended to this realm of power would rather embrace death than submit to another. Such is the fundamental dignity of the strong. Unless, of course, the might of that individual is so overwhelming that even the mermaid finds herself unable to choose death. Even if we were to muster the entirety of the Yu family's strength, supplemented by the presence of that extraordinary being from the full moon, we would undoubtedly fail to compel this mermaid to acknowledge a master. Despite the intense doubts swirling within them, they dared not reveal their thoughts, fearing that a careless word might provoke the Mermaid Empress, leading to dire and terrifying repercussions. Taking a deep breath, Yu Fenghua stood silently, his expression grave as he contemplated his next course of action. To kill was not an option, nor could they capture her. Thus, the only recourse left was to defeat the mermaid, and then seek to uncover the true culprit behind this ordeal. At this juncture, his countenance darkened considerably, and his hands, resting by his sides, clenched tightly, his slightly elongated nails nearly piercing his palms. Only when the pain intensified and droplets of blood began to emerge did Yu Fenghua release his grip, muttering fiercely within himself. This is utterly intolerable. So what if you possess strength? Just wait. I shall report this situation to the young master of the kings. Once he learns of this, he will surely devise a strategy to counter you. Perhaps the young master will even summon that extraordinary being who only appears during the full moon. As long as that being is willing to lend a hand, you shall not escape unscathed. Humph. Yu Fenghua was seething with frustration and indignation. He was not alone in this sentiment. The other members of the Yu family shared his discontent. Their meticulously crafted plan had met with this unforeseen obstruction. It was imperative to inform the young master of the kings. Such oppression was intolerable. The most potent retribution from the Yu family was imminent. The being from the full moon could effortlessly obliterate any obstacle. From a distance, the town chief surveyed the chaotic village, his mind embroiled in turmoil as he pondered his next move. After considerable reflection, he seemed to arrive at a decision. It is already late, and seeking their assistance may yield no response. They are likely fast asleep. Even if I cannot take action now, I must wait until dawn to proceed. Indeed, this interval would afford him the opportunity to observe the situation further. If conditions improved by daybreak, there would be no need for drastic measures. However, if matters worsened, he would find himself devoid of alternatives. As this thought crossed his mind, a terrifying notion emerged. What if only those who enter this area are affected, driven to madness? I could designate this region as forbidden, preventing others from entering, and allow those within to perish at their own hands. Would that not resolve the issue? The unique topography of Evil Dragon Valley means sealing off this village would have little consequence. Yet, such a course of action would be rather cruel. Although his thoughts were not influenced by any peculiar mental force, the bizarre and frenzied environment had subtly driven him toward madness, birthing such a horrifying idea. Chapter 458. The inability to swallow this bitterness. Indeed, such developments are entirely normal. Human nature is inherently selfish. The only distinction lies in how overtly this selfishness manifests and the degree of its intensity. Under the influence of a uniquely peculiar environment, even the most well-concealed selfish desires can swell uncontrollably. At this moment, The town chief epitomized this state. He was already frazzled by the various anomalies, and the complexity of this situation left him unable to maintain his composure, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. Naturally, his thoughts gravitated solely toward his own interests. Should he act in this manner, or should he seek out those individuals? The town chief pondered the feasibility of this approach, while also weighing which method might prove more effective. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that whatever choice he made, the outcome would ultimately converge toward the same inevitable conclusion. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who had been closely monitoring the town chief's state with a substantial reserve of mental energy, keenly sensed the chief's anomalous demeanor. Although the chief had remained silent and inactive moments ago, his expressions and gaze were in constant flux, struggling, cruel, malicious, reluctant, and conflicted, all playing out upon his face, which bore the marks of weariness. It was easy for Lin Bei to deduce the turmoil within. Is he truly grappling with the decision to abandon these people? What a qualified town chief. However, even if he ultimately resolved to forsake these individuals, it would not alter the trajectory of events. After all, I am here observing you. I could plunge the villagers into madness, extend the affliction to others, or even ensnare the entire town within this calamity. From the outset, the town chief's fate was singular. It was merely a question of time. This revelation afforded Lin Bei a more comprehensive understanding of the town chief. Observing from the void, he smirked and remarked, "Indeed, you are a selfish town chief. Not only do you hoard commodities such as joy water for yourself, but you also contemplate abandoning these people. Your actions predominantly driven by self-interest. Truly, you are woefully incompetent." Though his tenure in this place has been brief, Lin Bei's conviction regarding this matter is unwavering. Numerous signs have led to an easy deduction. As he articulated, the bulk of the town chief's actions stemmed from a perspective focused on his own benefit. He monopolized joy water, clearly an out-of-place commodity, and sold it at exorbitant prices to the residents of Evil Dragon Valley, a blatant act of monopolization. Yet, the town chief's ultimate goal was not wealth, but rather the exclusive currency system of the sub-dragon scales that belonged here. In the western district of the mystery prison, combat had yet to erupt. The mermaids remained ensnared within a tumultuous whirlpool, striving to extricate themselves from its grasp. Meanwhile, the members of the Yu family remained silently on the shore, deterred from taking any action. They understood all too well that in this predicament, no matter their maneuvers, their side would ultimately gain nothing. At best, they could only injure the mermaids, with even the prospect of slaying them being out of reach. Conversely, the mermaids bore no such burdens. Unencumbered by any weight of conscience, they could strike as they pleased, unburdened by the immense pressure. The scales of this battle had been tipped toward an egregiously inequitable state the moment the mermaid empress made her entrance. Thus, Yu Fenghua refrained from issuing any orders. He had no desire to subject his side to unnecessary losses. Yu Fenghua merely retreated into the crowd, retrieving the recently disconnected phone, and promptly redialed the number of Yu Wangja. This was the only solution he could conceive. Before long, Yu Wangja answered the call, his voice laced with confusion. "Hello? What is it now?" It was perplexing that within such a brief span of time, he had received 2 calls. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Fenghua relayed the recent events pertaining to the Mermaid Empress, detailing everything with utmost clarity, devoid of embellishment or concealment. Upon hearing the account, Yu Wangja fell into silence. Not responding immediately, after a lengthy pause, his voice finally emerged. "I never anticipated that matters would become so convoluted. Do not act rashly. I shall confer with you, and you all await my news." The Yu family could hardly swallow this affront. As he concluded, the call was abruptly terminated. "I'm famished. I must eat something. Do you seek death by provoking that creature? Everything here belongs to me. Silence, all of you. Whoever dares to make a sound will meet my wrath." At that moment, chaos reigned in the village, intensifying with each passing moment. The mayor, who had been observing the turmoil unfold, finally resolved to take action. Chapter 459, Dawn Breaks. Taking a deep breath, the mayor withdrew his gaze from the horizon, raising a hand to vigorously massage his temples. "It is decided. I will wait until 9 in the morning. If by then the situation in the village has not improved, I shall confront them. Conversely, if it has improved, I shall refrain from doing so." He pinned all his hopes on the dawn. Deep within, he fervently wished for fortuitous tidings to accompany the light of day. Despite arriving at this resolution, the mayor did not depart. Instead, he found a place to sit, his expression grave as he scrutinized the village. Clearly, he intended to remain vigilant, eager to witness the unfolding developments firsthand. After all, the impending changes were closely tied to the choices he must make. This was his own affair, and he could only prioritize it himself. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, observing everything from the shadows, was also engaged in quiet anticipation. The forthcoming events held significant importance for him. as they pertain to uncovering the secrets of this place. Following the guidance of Yuangjia, Yu Fenghua promptly addressed the other members of the Yu family. Do not act hastily. Refrain from attacking the merfolk, and do not utter a word. Simply pretend as if nothing is amiss. We find ourselves in a position of absolute disadvantage. Any impulsive actions could bear severe consequences that we cannot afford. There is no need for anxiety or dissatisfaction. A little patience is all that is required. Young Master Wangjia will devise a suitable response. His voice was low, clearly intended to evade the ears of the mermaid empress and her kin. To expose this information would allow the merfolk and their ruler to prepare accordingly. The other members of the Yu family, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in silent agreement. In the following moment, taking the lead, Yu Fenghua stepped away, making his way toward the main city. The other members of the Yu family followed suit, departing the area without a word. Just then, the voice of the mermaid empress rang out. Oh, what is this? Are you attempting to flee? She dismissed the notion of eavesdropping on Yu Fenghua and his companions, thus remaining oblivious to the current circumstances. In her eyes, their actions signified a desire to escape. Upon hearing her words, Yu Fenghua's countenance darkened, yet he dared not voice a response. All he could do was take a deep breath to steady his nerves. After a few moments of composure, he lifted his gaze to meet that of the mermaid empress, suppressing the fury and frustration within, and forcing a strained smile as he explained in a tone laden with resignation. It is all a misunderstanding. We inadvertently dialed the wrong number and wrongfully accused these merfolk. Realizing our error, we felt too ashamed to remain here, hence our hasty departure to prevent further misunderstandings. However, as soon as his words fell, the mermaid empress interjected, You may leave, but compensation is required. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. You cannot simply decide to seek something and then choose not to when it suits you. You must make a choice. If you refuse to provide compensation, then you shall forfeit your lives. I shall remain uninvolved in the conflict between you and them, but this matter concerns my master's reputation and honor. The mermaid empress was aware of Yu Fenghua's schemes, but showed no inclination to thwart them. Rather, she intended to allow their plot to unfold. The reasoning behind this was simple. It was far more efficient to confront one troublesome situation all at once than to tackle them individually. Yu Fenghua's brow furrowed deeply, his feelings of indignation swelling. Yet he dared not resist, gritting his teeth as he replied, Compensation? Of course. We shall provide it to you immediately. Subsequently, Yu Fenghua and his companions offered a substantial amount of compensation before departing, their faces ashen with discontent. The mermaid empress accepted the compensation, swiftly resolving the swirling waters before departing herself. Those fools are not to be underestimated. Their choice to leave now surely indicates preparations for their next arrival. I am most curious to see what measures they will take, now that they are aware of my existence. What remains is the anticipation of the next clash. This night, tranquility was momentarily restored. Even the two individuals dispatched to search for the dragon egg were summoned back by Yu Fenghua. Time passed swiftly, and as dawn broke, the mayor withdrew his gaze from the village. It is time. The situation has not improved, leaving me with but one choice. With a complex expression, he sighed deeply and turned to depart. Chapter 460, A World Known to One. Now, the mayor faced a singular choice. No matter how reluctant he was to proceed, he had run out of alternatives. Alas, though I had foreseen this day arriving, I did not anticipate it would come so soon. Our world is finally on the cusp of encountering outsiders, is it not? I wonder what fate awaits the Valley of the Evil Dragon. As he uttered these sentiments, the mayor's tone was laden with complexity, akin to an aged elder lamenting the setting sun, filled with a sense of helplessness. It was evident that he was loath to tread this path, yet he felt compelled to follow it. As the mayor departed, Lin Bei, who lingered in the void, also began to move, closely trailing behind the mayor as they made their way toward the town. He was acutely aware that by merely following the mayor, he would soon uncover a secret that had been concealed from everyone in the Valley of the Evil Dragon, a secret known solely to the mayor himself. An exhilarating surge of excitement welled up within Lin Bei, yet a tinge of unease lingered in his heart. He sensed that he was on the verge of touching a world cloaked in darkness. It was imperative to investigate. After all the efforts he had exerted, he was determined to unravel the mystery. Despite his apprehensions, Lin Bei resolved to see this through to the end. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. As he accompanied the mayor, Lin Bei remained vigilant, observing the state of his beloved dragons and the intermingling of the evil dragons within the valley. With each step, he encountered one or two evil dragons sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless in slumber. Their sleep was profound, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles, clearly having enjoyed a delightful night. Besides the slumbering dragons, there existed various domains formed by distinct regions, and the dragons within were still engaged in their busy activities. After a considerable time spent navigating a lengthy detour, the mayor finally returned to the village. At that moment, Lin Bei's attention was sharply focused as he began to scrutinize the internal conditions of the village. The disparity between the village and the town was truly remarkable. The village was exceedingly primitive, languishing in a rudimentary state, a far cry from the advancements of the town. The town, on the other hand, was relatively progressive. As noon approached, the town bustled with activity, many residents engrossed in their tasks. Upon noticing the mayor's unusual demeanor upon his return, the townspeople hastily inquired, "Mayor, you seem rather displeased. Has something happened? And what of those who accompanied you? They have yet to return. What transpired yesterday? You summoned us in the dead of night. Where is my father?" Faced with this barrage of questions, the mayor offered no replies. He merely gestured for silence. Before long, tranquility returned to the town. All eyes fixed on the mayor, awaiting his next words. "In a moment, you shall return to your homes. Do not wander aimlessly about the town, nor venture outside. Do not inquire why, nor contemplate rebellion. Simply adhere to my commands. Remember, remain peacefully at home. I have pressing matters to attend to. Once I conclude this task, everything shall return to normal, and I will provide an explanation. Trust me." The townsfolk, sensing something amiss, exchanged glances with their relatives and friends before deciding to comply with the mayor's directives, returning home obediently. Subsequently, the mayor made his way back to his residence. Arriving at a concealed passageway, at the end of this passage stood a large, closed door, inscribed with the words, "The Outside World." Chapter 461. Opposite the door lies the outside world. What does the outside world signify? As Lin Bei instinctively read the inscription, he began to ponder the implications of what this phrase represented. On the surface, it appeared simple enough, merely referencing the world beyond. However, upon deeper reflection, it became clear that the significance of these words was far from ordinary. The concept of the outside world encompassed an exceedingly vast array of possibilities. Merely from the words themselves, Lin Bei found it impossible to ascertain their precise meaning. Ultimately, he chose to abandon his musings and instead seek the truth through first-hand exploration. After all, the mayor was about to pass through this door into the so-called outside world. Otherwise, what was the purpose of coming here? Was he merely idling away time gazing at a door? Standing before the grand door, the mayor's expression grew complex, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. After shaking his head vigorously, he sighed. I must have opened this door thousands of times, yet this heavy heart feels unprecedented." With that, the mayor hesitated no longer, his resolve crystallizing. In the next instant, he raised his hands, channeling all his inner strength to push against the door. "Open." As the mayor exerted force upon the door, he muttered some strange words, his voice barely audible to himself. 3 seconds later, the once closed door creaked open just enough to allow 3 individuals to pass through simultaneously. With a deep breath, the mayor stepped into the threshold, and at that moment, the door began to close automatically behind him. It would be sealed within 3 seconds. Observing this, Lin Bei sprang into action, hastening through the void toward the door. However, as he approached, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Despite the seemingly expansive void ahead, he found himself unable to advance, as if an invisible wall barred his passage. How intriguing! Although he recognized this anomaly, Lin Bei had little time to ponder, for the door could shut at any moment. His best course of action was to enter before it closed. After all, opening the door required specific words, and he had no knowledge of what those words were. Without hesitation, Lin Bei departed from the void and surged through the door just as it was about to close. Thud! 1 second later, the door slammed shut, plunging the outside into silence. Upon entering, Lin Bei was met with nothing but darkness. In every direction, he encountered an all-consuming void, as if he had been swallowed by a black hole, where all light was devoured. Moreover, he could hear no sound. He had entered merely seconds after the mayor. Even if the mayor had walked, he should not have ventured far, yet now Lin Bei could not even hear his footsteps. This situation could only stem from 2 possibilities. Either this place devoured sound, or he and the mayor were in different realms. Recognizing this, Lin Bei did not rush forward. Instead, he proceeded cautiously, unleashing a vast amount of mental energy to probe the surrounding darkness. The mental energy spread rapidly, soon enveloping large swathes of the void. Yet, he discerned nothing. Only darkness remained. Nothing at all. What a peculiar place. He chose to refrain from further action and continued his steady advance. Having lost sight of the mayor, hastening would serve no purpose. If he moved too quickly and encountered the mayor upon exiting this space, it could lead to complications. Thus, with deliberate control over his pace, Lin Bei walked for nearly an hour before spotting a beam of white light resembling a door. An exit? At last, he had found it. Clearly, this luminous doorway was the sole escape from the encompassing darkness. Continuing onward, he approached the exit. Along the way, he encountered no perils. Merely a sense of astonishment within. Moments later, Lin Bei arrived before the threshold, yet he did not hasten to cross it. Instead, he exerted a modicum of mental energy to penetrate the exit. In the next instant, his mental perception detected an existence beyond the veil of darkness, the so-called outside world. Chapter 462, The Unique Market. Although Lin Bei's mental energy had sensed the realm beyond the luminous portal, it was incapable of discerning specific details, merely grasping vague impressions. It seemed that to truly comprehend the nature of the world beyond, he would have to traverse this exit and immerse himself in that realm. He was taken aback to realize that his current mental energy was impeded by some unseen force. Upon this realization, he withdrew his outwardly projected mental energy. Since it was affected, continuing to project it would serve no purpose. In fact, it could potentially yield adverse effects. What if someone was monitoring his mental energy? In the next moment, Lin Bei stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the glowing exit. Immediately, the interplay of black and white light flickered, transforming everything before his eyes, causing a twinge of discomfort as his eyes struggled to acclimate to the intense stimuli. The oscillation of the black and white radiance persisted for a considerable duration, lasting well over 10 seconds. During this interval, Lin Bei was inundated with a cacophony of shouts. Step right up, don't miss out. Freshly produced, unwrapped joy water. Guaranteed to be delightful, with an untraceable source. Come take a look if you need some. Dragon scales for sale. Trade 1 sausage for 10 scales. Anyone interested in a deal? If you lack dragon scales, faux phoenix feathers will suffice. Exclusive recipe for roasted dragon meat. Unique recipe for roasted faux phoenix wings. Meat lovers cannot afford to miss this. Once you pass this village, this shop will be gone. I have a plethora of goods produced within the last 3 days. Those looking to stock up should come see. Joy water, chocolate, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, fried chicken nuggets. Everything you desire is here, at the most economical prices. Any need for clothing made from earth tiger skin? As Lin Bei listened to the incessant calls, he felt as though he had entered a wholesale market, transformed into a merchant in search of supplies. He was rather taken aback. This so-called otherworld was, in fact, a wholesale market. It could be inferred that the items in the mayor's possession were procured from this very market. Moreover, the currency system within this market was peculiar, comprising not only dragon scales, but also faux phoenix feathers. Truly an unexpected world. Lin Bei never anticipated that after arriving in the Valley of the Evil Dragons, he would encounter such an array of events and discover this extraordinary locale. Initially, he had thought of the Valley of the Evil Dragons as a mere interlude. Yet, reality proved it to be far from trivial. It was a grand spectacle beyond imagination. Once again, with dragons and evil dragons, in this peculiar world. Just then, the flickering black and white light ceased, and Lin Bei's vision finally revealed more than just shades of black and white. He quickly readjusted his state, sharpening his focus as he began to cautiously observe his surroundings. Scanning the area, he noticed numerous individuals carrying large bundles, alongside stalls brimming with various wares. The array of goods was extensive, encompassing both familiar and unfamiliar items. Occasionally, people would halt before a stall, engaging in animated exchanges with the vendors. The atmosphere appeared quite harmonious. Were it not for his awareness of the abnormality of this place, Lin Bei might have mistaken it for an ordinary market. At this moment, what weighed most heavily on his mind was whether he had revealed himself. Venturing into such a place posed considerable risks. After a cautious observation of the surroundings, Lin Bei temporarily dismissed the possibility of exposure. As no unusual occurrences presented themselves, the nearby populace was merely engrossed in their own affairs. Thus, he came to a conclusion. His sudden appearance had not attracted any attention, as the people around him scarcely glanced in his direction. This circumstance indicated but one possibility. Visitors frequented this place, and the locals had grown accustomed to such occurrences. With this realization, Lin Bei exhaled in relief, adopting a facade of nonchalance as he navigated through the crowd in search of the mayor while continuing to observe the situation. However, with each step he took, he encountered the white portal, identical to the one he had previously seen. Not only that, but he also occasionally spotted a black portal. Chapter 463, Guests from the Mountains and Seas. Not only did he observe these portals, but he also witnessed individuals emerging from within. Undoubtedly, these portals functioned as conduits of transportation. Yet something felt amiss. If these portals were indeed teleportation gateways, why were they distinguished by color? This perplexity eluded him. Yet he was certain that the differences between these portals extended beyond mere coloration. There must be other significant distinctions. However, without further exploration, Lin Bei could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Yet at this moment, his focus was not on the portals. Rather, his foremost concern was to locate the mayor and subsequently delve into the mysteries at hand. What intrigued Lin Bei most was still the Valley of the Evil Dragons. Although this place was interconnected with other realms, those realms were unfamiliar to him, rendering exploration unnecessary. In the vast sea of humanity, locating the mayor was no simple task. As he pressed forward, Lin Bei frequently sensed waves of mental energy sweeping over the area. Someone was monitoring this location with mental energy, and the frequency of these scans was quite high, occurring roughly once a minute. Furthermore, each sweep of mental energy belonged to a different individual. It appeared that multiple individuals were responsible for monitoring this space, indicating their keen interest in it and their desire to prevent any oversight. Given that his most formidable and adept power was his mental energy, Lin Bei was able to discern all of this with ease, leading him to this conclusion. If he wished to utilize his mental energy, he could only do so during fleeting gaps in the monitoring. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei hesitated no longer. He promptly released a portion of his diminished mental energy, utilizing the intervals between scans to explore this peculiar area. In this situation, he could only employ a relatively weaker mental energy. To recklessly unleash his more potent abilities would make it nearly impossible to remain undetected by the monitoring forces. Should his unique mental energy intersect with another, the possessor of that mental energy would inevitably succumb to its influence, leading them into a state of madness. This was not a favorable outcome for Lin Bei, particularly since the mayor had come to this place seeking assistance regarding pertinent matters. Should he witness individuals descending into madness, it would instinctively raise suspicions, triggering a cascade of reactions. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed with caution, even if it meant sacrificing efficiency. After a painstaking 3 minutes, Lin Bei finally located the mayor amidst the throng. At this moment, the mayor was queuing in front of a shop. The line was lengthy, with dozens of individuals ahead of him. The name of the establishment was Shanghai Laiku. Lin Bei did not dwell much on this name. Thankfully, it wasn't too far from him. If he quickened his pace, he could catch up. His sole thought at that moment was to hasten to the mayor's side. With the location of the mayor confirmed, Lin Bei quickened his steps, weaving through the crowd. Soon, he found himself in a deserted, dim alley. The throng of people was overwhelming, significantly hindering his speed. Thus, traversing through the void seemed to be the best option. The reason Lin Bei entered this alley was to shift into the void without drawing attention from others. In the next moment, he summoned the power of the void, attempting to transition into it. However, to his dismay, the void did not split open as it usually did, and the surrounding space remained perfectly normal. Observing this, Lin Bei's pupils involuntarily constricted as he exclaimed, "Here, there is no void present?" The power of the void had not failed, but rather, this place was entirely devoid of it, a completely independent realm, isolated from the void. He had never encountered such a situation before. With no other option, he had to abandon this method. Resolutely dismissing his intent to enter the void, Lin Bei resumed his journey along the street. After a considerable time, he arrived at his destination, observing the long line in front of the shop Shanghai Laiku. Shanghai. Surely this cannot be related to the Shanghai organization. Lin Bei pondered, uncertain in his heart. The mere sight of the characters Shanghai instinctively invoked thoughts of the enigmatic Shanghai organization. This organization was shrouded in mystery, associated with both the legendary Beast Tamer and the chaotic forces. It was not improbable that such a mysterious place would have connections to it. Until now, Lin Bei had only engaged in superficial interactions with the Shanghai organization. In essence, his actions had been inconsequential to them, merely skimming the surface without delving into the organization's core, merely probing at the periphery. However, this was merely Lin Bei's subconscious speculation. The specifics remained indeterminate. Nonetheless, he kept his wits about him, mentally preparing for the possibility of encountering the Shanghai organization here. Suppressing the doubts that lingered in his mind, Lin Bei stepped to the back of the line, joining the queue, with the mayor not far ahead. For the time being, his best course of action was to remain inconspicuous and observe the unfolding situation. He dared not act impulsively, not only due to the mysterious nature of this place, but also because the dragons were absent from his side. In the event of danger, relying solely on his own abilities would be arduous. Rationally, it was prudent to exercise caution. While standing at the end of the line, Lin Bei continued to observe his surroundings. The location of the Shanghai Laiku shop was precisely at the heart of this area, bustling with numerous stalls and a heavy flow of people, allowing him to witness a great deal. Moments passed, and 10 minutes later, Lin Bei advanced a couple of steps, with many others following suit. During this interval, he made several observations. Interestingly, while people continuously entered the shop, none emerged from it. Were they still inside? Or had they utilized alternative means to exit? Not a single soul was seen exiting the establishment. This situation was evidently abnormal. Consequently, Lin Bei's intrigue towards the Shanghai Laiku shop intensified, and his desire to enter and investigate further grew stronger. Additionally, He noted that the others in line seemed unfazed by the peculiar occurrence of individuals only entering and not exiting, as if they were already aware of it. Thus, Lin Bei maintained a facade of nonchalance, once again scrutinizing his surroundings. After observing attentively for a while, Lin Bei confirmed another significant detail. It was likely that 4 species, akin to the Yalong, had been treated as currency. The scales and flesh of the Yalong were the most widely circulated, followed by the feathers and flesh of the pseudo-phoenix. The third was the gray tiger, with its fur and flesh being prevalent, and the fourth was the snake turtle, whose shell was highly sought after. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall the 4 sacred beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke, waiting for his release beneath the southern mountain. The 4 species functioning as commodities and currency here appeared to be significantly diluted versions of the 4 sacred beasts. There was an uncanny connection to the Qinglong and its brethren. With this astonishing revelation, Lin Bei became even more convinced that the Shanghai Lai Kushop was intertwined with the Shanghai organization. After all, since he first learned about the Shanghai organization, they had consistently sought connections with entities like the Qinglong, Tao Tai, and the forces of chaos. If this establishment truly had ties to the Shanghai organization, what ulterior motives might they be concocting? The situation remained perplexing. Thus, one could deduce that it was highly probable this was part of the Shanghai organization's scheme. Yet, Lin Bei could not discern the significance of such actions. What purpose did it serve to circulate these 4 species as currency in the market? However, he clearly understood that the Shanghai organization was undoubtedly scheming something, having laid the groundwork for many years. Although his encounters with the Shanghai organization had been limited, Lin Bei was acutely aware that it was an organization of extreme peril and profound mystery. It wielded influence across the globe, existing through the annals of time. Every action they undertook bore significant ramifications, entwining with various special entities. This was true for the Southern Mountain, the Heavenly Mountain Prison, and even the Northern Sea. Few could perceive the entirety of the Shanghai organization. It remained shrouded in darkness and enigma. Even the Radiant Altar, which opposed the Shanghai organization, possessed only a fragmentary understanding of it. Could it be that the Shanghai organization's motives were linked to the Qinglong sealed beneath the Southern Mountain? This instinctive hypothesis arose in Lin Bei's mind. The myriad circumstances he had witnessed compelled him to contemplate this direction. He could not help but reminisce about his first encounter with a member of the Shanghai organization, which led him to the 4 sacred beasts in their sealed state. The more he pondered this matter, the more plausible it seemed. He needed to expedite the conclusion of his business here. Subsequently, he would venture to the Zhonglin mountain range to locate whatever could lift the seals. Following that, he would return to the southern mountain to inquire with the Qinglong and the others. They should have some insights. At this moment, he formulated a plan. The remaining task was to execute it. Having established this crucial point, Lin Bei ceased his observations of the market and resumed his place in the queue, feigning nonchalance. The number of individuals in the team is steadily dwindling, and it will not be long before it is his turn. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the enigmatic prison, Yu Fenghua and the rest of the Yu family members appear to be nothing more than a group of ordinary tourists, leisurely strolling along the streets, taking in the unique scenery around them. Whether in the central district or the 4 cardinal directions, the presence of the Yu family is evident, clearly engaged in intelligence gathering. The mermaid empress, who is well acquainted with the situation, has little inclination to concern herself with these trivial matters. She merely unleashes a portion of her power near the areas occupied by the Radiant Dragon and the Holy White Dragon, effectively preventing the Yu family from encroaching upon them. Simultaneously, the mermaid empress addresses the Kunpeng and the Sky Feather Dragon, saying, "You two, behave yourselves. Allow me to fish in peace." The Kunpeng and the Sky Feather Dragon, having grasped the situation, exhibit no resistance to her request. Understood. Ren Ting and Lu Ying, who are responsible for managing the enigmatic prison, are likewise aware of Yu Fenghua and his companion's activities. However, they too remain indifferent, preoccupied with their respective tasks, suppressing their desire to observe the Radiant Dragon. After a night of recuperation, the state of the Radiant Dragon, having just laid 2 dragon eggs, has significantly improved. It has now begun the process of incubating the eggs, resting them upon its body while exuding sacred energy to facilitate their hatching. The Holy White Dragon dutifully remains at its side, its dragon eyes fixated on the Radiant Dragon and the 2 eggs, incessantly posing questions. How do you feel? Are you tired from the hatching? Shall I take over? I can help with this too. Now a father, it yearns to meet its offspring without delay. The situation within the enigmatic prison appears to be relatively stable, albeit with a storm brewing that is destined to arrive sooner or later. At this moment, the Yu sovereign, positioned on a high ground, gazes up at the sky. Despite it being daytime, the moon remains visible, albeit not as radiant as during the night. Full moon, come swiftly. I can hardly wait. That place holds extraordinary significance for my Yu family, he declares, referring to the island where the enigmatic prison is situated. Finally, after enduring a lengthy wait, the town mayor enters the mountain and sea guest house. Lin Bei's attention is immediately captured. At last, it's your turn. Chapter 466. It is the Mountain and Sea Organization. In truth, Lin Bei's current strategy involves two approaches. The first is to queue himself and examine the mountain and sea guest house in detail. The second is to engage with the mayor again through his intermediary. He is acutely aware that the mayor's purpose in coming here is to resolve the exceptional situation he has caused. To ascertain the specifics, he must personally visit the Evil Dragon Valley and discern the situation to devise an appropriate solution. The only viable resolution is to disperse that mental energy. They must venture into the Evil Dragon Valley. At that moment, an opportunity will be mine. Presently, Lin Bei possesses a considerable advantage in the Evil Dragon Valley, firmly in a proactive position, making the gathering of intelligence an uncomplicated endeavor. Furthermore, he operates from the shadows. Before long, the lengthy queue resumes its progress. Many individuals still stand before Lin Bei, and it will take a considerable amount of time, at least half an hour, before it is his turn. He cannot remain stagnant. So he must devise a method to ascertain the mayor's circumstances. The inability to enter the void here has greatly impeded his movements, leaving him reliant on alternative methods. Soon, Lin Bei conceives a plan. In the next moment, he turns to look behind him. The line stretches long behind as well, comprising both men and women. Directly behind Lin Bei stands a seemingly honest middle-aged man. Without hesitation, he smiles and speaks. Could you do me a favor? Rest assured, I shan't let you assist me in vain. Lin Bei, uninterested in discerning the man's true nature, straightforwardly assures him that he will not go unrewarded for his help. In this unfamiliar environment, the prospect of encountering someone willing to assist him is exceedingly slim. As anticipated, the middle-aged man expresses interest, promptly inquiring, "What is it?" "As long as it is not too troublesome and your offer is fair, I will certainly assist you." As soon as he finishes speaking, Lin Bei takes the opportunity to respond. "It's quite simple, not troublesome at all. I have a sudden stomachache and need to find a place to relieve myself. It's quite urgent. All I need you to do is hold my spot so that I can return to the front of the line after I've resolved this issue. To express my gratitude, I am willing to offer you some refreshments, perhaps some soda or chocolate." For him, such items are inexpensive and not particularly rare, so parting with them won't cause him any distress. Trading these modest items for the advancement of his plan is certainly worthwhile. "Just that? Of course, I can do that. However, I require a small upfront token. Otherwise, I worry you might be deceiving me." Faced with such a favorable proposition, the middle-aged man readily agrees. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei produces 2 bottles of soda, removing the packaging and handing them to the middle-aged man. "Here are 2 bottles for you now. I will bring you 3 more when I return." The middle-aged man eagerly accepts the soda, his gaze towards Lin Bei filled with friendliness. "Go ahead. I will hold your spot." He instinctively perceives Lin Bei as a member of a wealthy family. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Bei quickly exits the queue and begins searching for the familiar figure of the mayor around the mountain and sea guest house. Given the relatively small search area, locating someone without concealed tracks is not overly challenging. It merely requires a bit of effort. Before long, Lin Bei spots the mayor amidst the crowd. However, the mayor is no longer alone. Accompanying him are 2 individuals clad in black robes. At this moment, Lin Bei confirms a suspicion. Indeed, this is connected to the Mountain and Sea Organization. The members he encountered in Nanshan City were also donned in such black robes. To label it a coincidence would be stretching the truth. Chapter 467. Doors and Portals. With this confirmation of the connection to the Mountain and Sea Organization, Lin Bei's brow furrows increasingly. His recent experiences have taught him that any matter linked to the Mountain and Sea Organization is assuredly not a good omen. This holds true for Nanshan City, the Heavenly Mountain Prison, and the Northern Sea. To think that even this place bears ties to the Mountain and Sea Organization. It appears that the rift between us shall only deepen. Lin Bei does not resist this. After all, the events that transpired previously have already soured relations between both parties to a significant extent. Adding fuel to the fire now will hardly alter the situation. What is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. The next moment, Lin Bei hastily quickened his pace, swiftly diminishing the distance between himself and the town mayor. If the gap were too vast and he were to deliberately rush, it would undoubtedly draw their attention. Thus, he was left with no choice but to harness the power of time. The forces of the void were beyond his reach, and he could not freely unleash his mental energy, leaving him with the solitary option of utilizing the power of time. Upon making this decision, he immediately summoned the temporal force. Stop. In an instant, everything around him was frozen in time. The cacophony ceased. Passers-by remained with mouths agape. and goods that had just fallen hung suspended in the air, while the sweeping mental energy paused not far away. In this absolute stillness, only Lin Bei was able to move, advancing step by step through the suspended moment. He halted just 1 meter behind the mayor and the members of the Shanghai organization. Before donning a mask, given that many wore masks in this vicinity, his action was not out of place. Unfreeze. The next moment, everything returned to its normal state. The clamor resumed, goods thudded to the ground, and the stilled mental energy surged forward. The mayor and the 2 members of the Shanghai organization remained oblivious to Lin Bei's presence, continuing their journey ahead, engaged in casual conversation. Their volume uncontrolled enough for Lin Bei, merely a meter away, to overhear. It's truly remarkable that you, Dong Wenshan, would take the initiative to lead us to Evil Dragon Valley. One remarked. We've brought it up countless times, yet you never once relented. No matter how hard we pressed for entry. Dong Wenshan, the mayor, awkwardly scratched his head, offering a wry smile as he responded, I beg for your understanding. The rule of not admitting outsiders was established by our ancestors. This request for your assistance was a decision I pondered for quite some time. Having broached this topic, he added, from now on, our 2 parties must foster more interaction. In truth, he was reluctant to make this decision. However, the circumstances in Evil Dragon Valley left Dong Wenshan with no alternative. The 2 members of the Shanghai organization did not press the issue further, assuring him, fear not. Since you've made such a sacrifice, we will undoubtedly assist you in resolving this predicament. The Shanghai organization can accomplish anything. Having eavesdropped on their conversation, Lin Bei gleaned some crucial information. He glanced around, occasionally spotting the shimmering portals. It seemed they could not be entered at will. To gain access, one must be guided by someone emerging from within. The variations in color likely pertain to this. Chapter 468, the correct answer. Although this was merely conjecture and yet to be substantiated, Lin Bei firmly believed his hypothesis represented the truth. The white doors were inaccessible to the Shanghai organization, allowing only those on the opposite side to traverse freely. Conversely, the black doors were entirely different. Members of the Shanghai organization could come and go as they pleased. Regardless of the accuracy of his assumptions, verification would soon follow. At that point, he would know for certain. Understanding the Mayor Dong Wenshan's intentions, Lin Bei anticipated the forthcoming events. They would lead the members of the Shanghai organization through that very door. Once they crossed its threshold, the truth would be unveiled. As Dong Wenshan and the 2 members of the Shanghai organization chatted amiably, their atmosphere had notably improved, no longer tinged with awkwardness. Lin Bei cautiously trailed behind them, activating the power of time whenever the risk of exposure loomed, ensuring he remained in a favorable position. Finally, after a continuous journey, Dong Wenshan and the 2 members of the Shanghai organization arrived before the door radiating white light. This door was, in fact, the very entryway Lin Bei had traversed earlier. You 2, grasp my hand tightly and enter with me. Do not let go, or you may become lost within, Dong Wenshan instructed, extending his hand. The 2 members of the Shanghai organization hesitated not a moment, clasping Dong Wenshan's hand firmly while cheerfully assuring him, no need to worry, we understand this all too well. Indeed, we have traversed many doors and are quite familiar with such matters. In the next instant, Dong Wenshan took a step forward, crossing into the glowing door. The 2 members of the Shanghai organization followed closely behind. At that moment, the luminous door began to flicker, engulfing the 3 figures within. Until their departure, they remained unaware of Lin Bei's pursuit. Watching the door continue to shimmer, Lin Bei muttered to himself, they have entered. However, I need not rush back. What of the Shanghai organization? Attempting to sever my mental energy is no simple task. His mental energy was not ordinary. It stemmed from the Dragon God and the Sea Witch Queen. To dismantle it without any clues would be an exceedingly arduous endeavor, requiring vast amounts of time and effort for research, which was why Lin Bei was in no hurry to return. The Shanghai organization was undoubtedly powerful, yet restoring normalcy to Evil Dragon Valley in a short span was equally implausible. Not long after Dong Wenshan entered the door with the members of the Shanghai organization, a small black dot appeared at the edge of the white door. Initially, there was but a single dot, but with each passing second, the number multiplied. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. More and more black dots emerged, quickly coalescing into a small black mass that rapidly enveloped the door. The white door was visibly transforming into a black one. In that moment, Lin Bei's suspicions were confirmed. He turned to gaze at the nearby black doors. Indeed, just as I suspected, the distinction between the white and black doors lies in whether outsiders have entered. If not, it remains white. If so, it turns black. This implies that I can traverse through those black doors to the world beyond. Chapter 469, only a step away. As this thought crystallized, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming urge to pass through those black doors and explore the world on the other side. Those realms must be equally extraordinary. They could hardly be inferior to Evil Dragon Valley. After muttering to himself a few times, he seemed to recall something and abruptly halted. After a pause of about 3 or 4 seconds, he spoke once more. Once I reach the world beyond the black doors, I should encounter the Phoenix Imposter, the Gray Tiger, and the Serpent Tortoise. Yet, I have a query. If these unique species total only 4, why are there so many doors? Although he had merely cast a cursory glance and had not conducted a thorough tally, he had nonetheless observed that there were dozens of doors. Pushing aside his curiosity, Lin Bei continued to focus on the door transitioning to black. At this moment, the transformation was nearly complete, and it would not be long before everything turned entirely black. He was not the only one observing. Many passers-by were watching and engaging in discussions amongst themselves. Have the ancient relics of Evil Dragon Valley finally come to their senses? Quite a feat, considering we've been open for years while they stubbornly refused to budge. But what good is their stubbornness now? They've opened up just like us. I must pay a visit to see the value of the dragonlings in Evil Dragon Valley. Why bother with dragonlings? The real treasure lies in the evil dragons. If you're intent on raiding, why not be bold and go straight for the evil dragons? Listening to these remarks, Lin Bei chose not to engage. Instead, he quietly absorbed the information, analyzing the implications. Raiding evil dragons? It seemed that the worlds behind these doors were not particularly amicable towards one another. This suggested a hostile competitive relationship between the doors. This was merely Lin Bei's conjecture. To truly understand the situation, he would need to personally explore a few doors. Only by witnessing the realities behind them could he form a final judgment. Before long, the door that Dong Wenshan and the members of the Mountain Sea organization had entered transformed into a pitch-black void, void of any impurities. In that moment, several individuals rushed forward without hesitation, disappearing into the darkness, their forms rapidly consumed. Each time a world opened, there would always be those seeking to invade, such detestable creatures. What are they pretending for? As if they had never done such things themselves. For now, I shall refrain from entering. I prefer to observe the situation before making a decision. After a few more seconds, Lin Bei departed from the scene, swiftly returning to the entrance of the Mountain Sea guest. After some time, the queue had significantly shortened, and it would soon be the turn of a middle-aged man. Lin Bei retrieved 3 bottles of beverages and 2 chocolate bars. Returning to the middle-aged man with a smile and saying, "I'm back. Here." The items he offered were all common goods from this place, intended to avoid arousing unnecessary curiosity. Suddenly producing something that did not belong here would inevitably draw attention. The middle-aged man happily accepted the items and kindly allowed Lin Bei to go ahead of him in line, adding, "Young man, you don't seem to have a strong constitution, do you? It took you quite a while. Would you care to try our local specialty, snake turtle eggs? They're great for digestion." To this, Lin Bei could only smile and brush it off. Great for digestion? Sorry, not needed. I'm perfectly fine. At last, after a considerable wait, Lin Bei arrived at the threshold of the Mountain Sea guest. Just one step over the threshold, and he would enter the establishment. Chapter 470, The Azure Dragon Sage. Standing at the entrance, gazing at the black curtain before him, Lin Bei felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. Finally, it was his turn to confront everything. He was acutely aware of what awaited him inside. A faction with which he had clashed multiple times, shrouded in countless secrets. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei composed himself and decisively stepped forward into the establishment known as the Mountain Sea guest. Though he knew he might encounter dangers within, retreating was not an option he wished to consider. Initially, he had queued precisely to see what lay inside. After all, a moment later, Lin Bei found himself within the Mountain Sea guest, the cacophony from behind him muffled by the thin curtain, and he instinctively began to observe the shop's interior. The ambience resembled that of a humble convenience store, with a variety of goods on display: food, tools, clothing, and books. However, all the products had been processed, their packaging distinctly different from the norm, sharing a common trait of being untraceable in origin. In addition to the numerous shelves displaying merchandise, there was a setup in the front corner resembling an office, complete with a bookshelf, a desk, and a swivel chair. Seated there was an individual clad in a black robe, evidently a member of the Mountain Sea organization. Retracting his gaze from the surroundings, Lin Bei focused on the Mountain Sea organization member at the end of the room and stepped forward. The figure scrutinized him in return, offering not a single word. It was only when Lin Bei reached the desk that the member finally spoke. "Is this your first visit? Please, have a seat." His tone was calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Without hesitation, Lin Bei sat down and replied, "Yes. It's my first time. I've just never found the opportunity before." No sooner had he spoken than the Mountain Sea organization member continued, "Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Azure Dragon Sage. You may call me Azure Dragon or Mr. Azure Dragon, whichever you prefer. Upon hearing the title Azure Dragon Sage, Lin Bei's eyelids twitched involuntarily, a wave of astonishment washing over him. While he had anticipated some interaction with members of the Mountain Sea organization upon entering the Mountain Sea guest, encountering the Azure Dragon Sage right away was entirely unexpected. If it had been another sage, Lin Bei might not have been so taken aback. Yet, it was the Azure Dragon Sage. His previous conjectures had already linked this place with the Azure Dragon and the other four holy beasts. Now, it was evident that there was indeed a connection. Otherwise, the Azure Dragon Sage would not be present here. Though surprised, Lin Bei quickly concealed his astonishment, ensuring he displayed no unusual reaction, and cooperatively stated, "My name is Yuzaheo. You can just call me Xiaohao." The next moment, the Azure Dragon Sage nodded and spoke again. "Xiaohao, do you know what the primary business of the Mountain Sea guest is? Or did you simply decide to come in because you noticed a crowd?" He was uncertain. This young man, named Yuzaheo, was clearly still maturing in temperament. Lin Bei replied candidly, "I'm not particularly clear. I just have a general idea. I've heard that it's a place where any unresolved issues can be addressed." This was indeed what he had come to understand. That's about right. Here, we can resolve all your troubles, but you must also pay the corresponding price. So, do you have any troubles? Chapter 471, The Dragon God of World Destruction. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded solemnly, stating, "I do have troubles. If I didn't I wouldn't have entered here. To investigate the situation, even in the absence of troubles, I must feign that I have them. To foolishly declare that I have no troubles would only serve to invite trouble upon myself." Moreover, Lin Bei truly had his share of concerns. The most suitable individual to address this vexation is none other than the esteemed Qinglong Xuanzhang of the Shanghai organization. As the architect of this realm, he possesses an intimate understanding of all its secrets. At this moment, Qinglong Xuanzhang's interest was piqued, and a hint of curiosity gleamed in his gaze directed towards Lin Bei. "Do share your troubles. Allow me to assist you." He was genuinely intrigued to discover what concerns weighed upon Lin Bei's mind. Despite his long tenure here, dedicated to alleviating the burdens of others, he had encountered very few young souls. The youth residing in these lands rarely experience tumult or are inundated with excessive knowledge. Thus, their troubles tend to be remarkably few, predominantly revolving around the most fundamental issues of survival. In the next instant, Lin Bei articulated his query. "I wish to know, does a world exist beyond this one? Are we truly alone in this vast expanse? I cannot shake the feeling that our realm is far too diminutive. I often dream that we are confined within a sealed chamber." As he posed this question, he deliberately adorned his countenance with a visage of bewilderment and longing, his entire demeanor embodying that of a youth yearning for the wonders of the outside world. After speaking, Lin Bei fixed his gaze upon Qinglong Xuanzhang, his expression betraying an unmistakable anticipation. This was a calculated effort to prevent Qinglong Xuanzhang from harboring any doubts. Upon hearing the question, Qinglong Xuanzhang's brow furrowed in surprise, an expression of incredulity gracing his features. He had not anticipated that a young person would pose such a query. While others had inquired before, they were invariably older individuals, having trudged through life in a daze, questioning their own perceptions. Fortunately, having answered this query on numerous occasions in the past, Qinglong Xuanzhang found no difficulty in responding. There is no world beyond. Many years ago, there existed a beautiful realm beyond our confines. This world was vast, teeming with diverse species and resources, advanced technology, and countless inhabitants. But that was merely a fleeting memory. Now, the world I once cherished has been obliterated. All resources and species have been annihilated, advanced technology has crumbled, and the populace has been ruthlessly slaughtered. We are the sole survivors, preparing to rebuild the world in the future. Lin Bei was taken aback by Qinglong Xuanzhang's response. He had expected the denial of an external world, yet was astonished by the fabricated narrative of its destruction. The external world appeared to be thriving. Suppressing his urge to expose this falsehood, Lin Bei replied in accordance with Qinglong Xuanzhang's claims. "What? The world is destroyed? Who is the wretch responsible for this atrocity? How outrageous!" He expressed his indignation, embodying the anger of a youth wronged. To this, Qinglong Xuanzhang was entirely unfazed. Every time he uttered such words, the listener invariably displayed anger. The one responsible for the world's demise is known as the Dragon God. Upon hearing the name Dragon God from Qinglong Xuanzhang's lips, Lin Bei was momentarily stunned, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, as he had not anticipated encountering that name. However, he quickly regained his composure, masking any unusual reaction, and responded in a compliant manner, "Dragon God? That name is rather peculiar. Why is it both dragon and god? What compels it to obliterate worlds? That realm sounds enchanting." Lin Bei continued in the vein of Qinglong Xuanzhang's narrative, recognizing that if the blame was to be placed on the dragon god, it would serve him best to adopt this narrative and extract further information. As anticipated, upon posing this question, Qinglong Xuanzhang promptly replied, "It possesses both the bloodline of a dragon and that of a deity. Hence the moniker Dragon God. The rationale behind its destruction of worlds is rather straightforward. It is simply a madman who cannot tolerate anything beautiful. We have suffered greatly at its hands, having been persecuted time and again, ultimately forced into hiding. Anything it deems unsatisfactory is met with annihilation. Moreover, after committing such atrocities, the dragon god feels no remorse, as if it has merely engaged in trivial matters." In Qinglong Xuanzhang's portrayal, the dragon god emerged as a merciless, malevolent creature. As he recounted this tale, his tone bore the weight of anguish, his body trembling slightly, as if recalling a tragic event. Had Lin Bei not possessed prior knowledge of the dragon god, he might have been easily deceived by Qinglong Xuanzhang's account. Thus, he came to a resolute conclusion. There existed an irreconcilable conflict between the dragon god and the Shanghai organization. Otherwise, there would be no need to fabricate such a grand falsehood to incite animosity toward the dragon god. Yet, before Lin Bei could utter a word, the long-absent system notification abruptly echoed in his mind. Slander. This is pure slander. The dragon god would never commit such acts. Host. Do not be deceived. Everything is a fabrication of the Shanghai organization. Lin Bei felt somewhat speechless, surprised that Qinglong Xuanzhang's remarks had provoked the system's ire. Rest assured, not a single word he spoke will I believe. After all, the outside world is perfectly fine. Not only did he refuse to believe Qinglong Xuanzhang, but any rational individual from another realm would also be incredulous. The premise of a destroyed world was utterly unfounded. How could subsequent claims hold any truth? Despite harboring no trust in Qinglong Xuanzhang's words, Lin Bei maintained an outwardly compliant facade. What a despicable being to have committed such an atrocity, especially when that world was so beautiful. Alas, it seems there is truly no world outside. He deliberately projected an air of resigned acceptance of this grim reality. Observing this, Qinglong Xuanzhang offered words of consolation. Do not be too despondent. Our continued existence is the greatest blessing. Let us return to calm ourselves. Walk through the door behind me. Your troubles are trivial. A modest consultation fee will suffice. There are personnel behind the door to assist you. Should you encounter further troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out again. After bestowing upon Lin Bei a few scales of the subdragon, he exited the Shanghai establishment. Once more stepping onto the bustling streets, gazing at the myriad doors, he felt he had gleaned some insights. It was now evident. This realm was constructed from lies. As Lin Bei muttered his deductions, his spirits did not lighten. Rather, they grew heavier. He furrowed his brow, traversing the lively streets, continually pondering and contemplating his next course of action. What should he do next? A realm woven from deceit, concealing monumental secrets. The schemes of the Shanghai organization are far from simple. As Lin Bei pondered these matters with utmost seriousness, the system's notification reverberated once more. Ding. Successfully triggered a hidden mission. The Shanghai organization harbors ulterior motives, targeting the entire world. Should their conspiracy succeed, calamity shall befall all, and even the host shall not escape the impending fate. Host, the hostess dragon, the former followers of the dragon god, all shall be inexorably entangled. I implore the host to dismantle this place, regardless of their conspiracy or the extent of their progress. Completion of this task promises exceedingly generous rewards. The rewards for this mission can be tailored to the host's desires. This system will accommodate nearly any request. At that moment, Lin Bei halted abruptly, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his gaze, taken aback by both the mission's content and its rewards. However, what astonished him even more was the tone in which the system issued this task. It resonated with palpable anger, as if a fundamental boundary had been encroached upon. System, are you quite furious? Is it because the Shanghai organization has vilified the dragon god, branding him as a malevolent, selfish fiend? Just as Lin Bei posed this question, the system responded, that is indeed partly the case, yet not entirely. This system feels genuine ire over their insult to the dragon god, yet would not arbitrarily issue a mission for mere personal grievances. The primary reason is that the actions of the Shanghai organization will inevitably implicate the host. If not preemptively thwarted, the ultimate outcome remains shrouded in uncertainty. Everything this system undertakes is for the host's benefit. To this, Lin Bei remained skeptical. Though the system asserted its intentions, he was certain that the principal motivation behind the mission's issuance was the defamation of the dragon god by the Azure Dragon Venerable. After all, the system shared a significant bond with the dragon god. Nevertheless, Lin Bei chose not to dwell on this. aware that the system harbored secrets beyond his current understanding. Instead of inquiring into trivial matters, he resolved to focus on the enticing rewards. For the sake of these rewards, he felt compelled to undertake this mission, despite being acutely aware of the task's formidable difficulty and the possibility of encountering traps at any moment. He believed it necessary to make the attempt. Accomplishing it would allow him to propose the rewards he desired. Lin Bei's aspirations for rewards were manifold. He wished to obliterate this place, yet the strength of himself and the dragons alone would undoubtedly be insufficient. He would need to harness the powers of the Kunpeng as well. Ultimately, he would also release the Azure Dragon and his companions from beneath Nanshan City. Thus, the decision was made. Once the marriage alliance concluded, actions would gradually unfold. After formulating this rough plan, Lin Bei felt a considerable weight lift from his heart, and he resumed his forward march. Upon arriving before a black door, he paused once more. After gazing intently at the dark portal for several seconds, he stepped through it, eager to explore other areas and gain a general understanding of his surroundings. Chapter 474, The Most Unique Valley of Evil Dragons. Upon entering the black door, he was greeted by an expanse of darkness, forcing Lin Bei to rely on instinct as he traversed the unseen path. After a prolonged journey through the shadows, he finally sensed something distinct ahead. It seemed he had arrived. Continuing forward would lead him back through the door to another realm. I must enter the void the instant I emerge. The reason for this direct plunge into the void was Lin Bei's utter unfamiliarity with the outside world. He had no knowledge of its conditions, the species that inhabited it, nor whether members of the Shanghai organization were present. Equally uncertain was the disposition of the inhabitants within. Should they harbor hostility towards outsiders, matters could become quite complicated. The moment he reached this decision, Lin Bei stepped into the encroaching darkness. In the next instant, the darkness that enveloped him vanished, revealing an entirely different scene. Water. Everywhere he looked, water abounded, with enormous turtles either swimming through its depths or lounging upon the shores. These turtles bore a peculiar appearance. Their heads resembled serpents rather than those of traditional turtles, and there were multiple such heads. Where one would expect a tail, another serpent's head emerged. Turtle serpents? They were reminiscent of the Xuanwu. Their numbers appeared to be plentiful. As he uttered these words, Lin Bei entered the void. He then cast his gaze about, scrutinizing this extraordinary world. Overall, water comprised 70% of the landscape, while land constituted only 30%. Amidst that 30% of land, ancient structures stood, inhabited by numerous residents who exuded a sense of ordinary life. Throughout the residential areas, hollowed turtle shells were scattered about. After circling this realm, Lin Bei returned to the black door. In a certain sense, this place bore a striking resemblance to the Valley of Evil Dragons, both containing unique elements. Yet it diverged in the absence of pervasive power. It could be deduced that only the Valley of Evil Dragons was truly exceptional. Before long, he departed this locale and returned to the territory of the Shanghai organization, meandering aimlessly for a while before choosing another black door through which to enter. The world beyond the black door mirrored Lin Bei's expectations closely, yet still lacked that unique power. He sought further validation. Subsequently, he traversed several black doors, experiencing the worlds beyond them. After repeating this process 7 or 8 times, Lin Bei finally ceased his explorations. Standing before the door leading to the Valley of Evil Dragons, his tone shifted to one of complexity. Just as I suspected, the Valley of Evil Dragons is the most extraordinary realm. In the other regions, the species exhibited a high probability of repetition, cycling through the same 3 types. As he reflected on this, Lin Bei paused for a few seconds before continuing. Yet the Ialong exists solely within the Valley of Evil Dragons. The Evil Dragons are likewise unique. No wonder I found myself in the Valley of Evil Dragons. Exhaling deeply, he instinctively inhaled sharply, his gaze upon the door turning intricate. Regardless, I shall return and investigate. With those 2 members of the Shanghai organization present, there must be additional discoveries to be made. Chapter 475, The Exhausted Dragons. The moment his words fell, Lin Bei stepped through the black door, embarking on his journey back to the Valley of Evil Dragons. Upon entry, everything he observed mirrored that of the other doors, allowing him to proceed with ease, and soon he arrived before the portal leading to the Valley of Evil Dragons. Given the time elapsed, they should be at the village, deliberating on how to resolve his mental afflictions. Therefore, exiting directly should pose no issue. For the sake of caution, it is best to directly enter the void. In the next moment, Lin Bei stepped through the black door at the exit. Subsequently, what he beheld flickered momentarily, as darkness transformed into something else. Fortunately, they were not present here. After confirming the absence of others at the entrance, Lin Bei hastily ventured into the void, resolutely departing from the concealed location of the town chief. setting his sights firmly on that village ahead. Today's town was markedly different from the towns of yore. The streets were nearly devoid of inhabitants, and market stalls were conspicuously absent, rendering the atmosphere desolate and devoid of any semblance of liveliness. Every household's door was tightly shut, reminiscent of a curfew's eerie stillness. Lin Bei paid little heed to this peculiar situation, instead hastening through the void towards the village. Before long, he found himself traversing a valley. After such an extended period, the Valley of the Evil Dragons had gradually returned to tranquility, with the previously tumultuous areas now significantly diminished. A few minutes later, Lin Bei spotted the exhausted six-winged wind thunder dragon, sprawled motionless on the ground, peacefully slumbering with its eyes closed. Surrounding it were several contented evil dragons, silently standing guard. This sight rendered Lin Bei speechless, yet he refrained from uttering further words, allowing the six-winged wind thunder dragon to remain undisturbed. After all, the young one had exerted itself all night and deserved a moment's respite. He continued onward. Along the way, he encountered other dragons, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, the Golden Mist Dragon, and the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon, all appearing utterly drained, sprawled upon the uneven ground, with evil dragons standing vigil beside them. Their purpose unclear, whether to safeguard their safety or contemplate other matters. Indeed, they had worked hard. Alas, Little White was absent. Even though he was about to confront the members of the Shanghai organization and the town chief, Lin Bei had not brought along his dragons. He merely wished for them to rest well, considering the village was in close proximity to the Valley of the Evil Dragons. He could return for them later without delay. At last, after swiftly traversing the void for a spell, Lin Bei arrived at the village entrance, where he beheld the villagers still in a state of madness. Some were bellowing for food and drink, others were striking out at anyone they encountered, and some were picking up anything they could find. He also spotted the town chief, Dong Wenshan, standing at the village entrance, accompanied by two members of the Shanghai organization. The expressions on their faces were grim, and a heavy silence hung between them, devoid of any communication. Clearly, they found the current situation to be quite troublesome. After a prolonged pause, Dong Wenshan finally addressed the two. Have either of you come up with a solution to this predicament? As soon as he finished speaking, one of the Shanghai organization members interjected. There has always been a method, but executing it poses challenges and requires the cooperation of all. This situation arose due to the influence of several unique mental energies, reminiscent of the mental energy of the Sea Demon Empress. The only way to restore the villagers to normalcy is to dispel this mental energy. Chapter 476, The Crisis in the Shadows. At this moment, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise at this revelation. They were aware of the Sea Demon Empress. Moreover, they knew how to address this situation. Truly, the enigmatic Shanghai organization was commendable. He was now more convinced than ever that the Shanghai organization possessed an extensive understanding of the dragon god. Otherwise, they would not have knowledge of the Sea Demon Empress, given her unique history. Suddenly, Lin Bei realized something alarming. This was not good. Since the Shanghai organization was aware of the Sea Demon Empress's abilities, they likely knew where she was. Did this not imply that they could also be privy to my actions? The instant this realization struck, Lin Bei's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware that being monitored by the Shanghai organization was far from advantageous. He needed to exercise greater caution. It was imperative to summon the Azure Dragon and the others at once. The Shanghai organization was shrouded in mystery, concealing who knows how many secrets. Even with the assistance of the Kunpeng and others, defeating the Shanghai organization was not guaranteed. The optimal course of action was to swiftly bolster his strength. At this moment, Lin Bei felt the weight of pressure, a tremendous burden that loomed from a distant location, yet was poised to erupt at any moment. Upon hearing the words from the two members of the Shanghai organization, Dong Wenshan's countenance darkened significantly. What? We must summon everyone. Is there no alternative? He was reluctant to let others become aware of this matter. The more who knew, the greater the impact on himself, rendering the situation increasingly difficult to control. In the next instant, the two members of the Shanghai organization promptly answered his question. The mental energy of the Sea Demon Empress is not ordinary. It is one of the subordinates of the Dragon God. You should be well aware of who the Dragon God is, the instigator of world destruction. Its subordinates play a crucial role in this destruction. The method we propose is the only feasible option available, though whether it can be executed is another matter. It was indeed astonishing. Why would the mental energy of the Sea Demon Empress manifest here? This should be an impossibility. The two men were equally taken aback, never anticipating they would encounter the mental energy of the Sea Demon Empress here. Hearing this, Dong Wenshan was rendered speechless. He had heard the name of the Dragon God more than once and was well aware of what it signified. After standing in silence for over 10 seconds, Dong Wenshan let out a long, resigned sigh. Wait a moment, I shall gather them. The situation had reached such a critical juncture that he had no other choice. Hurry. This situation cannot be delayed. The longer we wait, the worse their condition becomes, and there is a risk of it spreading to other areas. Moments later, Dong Wenshan furrowed his brow and departed the scene. Meanwhile, the two members of the Shanghai organization remained at the village entrance, continuing to observe the unfolding situation within. Once Dong Wenshan had moved further away, they resumed speaking. This situation should be related to the recent emergence of the puzzle prison. That place experienced abnormalities, and shortly thereafter, this location followed suit. I instinctively felt compelled to connect these two events. There is undoubtedly a connection. This matter must be reported. Chapter 477. A wave of dragons approaches. Just as I suspected, they are already aware of the puzzle prison and have also noted our presence. If all goes as expected, they have likely grasped the general situation of the mist and may even know of the existence of the Kuanping, the Mermaid Empress, and the Skywing Dragon. As he mused on this, Lin Bei's sense of crisis intensified. The Shanghai organization, this frenzied collective, could undertake horrific actions at any moment. He would not underestimate them. Preparations must be made in advance. Although the Shanghai organization may not take immediate action, the arrival of that day is merely a matter of time. These two individuals seem to possess considerable knowledge. At this moment, a bold idea emerged in Lin Bei's mind, compelling him to take the initiative against those two members of the Shanghai organization. At the very least, he must seize a semblance of control. In the next instant, he unleashed a torrent of unique psychic energy, directing it through the void to envelop the two individuals outside, while simultaneously summoning the dragons residing in the evil Dragon Valley. Assemble. Prepare for battle. Confronted with members of the Shanghai organization, Lin Bei did not believe he could achieve victory without the aid of the dragons. How could those dispatched to resolve issues in this area lack formidable strength? Instantly, all the dragons resting in the evil Dragon Valley opened their eyes in unison, fixating their gaze upon the village. A resonant chorus of dragon roars echoed throughout the valley as the dragons, having fought tirelessly, began to rise from the ground and approach their master. The surrounding dragons, filled with anticipation for the arrival of their offspring, stood up without hesitation, following the dragons towards the village. After the events of yesterday, they had resolved to follow the dragon with whom they shared a bond for all eternity. Thud, thud. In no time, the evil Dragon Valley was bustling with dragons on the move, shaking the very ground beneath them, akin to an earthquake occurring. The mayor, Dong Wenshan, who had intentionally chosen a detour, found himself in an area devoid of dragons, gazing in astonishment at the trembling ground beneath his feet. What is happening? Why is the ground continuously shaking? Despite his curiosity to investigate the matter, the bizarre situation in the village quickly quelled his thoughts, prompting him to hasten his departure towards the town. There was much to be done. He needed to find the townsfolk and seek out individuals from other villages. At the very moment, the two members of the Shanghai organization were enveloped by the unique psychic energy. They sensed something amiss and promptly vacated the area they had just occupied, retreating to a distance of over 10 meters. Their brows furrowing as they scrutinized the region saturated with psychic energy. Who dares to reveal themselves? Engaging in clandestine actions from the shadows is rather unamusing. As they uttered these words, the two prepared for battle, ready to summon their pets at any moment. In the next instant, a fissure appeared in the void. Chapter 478. The battle erupts. Following this, Lin Bei's voice resonated from the rift. Who am I? You two should be well aware. Were you not just discussing matters pertaining to me? Having resolved to take action, I see no need to conceal my identity. In an instant, the two members of the Shanghai organization, piecing together the unfolding circumstances, arrived at the conclusion. It's you, the one who constructed the enigmatic prison. This revelation, coupled with the unique psychic energy, could only point to this scoundrel. Despicable fiend, you have been eavesdropping on our conversation from the void, and you dare to attempt a psychic assault on us. Why are you present in the evil Dragon Valley? This is clearly the territory of the Shanghai organization, known only to a select few members, while the rest remain oblivious to its existence. As they spoke, the two exchanged swift glances, reaching a silent consensus on how to deal with Lin Bei. Just then, Lin Bei stepped forth from the void, wielding the divine weapon, Qian Huan, with wind and thunder swirling around him. How fortuitous. I too have inquiries for you. Why has the Shanghai organization meticulously crafted this place? What is the true objective? Perhaps you too can provide me with the answers. While he harbored suspicions, they remained mere conjectures, lacking certainty. Currently, Lin Bei found himself unable to engage the Azure Dragon Elder. Thus, these two isolated members of the Shanghai organization became the prime targets for his operation, also the most convenient ones. Observing Lin Bei, who appeared significantly younger than anticipated, the two members of the Shanghai organization felt a surge of astonishment. He was rather different from their expectations. Yet, they paid little heed to this detail. For them, Lin Bei's age bore no impact on their objectives. Let us take action. Capturing you will surely please Lord Azure Dragon. Perhaps we can then depart this place and return to headquarters for further assignments. While this location may be safe, it is dreadfully dull, with only these rustic townsfolk in sight, devoid of the vibrant cities beyond. With that, they summoned their pets with utmost fervor. Roar! One possessed the talent of bear affinity, summoning a dozen colossal bears, each towering 7 to 8 meters high, with shoulders nearly 2 meters wide, the smallest exceeding 3 meters. The variety included black bears, polar bears, and more. The other bore the talent of scorpion affinity, conjuring forth a swarm of dark, purplish scorpions, their venomous stingers glinting ominously. After summoning their pets, the two wasted no time, immediately issuing commands. Charge. Weaken him first, then capture him. Act swiftly. Do not grant him the opportunity to summon his own pets. In the next instant, the bear-like beasts and scorpion-like creatures launched their assault upon Lin Bei. Their claws capable of shattering mountains slicing through the air, while the formidable pincers converged from various angles. Additionally, the spines of their tails, laden with lethal venom, aimed directly at Lin Bei. The situation was perilous. Chapter 479, The Arrival of the Dragons. Lin Bei gazed upward at the massive bear paws descending upon him, unwavering as he raised the divine weapon Qian Huan, delivering a powerful strike upward. A second later, a slash imbued with the elements of wind, thunder, and fire collided forcefully with the descending bear paws. Boom! The strike erupted, forcing the bear paws to retract, leaving tufts of fur scattered in its wake. Yet, more bear paws continued their relentless assault from all directions, intent on flattening Lin Bei. The poisonous stingers and giant pincers were also en route, facing this onslaught. It was utterly unrealistic for Lin Bei, relying solely on his own strength, to confront the multitude of bears and scorpions. Not only were they numerous, but their strength was formidable as well. Even if he could manage to hold his ground, it would demand an exorbitant amount of time. He had no desire to expend such effort. He needed to stall. Meanwhile, let us hone our practical experience. After all, those fellows will be arriving shortly. Once they do, the victor shall be determined. Lin Bei had keenly heard the resonant dragon roars echoing through the valley just moments ago. In the next instant, he immediately harnessed the power of time to evade the impending attacks. Bang! As the bear's paw struck the ground, a tremor rippled through the earth. Fissures appearing as chunks of soil were sent flying into the air, transforming Lin Bei's previous location into a vast pit. The poisonous spikes that plunged into the pit swiftly released a copious amount of toxins. Within mere seconds, the ground morphed into a shade of dark purple. Should an ordinary person tread upon it, they would succumb to the poison within moments. At this juncture, Lin Bei, utilizing the pause time, reappeared beside the two members of the Mountain and Sea Organization. Observing the area where he had just stood, he remarked to them, "Your pets are truly terrifying. Had I not dodged just now, I shudder to think of the fate that would have befallen me." Startled by the voice emanating from behind, the two individuals froze momentarily. Recognizing Lin Bei's voice and realizing he was positioned behind them, they promptly prepared to turn and attack, yet before they could act, Lin Bei's voice rang out once more, "Surrender. Although I alone cannot defeat you, you are equally incapable of vanquishing me. My means of survival are exceedingly formidable." He spoke truthfully. With the power of time, the void, and his ability to conjure mist, preserving his life was a trivial matter. At that moment, Lin Bei continued, "Let the outcome be determined by them." As his words fell, the first of the arriving dragons, the Time Sovereign's dark dragon, surged forth from the valley, accompanied by a throng of malevolent dragons, charging directly at Lin Bei. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of their dragon roars. Mere seconds later, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon emerged alongside another pack of wicked dragons, similarly roaring as they raced toward Lin Bei. Following suit, other dragons joined the fray. The golden mist dragon, the celestial sea dragon, the flame rock armored dragon, and the world-devouring demon slayer dragon. Each dragon emerging from the valley of malevolent dragons was trailed by numerous similarly fearsome dragons. The total was nothing short of staggering. Upon exiting the valley of malevolent dragons, they immediately surged toward Lin Bei, hastening to his side, and then standing obediently in place. This was true for both the toxic steel dragon and the other malevolent dragons. In less than a minute, over 100 dragons congregated behind Lin Bei. Each one was a legitimate dragon, incomparable to the lesser dragons from the valley of malevolent dragons. The dragons stood silently behind Lin Bei, their gazes fixed intently upon the two members of the Mountain and Sea Organization, as well as the distant bear-like and scorpion-like beasts. Their eyes ablaze with a palpable murderous intent. As they suppressed their inner fury, the dragons emitted deep, resonant roars, each one imbued with seething anger. It was clear they were voicing their discontent. The robust world-devouring Demon Slayer Dragon and Toxic Steel Dragon flanked Lin Bei, one extending a claw forward, poised to shield him from any danger, while the Time Sovereign's Dark Dragon gazed intently at the adversaries. The six-winged Thunderstorm Dragon and Flame Rock Armored Dragon mirrored this vigilance, remaining alert to both the enemies ahead and Lin Bei's condition. The malevolent dragons were primarily concerned for their beloved dragons, and Lin Bei could only lean back slightly. Upon witnessing the simultaneous emergence of over 100 dragons, the two members of the Mountain and Sea organization were rendered utterly speechless. Their previously rapid thoughts coming to a sudden halt, their minds blank. Dragons. So many dragons. Dozens of dragons. No, over 100 dragons. What on earth is happening? Why are these dragons gathered behind him? It cannot be that he has tamed them all, can it? One individual possessing 100 dragons. Surely this must be the reincarnation of a dragon god. The two stood there, dazed, unable to process the reality before them, their expressions betraying sheer shock. Not only them, but the nearby bear-like and scorpion-like beasts, which had ceased their attacks, now beheld the multitude of genuine dragons behind Lin Bei. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within them, causing them to tremble involuntarily, as they felt the weight of ancestral suppression. If it were just one or two dragons, the sensation would be manageable, allowing them to act with composure. However, facing 100 dragons at once, the feeling of oppression was so intense it threatened to coalesce into a tangible form, nearly shattering their mental state. A low, disbelieving growl escaped the mouths of the bear-like beasts, their fur bristling with fear, while the scorpion-like beasts' venomous tails drooped, no longer daring to sway in the air. Before the battle had even commenced, they had already lost the psychological edge. After all, there were simply too many dragons on the opposing side. Turning to observe the swiftly approaching dragons, Lin Bei felt a sense of satisfaction. Their speed exceeded his expectations. With the dragons now assembled, he wasted no time in issuing his command. Attack. Annihilate those bears and scorpions. Leave these two to me. As Lin Bei's words echoed, the world-devouring Demon Slayer Dragon surged forth, charging directly at the trembling bear-like and scorpion-like beasts. The other dragons did not lag behind. Witnessing the world-devouring Demon Slayer Dragon lead the charge, they rushed forward, passing by the two members of the Mountain and Sea organization without even a glance. Each dragon swept past, generating gusts of wind that sent their black robes billowing chaotically. Moments later, only the Flame Rock Armored Dragon and a few of its accompanying malevolent dragons remained beside Lin Bei, faithfully guarding him. Being a mature dragon, it held no desire to engage in conflict with the others, wishing only for the safety of its master. Lin Bei observed the two members of the Mountain and Sea organization, now thoroughly intimidated, and a cold smirk played upon his lips. My apologies, but it appears I have the advantage in dragons. What? Are you frightened? At this moment, the tide had turned. He was no longer alone. No longer facing a multitude of beasts single-handedly. In this instant, the two members of the Mountain and Sea organization, their expressions grave, fixed their gaze upon Lin Bei. Before one hesitantly voiced a question that had clearly lingered in their minds. Are you the dragon god? Or rather, are you the reincarnation of the dragon god? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback by the question, never having anticipated such an inquiry. I am neither the dragon god, nor a reincarnation of the dragon god. Where in this world is there any notion of reincarnation? Death is simply death. After enduring numerous trials, he began to question the connection he shared with the dragon god. While various events seemed to hint at a link, none explicitly clarified the nature of that connection, only that it undeniably existed. Everything remains shrouded in ambiguity. Even though he is aware of a certain affinity with the dragon god, he would not divulge this truth. Despite the dire circumstances faced by the two members of the Shanghai organization, who have been cornered, revealing some secrets might have been permissible, yet Lin Bei remained vigilant. Upon hearing Lin Bei's denial, the two members of the Shanghai organization visibly sighed in relief, as if a burden had been lifted. It is for the best. Otherwise, it would lead to complications. At that moment, the devouring sky-slaying demon dragon lunged at a bear-like beast, raising a formidable bony claw without mercy and crashing it down upon the creature's body. Thud! In an instant of unleashed fury, the bear-like beast was sent flying several dozen meters, finally crashing to the ground, its eyes rolling back as it lost consciousness. This strike encapsulated the entirety of the devouring sky-slaying demon dragon's wrath. Upon arriving at this place, it had surmised the tribulations Lin Bei had faced, and its rage surged to an unparalleled zenith. Merely sending this bear-like beast flying could not assuage the hatred that boiled within the devouring sky-slaying demon dragon. As the bear-like creature fell, it swiftly returned to the beast's side, lifting its massive bony claw and relentlessly striking down upon it time and again. Thud. Consequently, the ground became riddled with craters, the bear-like beast being driven several meters underground, while copious amounts of blood gushed forth, staining the claws of the devouring sky, slaying demon dragon crimson. Buzz. With each forceful strike, it emitted a dragon's roar, as if questioning the very essence of existence. Meanwhile, other dragons, who had arrived a moment too late, also descended upon the area where the bear-like and scorpion-like beasts had gathered, launching merciless assaults against them. Chapter 482. The curtain falls, without resistance. The six-winged wind thunder dragon, upon its arrival, immediately targeted a bear-like beast, opening its vast maw to unleash a tempestuous bolt of lightning enveloped by fierce winds. Crackle, crackle, whoosh, whoosh. Before the bear-like beast could even react, it was struck by the lightning, a gaping wound bursting forth upon its body, and a large patch of its fur charred black. This was merely the beginning. The six-winged wind thunder dragon continued to open its mouth, unleashing bolt after bolt of electric breath, each one crashing down upon the bear-like beast. After several assaults, the creature's body was entirely perforated, leaving behind a massive gaping wound still crackling with residual electricity. Thud. The colossal form collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of life. Throughout this tumultuous process, other dragons also pressed their attacks. The Void Reincarnation Dragon wielded the power of the Void, effortlessly traversing between the realms of reality and the Void, rendering its targets incapable of defense, ultimately slaying them with claw after claw. The Time Emperor subduing Nether Dragon exerted the power of time, unleashing dozens of strikes upon the same target in less than a second. The Toxic Steel Dragon released its venom, manipulating the unyielding steel to pierce through the battlefield. The Golden Mist Dragon enveloped the area in thick fog, obscuring the vision of both the bear-like and scorpion-like beasts. Other dragons fought with unrelenting fervor. No dragon would intentionally hold back its strength. Buzz, buzz. The air was filled with the resonant roars of dragons, echoing throughout the area outside the village. Inside the village, the inhabitants were lost in a frenzy of madness. Outside, the dragons raged uncontrollably. Upon realizing their dire predicament, the bear-like and scorpion-like beasts began to resist. Yet, their efforts were futile, akin to small sailboats struggling against a tempestuous sea, utterly incapable of dispelling the storm. Consequently, the once numerous bear-like and scorpion-like beasts began to perish at a terrifying pace. Some were brutally beaten to death, others succumbed to madness, while some fell victim to poison. The malevolent dragons that had followed Lin Bei now found themselves relegated to mere spectators, unable to find an opportunity to intervene. They felt helpless, yet they dared not force their way into the fray, for fear of dire consequences in the future. Observing the defeated bear-like and scorpion-like beasts, the two Shanghai organization members wore expressions of deep concern, their eyes filled with trepidation and gravity. Such strength. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. My pets possess no means of resistance whatsoever. Alas, this is exceedingly difficult. Faced with so many dragons, even if there were some resistance, it would not last long. Regret washed over them for coming to this place. Surely, there would be no favorable outcome this time. They should have brought the esteemed Azure Dragon with them. Lin Bei listened intently to their discussions, a smirk of cold amusement gracing his features. He felt no shred of sympathy. Lin Bei was acutely aware that had he been in a position of disadvantage, these two members of the Shanghai organization would not have shown him any mercy. They would have proceeded to execute their plans against him without hesitation. Chapter 483. The interrogation begins. Lin Bei had witnessed the methods employed by the Shanghai organization. He knew it to be a terrifying group that would stop at nothing to achieve its objectives, even if it meant sacrificing its own. Thus, he was resolute in his belief that if he were to fall into the clutches of these two members of the Shanghai organization, he would be subjected to tortures akin to those of hell, and the loss of his life would be a foregone conclusion. Therefore, Lin Bei felt no compassion. He would not choose to spare them simply because they were weak. You are correct. Falling into my hands will not lead to a favorable outcome, and I need not conceal this from you. After all, I do not expect you to willingly divulge any secrets. Regret is unnecessary. Rather than lamenting your arrival here, it would be more gratifying to embrace this fate and savor the final moments of your life. He understood well that persuading these two members of the Shanghai organization to willingly disclose any secrets would be an exceedingly arduous task. Thus, he would resort to more unconventional means. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the expressions of the two members of the Shanghai organization darkened further, their fists tightening in unison as their minds raced to devise a means of escape from this deadlock. If they could not conceive a way out, their only fate would be death. The situation was utterly dire. They could not even contact the esteemed Azure Dragon. Were they destined to perish here today? The battle among dragons, bears, and scorpions raged on. In truth, the outcome was already determined. However, the anger simmering within Lin Bei's dragons had yet to be fully unleashed, prolonging the conflict. The ground was strewn with an array of grotesque corpses. The remains of the bear-like monsters bore horrifying wounds, with gaping holes punctured through their bodies. Deep lacerations inflicted by dragon claws, and even teeth marks from dragon bites. It was evident that each bear-like creature had endured unspeakable torment before succumbing to death. As for the scorpion-like beasts, their hard shells lay utterly destroyed, shattered into fragments upon the ground, with tails and pincers dismembered beyond recognition, rendering them unidentifiable as scorpions in life. Meanwhile, the town mayor, Dong Wenshan, who was rallying the residents of Dragon Valley, remained oblivious to the events unfolding with the two members of the Mountain Sea organization. He was still diligently striving to alleviate Lin Bei's unique mental strain. His dedication was commendable. He was a responsible mayor, giving everything he had to his endeavor. Time was of the essence. After all, things had escalated to this point. A few minutes later, Lin Bei addressed the distant dragons, saying, "Cease." The moment his words resonated, the dragons, previously venting their fury, halted simultaneously and obediently returned to Lin Bei's vicinity, their dragon eyes wide with curiosity as they gazed upon the two members of the Mountain Sea organization. In that instant, the pressure on the two intensified. Their minds, which had been actively functioning moments ago, fell into a state of paralysis. Lin Bei turned to the mind control dragon, his tone icy as he commanded, "Subdue their minds. I wish to pose a few questions." In the next moment, the mind control dragon unleashed its full power. A profoundly intricate force emanated from within the mind control dragon, enveloping the two members of the Mountain Sea organization in a matter of seconds, effortlessly infiltrating their minds. It commenced its assault, eroding their already wavering rationality. Initially, the two attempted to resist, but by that point, they had already lost control over their own bodies, rendered immobile like statues, powerless against the mind control dragon's influence as it navigated their consciousness. Buzz. Approximately 3 seconds later, the mind control dragon looked towards Lin Bei and emitted a low dragon's roar, conveying its intentions. Oh, that was quick. These two truly are feeble. He was well aware of the reasons behind the ease of the situation. The recent battle had thoroughly terrified the members of the Mountain Sea organization. Thus, their compliance was swift. In a state of mental and emotional collapse, how could they possibly withstand the mind control dragon's abilities? After all, the power of the mind control dragon stemmed from the Sea Witch Queen and the Mermaid Empress. While it may not excel in combat, its prowess in other aspects was formidable. In the next instant, Lin Bei instructed the two members of the Mountain Sea organization, "Sit down." He wished to conduct a test, as this was his first experience with such an endeavor. Without hesitation or pause, the two promptly seated themselves on the ground, disregarding the uneven terrain and the presence of debris. Once seated, they stood motionless, their gazes fixated on Lin Bei, their pupils appearing vacant, devoid of any light, resembling marionettes in a stupor. Lin Bei was taken aback by this outcome and proceeded to inquire, "How many years has the Mountain Sea organization existed here? Or rather, did the Mountain Sea organization create this place?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of them responded, "It has been here for a long time. We are unsure of the exact duration. When we joined the Mountain Sea organization, this place had already existed for many years. It was indeed established by the Mountain Sea organization, as only its members are privy to its existence, and not all members are aware. Only those dispatched here know of such a location. Any members sent here find it exceedingly challenging to leave this area. They must continually oversee various matters within it, with the possibility of being reassigned to other regions only under exceptional circumstances." Upon hearing this response, Lin Bei gained a clearer understanding of this area. Beyond this inquiry, he had other questions. What is the purpose of the Mountain Sea organization? The 4 species present in this region clearly correspond to the 4 holy beasts: the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. The next moment, another member spoke up to answer this query. "As you surmised, it is indeed related to the Azure Dragon and the 4 holy beasts. The purpose of the Mountain Sea organization is to create entirely new 4 holy beasts, to cultivate the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger by their own hands." Lin Bei was momentarily stunned by the revelations from the Mountain Sea organization member, his initial hypotheses aligning closely with the grim reality. The organization's ambition was indeed terrifying. The thought of them attempting to cultivate new 4 holy beasts was almost unimaginable. What would the world become if they succeeded? Although he had not extensively encountered the Azure Dragon or the other holy beasts, Lin Bei understood better than anyone that their power was formidable. They were on par with the might of the Skywing Dragon, the Mermaid Empress, and the Kunpeng. To allow such terrifying entities to roam freely in the world would unleash unfathomable devastation. The danger was at its peak. The entire world could very well plunge into an abyss from which there was no return. After all, the other members of the Mountain Sea organization would surely act in concert with the newly created Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. The Mountain Sea organization was already a force to be reckoned with, having existed for eons, undoubtedly possessing immense strength. In this scenario, combined with the four holy beasts, it truly was a formidable alliance. Moreover, this could merely be one of the many plots devised by the Mountain Sea organization. Who could say if similar events were transpiring in other parts of the world? What if there were a second, or even a third or fourth? The four holy beasts might be paired with the four malevolent beasts, while another could involve the 9 sons of the dragon. In short, the potential for danger was limitless. No one could escape from such peril. Even if everyone united, survival amidst such calamity was uncertain. For the adversary was the Mountain Sea organization. Undoubtedly, the Mountain Sea organization was the most terrifying and powerful entity in existence. Even a force like the Bright Altar was merely contending with one of its elders. And the number of elders within the Mountain Sea organization was far from small. The Fiendish God Elder, the Great Fish Elder, the Azure Dragon Elder. Lin Bei had only encountered these 3 elders, yet they bore no connection to one another. The fearsome deities, the Colossal Fish, and the Azure Dragon, 3 utterly disparate entities. With a deep breath, Lin Bei endeavored to suppress the increasingly intricate thoughts swirling within him. Before once again addressing the 2 individuals before him, what is the purpose behind the creation of these 4 sacred beasts by the Shanghai organization? At this moment, this inquiry had become his foremost concern. In the next instant, a member of the Shanghai organization gently shook his head, stating, "We are unaware. We lack the qualification to comprehend such matters. Only members of the esteemed rank possess the right to be privy to this information. As for us, the more ordinary members, our sole duty is to adhere to the organization's directives. Whatever the organization commands, we shall comply. There exists a strict rule within the organization that prohibits probing into matters beyond one's rank. There were instances when individuals overstepped this boundary, but their fate was to be devoured, cast into the feeding pit." Perhaps sensing Lin Bei's impending question regarding the feeding pit, this member voluntarily elaborated. The feeding pit is merely a cavity designated for sustenance. The organization frequently disposes of certain individuals therein to serve as nourishment for the entities lurking within. As the 2 individuals divulged more information, Lin Bei's astonishment intensified. He had not anticipated uncovering such an unheard of secret. The Shanghai organization, in its madness, had resorted to treating humans as mere fodder for unknown creatures. Do you know what resides within the feeding pit? Lin Bei could not restrain himself from posing this question, driven by an instinctual desire to unravel this mystery. In the following moment, the Shanghai organization member replied, "Regrettably, we do not know. We have only observed the pit from the outside. The entrance is not large, accommodating at most 3 individuals simultaneously. However, one can frequently hear various roars and sounds of combat emanating from the depths of the feeding pit. It is certain that many entities inhabit the pit, and they come in numerous varieties. Despite the constant noise and commotion, nothing has ever emerged from within. Furthermore, we are strictly forbidden from approaching it. Any violation would result in being cast inside. To put it bluntly, only the upper echelons of the Shanghai organization, the deceased ordinary members, and those humans who have been captured as food are privy to the knowledge of what lies within the feeding pit." Upon absorbing these words, Lin Bei's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes brimming with gravitas. Although he had long suspected the Shanghai organization was anything but ordinary, hearing such clandestine revelations left him grappling with disbelief, a stark refusal to accept such a reality. The organization was even more outrageous than he had imagined. Their actions were undeniably horrific, devoid of any semblance of humanity. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, Lin Bei finally spoke again. At what stage is this plan currently? Only by understanding the specific developments could he determine his subsequent course of action. Different stages of development would yield varying consequences. A second later, the Shanghai organization member disclosed a shocking piece of news. "We are in the final stage. All necessary actions have been completed. Only some finishing touches remain. Had you arrived a moment later, the concluding tasks would have been entirely finished, and you would have witnessed the 4 sacred beasts, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, created by the Shanghai organization." This was hardly encouraging news, plunging Lin Bei back into silence. The final stage? The situation was dire indeed. It was a troubling predicament, leaving him uncertain about how to confront the circumstances at hand. With the conclusion of the process imminent, time was not on his side. However, Lin Bei's mind began to coalesce around a singular notion. Must I confront the Azure Dragon Venerable? capture him and extract further information. Perhaps even find a way to thwart this endeavor? Clearly, the most prudent course of action was to confront the Azure Dragon Venerable, for he was the most powerful and authoritative figure in this domain. Upon further reflection, it seemed the only viable approach. Hunting the Azure Dragon Venerable was the sole solution that Lin Bei could conceive. Yet, executing this plan would not be a trivial undertaking. He felt uncertain about whether his current strength was adequate. After all, the adversary was a venerable. Lin Bei was acutely aware of the formidable nature of a venerable's power. His previous victory over the fish venerable had been facilitated by the assistance of Kunpeng, Kong Yulong, and the Mermaid Empress. If it were left to him alone, subduing the fish venerable would have been an exceedingly arduous task. If even the fish venerable posed such challenges, the Azure Dragon Venerable would be exponentially more formidable. The territory he oversaw and the associated matters were of such gravity that, compared to the dragon of Evil Valley, the remote corners of the North Sea seemed inconsequential. Naturally, this meant the Azure Dragon Venerable was correspondingly stronger. Moreover, within this region, there were numerous direct members of the Shanghai organization. Any rash action would only endanger him further. Confronting the Azure Dragon Venerable alone was a taxing endeavor, let alone contending with other members simultaneously. While it was imperative to confront the Azure Dragon Venerable, it was evident that now was not the time to act. If he engaged in combat at this juncture, the likelihood of defeat would be substantial. He needed to summon Kunpeng and the others, or perhaps first release the Azure Dragon and the rest. Only through such measures could he ensure success. Lin Bei could conceive of these two strategies and intended to pursue them. When the timing was right, he would depart from this place, return to the mysterious prison, and subsequently venture into the Zonglin mountain range to seek methods to liberate the Azure Dragon and the other 3 sacred beasts. Bringing Kunpeng along would be the most suitable choice. Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Bei forced himself to cease dwelling on such matters and redirected his attention to the 2 Shanghai organization members before him. Having extracted much information, their utility had diminished. However, he had no intention of eliminating them, as doing so would undoubtedly provoke significant repercussions. Should these 2 fail to return for an extended period, it would surely arouse the suspicions of the Azure Dragon Venerable, prompting more individuals to investigate the situation in the Dragon of Evil Valley. Thus, these 2 must be spared, at least for the time being. After a few moments of contemplation, Lin Bei addressed the 10,000 thoughts controlling Heart Dragon. Is there a way to manipulate their minds, rendering them complete puppets? They would possess no independent thought, yet appear indistinguishable from their usual selves, thus not raising any suspicion among others. Buzz. The 10,000 thoughts controlling Heart Dragon immediately responded, indicating its capability to execute such an act. In the next moment, Lin Bei issued a direct command. Then let us proceed with this course of action. The instant his words fell, the 10,000 thoughts controlling Heart Dragon once again summoned forth its profoundly intricate and potent magical energies. A mere second later, a surge of power coursed into the bodies of the 2 members of the Shanghai organization, beginning to influence their minds and spirits. Buzz. As another dragon's roar echoed, Lin Bei discerned their condition. The 10,000-year heart control dragon had completely mastered their thoughts. Simultaneously, it allowed these 2 individuals to appear as though nothing had changed. All their memories remained intact. However, the moment they recalled the recent events, their mental faculties would become disordered, rendering them incapable of recollecting the occurrence. This effectively mitigated numerous perilous situations. Excellent. With this, I can rest easy. Moments later, Lin Bei entered the void, awaiting the opportune moment. As for the 6-winged wind thunder dragon and the other dragons, they once again ventured into the lair of the evil dragons to continue executing that crucial marriage alliance plan. The ground, strewn with corpses and signs of destruction, was restored to its former state through the collaboration of the fiery rock-armored dragon and the Time Emperor's nether dragon. The 2 members of the Shanghai organization stood motionless in place. Shortly after, the mayor arrived with a throng of individuals. Chapter 488, The Pill That Controls Mental Power. Mayor Dong Wenshan, drenched in sweat, with his clothes soaked and hair sticking to his forehead, clearly bore the signs of a grueling journey. Panting heavily, he addressed the 2 members of the Shanghai organization, who stood there seemingly unaffected. I've brought everyone. From the elderly in their 70s and 80s to toddlers of 3 or 4, anyone possessing mental power is here. Shall we begin now? The only thought occupying Mayor Dong Wenshan's mind was to swiftly restore normalcy to the village, explain the situation of the world, and ultimately devise a plan to fulfill his original intentions. His desires were quite simple: to leave the lair of the evil dragons and settle in the outside world. This so-called outside world was a realm constructed by the Shanghai organization, and Mayor Dong Wenshan remained oblivious to the reality of the world beyond. akin to a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, naively believing that the sky was only as vast as the well's opening. Although their mental powers had been controlled by the 10,000-year heart control dragon, the two members of the Shanghai organization exhibited no abnormality, retaining all memories of their previous actions. Yet, whenever they thought of anything related to Lin Bei, an intense pain would assail their minds, preventing them from recalling further. Indeed, let them line up around this village. I shall extract their mental energy to counter the mental force within the village. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Lin Bei commenced the reclamation of his mental energy, swiftly gathering a significant amount, thereby diminishing the villagers' mental anomalies. This would make the subsequent unraveling of the situation an exceedingly straightforward task. A mere flick of the wrist would suffice. His intention behind this was to conclude matters expeditiously. Upon hearing this, Dong Wenshan immediately commanded, "Everyone, quickly disperse. Surround the village." Soon, everyone fanned out, encircling the entire village. The next moment, the two members of the Shanghai organization each produced a white pill and unhesitatingly swallowed it. The instant the pills entered their stomachs, a distinctive mental energy emanated from them. Following this, they simultaneously raised their hands, effortlessly extracting the mental energy from others, which soon coalesced and enveloped the village. In the blink of an eye, over 10 seconds passed, and the mental energy blanketed the entire village, beginning to dispel Lin Bei's mental presence. He offered no resistance, allowing his mental power to be dispersed. Before long, the village returned to normalcy. Those once in a frenzy began to regain their composure, no longer howling for food or drink, nor casting envious glances at others. What just happened? What have I done? How terrifying. I almost lost control. Why did I spiral out of control just now? Witnessing the villagers return to normalcy, Mayor Dong Wenshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His anxieties eased. In the void, Lin Bei observed everything unfold, his heart beginning to formulate a hypothesis. A single pill grants the ability to control mental power? Although the effect is fleeting, it is indeed a formidable pill. The means by which the mayor and others entered the void undoubtedly stemmed from the Shanghai organization. Such secrets abound. Chapter 489. In reality, there exists a world beyond. Lin Bei was not particularly astonished by the Shanghai organization's capabilities. Upon deeper reflection, everything seemed to fall within reason. After all, this very place was conjured by the Shanghai organization. The creation of pills that control mental energy and the development of methods to enter the void were entirely within the realm of possibility. Failing to achieve such feats would be the true anomaly. These two individuals' mental powers are already under my control. Even if returned, they would not expose my existence. However, my exposure is merely a matter of time, as others from the Shanghai organization will inevitably enter the lair of the evil dragons. At that point, the truth will inevitably come to light. Therefore, I must expedite the alliance plan, striving to hatch as many dragons as possible in the shortest time. Lin Bei recognized what he must do at this moment. The next instant, he led the dragons away from this location, swiftly heading towards a remote area within the lair of the evil dragons, where he deposited all the dragons, including the Time Emperor's nether dragon. You all must strive diligently. In a few days, I will depart from here, and you must accompany me. When I return, there will be no opportunity for such endeavors. The dragons were not naive. They were well aware of the conflict between Lin Bei and the Shanghai organization, and they understood his forthcoming intentions. Buzz, buzz. Consequently, the dragons raised their heads and roared in unison, signifying their commitment to exerting every effort in the coming days to maximize the number of their offspring. Even the evil dragons echoed this sentiment. The next moment, the dragons recommenced their industrious tasks. Lin Bei intercepted the Time Emperor's nether dragon and quietly urged, "Utilize the power of time more. You understand." As his understanding of the Shanghai organization deepened, a growing urgency consumed him, compelling him to strengthen his own forces. After all, the Shanghai organization had now become a sworn enemy. Buzz, the Time Emperor's nether dragon emitted a low growl, assuring Lin Bei that he could trust in these matters. Simultaneously, having confirmed that the villagers had returned to normal, Mayor Dong Wenshan expressed profound gratitude to the two members of the Shanghai organization, saying, "Thank you. I am truly grateful. It is thanks to your assistance that they could return to normal." Although he paid a considerable price for this, the rewards were undeniably commendable. In response to Mayor Dong Wenshan's gratitude, the two members of the Shanghai organization remained composed, replying nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. It is our duty. Regardless, you have already paid a considerable price. In the future, it is imperative for everyone to engage more frequently." As the words fell, the two individuals stepped away, making their way directly toward the location of the obsidian portal. Mayor Dong Wenshan observed the pair gradually retreating, while the other townsfolk maintained a profound silence, their minds swirling with countless questions. The peculiar circumstances surrounding the two outsiders felt utterly incongruous. Once the two members of the Shanghai organization had distanced themselves, the townspeople could no longer suppress their curiosity and began to inquire of the mayor. Can you enlighten us on what is transpiring? It feels as though a multitude of strange occurrences have unfolded. What are you concealing from us? We demand an explanation today. Listening to the barrage of inquiries and apprehensive murmurs, Mayor Dong Wenshan could only respond with a heavy heart. I apologize. I have deceived you all. In truth, there exists a world beyond. Chapter 490. This is not the true world. Upon hearing this revelation, the residents were left utterly stunned, their minds racing. Although they had speculated about the nature of their reality during their journey here, the confirmation of such news was still exceedingly difficult to fathom. After all, their understanding of the world had been confined to the expanse of Evil Dragon Valley for all these years. The notion of an external world? They had fantasized about it, longed for it, yet never truly believed in its existence. The image of a world so vast had long been etched in their minds. Thus, the abrupt shattering of such ingrained beliefs made acceptance a formidable challenge. Contrary to Dong Wenshan's expectations of uproar and chaos, the townspeople remained silent, their expressions a tapestry of confusion, as though they yearned to articulate something yet were at a loss for words. This peculiar atmosphere lingered for at least a minute until it was finally disrupted by a child's voice. How wonderful! We are not alone. Does this mean we can leave here and explore the outside world? I always thought, how could the world be so small? How could we be the only ones? If the world were truly so diminutive, the human population would be alarmingly sparse. The reaction was not what Dong Wenshan had anticipated. He had braced himself for complaints, for accusations of withholding such vital information. Yet, the reality diverged entirely. The residents did not express resentment. Instead, they rejoiced at the realization that their world was not as limited as they had believed. They celebrated their shared existence. Hearing their exclamations, Dong Wenshan was consumed by a profound sense of guilt. Regret washed over him. He lamented not having revealed this truth sooner. Had he done so earlier, the circumstances would undoubtedly be vastly different. I must have committed a folly. I should have been forthright about everything earlier. Even had I disclosed this matter before, it would not have hindered my plans to settle outside. I have been such a fool. Though steeped in regret, Dong Wenshan did not dwell in despair for long. He swiftly adjusted his mindset, resolving to face the residents of Evil Dragon Valley. After gazing at the townsfolk for an extended moment, he bowed his head and addressed them. I am truly sorry. It is my fault. I should have informed you of this matter sooner, and I should have taken you along to witness the outside world. I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my selfishness to blame, as my family only thought of escaping this desolate place. Upon hearing Dong Wenshan's apology, the simple townspeople readily chose to forgive him. It is all right. It is all right. It is not too late to tell us now. Selfishness is not necessarily a wrongdoing. It is human nature. Indeed, at least you have finally confided in us. The more they spoke, the more ashamed Dong Wenshan felt. With his mental faculties still partially intact, Lin Bei was also aware of the unfolding events. His thoughts grew increasingly complex, and after a prolonged silence, he could not help but mutter to himself. But what constitutes the true world? It is merely a ruse constructed by the Shanghai organization. How pitiful they are. Indeed, the residents of Evil Dragon Valley were deeply unfortunate. The inhabitants of other regions shared a similar fate. Chapter 491. The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. The residents of Evil Dragon Valley, along with those from other areas, excluding the Shanghai organization, were tragically pitiable beings. They were not even comparable to frogs at the bottom of a well. While a frog can escape its confines to witness the true world, the residents of this region, upon leaving their familiar well, merely found themselves in another, larger well, continuing to gaze upon a meticulously crafted illusion. Such is the depth of their sorrow. Lin Bei could only feel compassion for these individuals, including Mayor Dong Wenshan. Although Dong Wenshan exhibited selfishness, he remained fundamentally a frog in the well, fundamentally different from the Shanghai organization. In essence, he was not inherently malevolent, merely a passive participant. Lin Bei pondered whether he should expose this truth now. Should he reveal to the mayor and others that they were ensnared in layers of deception, living within a world constructed by others? He found himself unable to make an immediate decision. If he did so, it would undoubtedly have a profound impact on Mayor Dong Wenshan. He needed to first engage with him and gauge his character before determining whether to disclose the truth. After some time, the residents of Evil Dragon Valley continued to discuss the matter, each expressing a desire to explore the outside world, eager to experience what lay beyond. They had abandoned all thoughts of other pursuits, their minds solely fixated on this aspiration. Observing this, Mayor Dong Wenshan fell silent for a moment before speaking. Since everyone wishes to go, I shall grant you permission. If you wish to purchase items, Bring along your collected dragon scales or dragon meat. The rules for buying in the outside world are similar to those here, though somewhat less expensive. I acknowledge my fault in seeking to profit from the price difference. Those who wish to go, come with me. He voluntarily laid everything bare. Yet the residents paid no mind. It's all right. Let us hastily embark on this adventure. I can hardly contain my excitement. My greatest dream in this lifetime has been to see distant lands. Moments later, Dong Wenshan made a definitive decision. Very well. I will await you here in the town. You go home first to gather your dragon scales and such. In mere moments, the group dispersed, and the townspeople hurried back to their homes, gathering their belongings as they set off toward the town. Meanwhile, Lin Bei departed from the location of the dragons, traversing through the void to reach where Mayor Dong Wenshan resided, and began to observe the unfolding events. Before long, residents began to arrive, guided by Dong Wenshan as they entered the portal, leading them to the central hub of this region, where Qinglong and others awaited. Each time someone crossed through the portal, Dong Wenshan would offer words of caution, advising them on what to be mindful of, his demeanor serious yet gentle. Lin Bei had been observing intently, and he had nearly reached a conclusion. Humanity is fundamentally decent, albeit somewhat selfish, prioritizing their own interests above all else. However, this is not a grave flaw. It is merely a manifestation of human nature. It would be prudent to engage him and gauge his reaction, should it prove unsatisfactory. I could always exert control over his mind. Having made this decision, Lin Bei continued to monitor the situation, and upon identifying a suitable opportunity, he drew Dong Wenshan into the void. Chapter 492. I am the best evidence. As Dong Wenshan awaited the arrival of other villagers, he was utterly unprepared for the sudden pull into the void. In an instant, he found himself frozen in surprise, staring blankly at Lin Bei, bewildered and unable to comprehend the circumstances. Nevertheless, he recognized Lin Bei instantly. It's you, the one we have been searching for. The villager's plight is all because of you. In response, Lin Bei merely nodded slightly, harboring no intention of denying the accusation. Nor did he feel inclined to elaborate on the matter. When he pulled the town chief Dong Wenshan into the void, his purpose was to unveil the truth of the world to Dong Wenshan, whose vision had been obscured. It was I who did this. Yet I believe it is unnecessary for you to dwell on this matter now. My intention in bringing you into the void is not to incite hatred or disdain towards me. Upon hearing these words, Dong Wenshan regained a semblance of rationality, recognizing the validity of the situation. After all, he had been unable to find Lin Bei before, yet now the latter had deliberately drawn him into the void. It was evident that there must be ulterior motives at play. He inhaled deeply, bracing himself for the confrontation of important truths, and finally inquired, "What do you want from me? Speak." Dong Wenshan attempted to contemplate the reasons behind Lin Bei's visit, but his mind came up blank, leaving him unable to ascertain Lin Bei's intentions. The next moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated through the void. Have you ever considered that the world you perceive might be an illusion? Just like the residents of Evil Dragon Valley, you have been living in a fabricated reality constructed by the mountain and sea organization and yourself. If they exist within such a world, could it not be possible that you too are ensnared in a similar deception? You must have pondered the various irregularities of this world. Upon reflection, does the world you inhabit not seem peculiar? After Lin Bei articulated these thoughts, Dong Wenshan fell silent, standing motionless as he gazed at Lin Bei, his expression reflecting a tumult of emotions. This query was one he had contemplated more than once, deliberating the authenticity of the world around him. Yet, despite his musings, he found no clarity, no relevant information. The world was confined to what he could observe. Ultimately, Dong Wenshan resigned himself to fate, accepting the notion that the world was as limited as it appeared, along with the reality of the dragon god's destruction. Observing Dong Wenshan's silence, Lin Bei saw no reason to prolong the suspense or squander time. He directly conveyed his premeditated message. Regardless of whether you have considered this or if you harbor peculiar thoughts, I must impart a crucial truth. The world you perceive is an illusion, meticulously crafted by the mountain and sea organization. You are not alone in this. Your ancestors, the residents of Evil Dragon Valley, and others from different regions all exist within a minuscule independent space, having never glimpsed the true world. The real world is vast, exponentially larger than this one, teeming with abundant delights such as joyous beverages available at every corner and at reasonable prices. Do not hastily question or dismiss this. My very presence here serves as the finest evidence. Chapter 493. I will show you the world. Initially, Dong Wenshan contemplated challenging or refuting Lin Bei's assertions. Yet upon hearing those words, he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Had this been uttered by another, he might have been able to argue back, finding ways to convince himself of the illusion. However, the speaker was Lin Bei, a being extraordinary, not belonging to this fabricated world. but rather an interloper from the true world, introducing the greatest variable into the equation. His existence signified the reality of an external world. Lin Bei continued, I hail from the genuine world. Should you doubt my claims, you may investigate and seek information regarding me. Simply conduct inquiries in Evil Dragon Valley. After all, when I arrived, that door had not yet altered, and no one else could enter. He paused, allowing Dong Wunshan ample time to process the information. Dong Wunshan remained quiet, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin Bei, enveloped in profound silence. He was mulling over the myriad anomalies, the sudden appearance of this individual, the persistent dragon roars, the trees that had sprouted in the valley, and the unseen dragons. These peculiarities seemed to indicate a deeper truth. He was right. Others could not traverse that door. And Lin Bei was not a native of the town. Those dragons were not the valley's dragons, and those trees had never existed in the valley. It seemed this individual truly emerged from the outside world. After much contemplation, Dong Wunshan arrived at this conclusion. For apart from this possibility, he could conceive of no other explanation. His familiarity with Evil Dragon Valley granted him insights into what could and could not transpire. The recent events had unfolded beyond his comprehension and expectations, affirming they could not have been orchestrated by the locals or the dragons. With this realization, Dong Wunshan's breath grew heavy, and a hint of tension crept into his voice as he asked, What is the outside world like? Why are you revealing this to me now? I don't understand. He struggled to grasp the situation, sensing something was amiss. The next moment, Lin Bei addressed this query. Because we share a common enemy, the Mountain and Sea Organization. I am divulging this to you to align our interests against them. To the Mountain and Sea Organization, you are no different from slaves. This was his true intention. Rather than positioning himself as an adversary to the residents of Evil Dragon Valley and others in different regions, he sought a unique approach to unify both parties against the Mountain and Sea Organization. Upon hearing this, Dong Wunshan's expression turned grave, his eyes filled with evident astonishment. The notion of opposing the Mountain and Sea Organization exceeded his imagination. He was acutely aware of the implications of such an endeavor. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally responded, I cannot make a decision at this moment. Only after I have witnessed the true world with my own eyes and confirmed that we are indeed no different from slaves, can I decide on the course of my actions. As soon as these words fell, Lin Bei's voice resounded. Very well. I shall take you to see the world. Chapter 494, Preparing to Depart. The unfolding of events was firmly in Lin Bei's grasp, and he did not hesitate to take Dong Wunshan to witness the authentic world. For he understood deeply that only by exposing Dong Wunshan to the stark realities of existence, and making him aware of the tragic nature of his experiences, could he genuinely rise against the tyranny of the Shanghai Organization. Furthermore, Dong Wunshan could inspire others, not just within the region of Evil Dragon Valley, but beyond. Who could possibly endure such a fate? From the time of our ancestors to the present, they have lived in a fabricated illusion constructed by others, leading a lamentable existence devoid of any semblance of reality, worse even than that of slaves or puppets. One could only pity these unfortunate souls. Although they have remained confined within this area, they possess the strength and talent worthy of recognition, and collectively, they represent a formidable force. Upon receiving Lin Bei's affirmative response, the mayor Dong Wunshan did not experience a sense of relief. Instead, his condition worsened, his eyes filled with gravity. If this request were to be denied, he might suspect Lin Bei was deceiving him, attempting to mislead him for some ulterior motive. However, if it were not denied, it would confirm certain truths. The absence of denial indicated confidence. With matters reaching this point, Dong Wunshan cast aside other thoughts, nodding vigorously. Then it is settled. When do we depart? In truth, he was eager to see for himself what Lin Bei had referred to as the true world. Without hesitation, Lin Bei provided the answer. We shall set forth the day after tomorrow at noon. In the meantime, there are a few matters to attend to. You must assist me. There were certain tasks he could not accomplish on his own, thus he would have to enlist Dong Wunshan's help. Upon hearing this, Dong Wunshan immediately inquired, What is it? Just say it. Until he had seen the truth with his own eyes, he had no intention of opposing Lin Bei, which is why he was willing to cooperate. Lin Bei promptly stated the matter. Delay them. Whatever excuse you can muster, make it so that the members of the Shanghai Organization arrive as late as possible. You must understand the consequences should they enter. As Lin Bei's words trailed off, Dong Wunshan responded, That I can manage. I'll find an excuse easily. After all, it is just beginning, and they will understand. Lin Bei nodded, refraining from further discussion, and departed, escorting Dong Wunshan back to reality. During the ensuing days, Lin Bei resided in the village while the dragons busied themselves deep within Evil Dragon Valley. The residents of Evil Dragon Valley experienced an unusual liveliness. Traversing through that door to the central area had become a collective aspiration, with everyone yearning to engage with the outside world, from the elderly to toddlers. Excitement permeated the air, akin to the anticipation of an imminent festival, with many abandoning their daily routines to linger in the central area. As Dong Wenshan had mentioned, during this time, no members of the Shanghai organization arrived. As noon on the following day approached, Lin Bei arrived at the gathering place of the dragons. Observing the exhausted dragons sprawled across the ground, "It is time to depart." At his proclamation, the flame rock armored dragon and others exhaled relief, their eyes reflecting a sense of liberation, clearly eager to escape. Chapter 495. Return to the puzzle prison, undertaking great endeavors. With a resonant roar echoing, Lin Bei summoned the flame rock armored dragon, the six-winged thunder dragon, and others into a dedicated space and system, instructing them to rest well over the next few days. As for the evil dragons, they were bound to remain within Evil Dragon Valley, unable to escape, their inability to leave intricately linked to the Shanghai organization. The path to their liberation could only be sought from the Shanghai organization itself. This he understood fully, which is why he advised the evil dragons to seek hidden places for survival. Thanks to Dong Wenshan's efforts, the members of the Shanghai organization would not arrive too soon, allowing ample preparation time. The evil dragons were obedient to Lin Bei, recognizing him as the beloved master of dragons. Before long, Lin Bei traversed the vast void, arriving at the location where Mayor Dong Wenshan awaited. During this time, Dong Wenshan had remained vigilantly stationed at the door leading to the central area, attending to his needs there without rest, only departing briefly when necessary. "How goes it? Are you prepared to behold the outside world? Have all arrangements been made?" Upon hearing Lin Bei's familiar voice resonating from the void, Dong Wenshan nodded vigorously, his previously calm demeanor now revealing unmasked excitement. The outside world had always been his aspiration. "I am prepared. Everything is arranged. We can depart at any moment." With a crack, just as Dong Wenshan's words concluded, a fissure appeared a few meters ahead, and Lin Bei's voice simultaneously rang out, "Step inside. We are leaving." Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Wenshan advanced a few steps. With each stride, his breath grew heavier, and his anticipation intensified. Moments later, Dong Wenshan stepped into the void and once more beheld Lin Bei. But before he could utter a word, Lin Bei commenced walking through the void. "Stay close. We must leave Evil Dragon Valley first. I know how to escape." Unlike the residents of Evil Dragon Valley, he was well aware of the means to exit and would not be ensnared in a perpetual cycle. In no time, Lin Bei led Dong Wenshan to a desolate, barren land, the very area he had traversed upon his arrival. "This is it. From here, we can reach the outside world." Having spoken, Lin Bei did not wait for Dong Wenshan to respond, summoning the Desert Spirit Dragon. With the Desert Spirit Dragon present, the Evil Dragon Valley could traverse freely. In the next moment, the Desert Spirit Dragon allowed Lin Bei to mount its back, while grasping Dong Wenshan in one of its claws, and instinctively took flight. After a brief flight, they successfully departed the region of Evil Dragon Valley, arriving in a vastly different environment. Dong Wenshan, ensnared in the dragon's claw, looked back only to find no trace of Evil Dragon Valley. Everything he saw was unfamiliar, entirely unrelated to Evil Dragon Valley. He was stunned, while Lin Bei remained focused ahead, calmly commanding, "Onward. Return to the puzzle prison. We shall undertake great endeavors." Chapter 496. The Actions of the Yu Family. Buzz. As a resonant dragon's roar echoed, the Mo Spirit Dragon, bearing Lin Bei and Dong Wenshan, embarked on the route back to the Enigma prison. Having traversed this path before, it navigated effortlessly, requiring no guidance from Lin Bei. Relishing the tranquility, Lin Bei reclined casually upon the dragon's back, idly gazing at the sky. In contrast, Dong Wenshan found himself ensnared within the dragon's claws, compelled to look down at the mountains and rivers below. Yet, this was precisely the outcome he desired, as he yearned to witness the true world. Within the Enigma prison, Yu Fenghua and the others endured a trying time. Akin to rats scurrying through alleys, forced to hide away while subsisting on provisions they had brought from the Yu family. Observing the visibly distressed members of the Yu family gathered before him, Yu Fenghua hastily offered words of comfort. "Do not lose heart. Young Master Wang has just contacted me, stating that he has reached an agreement with the Moon God. He will arrive here in 3 days to deliver justice for us and secure benefits for our Yu family. He specifically assured me that we are all benefactors in this endeavor. As long as the Yu family possesses food, we shall partake as well, ensuring that our sacrifices thus far do not go in vain. Let us persevere a little longer. Apart from our lack of freedom, there is little danger here." What he said is the truth, not mere comforting words. The Moon Sovereign will indeed soon arrive at the Enigma prison, bringing with him the Yu family's greatest trump card, the Moon God, along with numerous other formidable forces. He is resolutely determined to seize the Enigma prison. Upon hearing this, the Yu family members erupted in excitement. At last, that day has come. It has not been in vain to endure here for so long. Once this operation concludes, I shall request an extended leave from young Master Wang and embark on a journey to relax and unwind. Simultaneously, the Holy White Dragon and the Radiant Dragon remained in an undisturbed area, diligently incubating their offspring. Several tiny cracks appeared on the dragon egg, which continuously radiated sanctified energy, indicating a relatively smooth hatching process. Gazing into the distance, the Holy White Dragon's eyes shimmered with nostalgia, eagerly anticipating Lin Bei's return to show him their children. The intermittent dragon roars resonated with profound longing. Time passed, and soon 10 hours had elapsed. Lin Bei, Dong Wenshan, and the Mo Zhou spirit dragon had distanced themselves from the Dragon Valley, soaring above a secluded small city. Looking down, they could survey the entire city in its entirety. At that moment, Lin Bei, seated upon the dragon's back, addressed Dong Wenshan, who was captured in the dragon's grasp. Behold below. That is a city. It is one of the essential components of the world. They are ubiquitous, varying in size, yet all are larger than the Dragon Valley. It is entirely unlike the Dragon Valley in which you reside. Towering skyscrapers abound, and there are plenty of trees as well. Items such as joyful beverages are hardly scarce. One can purchase them at any shop without difficulty. His tone held a hint of complexity. For witnessing the city below after the Dragon Valley revealed the world's true splendor. In truth, Dong Wenshan had already turned his gaze downward, captivated by the unfamiliar yet longed for sights below, hardly able to respond to Lin Bei's words. This was the outside world. Chapter 497, The Arrival of the Moon Sovereign. Although they observed the scene from a great height, the details were but vague outlines, starkly contrasting with a close-range view. Many things could not be fully appreciated. Yet Dong Wenshan was utterly enthralled, his eyes fixated below, unwilling to divert his gaze even for a second, fearing he might miss something significant. How magnificent, how prosperous. In comparison, the Dragon Valley is truly a desolate backwater. It lacks everything, unable to present anything of value. His thoughts were tumultuous, while he felt vindicated in his choice. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Mountain Sea organization, resenting how they had confined him and others within this meager world, living a life starkly different from that of the outside realm. Moreover, the Mountain Sea organization evidently harbored ulterior motives, treating them as slaves under their control. He pondered gravely. I do not wish for my descendants to live in the Dragon Valley. Such existence would only replicate my own life. At this juncture, Dong Wenshan paused for a few moments before continuing. Furthermore, if that group's objectives are realized, our very survival may become uncertain. He had successfully recognized the looming crisis. Soon, the Mo Zhou spirit dragon veered away from the city, soaring over forests teeming with trees, while Dong Wenshan continued to gaze downward, observing the sights that differed from the Dragon Valley. Then came another city, rivers, snowy terrains, deserts, and mountains. The distance between the Enigma prison and the Dragon Valley was vast, necessitating passage through numerous locales, thus revealing many vistas. The more sights he beheld, the more resolute Dong Wenshan's convictions became. Though Lin Bei remained seated upon the dragon's back, he could surmise Dong Wenshan's thoughts, for the world outside was leagues superior to that of the Dragon Valley. Once one glimpses the outside world, their heart inevitably yearns for it. Yet, what one truly longs for is freedom. In the ensuing time, their journey consisted solely of travel. Even as the dragon tirelessly propelled them forward, returning was no simple task. Before long, 3 days had passed, with Lin Bei still en route. On this day, the Moon's Sovereign, accompanied by a substantial entourage, arrived in Beiming City from Yaiwa City, striding boldly into Beiming City. Including Ao Ding, it appeared that many had received word of this arrival, for the streets were devoid of life, with everyone hidden within their homes. Peering cautiously at the unfolding events, the streets lay wide and empty, serving as a private thoroughfare for the Moon's Sovereign and his retinue, who advanced without hindrance. Numerous individuals accompanied him, at least 100, each dressed in formal, coordinated attire, signaling their preparedness for the occasion. The Moon's Sovereign led the procession with an air of nonchalance. Striding forward, a silver longsword sheathed at his waist, both hilt and scabbard gleaming silver. On his back rested a sealed chest, adorned with intricate moon motifs, evidently containing something of significance. The people of this city truly lack understanding. Like mice, they all hide in the shadows, watching in silence. No wonder it is merely a marginal city. Yet today, I have no time for them. Attending to business is paramount. Chapter 498. What is there to fear from the gods? Though dissatisfied with the actions of Ao Ding and his associates, the Moon's Sovereign maintained composure. discerning what truly mattered and what did not. Thus, he suppressed his irritation and walked directly toward the door belonging to the Sea Emperor Ao Ding. Once he passed through this threshold, he would lead his formidable forces to the very place where his brother had perished, a location brimming with untold riches. There was no room for unnecessary actions. He must first complete what needed to be done. What other endeavors could possibly await? Upon their return, the Moon Clan's entourage exhibited unwavering loyalty to the Moon Sovereign, exhibiting no dissent towards his command as they obediently traversed the secluded streets. Soon, they arrived at the gateway leading to the vast ocean. The Moon Sovereign led the way through the portal, with the others following closely behind. In the next moment, the boundless sea unfolded before the Moon Sovereign's gaze. Scanning the horizon, he caught sight of the enigmatic abyss. Was that truly the location? It certainly appeared rather extraordinary. This was his first glimpse of the abyss, having only heard tales of it before. The others soon gathered around him, instinctively directing their attention towards the island resting upon the ocean's surface. Lord Xingyao had perished on that very isle, and it was imperative to uncover the truth behind his demise. Indeed, it was crucial to ascertain the facts. The merfolk above must not be spared either. Seizing this territory and bringing it under the Moon Clan's dominion appeared to be a rather splendid choice. The specific course of action would depend on the thoughts of the sovereign and the moon deity. The crowd exchanged words, each expressing their confidence, never once contemplating the possibility of failure. The Moon Sovereign gazed at the tranquil sea in the distance, opting not to plunge immediately into the waters, but rather lowered his voice deliberately, engaging in discourse with the chest he bore upon his back. Esteemed moon deity, you have perceived that location, have you not? Might I inquire if you have any insights to share? Do you believe our endeavor will succeed? It was evident that the entity within that chest represented the Moon Clan's greatest reliance, the moon deity. While conversing with the moon deity, his tone was imbued with utmost reverence, starkly contrasting his earlier haughty demeanor in Beiming City. After a few moments, an ethereal voice emanated from the chest he carried. I too cannot ascertain, for this place elicits a peculiar sensation within me, hinting at some latent peril. Given that it is daytime, I cannot discern specifics. However, it is of little concern. Even if danger lurks, I can escort you away, provided it is under the cover of night. Moreover, tonight is a full moon night. It is the night of my greatest power. Simultaneously, on the island of the abyss, the Skywing Dragon, the Mermaid Empress, and the Kuanping soaring through the ocean simultaneously gazed towards the direction of the Moon Sovereign and his companions. How intriguing it was! A formidable adversary had arrived, promising a most delightful encounter. An aura belonging to the divine race emanated from them. Could a deity be seeking trouble? The mere presence of such beings indicated they were no ordinary lot, yet deities were not beyond reproach. Their master had vanquished many gods before. At this moment, the trio felt exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Moon Sovereign and the Moon Deity. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was still en route, with merely a day or two remaining until he acquired the Tai Chi Dragon. Chapter 499. The eve of war seated atop the back of the Desert Isle's Elven Dragon. Lin Bei's gaze drifted towards the horizon, observing the faint outline of the distant sea, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. He wondered how the situation at the abyss was unfolding. A plethora of troubles awaited him. Although he was acutely aware that with only the Skywing Dragon, the Mermaid Empress, and the Kuanping present, the abyss would not face any catastrophic blow, he also understood that these three would not intervene in every matter. They would only address significant troubles. Thus, Lin Bei was certain that numerous challenges loomed ahead. Meanwhile, Dong Wunshan remained ensnared in the dragon's grasp, his entire being suffused with a tingling sensation. During this time, he could only escape the dragon's claws during mealtimes. The Moon Sovereign, after a brief exchange with the moon deity, led his numerous aides into the ocean. This time, he had brought a considerable number of individuals, many of whom possessed talents related to the ocean. Traversing from the beach to the island of the abyss was an exceedingly simple task. On the surface of the sea, the grand assembly advanced with great momentum, swiftly approaching the abyss. Meanwhile, Yu Fenghua and the others stood at the island's edge, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the Moon's Sovereign and his entourage. The expressions on their faces were filled with excitement. As he fixed his gaze upon the vast ocean, Yu Fenghua remarked without turning his head, "Latest news. The Sovereign and his entourage have entered the sea. They will soon arrive here. Everyone, prepare to welcome the Sovereign." These past few days had been particularly arduous for him, a level of hardship he had never experienced before. Thus he eagerly anticipated the Moon Sovereign's arrival. In the depths of the ocean, the Kuanping, transformed into its colossal form, observed the Moon Sovereign and his companions. Quite a number of powerful individuals have arrived. Their strengths are not significantly inferior to Liu Ying's. They are resolutely intent on causing trouble for the master. Considering future implications, I shall refrain from intervening. Do as you wish. The only matter requiring our intervention is that deity. Its inaction against the Moon's sovereign and his companions is not due to laziness or cowardice, but rather a desire to allow the merfolk and dragonfolk, along with Ling and others, to engage in battle and grow through this rare experience. It is all for future considerations. The thoughts of the Skywing Dragon and the Mermaid Empress were similarly aligned, aside from the Moon Deity, who was an exceptionally formidable foe. As the Kunpeng spoke these words, its gaze was fixed upon the chest carried by Moon Xingyao, its large eyes gleaming with contemplation. A deity, yet now concealed within such a chest? Based on the previous individual's behavior, the deity within this chest was likely connected to the moon. Perhaps it sought to avoid the sun's rays due to this connection? The possibility was quite high. It had formed a particular hypothesis. The advance of the Moon's sovereign and his comrades proceeded smoothly. Such a sizable entourage typically deterred common marine creatures from provoking them. At long last, after an extensive journey across the sea, the Moon's sovereign and his companions arrived at the vicinity of the island housing the abyss, spotting Yu Fenghua, who had been waiting in anticipation. Upon meeting Yu Fenghua's gaze, he and the others promptly knelt upon the ground, willingly bowing their heads in a display of deep respect, their expressions and tone imbued with reverence. We humbly welcome the Sovereign's arrival. Chapter 500, Awaiting the Moonrise. The Kunpeng's reception. The Moon Sovereign did not immediately bid Yu Fenghua and the others to rise, but rather stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly tilting his head to savor the homage from Yu Fenghua and his companions. This moment lasted for a full minute before he finally spoke. Rise. Only then did Yu Fenghua and the others dare to stand, subsequently retreating to the side in unison, clearing a path for the Moon Sovereign. Their expressions still reverent as they awaited beside him. This demonstrated their genuine respect for the Moon Sovereign, not solely due to his status. The Moon Sovereign wasted no time, leaping effortlessly onto the island. Once he landed, the others followed suit, leaping onto the island where the abyss resided. As he strode forward, the Moon Sovereign inquired, "Please elaborate on the circumstances on this island." Upon hearing this, Yu Fenghua quickly moved closer, hastening to the Moon Sovereign's side as he began to recount the events of the past few days and the various matters he had gathered. Sovereign, the situation is as follows. Before long, the Moon Sovereign and his companions departed from the island's edge, making their way to the recent hideout of Yu Fenghua and his associates. Having grasped the situation, the Moon Sovereign swiftly arrived at a resolution in his mind. I have understood everything. For the sake of caution, we shall wait until the moon rises to act. I will first go and observe the mermaids, while the others prepare here, resting well for the night ahead. Though he harbored a sense of pride, he was not impulsive and chose not to strike immediately. After all, the moon god's power is at its zenith only when the full moon hangs high. The others voiced no objections, responding in unison. Understood. Rest assured, young sovereign. Shortly thereafter, led by Yu Fenghua, the Moon Sovereign arrived in the vicinity where the mermaids congregated, successfully encountering the legendary beings. Gazing at the frolicking mermaids, his heart brimmed with excitement. They are indeed mermaids. If we capture them, our moon family will surely prosper immensely. Meanwhile, Kunpeng had also located Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress, and the three colossal beings convened to discuss pressing matters. The enemy's main forces have arrived. I believe it is essential to retrieve our master. Having been away for so long, it is time for him to return. I concur. It is better for our master to personally oversee this matter. Though we can assist him in resolving issues, it is also a rare opportunity for him to acclimate. You are right. Since he is the reincarnated master, he will inevitably face numerous challenges ahead. The events unfolding now are trivial in comparison, serving as an excellent practice. If he cannot handle even such a scene, it would be wiser to take him to an absolutely safe area. Thus, it was settled. After deliberation, Kunpeng transformed into its majestic form and soared into the sky, heading in the direction where Lin Bei had departed, endeavoring to locate him. Given its unparalleled speed, it was tasked with this mission. With each powerful beat of its wings, Kunpeng covered vast distances, its velocity surpassing that of the Moju spirit dragon by a considerable margin. The distance it could traverse in 1 minute exceeded what the Moju spirit dragon could cover in 10. As time passed, several hours slipped by. At that moment, Lin Bei, seated upon the back of the Moju spirit dragon, beheld a colossal silhouette materializing ahead. Chapter 501, The Rising Moon. The instant he caught sight of the immense figure, Lin Bei instantly recognized who it was. Kunpeng? How did it end up here? Before he could ponder further, Kunpeng had arrived at his side. Perching before the Moju spirit dragon, its eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of Lin Bei after several days apart. Master, I have come to take you back. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei realized his suspicions were correct. Much had transpired in the mystery abyss, and it was imperative for him to participate. Otherwise, Kunpeng would not have gone out of its way to seek him. What has happened? Pray tell. A second later, Kunpeng disclosed the purpose of its visit. The situation is rather grave and pertains to a family by the name of you. As Kunpeng spoke, Dong Wenshan, caught in the claws of the Moju spirit dragon, gaped in astonishment at the gigantic Kunpeng, which dwarfed even the evil Dragon Valley. He was momentarily rendered speechless, his mind a blank, utterly forgetting everything he had previously witnessed. After several moments of stunned silence, he finally managed to utter, "No wonder the outside world is so astonishing. There exists a bird of such monumental size. A single bird, larger than the entire evil Dragon Valley. In its presence, the evil dragons and subdragons appeared as insignificant as grains of sand." Dong Wenshan struggled to find words to encapsulate the overwhelming emotions surging within him. Pure, profound shock. In the fleeting seconds of Dong Wenshan's astonishment, Kunpeng recounted recent events, along with its plans in conjunction with Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress. It laid everything bare, including its reasons for refraining from intervention, wanting Lin Bei to hone his skills. This honesty stemmed from Kunpeng's desire to avoid deception or any wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei contemplated for a few seconds before gently nodding. "You are right. Such trivial matters are best handled by me personally. Allowing you to intervene would be akin to bullying a child." Perfect. This presents an excellent opportunity for real-world experience. While he outwardly expressed only this, his mind was rife with other thoughts. For instance, how to seek accountability from the Yu family once this matter was resolved. To put it plainly, this situation is devoid of right or wrong. The Yu family, having lost Yu Xingyao, would undoubtedly blame Lin Bei, never considering his motives. Conversely, Lin Bei viewed it as Yu Xingyao's fault. Had he not erred, Lin Bei would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Thus, there was no need for rational discourse. It was best to let events unfold naturally. In this world, how many principles can truly be articulated? Seeing that Lin Bei harbored no dissatisfaction, Kunpeng secretly exhaled in relief. Prior to arriving here, it had resolved that if Lin Bei desired no involvement in this matter, they would handle it themselves. Though it was for Lin Bei's benefit, Kunpeng and its companions would not impose. A few seconds later, the Moju spirit dragon carried Lin Bei and Dong Wenshan onto Kunpeng's expansive back, embarking on the final leg of their journey home. Before long, night fell, and a silver moon hung high in the sky. Lin Bei sat atop Kunpeng's head, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight, gazing below. And there, unmistakably, lay the island that housed the mystery abyss. Chapter 502, A Grand Return. The moon god approaches. Finally, we have returned. It feels as though I have been away for an eternity, as if transported to another realm. Unable to restrain his sentiments, Lin Bei sighed softly and gently patted Kunpeng's back. In an instant, Kunpeng beat its wings and approached the mystery abyss below, diving downward as if plummeting from the sky. Lin Bei grasped a couple of feathers, continuing to observe the familiar scene below. Upon returning here, he felt a sense of peace, for this was undeniably his own domain. Simultaneously, within the mystery abyss, Kong Yulong and the Mermaid Empress lifted their heads to behold the colossal shadow in the night sky. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of joy flooded their eyes. "Haha, it is our master. He has returned." They had missed him dearly during these past few days. How delightful. After a few jubilant exclamations, the Mermaid Empress turned her serious gaze toward Kong Yulong, stating, "Remember, although we wish for our master to view this crisis as a training opportunity, we must ensure his safety above all else. We must protect him from the shadows. His security is paramount. If necessary, we shall take him to other locales and wait until he is prepared before venturing out to address other matters. You understand this better than I." The Skywing dragon merely tapped its colossal head with determination. Though it did not utter a word, its intent was unmistakable. It would never allow its master to perish again. Not only the Skywing dragon and the Mermaid Empress, but all living beings on the island beheld the descending Kunpeng. Individuals like the Celestial Spirit and Lu Ying quickly surmised the situation. It was he. He had returned. Buzzing with excitement, the Holy White Dragon, who had been nurturing his offspring alongside his mate, emitted a resounding roar filled with elation. He longed to embrace his child and rushed to introduce it to Lin Bei. Likewise, the Moon Monarch and others, who had only just begun to move, gazed upwards at the enormous shadow in the sky. Even the Moon Monarch had never witnessed such a spectacle. How immense! Larger than our Moon family. Beside him floated a woman clad in intricately designed silver attire. Indeed, she floated, enveloped in radiant silver moonlight, her waist-length silver hair dancing freely in the night breeze. Her figure was impeccably proportioned, exuding an ethereal beauty under the moon's glow. However, this impression was only accurate from a distance. Upon closer inspection, the reality was far more complex. Her features were relatively standard, yet from her chin to her forehead were numerous pits of varying depths. Even her silver eyes bore visible dark hollows. The only aspect that appeared normal was the silver full moon mark adorning her forehead. The moon goddess observed the colossal figure descending from the heavens, astonishment gradually filling her silver eyes. Could it be the Kunpeng? No, I must see it up close. Clearly, she recognized the existence of the Kunpeng. In the next instant, the moon goddess soared into the air, racing towards the plummeting Kunpeng. Chapter 503, First Confrontation, Moonlight Barrier. At that moment, the rapidly descending Kunpeng sensed the approaching moon goddess and immediately addressed Lin Bei. Master, look in that direction. That glowing silver figure is the most formidable opponent we've faced this time. Within her lies the power of a deity, far exceeding yours and your dragons by countless magnitudes. However, do not be concerned. Just proceed with confidence. With us by your side, we shall not allow her to harm you. This proclamation aimed to bolster Lin Bei's resolve, encouraging him to act freely. Yet, the Kunpeng was acutely aware that, given Lin Bei's current strength, confronting the moon goddess, endowed with divine power, would be an exceptionally daunting task. After all, it was intricately linked to the divine. Hearing this, Lin Bei gazed towards the distant moon goddess. Due to the considerable distance, he could not discern her precise features, only a small point shimmering with silver light. Moments later, he scoffed. The moon family truly spares no expense. Even summoning such a being, their primary aim is undoubtedly to confront AI Wei and the others, with the secondary motive being revenge for Yu Xingyao. Such powerful families are truly odious, prioritizing their interests above all else. As he muttered these words, he gently patted the Kunpeng's back, signaling it to approach the moon goddess. The Kunpeng immediately complied, altering its descent trajectory to draw nearer to her. Upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the moon goddess abruptly halted her flight. Observing the increasingly close Kunpeng, indeed, it is the Kunpeng. It is charging directly at me. What a spirited Kunpeng. As her words trailed off, the Kunpeng had already drawn near, and Lin Bei could now perceive not merely a small point, but the emerging outline of a humanoid figure. Soon, 5 seconds passed, and the Kunpeng arrived a mere few dozen meters before the moon goddess, effortlessly flapping its wings to level itself with her, halting its descent. At that moment, Lin Bei beheld the moon goddess in her entirety, from her pockmarked visage to her silver-shimmering feet, taking in every detail. She indeed bore a resemblance to the moon, particularly those pits. Upon seeing her face, he instinctively thought of the moon. Simultaneously, the moon goddess gazed at Lin Bei, seated upon the immense head of the Kunpeng, her silver eyes brimming with curiosity. Is this him? The true curse of this land. So youthful, younger than that moon monarch. To have tamed the Kunpeng at such a tender age? While she pondered this, Lin Bei suddenly commanded, "Let us test her strength with an attack." As his words fell, the Kunpeng unhesitatingly flapped its wings, launching a fierce assault towards the moon goddess. Against this strike, even a colossal mountain would be effortlessly shattered. Aware of the Kunpeng's might, the moon goddess did not underestimate the attack. She quickly raised her hands towards the front. As she did, a torrent of moonlight descended from above, converging at incredible speed to form a thin barrier of moonlight within a remarkably brief span. Boom! In the next instant, the Kunpeng's wing collided with the moonlight barrier. Chapter 504, Confronting the Moon Monarch. At that moment, the situation reached a stalemate. The Kunpeng's wing could descend no further, and the moonlight barrier could not expand. Even the surrounding moonlight ceased to converge. The surrounding space appeared to be profoundly affected. However, this impasse lasted but a few fleeting seconds. Crack! 3 seconds later, a series of fissures began to appear on the moonlight barrier. Several feathers from the Kunpeng's wing drifted away, swept by the night wind. Just a single feather was as large as a house, and could easily crush a building with its weight. Meanwhile, below stood the moon monarch, and above, Lin Bei sat atop the Kunpeng, both observing the interaction between the Kunpeng's wing and the moonlight barrier. Though they belonged to opposing sides, their thoughts were surprisingly aligned. The moon monarch furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with gravity, subconsciously murmuring, "What a powerful bird. Merely a flap of its wings has managed to breach the barrier forged by the moon goddess using lunar power. Were it me, it would take a considerable effort to create even a crack in that barrier. Truly terrifying. Fortuitously, the moon goddess is accompanying us, and tonight is a full moon. Her power can be maximally unleashed. I cannot fathom what my situation would be if I had not brought her along." Lin Bei, raising an eyebrow, also felt astonished. Interesting. She effortlessly thwarted the Kunpeng's assault using this method. The moon family is indeed exceptional. Contemplating this, his thoughts grew increasingly complex, and his brow furrowed. Since the Yu family is thus, what of the families that are equally formidable? Do they not possess similar means? Lin Bei, adept at discerning the urgency of matters, chose not to dwell on this aspect. After all, his primary concern was the Yu family. Unlike other families of this ilk, there were no insurmountable conflicts here. With a resounding crack, the lunar barrier shattered, scattering into countless tiny shards that fell gracefully to the ground, exuding an ethereal beauty. Kunpeng swiftly retracted its wings, fixating its gaze on the moon deity ahead while addressing Lin Bei, who was perched upon its back. What do you think? Are you beginning to understand? In response, Lin Bei nodded gently. I have a general idea. Her strength is not inferior to yours. Given my current capabilities, defeating her seems rather implausible. Despite the singular encounter, he gleaned much insight. Moments later, Kunpeng's voice echoed again. I have a splendid idea. However, now is not the opportune moment to share it. I shall divulge it later. It was not foolish. It would refrain from speaking freely, considering the adversary was right before them, capable of overhearing. Lin Bei held no objections. He slowly lowered his gaze to the ground, where he spotted the distinctive figure of the moon's sovereign amidst the crowd. Descend. It is time to meet the leader across from us. After this encounter, we shall prepare for battle. At this juncture, Lin Bei harbored no thoughts of reconciliation. Meeting the moon's sovereign was merely a prelude to conflict. As his words fell, Kunpeng forcefully flapped its wings and swiftly descended towards the ground. In no time, Kunpeng landed directly in front of the moon's sovereign. Subsequently, Lin Bei, seated upon the Mozho spirit dragon, swiftly reached the ground and locked eyes with the moon's sovereign at close range. Chapter 505. My life is not so easily taken. This marked the inaugural meeting of the two. The moon's sovereign, observing Lin Bei, who was significantly younger, furrowed his brow tighter and inquired about a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. Is my brother's demise connected to you? Though his primary purpose for coming was to retrieve the merfolk and gain substantial profit for the Yu family, he remained deeply concerned about Yu Xingyao. After all, blood is thicker than water. Moreover, he perceived his brother, who posed no threat to his position, with no animosity or suspicion. Realizing the situation had escalated to this extent, Lin Bei understood there was no need for concealment. His conflict with the Yu family had already reached an irreconcilable point. You are not mistaken. His death is indeed linked to me. It could be said that he perished because of me. After all, he harbored greed in his heart, seeking to seize one of my beloved dragons. Upon hearing these words, the moon's sovereign pieced together the situation. He was well acquainted with his brother, recognizing Yu Xingyao's nature. Having seen the dragons of others, it was highly probable he would attempt to take one. Very well. Since this is genuinely connected to you, we have just cause for our actions. Once completed, we need not fear any repercussions. My brother's life shall be repaid with yours. Amidst his fury, he also felt a sense of relief. Confirming this matter would alleviate many subsequent troubles. Upon hearing this declaration, a cold smirk appeared on Lin Bei's face, his eyes glinting with sarcasm. You seek my life? By all means try. See if you can take it. My life, I dare say, is beyond the grasp of the Yu family. As his words echoed, the atmosphere turned icy, an invisible tension swirling around them. In such a climate, a clash between the two seemed imminent. At that moment, the moon deity hastened to arrive, landing beside the moon's sovereign, both gazing at Lin Bei, Kunpeng, and the Mozho spirit dragon, each party locked in a standoff. Dong Wenshan found himself in an awkward position, having not anticipated being caught in such a scenario. After a prolonged silence, the moon's sovereign finally spoke, breaking the stalemate. Whether you shall retain your life is for the Yu family to decide. That is not yours to dictate. Upon hearing this arrogant proclamation, Lin Bei could not suppress a laugh. Once again, I say, you may attempt it, but prepare yourself mentally. If you wish to kill me, I shall show no mercy and will likewise take your lives. Regardless of the extent of the Yu family's actions this time, I will seek retribution afterward. Such matters cannot be overlooked simply because there was no significant loss. Having spoken this, Lin Bei addressed the Mozho spirit dragon. Let us depart. In the next moment, the Mozho spirit dragon flapped its wings and soared towards the central area. The reason for this departure was to summon additional allies, such as the failed dragon hybrids, the merfolk, and Lu Ying, among others. A large-scale battle necessitated their participation. After Lin Bei's exit, Kunpeng did not linger, casting a final glance at the moon deity before flapping its wings and taking flight. The moon sovereign understood Lin Bei's motives for leaving and unhesitatingly commanded his troops, move. Commence the assault. He had refrained from attacking Lin Bei earlier, knowing that Kunpeng's presence rendered any strike futile. Chapter 506. The final preparations. Having given this order, the moon sovereign stepped forward, his visage betraying no fear or doubt regarding his actions. What does it matter if you depart? Regardless of your choice, it will not alter the final outcome. From the moment he decided to come here, he had never entertained the notion of employing underhanded tactics to achieve victory. With so many warriors at his disposal, resorting to such means would be a disgrace to the Yu family. What the Moon Sovereign sought was a fair and honorable battle. Victory would be victory, and defeat would be defeat. Meanwhile, the moon deity floated in the lower sky, advancing steadily. As she progressed, she gazed upward at the moon, her face adorned with confidence amidst the chaotic landscape. Kuanping is merely SOSO. Even to shatter my most fundamental barrier requires effort. It seems my earlier concerns were unfounded. Yet, something still feels amiss. The moon deity sensed a problem, but could not articulate what it was. Meanwhile, Yu Fenghua and others trailed behind the moon sovereign, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. They were eager to engage. After all, the sooner the affair concluded, the sooner they could reap the rewards and depart from this remote locale. In this battle, victory is assured. Yes, with the sovereign leading us, defeat is inconceivable. The opposing leader is merely a boy not yet 20. The sooner we finish, the sooner we return home and claim our rewards. The speed of the desert island spirit dragon was astonishingly swift. In no time, it whisked Lin Bei and Dong Wenshan to the main city, the very heart of the abyss of mysteries. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Lu Ying, Ren Ting, and Si Lingxian, who had evidently anticipated Lin Bei's presence, along with several unfamiliar faces. Although they exchanged pleasantries, the urgency of the situation left little room for idle chatter. Lin Bei quickly shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. The enemy is en route. Gather our forces. Summon the merfolk and the dragonfolk. We will discuss other matters after this battle. Ren Ting and the others, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded in unison and responded emphatically, understood. With that, Ren Ting and Lu Ying departed, leaving only Si Lingxian and a few strangers behind. After a moment's hesitation, Si Lingxian mustered the courage to address Lin Bei. If you have a moment, perhaps you could check on the Radiant Dragon and the Holy White Dragon? They've been eagerly waiting for your return. Lin Bei nodded slightly, harboring no objections. Visiting the Holy White Dragon was a task he would inevitably undertake. All right, he affirmed before turning his attention to the unfamiliar faces. However, before he could utter a word, one of them broke into a hearty laugh, saying, "Mr. Lin, please feel free to attend to your business. We are merely here to observe. We shall properly introduce ourselves later and will participate in the ensuing events." They exhibited an understanding of the current circumstances. Lin Bei refrained from unnecessary formalities and swiftly departed, heading towards the location of the Holy White Dragon. Before long, Lin Bei arrived at his destination, where he encountered the Holy White Dragon, the Radiant Dragon, and a most peculiar dragon egg. Chapter 507, The Excited Dragon Egg. Buzz. The moment Lin Bei arrived, the Holy White Dragon raised its massive head and let out a long, melodious roar, clearly exhilarated by Lin Bei's presence. At that moment, all of Lin Bei's attention was captivated by the love child of the Radiant Dragon and the Holy White Dragon. Although he could only see the remarkable dragon egg from a distance, he could already sense an overwhelming aura of purity emanating from it. Oh, how can such a small egg possess such formidable power? What will it be like once it hatches? Judging by this trajectory, the sanctity of this little creature post-hatching would far surpass that of both the Radiant Dragon and the Holy White Dragon. As he pondered this, Lin Bei paused briefly, gazing intently at the dragon egg for several seconds before speaking once more. I never anticipated that Little White would bring me such a delightful surprise. Previously, when Little White had performed that act, he had only felt a sense of helplessness and frustration. But now, those feelings had transformed into excitement and joy. After all, the ultimate reward was a dragon even stronger than Little White. He couldn't help but wonder if another synthesis would yield a creature surpassing this one. He also questioned whether the little one inside the egg belonged to him. Just as Lin Bei contemplated this, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. The host is the first owner of this little dragon, as it was born from the Holy White Dragon, establishing a unique bond with the host and this system, allowing for synthesis and nurturing. Si Lingxian is the second owner of this little dragon. The host commands will always take precedence over Si Lingxian's. If the host directs this dragon to the left, while Si Lingxian directs it to the right, the dragon will unhesitatingly move to the left. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Bei exhaled in relief. His worries had been alleviated. He certainly did not wish for this undoubtedly powerful dragon to belong to another. That would be a tremendous loss. In the next moment, Lin Bei stepped forward, walking slowly towards the dragon egg under the watchful eyes of the Radiant Dragon and the Holy White Dragon. However, he did not immediately reach out to touch the egg. Instead, he turned to the Radiant Dragon, whose usually indifferent expression was softened by a gentle smile. How are you? Feeling better? Has this rascal been taking good care of you? He gestured playfully at the Holy White Dragon while uttering the word rascal. Buzz. The Radiant Dragon nodded eagerly, affirming that the Holy White Dragon had been exemplary in its care. It now held a deep respect for Lin Bei, having come to understand the remarkable and powerful being he was through its interactions with the Holy White Dragon. That's good to hear, Lin Bei concluded, directing his gaze towards the Holy White Dragon. Although he said nothing, his silence conveyed a multitude of sentiments. Buzz. The Holy White Dragon responded by proudly thumping its chest and emitting a confident roar, assuring Lin Bei that it would take excellent care of its mate. Only then did Lin Bei turn his attention to the dragon egg, instinctively raising a hand to gently touch its surface. At the moment he made contact, the egg trembled slightly, radiating a brilliant white light, clearly filled with excitement. Chapter 508, The Holy White Dragon's Choice. Buzz. There even emerged a faint, almost childlike roar from within the hatching egg. In that instant, both the Holy White Dragon and the Radiant Dragon were taken aback, gazing at the familiar yet somewhat strange egg. Throughout the incubation period, they had never heard even a whisper from this egg. Yet now, upon Lin Bei's arrival, it had emitted a sound that left them utterly astonished. Could it be? Even a little dragon egg has its preferences? After a few seconds, the Holy White Dragon and the Radiant Dragon exchanged bewildered glances, their large dragon eyes reflecting astonishment and surprise. A hint of jealousy stirred within them, as their child seemed to favor neither of its parents. However, it was merely a touch of jealousy. Neither dragon harbored ill feelings towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei was equally surprised. He had not anticipated that the offspring of Little White and the Radiant Dragon would behave in such a manner. This little one was indeed intriguing. Even while still within its egg, it sought to impress me. I can only imagine the antics it will display once it hatches. At that moment, Lin Bei's anticipation grew, eagerly awaiting the hatching of this dragon. Though their contact had been limited to the egg, he had already invested great hopes in this little creature. The next moment, a radiant smile illuminated Lin Bei's face. Little one, do your best. Hatch quickly. I am waiting for you. As his words fell, another dragon roar resonated from within the egg. Buzz. Amidst the resounding dragon's roar, a palpable excitement emanated from within the egg as the little creature responded to Lin Bei, gradually diverting his gaze from the dragon egg. Lin Bei turned to the radiant Holy White Dragon and the light dragon beside him, his tone taking on a weighty seriousness. What lies ahead is a fierce battle, and the flames of war may very well extend to this place. You two need not involve yourselves in the conflict. Simply remain here and safeguard your offspring, especially you. Little White, you must protect your wife and child. If you cannot even ensure their safety, what kind of male dragon are you? Having spoken, he did not await a response from the Holy White Dragon or the Light Dragon, but decisively turned away, slowly striding from the scene. The Holy White Dragon stared at Lin Bei's retreating figure, remaining silent, yet a deep turmoil was etched upon its draconic visage. Clearly, it yearned to protect its family, while simultaneously desiring to join the fray, to fight valiantly for Lin Bei. Yet, bound by Lin Bei's command, the Holy White Dragon was at a loss for what to do. Thus, all it could do was watch Lin Bei depart. Meanwhile, the Light Dragon, a celestial being, observed the Holy White Dragon, her eyes shimmering with contemplation. Buzz. Moments later, she opened her jaws and emitted a dragon-esque roar, urging the Holy White Dragon to leave and hasten to aid Lin Bei in achieving victory. Upon hearing this roar, the Holy White Dragon was momentarily taken aback, turning its head in astonishment to look at the Light Dragon. For the past few days, it had remained by her side, and she had not permitted it to leave immediately. Just as the Holy White Dragon pondered how to respond, the Light Dragon roared once more, indicating that even if she were alone, she would face no issues, and urged it to depart quickly. Buzz. Buzz. After a brief exchange, the Holy White Dragon comprehended that the Light Dragon was indeed insistent on its departure. Ultimately, the Holy White Dragon left the vicinity, swiftly pursuing Lin Bei's direction. Chapter 509, Deep Night, Confrontation. Once the Holy White Dragon's silhouette vanished from view, the Light Dragon redirected her gaze back to the distant dragon egg. Her eyes brimmed with affection. In the next moment, she cradled the egg in her embrace, quietly commencing the incubation process. The Light Dragon was acutely aware that, while she and her child were indeed vital to the Holy White Dragon, Lin Bei held an even greater significance. It could even be said that the Holy White Dragon's very purpose of existence was to assist Lin Bei. Thus, she had taken the initiative to allow the Holy White Dragon to depart. Moreover, she understood the Holy White Dragon's capabilities and recognized that its involvement in the battle could not only turn the tide in critical moments, but also significantly minimize casualties. Buzz. The Light Dragon softly hummed to the egg, reassuring the unborn dragon that there was no need for concern, even with only its mother present. The incubation could proceed. Buzz. At the instant her hum ceased, the egg gently quivered, producing a response in the form of a dragon-esque roar. After a swift journey, the holy white dragon spotted Lin Bei advancing ahead. Buzz! It initially released an excited long roar before hastening its pace. Upon hearing the dragoness call, Lin Bei turned his head towards the holy white dragon, a look of surprise gracing his face. Little white? How did it come here? Leaving behind its wife and child? As his thoughts raced, the holy white dragon flew closer, landing somewhat sheepishly beside him, its pure white head bowing low. Lin Bei regarded the holy white dragon, and at that moment, an answer crystallized in his mind. Seconds later, he lifted a hand to gently stroke the holy white dragon's head, a light-hearted smile playing on his lips as he spoke. How could I possibly refuse your desire to assist me? He then added, during the ensuing battle, be vigilant regarding your wife and child. You must ensure their safety at all costs. Upon hearing this, the holy white dragon exhaled in relief and eagerly nodded, signaling its commitment to remain attentive. In the next moment, Lin Bei continued onward, with the holy white dragon dutifully following close behind. Simultaneously, others were occupied with their tasks. Ren Ting ventured into the district where the merfolk congregated, conveying Lin Bei's intentions to them. One by one, the merfolk emerged from the lake, excitedly following Ren Ting. Only the elder merfolk remained in the water. Luing arrived at the realm of the dragonfolk, similarly relaying Lin Bei's message. The dragonfolk were equally resolute. Departing from their long-held territory, the Moon's sovereign and his companions advanced, their objective clearly set towards the heart of the island. It was evident that the anticipated war would erupt in the central region of the island. As night deepened, the moonlight grew ever more resplendent, the cold, full moon hanging high in the night sky, evoking a sense of solitude despite the surrounding brilliance of the stars. Beneath the moon's gentle illumination, the entire island was aglow. At this moment, Lin Bei had arrived at the very center of the island. Behind him stood Lu Ying, Ren Ting, Ling Xian, along with numerous strangers and a multitude of merfolk and dragonfolk. This was the full extent of the forces Lin Bei could muster. Before him, the Moon's sovereign and the other members of the Yu family had gathered, their eyes fixed intently upon Lin Bei and his allies. Chapter 510, the final battle commences. Though positioned directly in front of Lin Bei, the Moon's sovereign's gaze did not rest upon Lin Bei himself, but instead surveyed the merfolk and dragonfolk behind him. He was well aware of the merfolk's significance. The entire Yu family yearned to possess these aquatic beings. However, the presence of the dragonfolk was a revelation to the Moon's sovereign. Instantly, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. What unexpected fortune! There are dragonfolk here too. Haha. This trip has proven immensely worthwhile. Many would pay a hefty price for the merfolk. Likewise, numerous individuals sought to obtain dragonfolk. From a certain perspective, dragonfolk were even more precious than merfolk. After all, one was associated with fish, while the other was linked to dragons. Anything connected to dragons invariably attracted a multitude of admirers. Not only was the Moon's sovereign elated, but the Yu family members behind him, including Yu Fenghua, also felt a rush of excitement. The greater the benefits accrued by the Yu family, the more they would share in the spoils, naturally eliciting such reactions. Little did they expect that this small island concealed such a wealth of extraordinary species. Merfolk and dragonfolk together. Could this possibly be some ancient relic? Their motivation surged even further. Only the Moon Goddess remained silent, her gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. The more she learned about this place, the more something felt amiss. Yet, she could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. At this moment, Lin Bei too sensed the state of the Moon's sovereign and his entourage. A cruel smile suddenly gracing his indifferent face. I fail to comprehend what you find so exhilarating. I did not bring you here to deliver parcels, but rather to usher you into the depths of hell. Instead of fantasizing about a bright future, why not contemplate how to survive the moment? Not a single member of the Yu clan is to be spared, including the Moon God. At this moment, Ling Xian and Ren Ting maintain a stoic silence, their eyes brimming with hostility as they glare at the approaching Moon's sovereign and his cohorts. They are quite discerning. They know precisely what must be done. The merfolk and dragonkin share the same sentiment. Meanwhile, Kuanpeng, Kong Yulong, and the Mermaid Empress are discreetly observing from the shadows. Upon hearing Lin Bei's arrogant and merciless words, the Moon's sovereign displays no trace of anger, instead bursting into laughter as he retorts, feel free to boast. The ultimate outcome will be determined by strength. He remains convinced that his side holds the advantage. After all, the combat power on Lin Bei's side primarily consists of merfolk and dragonkin, who cannot summon their pets to fight. On the contrary, his side comprises humans, each possessing multiple pets. Once the battle commences, the disparity in combat strength will swiftly widen. So what could possibly lead to defeat? The Moon's sovereign is aware that Lin Bei possesses dragons, but he dismisses this notion. Even if you have dragons, what does it matter? A mere 2 or 3 dragons cannot turn the tide of battle. Subsequently, Lin Bei refrains from further words. Coldly observing the moon's sovereign and his companions, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying to an extreme in a fleeting moment. Thus, let strength speak for itself. The instant his words fall, he immediately activates his innate ability, summoning all the dragons at his command. Chapter 511, The Emergence of the Dragons. Buzz. In an instant, a chorus of dragon roars resonates, their varied voices converging skyward, dispersing the clouds in the night sky. As these roars echo, numerous dragons materialize beside Lin Bei. Every dragon that could possibly emerge has been summoned. The flame rock armored dragon, the six-winged wind thunder dragon, the light sky holy white dragon, the void reincarnation dragon, the sky-eating demon slaying dragon, the 10,000 thoughts controlling heart dragon, the golden mist dragon, and many more have all appeared. The new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon are naturally among them. Upon their arrival, they raise their heads and roar majestically. As the dragon roars subside, each dragon turns its gaze toward the moon god and the moon sovereign standing before them. In their distinct dragon eyes, a shared, intense fury is palpable. Clearly, they are enraged, infuriated to the utmost degree. After all, the foes before them are intent on taking Lin Bei's life. Were it not for Lin Bei's current restraint, they would have charged forth to mercilessly vanquish these enemies. The appearance of the flame rock armored dragon and the others shocks all present, excluding Lin Bei. Whether it is the moon sovereign or the moon god, or even see Ling Xian standing beside Lin Bei, they instinctively gaze at each dragon. For the sheer number of dragons is staggering, each one a unique specimen. The unfamiliar allies aiding Lin Bei cannot help but express their awe internally as they behold the flame rock armored dragon and its brethren, though we prepared ourselves mentally and knew he possessed many dragons. Witnessing them firsthand is still astonishing. No wonder he could wreak such havoc in my Tianshan hell. Truly an eye-opener. To see so many dragons at once. I would believe it was a dream. At this moment, the moon sovereign's brow furrows uncontrollably as he looks at Lin Bei with a newfound seriousness. The ease he once felt dissipating. He never anticipated that this fellow would conceal such a multitude of dragons. Now, I fully comprehend why Xingyao has fixated on this man's dragons. Even I would have acted similarly. After a few seconds of scrutiny, he fixes his gaze intently on the new moon dragon and the waning moon dragon. From the very start, the moon sovereign has deduced that these two dragons belong to you, Xingyao. My foolish younger brother. Not only did he fail to seize the dragons, but he also lost the ones he painstakingly tamed. How tragic. While the moon sovereign feels astonished, he still does not believe his side will be defeated. In the next moment, he raises a finger skyward and commands loudly, "Let it begin. Summon all your pets without reservation. This battle is of utmost importance." As these words leave his lips, the moon sovereign begins to channel his power, preparing to summon his own pets. Moon Fenghua and the others also spring into action, activating the power within them. One by one, pets associated with the moon are summoned forth. At this very moment, the moon god observes Lin Bei and the fierce dragons surrounding him. The peculiar sensation in her heart intensifies. Something is amiss. There is undoubtedly something wrong. Chapter 512, A Vast Disparity. Though she senses that the situation is gravely amiss, the moon god refrains from intervening. Events have progressed to this stage. Any attempt to halt them would be too late and could provoke unnecessary complications. She first scrutinizes Lin Bei, then glances at the moon's sovereign beside her. The expressions on both their faces are grave and serious. Clearly, the situation is not easily altered. Forget it, I won't overthink it. Once the battle erupts, I shall exercise caution. After all, tonight is the night of the full moon, and I can wield formidable power. If I encounter any insurmountable danger, I will simply retreat to the moon. My survival is paramount. Within mere seconds, the moon god undergoes a tumultuous internal deliberation, arriving at her final resolution. Indeed, she will remain to assist. However, should any irregularities arise, she will depart at the first opportunity. Throughout the entirety of the moon god's analysis of pros and cons, the concealed Kongyu Long, the mermaid empress, and Kuanping have been watching her closely. Besides this moon-playing creature, the others are opponents that can be vanquished. It is merely a matter of difficulty. Yes, thus our sole task is to keep a close watch on her, preventing her from interfering at will. This task is quite simple. A single dragon can accomplish it. They intend to allow Lin Bei to grow while ensuring he does not fall into extreme peril. Meanwhile, the pets belonging to the Moon Sovereign and Moon Fenghua are also summoned one after another. Given the numerous individuals arriving from the Yu family, the summoned pets are highly varied. Among these individuals, half belong to the Yu clan themselves, and the pets they summon are closely tied to the moon. Roar. 6 dark moon tigers appear, raising their heads toward the moon, emitting a roar filled with rage. Howl. A multitude of moonlit night wolves emerged. harmoniously howling at the moon. Chirp. One by one, the moonlight thunderbirds flapped their wings, emitting a cacophony of calls. Moo. Just these moon-related creatures alone numbered over 300. In addition, there were more than 300 pets unrelated to the moon. The total count was approaching 700. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was vividly apparent at this moment. Moreover, each of these pets possessed formidable strength, capable of reigning supreme in any given area. In stark contrast, Lin Bei's side evidently found itself at a disadvantage. Observing this, a smile crept across the Moon King's face. His internal worries alleviated somewhat. Thank heavens. My preparations have been thorough, the number of individuals I brought is ample, and their strength is considerable. With this thought in mind, he resolved to capitalize on his advantages and immediately issued orders to those behind him. Charge. Eliminate all who must be slain, sparing those who should not. You all know what is to be killed and what is to be spared. In the next moment, the Moon House members, led by the Moon King, sprang into action, commanding their summoned pets. Attack, attack. Do not harm the merfolk or the dragonkin, and ideally, spare the dragons as well. All others are fair game. Though they could not kill, they could certainly injure. As these commands rang out, hundreds of powerful pets surged forward, unhesitatingly charging into the fray. Chapter 513, The Battle to Protect Our Homeland. Boom, boom. The sheer number of pets mobilizing simultaneously caused the relatively small island to tremble slightly, as if an earthquake had erupted beneath the seabed. Even the waters at the island's edge were affected, surging violently against the shore. Howl, roar, chirp. In unison, various cries erupted, seemingly declaring something. Not only did the pets launch their assault, but the likes of Yu Fenghua and others fighting for the Moon House also joined the charge. They did not come here merely to spectate. Although their strength could not compare to that of the pets and beasts, they possessed a measure of combat capability sufficient to sway the tide of battle at critical moments. Forward, for the Moon House, for our families, for a brighter future. If we succeed, the rewards will be bountiful for all. In an instant, both the humans and pets became fervent, their minds consumed with the singular ambition of vanquishing Lin Bei and capturing the merfolk and dragonkin. Only the Moon King and Moon Goddess maintained their composure. They stood still, quietly observing the unfolding scene. The Moon King's face was alight with a broad smile, his lips curving into an arc of triumph. This battle would ensure that the name of the Moon King resounded throughout these vast seas. At that moment, who would dare defy the Moon House? The thought of the immense benefits awaiting him stirred his heart with excitement. Meanwhile, the Moon Goddess continued to gaze at Lin Bei, contemplating when it would be most opportune for her to intervene. She hesitated to act impulsively as her recent encounter with the Kunpeng lingered in her mind. Where's the Kunpeng? It should be here. How peculiar. Surely, it would participate in this affair. Clearly, the Moon Goddess harbored trepidation towards the Kunpeng. Though she did not believe she would lose in direct combat, an ambush would pose a different threat. Observing the Moon House members swiftly approaching, accompanied by the multitude of beasts, the chill in Lin Bei's eyes reached a zenith. He was resolute in his intent to eradicate these foes. In the next moment, Lin Bei raised a finger towards the sky, his voice cold as ice resonating. Leave not a single one. As his words fell, the merfolk and dragonkin, their hearts aflame with fury, surged forward, roaring towards the enemy. At this moment, the strikingly beautiful merfolk bore expressions of fierce determination and resolve upon their stunning faces. Sisters, charge. Slay all invaders. Protect our homeland. Safeguard the weaker mermen. Kill. All the merfolk shared this sentiment, for it was Lin Bei's command. Simultaneously, the dragonkin sprang into action, charging forward without hesitation. Even with the holy white dragon and others nearby, they remained undeterred. Over time, the dragonkin had frequently interacted with the skyfeather dragons, growing accustomed to cohabiting with dragons, thus exhibiting such normalcy now. Forward. This is the home entrusted to us by the dragon god. We cannot allow outsiders to destroy it. Annihilate all intruders. Mere seconds later, the foremost members of both sides collided. Chapter 514, The Great Battle, 1. Upon this clash, both sides wasted no time and immediately launched their assaults. Whoosh. From the Moon King's side came a dark moon tiger, its claws unsheathed and poised to strike, mercilessly slamming down towards a mermaid. As its claws descended, the surrounding air was thrown into disarray. The ebony giant claw, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, appeared all the more ruthless and terrifying. Being a creature of the moon, its power was amplified on this full moon night. On Lin Bei's side was a mermaid, precisely the first one he had encountered, Ivy. As she beheld the descending tiger's claw, she swiftly raised her arms, crossing them above her in defense against the impending blow. Boom. The moment the claws met her arms, a resounding impact akin to steel colliding reverberated through the ears of all present. In the next instant, Cracks appeared on the ground beneath Ivy's fishtail, which sank several centimeters into the earth, her arms turning crimson. Clearly, the force behind that tiger's claw was immense. Ivy was not the only one to suffer. The Dark Moon Tiger fared little better, as the outer layer of skin on its massive paw was completely shredded, blood gushing forth and staining its claw crimson. At this moment, the scent of blood began to permeate the air, marking the first drop of blood shed this night. And this scene seemed to herald the true commencement of battle. Subsequently, more and more members from both sides engaged in combat. Whenever they clashed, they would resolutely enter into battle. Boom, boom. The sounds of conflict echoed incessantly, as blood continued to spill onto the ground, the aroma of blood growing ever more pungent. At this moment, Lin Bei turned to his true dragons beside him and declared, "You may also join the fray. In this fierce battle, there must be no reservations and no mercy. The enemy must be utterly annihilated here, be it their leader or the hideous woman with a scarred visage. Do you understand?" The moment his words fell, all the dragons simultaneously raised their heads and let out a resounding roar, their voices echoing into the night sky. In the next instant, the dragons surged forth, joining the fray that had already descended into chaos. A moonlit demon wolf had set its sights on a dragon man, its maw wide with sharp fangs, attempting to launch an attack with terrifying speed, constantly shifting directions. Within mere seconds, the moonlit demon wolf had gained the upper hand, leaving behind several pieces of flesh in its wake. The dragon man's expression grew grave, his body marred with wounds, and his thigh was missing chunks of meat. "This is untenable. This wolf is exceedingly troublesome. If this continues, I will be worn down. These injuries are severely affecting me." At that moment, the moonlit demon wolf circled behind the dragon man, seizing the opportunity to lunge forward, aiming for the dragonman's nape, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, just as it sprang into action, a bolt of lightning, thicker than its own body, descended from the heavens and struck it squarely. Crackle, crackle. With the sound of thunder, the moonlit demon wolf collapsed, its fur singed black, a gaping wound piercing through its body. Simultaneously, the roar of the six-winged thunder dragon resounded. "Its message clear, is that all? You can't even withstand my lightning. I still have wind to unleash." Chapter 5:15, The Great Battle 2. The six-winged thunder dragon glared with its enormous dragon eyes at the wolf, filled solely with hostility, devoid of even the slightest hint of sympathy. Its unique roar resonating once more. Buzz. This time, the message was equally straightforward. Since you've chosen to partake in this affair, prepare yourself for the possibility of death. You shall face it as we do. Even in death, do not utter a word of complaint. At this moment, the six-winged thunder dragon was mentally prepared to perish here. Even in death, it would harbor no grievances. The dragon man, whose flesh was missing in places, looked up at the six-winged thunder dragon, bowing deeply with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for your lightning, I would most likely be dead by now." In response, the six-winged thunder dragon merely nodded slightly, then turned its gaze back to the wolf that had been struck by lightning. Though it lay on the ground, crimson blood pooling around it, the moonlit demon wolf was not yet dead. It gasped for air, and with sufficient time and timely treatment, it could return to the fray. However, the six-winged thunder dragon had no intention of granting it such an opportunity, unhesitatingly unleashing another massive bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning struck down upon the moonlit demon wolf, extinguishing its final vestiges of life. When the lightning faded, the wolf's body was shattered into several pieces, its eyes still glaring in defiance, yet it had no chance to alter its fate. The six-winged thunder dragon lingered no longer, swiftly harnessing the thunder and fierce winds, joining the other battles, ruthlessly slaughtering its foes. It showed no mercy to any adversary. Boom! Whoosh! In an instant, lightning and wind surged everywhere, seemingly uncontrolled in their relentless assault. It appeared chaotic, yet every bolt of lightning struck with precision, never missing its mark. The wind coalesced into blades, rampaging throughout the battlefield. At this juncture, Lin Bei approached the dragon man, gesturing towards the distant holy white dragon while speaking indifferently. "If you are severely injured, do not continue to fight. Go to Little White for treatment, then return to the battlefield. I will not permit any of you to flee, but I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." In a war, striving for victory without any casualties is an unrealistic endeavor. Yet Lin Bei was determined to pursue this seemingly unattainable goal. If he could not achieve even this, how could he possibly qualify to pursue even more unrealistic aspirations? Thus, he must act, regardless of how arduous it may be. Upon hearing his words, the dragon man decisively departed, heading directly towards the holy white dragon. The moment he approached, the holy white dragon unleashed an overwhelming surge of holy power. A radiant light enveloped the dragon man, and the agony coursing through his body vanished in that instant, replaced by a wave of comfort. Thereafter, this white light began to heal the Dragon Man's wounds at a terrifying speed. Chapter 516, The Great Battle 3. Mere seconds later, the Dragon Man's injuries had significantly improved. Not only had the bleeding ceased, but even the missing flesh began to regenerate rapidly. He reveled in his restored state, firmly clenching his claws, his dragon countenance brimming with reverence. No matter when one encounters such power, it is always awe-inspiring. It is wondrous beyond the capacity of words to describe. With such power at our disposal, our side shall undoubtedly prevail. Moments later, the Dragon Man was fully restored, and without hesitation, he rejoined the battle. The aura emanating from him was far stronger than at the outset. Kill. This transformation arose because the Dragon Man could not fathom how his side could possibly lose. The battlefield was in utter disarray. Everywhere one looked, battles were erupting. Merfolk clashed with Moon Tribe beasts, Dragon Men battled Moon Tribe beasts, dragons fought Moon Tribe beasts, and angels contended with Moon Tribe beasts. Yet, overall, the situation was unfavorable for Lin Bei's side. Often, 2 or 3 foes would surround a single adversary, shamelessly overwhelming them with numbers. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was too great. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Lin Bei felt a surge of battle fervor rise within him. A cold smile crept across his lips. It is time for me to join the fray. From the very beginning, Lin Bei never intended to remain a mere spectator. What value is there in such a battle if one does not partake in it? In the next moment, the wing of wind and thunder manifested behind him, the divine weapon of 1,000 illusions appearing in his grasp, his entire being enveloped in searing dragon flames. Whoosh! With a powerful flap of the wing of wind and thunder, Lin Bei soared into the low sky, targeting the Moon Monarch with unwavering determination. As he made his move, the concealed Kongyu dragon and 2 other formidable beings grew tense. Everyone, take heed. Master is moving. Charging directly towards the enemy leader, that being with divine power is nearby. We cannot allow her to harm our master. Fear not, should she make any move. I will rush to his aid at the first opportunity. Although they wished to stop their master, they knew such actions might not be wise. If their master wished to participate, then let him. The 3 remained on high alert. The Moon Monarch, naturally, noticed Lin Bei approaching. A young one daring to seek me out alone? It is akin to courting death. After disdainfully uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards the moon goddess beside him. He then spoke again. Once he approaches, I will first engage him, feigning a battle, and then you can seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Ideally, it should be a lethal strike. The Moon King had no intention of indulging in a fair fight with Lin Bei. All he desired was victory, an unrelenting victory. Upon hearing this, the moon goddess casually nodded, expressing no dissent. I am in agreement. For her, eliminating Lin Bei was a trivial task, given his relatively feeble strength. Noting the moon goddess's eager assent, the Moon King swiftly produced his weapon, a silver curved blade measuring a full 2 meters in length. This sword was exceedingly curved, reminiscent of the crescent moon from days prior. Moments later, Lin Bei arrived before the Moon King, unhesitatingly wielding the divine weapon, Qian Huan, to strike at the Moon King. The blade of Qian Huan was infused with a multitude of powers, thunder, storms, flames, holiness, and more. At that moment, the distance between Lin Bei and the Moon King was minimal, barely 2 meters. As soon as the sword descended, it could inflict severe damage or even slay the Moon King. The myriad forces converging upon the sword erupted as the blade fell. Thunder rumbled, winds howled, and flames surged. This strike was formidable. Naturally, the Moon King would not remain idle. Almost simultaneously with Lin Bei's downward swing, he too swung his silver moonblade. The long blade was enveloped in brilliant silver moonlight, radiating a light capable of illuminating the darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's actions captured the attention of many dragons engaged in battle, causing them to abandon their skirmishes to focus on Lin Bei's position. The Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign's Underworld Dragon, situated nearby, instinctively exchanged glances, both reflecting a palpable concern in their eyes. Clearly, they were apprehensive of impending danger. Buzz! The Time Sovereign's Underworld Dragon emitted an anxious roar, communicating something to the Void Reincarnation Dragon. Buzz! Upon hearing this dragon's cry, the Void Reincarnation Dragon nodded vigorously, responding with a dragon's roar of its own. As the clash of blades unfolded, the sword of Qian Huan met the blade of the Silver Moon Sword. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonated instantly. The various forces on Lin Bei's sword began to clash with the silver moonlight. Flames, thunder, and fierce winds intertwined with the moonlight, descending into utter chaos. In that moment, the situation reached a stalemate. The sword could no longer descend, nor could the long blade force it back. This indicated that the powers of both sides were closely matched. At the very least, their displayed individual strengths were equivalent. The Moon King gripped his silver moon blade with both hands, gazing at the ferocious Lin Bei before him, astonishment flickering uncontrollably in his eyes. This fellow not only tamed numerous dragons, but also possessed formidable strength, capable of directly suppressing me. If it were just the two of us here, the ultimate loser would undoubtedly be me, and I would fall in a remarkably short time. Though I have dragons, their numbers pale in comparison to his. In this moment, the Moon King felt immensely relieved, grateful that he had brought a substantial force with him, including the Moon Goddess. With this thought, he exhaled quietly, internally lamenting, "Thank goodness. My preparations were ample. Even if you are strong, what does it matter? The final victor will still be me." Having concluded his reflections, the Moon King immediately shouted, "I request the Moon Goddess's assistance." The instant his voice fell, the Moon Goddess raised a hand, extending a finger towards Lin Bei's forehead. At that moment, a significant amount of moonlight gathered at her fingertip, swiftly coalescing into a 20-centimeter moonlight dagger. The tip was exceedingly sharp, easily rivaling the keenness of the divine weapon Qian Huan, capable of piercing steel with ease. Upon the formation of the moonlight dagger, the Moon Goddess wasted not a second, forcefully directing her finger forward, instantly disrupting the air before her. Whoosh! With a sound of slicing through the air, the moonlight dagger surged forward, aiming directly at Lin Bei's forehead. If he failed to evade, his head would be pierced through. At this moment, Lin Bei found himself utterly unable to retreat. The events transpired too swiftly and unexpectedly, and he was still locked in a stalemate with the Moon King. Even if he were not engaged in combat with the Moon King, it would still pose a challenge for him to evade such a strike under normal circumstances. After all, this was an attack initiated by the Moon Goddess, whose power far surpassed his own. Yet, Lin Bei remained unperturbed, continuing to hold his ground against the Moon King, continuously channeling more power into the divine weapon Qian Huan. Boom! The clash of thunder, flames, storms, moonlight, and mist intensified with the passage of time. He also took note of the sword the Moon Goddess had unleashed. With such a method, how could you possibly kill me? You truly underestimate my capabilities. Lin Bei was acutely aware that he could not evade this attack, nor was there any need to, for he placed immense trust in his dragons. Their utmost loyalty was no jest. Observing that Lin Bei not only refused to evade but was also engaging him head-on, the Moon King's heart surged with excitement. He dares not evade. Haha. Though I am uncertain why he would choose this course, it seems undeniably advantageous for me. He does not retreat. He shall be the one to suffer. Having spoken to himself, he instinctively exerted even greater strength, aiming to hold Lin Bei in place and allow the Moon Goddess's attack to succeed. Whoosh! The moonlight dagger continued to dart through the air, rapidly closing the distance between itself and Lin Bei, now less than 10 centimeters apart. In that moment, both the Moon King and the Moon Goddess fixed their gazes upon Lin Bei, eagerly anticipating the dagger's penetration into his forehead. Not only they, but also the nearby forces belonging to the Moon Clan instinctively turned their attention to Lin Bei, their eyes brimming with evident excitement. Yes, just like that. It would be best to kill him outright. Once this fellow is dead, our adversaries will lose their backbone, and we can achieve victory with minimal cost. The pivotal moment had finally arrived. In the next instant, the distance between the moonlight dagger and Lin Bei's forehead shrank to less than 3 centimeters. Yet, at that very moment, the moonlight dagger inexplicably vanished, with no signs of disturbance in the surroundings, as if everything that transpired was merely an illusion. In an instant, everyone, including the Moon King and the Moon Goddess, was left bewildered. They stared, dumbfounded, at Lin Bei's unscathed forehead, unable to comprehend the situation. What just happened? How did that dagger disappear? Was everything just an illusion? No, it cannot be an illusion, for I witnessed it too. What an absurdity. A perfectly fine sword has vanished into thin air, and I find it utterly unacceptable. The Moon Monarch was equally stunned, his grip on the silver moon blade trembling violently, his face a canvas of bewilderment. What is happening? How does this differ so drastically from my expectations? Lin Bei, however, pays no heed to the Moon Monarch's thoughts. Seizing the opportunity presented by his unsteady hand, he unleashes a surge of formidable power, forcing the Moon Monarch to stagger backward several paces. The Moon Goddess was the first to regain her composure, though she, too, was baffled by the turn of events. Yet, she swiftly suppressed her confusion, preparing to strike at Lin Bei once more. At that moment, a rift tore through the void before her, and the previously vanished moonlight sword erupted forth from the emptiness. Chapter 519, The Great Battle 6. Whoosh! The suddenly reappearing moonlight sword hurtled straight toward the Moon Goddess's forehead. This unexpected development was so shocking that even the formidable moon goddess found herself momentarily taken aback, helplessly watching as the sword approached her brow. Her mind was still grappling with the question of why the moonlight sword had vanished in the first place. It was only when a chilling sense of imminent danger surged within her that she fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Although she had much to say, she recognized that now was not the time for words. The most pressing concern was to neutralize the threat before her. In the next instant, the moon goddess summoned the immense power of the moon within her, gathering it at her forehead in a matter of seconds to form an extraordinarily thick barrier of moonlight. The barrier's thickness surpassed that of the moonlight sword's blade by at least a centimeter. Almost as soon as the moonlight barrier was established, the tip of the moonlight sword pierced its outermost layer. Boom! With a distinctive explosive sound, the sword penetrated the barrier, embedding itself halfway within it. Crack! A web of fissures appeared across the moonlight barrier, which now resembled shattered glass, barely held together by some unseen force, on the verge of splintering apart. However, the fractured segments were solely those that the moonlight sword had traversed. The untouched portions of the barrier remained intact. This clearly illustrated the terrifying power contained within the moonlight sword. Had it struck Lin Bei's head, he would have had no chance of survival. His skull might have simply exploded. Only when the entire blade had embedded itself did the moonlight sword cease its advance. At that moment, the blade was a mere centimeter away from the moon goddess's forehead, and only that slender barrier of moonlight remained unscathed. Phew! With the crisis averted, the moon goddess finally exhaled, the faint unease within her dissipating in an instant. Thank goodness I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences. Though I wouldn't perish from a strike, the repercussions would undoubtedly leave a deeper scar upon my visage. As she muttered to herself, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She pondered the cause of this unforeseen occurrence. Yet, the moon goddess could discern nothing amiss. Apart from the sword's sudden disappearance and reappearance, everything seemed entirely normal. Something feels off. But what exactly is wrong? Given the circumstances, I cannot recklessly engage with that fellow, lest I encounter a similar predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who had successfully suppressed the moon monarch, understood the nature of the situation all too well. Excellent. With the two of them covertly assisting, I need not concern myself with other matters and can focus on my own endeavors. Moments ago, both he and the surrounding space had entered a state of temporal suspension. In that fleeting instant of halted time, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign's Calming Dragon seized the opportunity to retrieve the Moonlight Sword into the void, altering its trajectory and target through the power of reincarnation. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Chapter 520, The Great Battle 7. While the Moon Goddess contemplated the events, she raised a hand to grasp the hilt of the Moonlight Sword, gently exerting force to extract it from the crumbling barrier. As the Moonlight Sword was withdrawn, the shattered moonlight barrier vanished, and everything seemed to revert to its original state. Yet, the Moon Monarch, still under Lin Bei's restraint, indicated that time had not reversed. The events that had transpired were now an established reality. At this moment, the Moon Goddess had no time to regard the Moon Monarch's condition. Her focus was solely on the Moonlight Sword in her grasp. After a cursory examination, she deduced several crucial insights. There were no marks of capture, yet remnants of multiple complex powers lingered. Furthermore, these powers were unfamiliar to her, though she could make some educated guesses. First, there was the void. Then, there was time. And another force, entirely beyond her comprehension. With a rough understanding of the situation, the Moon Goddess felt a weight settle upon her heart. She recognized that confronting the intertwined forces of the void and time was an exceedingly daunting task. After all, both the void and time are omnipresent and intangible. Fortunately, though these forces seemed to target her, they did not appear particularly potent, at least not to her. It seemed that their wielders were considerably weaker than herself. If she proceeded with caution, she should emerge unscathed. At this moment, the Moon Goddess prioritized this matter above all else. Meanwhile, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign's Calming Dragon observed her from the void, their gazes fixed intently upon the Moon Goddess, refraining from launching any further attacks. They were not foolish. They understood that they were no match for her. To pose a threat to the Moon Goddess, they would need to employ the same peculiar tactics as before. Buzz, buzz. The two dragons engaged in a swift discussion, reaching a consensus to await a similar opportunity to present itself. Not only Lin Bei was aware of the truth, the distant observers, Kong Yulong, Kuan Peng, and the Mermaid Empress, also comprehended the reasons behind the current circumstances. I never expected those two little fellows to perform so admirably. Indeed, I had intended to intervene, but their actions truly surprised me. Thankfully, these two were decisive enough to make the right call. Look, that fellow is stunned, likely too intimidated to act recklessly. This is merely temporary. He possesses divine power, and once he discovers how to counter those two dragons, the situation will undoubtedly shift. They remained vigilant, keeping their eyes primarily on Lin Bei. When the previous crisis emerged, Kong Yulong had already intended to intervene. But the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign's Calming Dragon had acted first. The six-winged Wind and Thunder Dragon had witnessed everything Lin Bei had just endured with unwavering clarity. At this moment, an intense fury surged forth. The lightning and tempest that enveloped its form spiraling out of control, becoming exponentially more ferocious. With a resounding roar, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon disregarded its immediate adversary and charged directly towards the solemn moon goddess. It was aware of her formidable strength, yet the anger within eclipsed all reason. No matter who it was, as long as they posed a threat to Lin Bei, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon could not endure it. Valentine's Day, coinciding with Chapter 520. I love you all. Chapter 521, The Great Battle 8. Sing. Whoosh. Amidst the tumultuous winds and raging lightning, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon propelled itself towards the moon goddess. Its jaws gaped wide, brewing a tempest of wind and thunder. At this moment, the might of the storm reached formidable levels, yet the six-winged thunderstorm dragon understood well that it was still insufficient, far from enough. Just moments ago, it had witnessed the moon goddess's actions and comprehended the vast chasm of power that separated them, yet it resolved to charge headlong into the fray. This was no folly, nor an attempt to showcase its prowess. It stemmed purely from an inability to bear the thought of its master being subjected to such a perilous ambush. Simultaneously, the moon goddess, having regained her composure, took note of the approaching six-winged thunderstorm dragon. A cold smirk creased her scarred visage, laced with disdain as her voice dripped with malice. You dare to challenge me with such meager strength? You can barely tickle me. Seeking death, are we? With a mere glance, she discerned the disparity in strength between herself and the six-winged thunderstorm dragon. Thus, she spoke with such contempt. Truth be told, your power is not insignificant. In other realms, you might have aspired to reign supreme. But alas, you stand before me. My strength far exceeds yours. The moon goddess was not boasting. This was an undeniable truth. After all, her power was divine, comparable to that of the sky-winged dragon and its kin. As she spoke, the moon goddess raised a hand towards the night sky, her 5 fingers slightly splayed, as a torrent of moonlight surged forth, entwining around her fingers like silvery serpents. As this moonlight swirled, a radiant sphere coalesced at the center of her palm, connecting seamlessly with the silvery dragons encircling her fingers. The orb radiated an intense brilliance, devoid of any blemish. Since ranged attacks will be countered, I shall refrain from them. When this dragon draws near, I shall simply strike it down with a single blow. Indeed, with those silvery dragon-like strands of moonlight entwined, even the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon would find it challenging to ensnare this orb within the void, let alone employ the moon goddess's own attacks against her. Evidently, the moon goddess was exceedingly cautious, leaving no opportunity for her foes. Concealed within the void, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon observed the moon goddess's every move, fully aware of the six-winged thunderstorm dragon's intentions. Buzzing. They exchanged swift glances, formulating a plan in mere seconds. The next moment, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon turned their gazes towards the six-winged thunderstorm dragon, which was unleashing a tempest of lightning and wind towards the moon goddess. Without the slightest hesitation, the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon activated its power, forcibly halting the flow of time in the vicinity. Seizing the opportunity, the Void Reincarnation Dragon pulled the six-winged thunderstorm dragon into the void. Before the six-winged thunderstorm dragon could react, the Void Reincarnation Dragon summoned a force more mysterious than the void itself. Its unique eyes glimmered, emanating an aura of distinct energy. The reincarnation power surged forth, enveloping the lightning and tempest within the six-winged thunderstorm dragon's maw, initiating a cycle of rebirth for these two forces. With each cycle, their might intensified incrementally. After undergoing dozens of iterations, the process finally ceased. At this moment, the two powers within the six-winged thunderstorm dragon's jaws had grown to a terrifying magnitude. Chapter 522, The Great Battle 9. In this instant, the gaze of the Void Reincarnation Dragon reflected a clear sign of exhaustion. Clearly, the repeated cycles involving lightning and tempest had exerted a tremendous toll. Buzzing. Yet now, it could not afford to dwell on its fatigue, issuing a clarion dragon's roar to inform the six-winged thunderstorm dragon of the current circumstances, signaling it to attack hastily. Upon hearing the roar, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon instantly grasped the situation, unfurling its wings and charging ahead without a moment's hesitation. Whoosh! As it soared forward, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon exerted their full might. Time remained suspended. And even a being as formidable as the moon goddess felt diminutive in the face of such a meticulously wielded temporal force, utterly incapable of resisting its overwhelming might. Though powerful, the prolonged stasis of time, especially with a presence like the moon goddess, placed an immense burden on the Time Emperor's nether dragon. As the temporal energy within it dwindled at an alarming rate, it would not be long before it was entirely depleted, leaving it unable to act. It would need to seek refuge to restore its power. Nevertheless, the Time Emperor's nether dragon had no regrets. Crack! At that moment, the void beneath the six-winged thunderstorm dragon fractured, and it immediately lowered its head to peer down, discovering the moon goddess utterly still. Buzzing. In unison, the roars of the void reincarnation dragon and the Time Emperor's nether dragon resounded, conveying a singular message. The six-winged thunderstorm dragon was to strike. Without even a second's hesitation, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon dove into the void, forcefully thrusting its head downward, its gaping maw aimed directly at the moon goddess below. In an instant, the tempest and lightning, augmented through countless cycles, surged downward in a cataclysmic onslaught. At this critical juncture, time remained suspended. Having learned from the previous incident with the Moonlight Blade, the Time Emperor's nether dragon would not repeat the same mistake. It understood that the moon goddess could summon a formidable moonlight barrier in the blink of an eye. Thus this time, it offered her no chance to react. 1 second passed, and the terrifying tempest and lightning enveloped the moon goddess entirely, leaving not a single strand of hair untouched. Seeing the situation unfold as anticipated, the Time Emperor's nether dragon promptly released its grip on the temporal energy, while the void reincarnation dragon simultaneously drew the six-winged thunderstorm dragon back into the void. The next moment, everything returned to normal. At this point, the moon goddess's thoughts lingered on her previous disdain for the six-winged thunderstorm dragon. Her intentions still fixated on waiting for it to approach, only to strike it down with a single palm. Yet, as her thoughts regained clarity, an excruciating pain assailed her from all directions. Zing! Zing! Lightning danced across every inch of her skin, mercilessly unleashing a barrage of strikes, sparing not even the tips of her hair. Even the numerous pits on the face of the moon goddess are now filled with thunder, which incessantly bombards them, causing these depressions to expand further. As one gazes upon the scene, each pit is densely packed with raging lightning. The fierce winds lash out, coalescing into sharp blades that leave a multitude of scars upon the moon goddess's skin, from which silvery blood flows forth. Chapter 5:23, The Great Battle 10. How painful! Finally, as the silvery blood spills forth, the moon goddess cannot help but emit a cry of anguish, her pit-riddled visage contorted in agony. To elicit such a cry from her speaks volumes of the power of this assault. The moon goddess is a deity, not some common stray cat or dog wandering the streets. Instinctively, the moon goddess raises her hands, pressing them tightly against her face in a futile attempt to alleviate her suffering. Yet this action proves ineffective. Her pain not only remains unchanged, but intensifies. Damn it! It must be the work of those same forces again. This dragon cannot possibly possess such formidable power. In those fleeting seconds, the moon goddess comprehends the situation. Recognizing it mirrors the earlier incident with the moonlight sword, her resentment swells, a burning desire to unearth the culprit and exact a brutal retribution. However, the moon goddess lacks the luxury of time to locate the concealed void reincarnation dragon, the time sovereign's nether dragon, and the six-winged thunderstorm dragon. Rationality dictates that she must first address the lightning and tempest afflicting her, refusing to allow this predicament to escalate. Meanwhile, the three dragons hidden in the void can hardly contain their excitement, releasing a triumphant roar. Buzz! Buzz! To inflict such suffering upon the moon goddess brings them immense satisfaction. Their power has not been wasted. Yet this exhilaration is short-lived, as the dragons quickly regain their composure. Fully aware that this situation is only temporary, given sufficient time, the moon goddess will undoubtedly neutralize this assault. Boom! Whoosh! In the next moment, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon begins to gather wind and thunder anew. Though it emits no roar, its intentions are unmistakable. It desires to unleash another, even more potent attack. The void reincarnation dragon and the time sovereign's nether dragon exchange instinctive glances, reaching a silent accord in the briefest of moments. 1 second later, the void reincarnation dragon releases its power of reincarnation once more, albeit this time with less swiftness and intensity than before. The time sovereign's nether dragon also employs its temporal abilities, albeit with diminished efficacy, merely enveloping the area occupied by the three dragons, altering the flow of time within a small radius, all in hopes of enabling the six-winged thunderstorm dragon to unleash a mightier, god-slaying strike. The skywing dragon, the merfolk empress, and the three great titans observing from the shadows are exceedingly pleased with the recent display of the six-winged thunderstorm dragon. Remarkable. It managed to injure that being. I had underestimated their potential. Truly a delightful surprise. If only we grant them ample room for growth. Surpassing us will not be a difficult feat. I eagerly anticipate their development. After enduring the initial agony, the moon goddess devises a strategy to confront her predicament. She promptly sits upon the ground, raising her hands towards the full moon in the sky. In an instant, a torrent of moonlight cascades from the night sky, enveloping her entirely. Cloud dispersion. At the moment the incantation resonates, all the descending moonlight stirs to life, resembling myriad silver hands that swiftly neutralize the lightning and tempest upon her surface. Simultaneously, the heart command dragon observes the moon goddess's condition, and without a moment's hesitation, it unleashes its power, controlling 10 moon-related beasts in the vicinity. Buzz. With the sound of a dragon's roar, these 10 beasts plunge into a frenzy, charging towards the moon goddess, who is in the midst of recuperation. Chapter 524, The Great Battle 11. Mere seconds later, the 10 beasts, influenced by the heart command dragon, surround the moon goddess, launching vicious attacks with unbridled ferocity. Their eyes glow with a hint of crimson, fixated on the moon goddess with unabashed desire. Each beast's desire varies. Some regard her as prey, eager to devour her whole and savor their feast. Others view her with envy, seeking to seize from her the aspects they covet. Some are consumed by intense jealousy, intent on slaying her, while others are simply captivated by her beauty, their instincts aflame. Clearly, they are now under the influence of those 7 mental forces. The moon goddess, who is currently harnessing the power of moonlight to neutralize the lightning and tempest surrounding her, quickly becomes aware of the approaching moonlight beasts. In an instant, she is taken aback, staring in disbelief at the 10 creatures. Something is amiss. Their state is not right. Instead of engaging in battle, they are approaching me. What could their intentions be? They surely cannot be here to assist me. The moon goddess, not foolish, recognizes the anomaly. Yet she finds herself unable to evade. If she were to retreat elsewhere, she would have to gather moonlight anew, which would significantly hinder her efforts. The moonlight beasts, in their frenzied state, care little for whether the moon goddess attempts to dodge. They are solely focused on pursuing their desires. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Bei and the moon sovereign rages on. Thanks to the recent turn of events, Lin Bei has secured a definitive upper hand, forcing the moon sovereign to retreat several steps. With one leg already bending and a third of his foot sinking into the ground. Observing the moon sovereign's grave expression and tightly furrowed brow, Lin Bei does not hold back, sneering, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why the sudden retreat in the face of my pressure?" Counterattack, moon family member. As he utters these words, a disdainful expression adorns his face, clearly conveying his contempt for the moon sovereign. Lin Bei harbors no fondness for the moon sovereign. No elaborate rationale is necessary, merely the label of enemy suffices. When dealing with foes, there is no need for empathy. One must simply eliminate them. In response, fury ignites within the moon's sovereign, his latent potential surging forth as he forcibly straightens his leg, gripping the silver moon longsword with increasing strength, struggling to alleviate his disadvantage. What do you have to be proud of? You merely exploited a fleeting opportunity to corner me. Had it not been for that earlier incident, I would not be in this predicament. Frustration wells within him, for he is acutely aware of Lin Bei's dominance. The moon sovereign understands that as the leader, his position, be it advantageous or disadvantageous, will significantly impact the morale of his side. Thus, he cannot afford to lose. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei cannot help but laugh. Foolish. In a war where sacrifices are commonplace, where is the notion of fairness? Moreover, the first to disrupt fairness was you and that fellow. He does not believe that the actions of the Moon King and the Moon Goddess are erroneous, nor does he perceive any fault in his own conduct alongside the dragons. This is war, a battle that determines life and death. Chapter 525, The Great War 12. At this very moment, 10 moonlight beasts encircling the Moon Goddess almost simultaneously chose to launch an assault against her. One of the moonlight beasts swung its razor-sharp claws directly towards the Moon Goddess's throat. These claws were extraordinarily keen. Even a blade would falter before them, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Another moonlight beast, perceiving the Moon Goddess as prey, opened its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and lunged at one of her arms. Yet another moonlight beast charged directly at her face. In short, these 10 moonlight beasts were utterly merciless, showing no sign of restraint whatsoever. At that moment, the Moon Goddess finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Had these creatures lost their minds? Approaching me was one thing, but to attack and engage in such despicable acts? They were entirely unlike the moonlight beasts she remembered. What could possibly motivate such behavior? It made no sense. While she was certainly taken aback, Her confusion eclipsed her astonishment. The moon goddess found herself unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Previously, she had encountered countless moonlight beasts, numbering in the thousands. Yet she had never encountered anything so akin to sacrilege as this. To call their behavior sacrilegious would be an understatement. It could only be described as abject. Though she was injured, she remained the moon goddess. Her aura had not diminished. It was they who were amiss. Unbeknownst to her, the weight of her thoughts grew increasingly grave. The recent series of events, coupled with the current bizarre scenario, heightened her awareness of the peculiarity of this place. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, it was too late. No time for such reflections. Resolving the predicament was paramount. In that instant, she altered her previous decision and leapt upward with remarkable speed, ascending into the sky and effortlessly evading the onslaught of the moonlight beasts. However, the moonlight that had coalesced around her rapidly dissipated as well. Simultaneously, the 10 moonlight beasts that had missed their target seemed to have silently coordinated, each beginning to leap into the air, roaring in an attempt to strike the moon goddess. Yet, due to their lack of flying capability and inferior strength, they could not reach her, though they showed no intention of surrendering, becoming even more ferocious than before. The moon goddess gazed down at the frenzied moonlight beasts while drawing upon the surrounding lunar energy. It appeared hopeless. Perfect. You shall perish. Even if the moonlight beast's sacrilege stemmed from some irresistible force, she had no intention of forgiving such transgressions. A mistake is a mistake. Moreover, given the circumstances, they appeared poised to continue their blunders. In the next moment, the moon goddess forcefully waved her hand downward, unleashing a torrent of moonlight that struck the 10 moonlight beasts with devastating force. Boom! The moonlight bombarded them repeatedly, leaving the beasts gravely injured, particularly those that had leapt into the air, who crashed to the ground, blood streaming from their wounds. After dispatching these 10 moonlight beasts, the moon goddess withdrew her gaze from below, preparing to resume her prior endeavors. Yet, at that very moment, another 10 beasts came rushing in. Howling loudly as they ascended into the sky, their state identical to that of the previous 10 moonlight beasts. Upon witnessing this, the moon goddess was momentarily taken aback. Another wave? Chapter 526, The Great War 13. Events unfolded with alarming rapidity. The moon goddess had yet to react to the second wave of approaching beasts. Observing the new arrival of various creatures below, a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. They were identical to the previous ones. Their auras and the way they regarded her were strikingly similar. Had they too succumbed to madness? In her inner monologue, the moon goddess once again forcefully swung her hand downward. Boom! The lunar power surged forth, erupting in a series of explosions that annihilated these 10 beasts in the blink of an eye. Her motive for this action was not solely rooted in the sacrilegious behavior of these creatures. Her primary objective was to ascertain a crucial fact. Next, would there be yet another wave? The moon goddess was intent on confirming this matter, for only by clarifying this situation could she determine her subsequent course of action. Mere seconds later, another 10 different beasts came roaring towards the moon goddess, desperately trying to attack her. This time, 2 of them were flying moonlight beasts. They flapped their wings mercilessly, launching their assault against the moon goddess. Seeing this, she could not help but take a deep breath, fully realizing the extent of the predicament she faced. Her tone, once calm, had shifted dramatically. What a troublesome quandary. While I can easily dispatch them, after eliminating the first wave, the second wave will immediately follow. After the second, there will likely be a third, and perhaps even a fourth wave after that. I cannot continue this cycle of slaughter, as I have no idea how many I would need to kill to bring it to an end. Am I to merely allow them to attack me? The moon goddess found herself at a loss for a solution. To kill? No, for every beast slain, another would emerge, and they were all of her own kind. To spare them? While it may effectively reduce casualties, it would not resolve the underlying issue. This was indeed a perplexing dilemma. She was at a loss for what to do. In all her years, she had never faced such a challenge. As she casually seized the 2 flying beasts approaching her, the moon goddess surveyed the chaotic battlefield, her gaze searching for a specific target. Her primary focus rested on the dragons summoned by Lin Bei. Given the events that had transpired, the moon goddess was almost certain that this peculiar situation was intricately linked to the dragons present. However, the sheer number of dragons, both large and small, created a level of chaos that made it exceedingly difficult to discern which dragon was responsible for this upheaval. It was undoubtedly connected to a specific dragon. Only by eliminating that dragon could she hope to restore these fools to their senses. First, I must neutralize the winds and lightning of that dragon. Then I shall extract it. Amidst this tumultuous process, lightning and gales continued to wreak havoc upon her form. The moment she made her decision, the moon goddess hesitated not a second. She soared high into the sky while crushing the 2 flying beasts in her grip. Once she had ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, she paused her ascent. This height is more than sufficient. Murmuring softly, the moon goddess immediately settled into a meditative posture, raising her hand to channel the gathering moonlight. The mind control dragon, entangled in the battlefield, gazed up at the moon goddess. Its small, fierce eyes brimming with murderous intent. Everything that had transpired was indeed orchestrated by it. Chapter 527, The Great War 14. In truth, the mind control dragon was far from satisfied. It yearned to exert control over all the beasts present, compelling them to join in an assault against the moon goddess. However, alas, its power was insufficient. If it were to dominate those of lesser strength, such as the inhabitants of the Dragon Valley, it could easily command a multitude at once. Yet, in the face of such formidable adversaries, it was utterly incapable of achieving that level of control. Commanding 10 was the optimal number, should it attempt to control more. While it might drive the targeted beasts into a frenzy, such madness would be genuine, rendering them incapable of discerning friend from foe, resulting in erratic and indiscriminate attacks. It needed to grow stronger. After gazing at the moon goddess for several moments, the mind-controlled dragon withdrew its gaze from the heights, shifting its attention to the battlefield below, particularly the airborne creatures. Simultaneously, it emitted a low rumble of a dragon's roar. The message was simple. If it could not slay the moon goddess, it would harass her, entangling her so that she could not act freely. In the next instant, the beasts roaring beneath the moon goddess snapped back to their normal states, the madness and craving within their hearts vanishing without a trace. The cacophony of roars ceased, and as they regained their composure, the 8 beasts exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered at the sudden shift from combat to a state of stupor. However, they did not dwell on it for long, and soon re-engaged in battle. Almost simultaneously, 10 flying beasts surged into the sky, their fierce eyes fixed menacingly upon the moon goddess. Unfortunately, the distance between them and the moon goddess was considerable, making it a daunting task to approach her. At this moment, the moon goddess, seated cross-legged in the night sky, observed the approaching flying beasts. More of them, and now all of them can fly. Truly bothersome. She muttered under her breath, yet did not rise to flee again. After her brief tirade, she set to the task at hand, rapidly mending her wounds. Countless beams of moonlight cascaded down upon her, enveloping her entirely and dispelling the lingering storms and lightning from her body. Uninterrupted this time, her efforts proceeded smoothly, swiftly eliminating the tormenting elements that had caused her pain. Before long, she would be restored. Meanwhile, the 3 dragons in the void prepared a more powerful attack while also keeping a vigilant eye on the moon goddess's condition. Observing her imminent liberation from her troubles, they felt a pang of urgency and instinctively hastened their preparations. Yet, it was becoming too late. Moments later, the moon goddess successfully banished all traces of the attacks upon her. However, the 10 flying beasts were still en route, with several thousand meters separating them from her. The dragon's assaults had yet to reach a level capable of inflicting damage. This meant that the moon goddess had gained a precious window of freedom to act. Wasting not even a second, she immediately cast her gaze downward, seeking a target amidst the chaotic battlefield. Which dragon would it be? If she could eliminate it, the ensuing troubles would cease. Clearly, she was searching for the mind control dragon. Chapter 528, The Great Battle 15. Having endured the recent tumult, the moon goddess understood better than anyone the complexities of the situation. While the approaching beasts were not particularly strong and could not truly harm her, they came in relentless waves, hindering her movements and impacting many aspects of her strategy. Moreover, she could not slay them. After all, they were her own beasts. To kill them would only weaken her own forces. It must be said, these dragons were extraordinary. Each possessed increasingly terrifying abilities. The moon goddess acknowledged the remarkable powers of the 3 dragons led by the void reincarnation dragon and the mind control dragon. This was the first time she had recognized an entity weaker than herself. If given the chance to start anew, she would never have ventured into this quagmire. Engaging in such matters was merely inviting trouble upon herself. Yet, there was no opportunity for a do-over. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, the moon goddess resumed her search among the dragons. Her initial targets were the dragons not actively engaged in combat, or those with lesser combat capabilities who did not constitute vital fighting forces. This decision stemmed from her hypothesis. Possessing such peculiar powers while also exhibiting formidable combat strength was highly unlikely. She should first identify those dragons lurking in the fray. Such dragons were likely to be her targets. She would locate them and eliminate them. Even if she mistakenly targeted the wrong dragon, the consequences would be minimal, at worst. She would simply switch her focus. With this mindset, the moon goddess quickly identified a dragon that fit her criteria. This dragon was none other than the mind control dragon. As each dragon recognized the significance of this battle, none sought to avoid engagement. They committed themselves wholeheartedly to securing victory. Only the mind-control dragon refrained from direct confrontation, instead weaving through the lower skies, remaining in a relatively safe environment. Its abilities dictated that it could only serve as a supportive dragon. Once her gaze locked onto the mind-control dragon, the moon goddess engaged in a silent confrontation with it. This exchange of glances confirmed a singular truth. Not only did it not participate in the fray, but it was also observing her. Clearly, it was the one orchestrating everything from the shadows. Then, I shall eliminate you first. In the next moment, the moon goddess sprang into action, her body flipping a full 180 degrees, feet facing the sky and head directed toward the ground. With a resounding thud, she stomped upon the intangible moonlight, creating a sound that reverberated throughout the night sky. The heavens seemed to burst apart. Immediately following, she plummeted toward the mind-control dragon like a falling moon, her speed so great that she shattered the sound barrier. In that instant, the mind-control dragon sensed the looming crisis. It immediately emitted a dragon's roar, commanding the 10 flying beasts to block the trajectory of the moon goddess's descent. Yet, as these beasts converged, a beam of moonlight descended from above, effortlessly piercing through their forms, sending blood and flesh soaring through the night sky, and ending 10 lives in an instant. In such a moment, to dare to obstruct her, there was no option but to kill. Subsequently, the moonlight dissipated, leaving no barriers between the moon goddess and the mind-control dragon. Chapter 5:29, The Great Battle 16. The mind-control dragon was acutely aware of the moon goddess's intentions. It understood that it had captured her attention, becoming a thorn in her side and the first target for annihilation. Yet, the mind-control dragon felt no fear. Even if it faced death, it remained unafraid. A resounding roar of the dragon echoed, embodying an unwavering resolve. The mind-control dragon of 10,000 thoughts was prepared to sacrifice itself for Lin Bei. Yet it was determined to take down as many enemies and hostile magical beasts with it as possible, even in the face of impending danger. Its intentions remained steadfastly focused on considerations for Lin Bei. In the next moment, the mind-control dragon unleashed its power, meticulously selecting suitable targets amidst the chaotic battlefield. 7 distinct forms of psychic energy enveloped the area, resulting in the selection of 10 targets. This time, however, the chosen ones were not limited to magical beasts alone. Many members of the Yu family were also included, among them the initially arriving Yu Fenghua. In the instant his mind was seized, Yu Fenghua was consumed by a profound jealousy towards the moon goddess. Why must you be a goddess while I remain merely a mortal? No, I refuse to accept this. The one who should ascend to divinity is I. Therefore, I shall consume you. With a furious roar, he charged forward, simultaneously commanding his beasts to join him in the hunt for the moon goddess. Yet, the magical beasts, taken aback by such an absurd command, hesitated to comply, with only 2 affected beasts moving forward. This was precisely why the mind-control dragon had refrained from directly commanding humans. The unpredictability was too great. In confronting an insurmountable enemy like the moon goddess, beasts with rational thought were far less effective than those driven to madness. Rarely would anyone, let alone magical beasts, willingly undertake such a suicidal venture. In the blink of an eye, those under control employed their respective methods to intercept the approaching moon goddess. Observing this, the moon goddess felt no surprise. For the sake of ultimate victory, your sacrifices are indeed worthwhile. Upon uttering these words, she unleashed a torrent of moonlight from above. Beams as thick as a human arm pierced through the bodies of Yu Fenghua and the magical beasts, leaving behind gaping wounds. Blood gushed forth from these openings, cascading down like a crimson waterfall onto the ground below. At this moment, Yu Fenghua, who had lingered here for so long, faced the final seconds of his life. He could scarcely believe that he would perish at the hands of the moon goddess, whom all members of the Yu family revered so deeply. How could this be? This was not the outcome I desired. Why did I just lose my sanity and wish to slay the moon goddess? With his final breath, he murmured in despair, losing all vitality, his one remaining eye wide open as he departed. Meanwhile, the moon goddess hastened her descent, determined to deny the mind-controlled dragon any opportunity to respond. Every moment wasted could result in significant loss. Mere seconds later, the distance between her and the mind-controlled dragon dwindled to less than 200 meters. The outcome was imminent. Just then, 2 dragons appeared silently, positioning themselves before the mind-controlled dragon. These 2 dragons were none other than the flame rock armored dragon and the venomous steel dragon. Their defensive capabilities were outstanding among their peers, particularly the venomous steel dragon, whose ironclad body spoke volumes of its formidable defense. The 2 dragons stood resolutely in front of the mind-controlled dragon, emitting a somber dragon's roar. Buzz, buzz. The essence of their roars was identical, reassuring the mind-controlled dragon that there was no need for fear. Its brothers were here, and no matter the adversary, they would ensure its survival. Given the urgency of the situation, the flame rock armored dragon and the venomous steel dragon did not wait for the mind-controlled dragon to react. They simultaneously unleashed their powers without reservation. In the next moment, an expanse of incredibly hard steel surged forth from the space between the two dragons and the moon goddess. Rising into the air like a mountain forged of steel, this was the true embodiment of a steel behemoth. Moreover, this steel was enveloped in a terrifying venom. Any weaker beings or magical beasts that dared to touch this steel would meet an instantaneous demise. Even a second of contact could spell disaster. Surrounding this steel mountain was a thick layer of earthen material. Although it was soil, its hardness rivaled that of steel. The combination of these two solid elements resulted in a defensive capability that exceeded mere addition, yielding a synergistic effect. Embedded within the earth was steel, and within the steel lay earth. To destroy this amalgamation was no simple task. The moon goddess observed this scene with mild surprise. They have forsaken their ongoing battle to come to the aid of this dragon? The bond between you is truly touching. However, it is remarkably foolish. The disdain in her voice was palpable. She had witnessed part of the earlier battle between the venomous steel dragon and the flame rock armored dragon and understood their capabilities. Fully aware of the monumental impact their participation, or lack thereof, would have. In the moon goddess's eyes, their actions were utterly foolish. For the sake of a dragon that merely revolted the senses, they had made such a choice. Upon reflection, the more foolish they were, the more pleased I should be. After all, this is advantageous for me. As her thoughts raced, the moon goddess harnessed the moonlight to launch a terrifying attack against the mixed earth and steel barrier below her. Boom, boom. Waves of moonlight bombarded downwards like a meteor shower upon the venom-infused steel. In an instant, the moonlight, which could not be described by mere sharpness, penetrated the rocky steel amalgamation. Crack, crack. The unmistakable sound of steel fracturing echoed like a dense rainfall, with visible fissures emerging on its surface. However, the emergence of these cracks was relatively slow, far outpaced by the speed at which Yu Fenghua and the other magical beasts were slain. Observing the collapsing yet effective dual defense, the mind-controlled dragon realized there was no time to waste. In the short term, with safety no longer a concern, it would not simply wait idly. With a furious roar, the mind-controlled dragon turned its small head, seeking suitable targets amidst the tumultuous battlefield. Soon, it fixed its gaze upon the moon sovereign, who was on the verge of kneeling before Lin Bei. In that moment, the eyes of the mind-controlled dragon gleamed with malicious intent, clearly setting its sights on the moon sovereign as its next target for control. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had also sensed the gaze of the mind-controlled dragon. He seized a moment to glance at the mind-controlled dragon, locking eyes with it and instantly comprehending its intent. It sought to manipulate this fellow as a puppet to confront that formidable trouble looming in the sky. Truly, a dragon of mere thoughts. In the next instant, Lin Bei's mind began to race, weighing the pros and cons of such an approach. Within mere seconds, he reached a conclusion. This course of action might not be without merit. It seemed that only this creature before him could instill some trepidation in that great nuisance on the battlefield. Lin Bei was acutely aware of these matters and was not obstinately convinced that only he could take action against the moon sovereign. Thus, he nodded gently at the mind-controlled dragon, conveying his intent, "As you wish." Consequently, he lessened his grip, abandoning the notion of further suppressing the moon sovereign. Leaving sufficient strength for the moon sovereign was indeed the wisest choice. Upon witnessing this, the mind-controlled dragon immediately activated the unique mental energy residing within its diminutive form. A second later, nearly all remaining mental energy surged forth, infiltrating the moon sovereign's body in less than the blink of an eye, swiftly devouring its relatively stable mental power. It would take a brief moment for the moon sovereign to descend into madness. Crack, crack. As time ticked by, fissures began to appear upon the surface of the reinforced concrete, multiplying at an astonishing pace. When the cracks in a certain area reached their zenith, the iron and rock within that region would shatter. In less than 10 seconds, at least 5 meters of reinforced concrete was obliterated by the moonlight, scattering into countless fragments that danced like tiny black snowflakes falling from the sky. Though the two dragons' defenses crumbled rapidly, breaking through to a 100-meter-wide breach was no easy feat. It too required time. Observing this situation, surprise flickered in the moon goddess's eyes. The circumstance was somewhat unexpected, despite its seemingly inadequate strength, which had previously paled in comparison to hers. The combined force had grown exponentially stronger. Does 1 + 1 = 5 or 6 or 7? These dragons were indeed extraordinary. She was not inclined to squander too much time on such matters, and decisively raised her hands toward the night sky. drawing forth more lunar energy from the full moon to bombard the beleaguered defenses constructed by the two dragons. Boom. At this moment, the rate of the defenses' collapse doubled. The 100-meter-wide barrier was disintegrating at a visibly rapid pace. With each segment that fell apart, the moon goddess descended a bit further, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression. Simultaneously, the moon sovereign's mind completely unraveled, spiraling into madness. His eyes turned crimson, lifting his head to glare fiercely at the moon goddess. Chapter 532, Great Battle 19. Moon Goddess. I despise you. I long to slay you. You appear particularly delectable. Consuming you would surely be a delight. Though your visage is marred, it possesses a uniquely captivating beauty that stirs a certain insatiable urge within me. Why, oh why? Why is your power greater than mine? And by such a considerable margin. It is unjust, wholly unjust, that strength rightfully belongs to me. Damn it, perish already. No, I cannot allow you to die. How shall I vent my frustrations if you do? With bloodshot eyes, the moon sovereign hissed in a low voice. His words could only be described as deranged, with a disjointed logic that seemed to indicate a fractured psyche, as if multiple personas were at war within him. In light of this, Lin Bei ceased his assault, standing off to the side with the divine weapon, Qian Huan, observing the frenzied moon sovereign with indifference. Even someone as familiar with such power as he could not suppress his astonishment at the depths of this madness. It was exponentially more terrifying than the inhabitants of Evil Dragon Valley, or even those monstrous beasts. If he were to be placed in a psychiatric facility, he would likely find himself confined in a dark room for life. While Lin Bei pondered, the moon sovereign abandoned his conflict with him, raising the silver moonblade and charging toward the moon goddess. Buzz! With the sound of a dragon's roar, the tamed full moon dragon emerged. The moon sovereign decisively leaped, landing upon the back of the full moon dragon, who, bound by the coercive command. The full moon dragon could only suppress its instinctual fear of attacking the moon goddess, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky with the moon sovereign. Lin Bei gazed upward, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he beheld the approaching moon sovereign and full moon dragon. Go on. Let me witness her response. Meanwhile, the moon goddess continued to manipulate streams of moonlight, bombarding the powerful defenses forged by the flame rock armor dragon and the toxic steel dragon. Boom. In mere seconds, the defenses sustained significant damage, with iron debris cascading down, starkly illuminated by the moonlight, as the moon goddess descended further. The situation was growing increasingly dire. What use are defenses? They merely serve to delay the inevitable. But even if they delay, what must transpire will still come to pass. Just moments ago, the moon sovereign's deranged utterances were not loud, and coupled with the already chaotic battlefield environment, she remained unaware that the moon sovereign's mind had been seized. Subsequently, the moon goddess continued to command the moonlight, dismantling the formidable defenses. After more than 10 seconds, she finally spotted the moon sovereign, riding a dragon and wielding a sword, with bloodshot eyes, advancing toward her. In that instant, the moon goddess momentarily lost her focus, sensing the moon sovereign's abnormality. What is happening? Even he has transformed like this. Due to this brief lapse, the frequency of her attack slowed. At that moment, the void reincarnation dragon and its kin, concealed in the void, recognized that this was an opportune moment. Then, several dragon roars resounded. Buzz! Buzz! With the dragon roars echoing, they reached a consensus. Chapter 533, Great Battle 20. The moon goddess's brief moment of distraction had no effect on the moon sovereign, who remained steadfast upon the back of the full moon dragon, wielding the moonlight-infused longsword as he advanced. The moon sovereign's eyes burned crimson with a tumult of terrifying negative emotions, his expression contorted into a grotesque visage, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. I will slay you. I am determined to slay you. I wish to devour your arms. They must taste delightful. Why? Why is your power so formidable? Such strength should rightfully belong to me. The frenzied declarations continued unabated. At this moment, the moon goddess could no longer afford to strike at the defenses forged by the toxic steel dragon and the flame rock armor dragon. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to deal with the moon sovereign. The situation has become rather troublesome. To kill him? Absolutely out of the question. His identity is too significant to permit such an action. To restrain him? Equally impossible, as that would hinder my own movements. Truly a vexing predicament. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for what to do. However, the moon sovereign's resolve remained unwavering, regardless of any mental influence. He understood that he must strike at the moon goddess. In the next instant, he rose from the back of the full moon dragon, brandishing his silver moon blade with great vigor, and delivered a powerful slash towards the moon goddess, who was now merely a few meters away. As the blade sliced through the air, radiant moonlight flickered, all converging upon the moon goddess in a fierce assault. In that strike, the moon sovereign did not hold back his strength. Almost simultaneously, the moon goddess hastily initiated her defenses, neglecting any thoughts of breaking through. A vast array of moonlight gathered before her, forming a colossal barrier intended to withstand the impending cut of the blade. Meanwhile, in the void behind the moon goddess, a rift suddenly materialized, and the massive head of the six-winged thunderstorm dragon emerged from the breach, unabashedly opening its mouth to unleash the lightning and tempest that had cycled within it countless times. The thunder and gale surged forth, engulfing the moon goddess entirely, while the moonlight barrier weakened significantly from the onslaught. At that very moment, the moon sovereign's blade struck the moonlight barrier. Crack! Instantly, fissures appeared. The unfolding events were keenly observed by the concealed figures of the void feather dragon, the mermaid empress, and the Kunpung, who were left astounded by the transformation of the situation. The longer they watched, the more their astonishment deepened. The circumstances at hand were vastly different from what the three titans had anticipated. It exceeded my expectations. I never imagined they could suppress that individual to such an extent through their cooperation. Though the individual strengths of these beings may be mediocre, their combined combat prowess is anything but ordinary. After all, each dragon possesses a uniquely potent force, creating a veritable melange of abilities. There is offense, defense, and a plethora of extraordinary capabilities. Upon reflection, they indeed present a formidable challenge. Given sufficient time for growth, it would seem quite simple for them to vanquish the three of us in the future. Be confident, remove the seams. Their potential surpasses ours. What they lack is merely time. Their abilities and talents are no less than ours. In the brief span of that moment, the perspectives of the three titans shifted. They were all eager to witness the day these dragons truly matured. Chapter 534, The Great Battle 21. Crack! The fissures that manifested on the moonlight barrier increased at an astonishing rate. Naturally, the blade wielded by the moon sovereign, infused with his utmost strength, gradually penetrated the moonlight barrier, drawing closer to the moon goddess's form. Die! I command you to perish. I shall first slay you, then savor your flesh. I shall consume your upper half, and we shall discuss the rest later. Haha. Under the influence of a peculiar mental force, his thoughts were consumed with nefarious intentions towards the moon goddess. Notions of restraint regarding power were entirely absent. Not only was he unwilling to hold back, but he would also exceed normal limits. Such a reckless exertion, devoid of any sense of pain. Even if the moon sovereign were to inflict injury upon the moon goddess, he would undoubtedly pay a grievous price, resulting in mutual destruction. As for the leader of the enemy, the mind-controlled dragon would not spare a thought for the aftermath. Were it not for the moon sovereign's utility, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. Meanwhile, the moon goddess, having fallen victim to the ambush of the six-winged thunderstorm dragon, was engulfed in excruciating agony from the relentless thunder and slicing winds. Here it comes again. Even one as formidable as she could not stifle a cry of pain. After all, this was an ambush executed without any forewarning, a sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, the moon goddess had focused all her attention on the deranged moon sovereign, completely unprepared for such an occurrence. The frenzied lightning enveloped her entirely, as if forming a barrier, leaving no strand of her hair untouched. Each bolt seemed to possess a will of its own, desperately seeking to penetrate her body, intent on obliterating her internal organs as well. The wind, infused with the essence of lightning, transformed into razor-sharp gusts, etching crimson scars upon the moon goddess's exterior. With each wound, arcs of electricity would spread forth. This torment was 1,000-fold more agonizing than salt in a wound. Damn it! I should have dealt with that tempestuous dragon first. Now, the moon goddess regretted her choice of target. In the next moment, she prepared to summon the power of the moon to dispel the encroaching thunder and gale. Yet, just as she raised her hands towards the full moon above, the blade wielded by the moon sovereign breached the barrier, appearing at her side. Caught in a pincer attack and overwhelmed by pain, the moon goddess had no time to evade, left only to watch in horror as the blade plunged into her body. Whoosh! As the moon blade struck her waist, blood erupted from the wound, but before it could reach the ground, it was obliterated amidst the surging lightning. In the blink of an eye, the blade had penetrated 5 centimeters, its silvery gleam buried deep within the moon goddess's flesh, and it continued to drive deeper, clearly intent on cleaving her in twain. At that moment, the moon goddess could no longer concern herself with the thunder and wind. She gritted her teeth against the pain, retracting her hands to grasp the moon sovereign's silver blade, desperately halting its advance. Simultaneously, her gaze turned towards the moon sovereign, now brimming with rage and murderous intent. How I long to slay you. Chapter 535, The Great Battle 22. In that moment, the moon goddess was consumed by an unparalleled fury. Even though it was the moon's sovereign who had harmed her, a fierce desire for vengeance surged within her. The overwhelming bloodlust flooded her mind, causing her rationality to erode as her icy gaze locked onto the moon's sovereign, betraying a fervent and frigid malice. She could never have imagined the situation would escalate to this. Yet the moon goddess struggled to restrain herself. She understood that she could not kill the moon's sovereign. Even faced with such circumstances, she must suppress the violent urge to strike him down. While enduring the pain radiating from her wounds, the moon goddess coldly spat, "Useless." As the heir of the moon family, to be so influenced by a mere dragon and reduced to this state, unable to control your own actions. You bring disgrace upon the moon family. You are even inferior to your incompetent brother. After delivering a few merciless jabs, she raised a hand and delivered a swift slap to the moon sovereign's face, executing the motion with astonishing speed. The Moon King barely had time to react before the hand of the moon goddess struck his face. Crack! In an instant, the sound of bones fracturing echoed as the Moon King, seated upon the back of the full moon dragon, was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. As he soared through the air, a copious amount of blood gushed from his mouth, accompanied by several blood-stained teeth that scattered across the night sky. Although his injuries were not grave, they nonetheless had an impact. Even if the Moon King were to recover fully, his speech would remain somewhat slurred. Yet, in his current state of frenzy, he felt no pain whatsoever. This was not due to a lack of suffering, but rather because the desires within him far surpassed any pain he might endure. Sensing the anomaly, the full moon dragon immediately sprang into action, racing towards the Moon King with utmost urgency. It could not allow its master to plummet from the sky to the ground below. At such a height, a fall could leave him severely injured, if not fatal. As for the Moon King's moonlit long blade, it was now firmly grasped by the moon goddess. Observing the Moon King, who had been slapped away and was now contorted in agony and madness, the fury in the moon goddess's eyes softened slightly. Although I cannot slay you, I can certainly strike you. May this blow awaken you. As a leader, losing control of one's reason to the enemy is one of the gravest sins. In executing this act, the moon goddess gritted her teeth, forcing herself to disregard the excruciating pain coursing through her body. However, endurance has its limits. The moment she sent the Moon King flying, her patience reached its breaking point. In the next heartbeat, the agony wrought by thunder and lightning, coupled with the torment of the howling winds, once again brought the moon goddess face to face with reality. Under the duress of overwhelming pain, she released her grip on the moonlit long blade, allowing it to plummet toward the ground. Subsequently, the moon goddess began to gather moonlight anew, preparing to enact the same maneuver as before. Yet, having experienced a previous failure, the void reincarnation dragon and its kin would not grant her this opportunity again. Just as the moonlight cascaded from the heavens, poised to coalesce above the moon goddess's head, a rift in the void materialized directly above her, devouring the converging moonlight into the abyss. Simultaneously, the silver moon long blade that had been relinquished by the moon goddess fell from the void, its sharp tip aimed directly at her face. Clearly, this was the work of the void reincarnation dragon. Chapter 536, United Forces, Wounding the Moon Goddess. All of this transpired with alarming rapidity at that moment. The moon goddess had yet to process the cataclysmic event of the moonlight being consumed by the void. Her entire divine demeanor was awry, her gaze fixed in shock and disbelief upon the rift above. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment and incredulity. She could scarcely fathom that such a situation would arise. Consequently, when confronted by the moonlight long blade that shot forth from the void with a swiftness far greater than before, the moon goddess was utterly unprepared. After all, the appearance of this blade was all the more sudden. Just moments ago, it had been descending below, yet now it was above her, an inconceivable shift in circumstances. At that instant, a surge of temporal energy erupted, enveloping the area where the moon goddess stood, significantly slowing the flow of time within that region. This included her reaction speed, as well as the velocity of the thunder and wind's assaults, all of which became exceedingly sluggish. Only the moonlight long blade remained unaffected by the temporal force, continuing its descent at its original speed. A second later, the impeccably sharp tip pierced through the moon goddess's marred face. The blade penetrated several centimeters before halting, clearly obstructed by some barrier. After all, the moon goddess was a deity. Her bones were not mere mortal bones, and attempting to pierce them in such a manner was evidently an unfeasible endeavor. Simultaneously, from the wound where the blade had entered, droplets of blood began to seep forth, their flow slower than a snail's crawl. Time was in a languid state, even affecting the moon goddess's own blood. Observing the silver moon long blade remaining still in the void, the six-winged thunder dragon was seized by a wave of rage. Buzz! With a low growl of fury, it immediately raised its massive claw, channeling all its remaining strength into that single paw. The moment the power coalesced, the six-winged thunder dragon struck down with its claw, targeting precisely where the silver moon long blade resided. Thud! The instant the dragon's claw made contact with the hilt of the long blade, the previously motionless blade sprang back to life. Whoosh! In less than a second, the blade pierced through the moon goddess's skull, emerging from the back of her head, stained with blood, a gruesome sight indeed. Moreover, the blade did not cease its advance, continuing its downward thrust. As time progressed, more and more of the blade's length passed through the moon goddess's head. Each segment that pierced her skull became coated in blood. After a few seconds, the penetration halted, having reached its limit. With no further blade to breach, the hilt pressed firmly against her face. Seeing this, the six-winged thunder dragon finally felt a sense of satisfaction in departing. Although this method could not slay the moon goddess, nor even significantly injure her, it would nonetheless severely impact her state. This blade held profound significance. Meanwhile, the golden mist blade dragon, having freed itself, gazed up at the heavens. Upon witnessing the moonlight obstructed by the void, a bold idea sparked within its mind. Without hesitation, the golden mist blade dragon soared upward, disregarding everything around it, shooting straight into the high sky. Soon, it ascended to an altitude of at least 1,000 meters. At that very moment, the temporal energy surrounding the moon goddess dissipated entirely. The flow of time returned to normal. Chapter 537, The Obscured Moonlight. The instant time returned to its normal state, the moon goddess felt an even more potent surge of pain. This agony was no longer merely the result of the thunder and wind wreaking havoc upon her body. The long blade that had pierced her face also inflicted a horrifying torment. The moon goddess let out a wail, her piercing cry resonating through the air, drawing the attention of many individuals and beasts below. Inevitably, they looked upward, and naturally, they beheld the moon goddess, enveloped by thunder and wind, her face impaled by a blade. Instantly, the members of the moon family stood frozen, each one wide-eyed in disbelief. They could hardly comprehend that the legendary powerful moon goddess had fallen to such a dire predicament. Struck by lightning, slashed by wind, and pierced by a blade, she bore no semblance of divinity. Am I seeing this correctly? Is it truly the moon goddess who is at a disadvantage? This cannot be. The moon goddess is our trump card. She shouldn't be subdued like this. If even a god has been brought to the brink of severe injury, just how formidable are these dragons? It's over. I don't want to fight anymore. Lin Bei, having concluded his ongoing battle, also gazed at the moon goddess's plight. However, instead of breaking into a smile, he furrowed his brow, his thoughts starkly contrasting. With such cooperation, is this truly the extent of our achievement? Our strength is still woefully insufficient. Nonetheless, their performance has been commendable. Only Lin understood the immense effort he had invested to bring the moon goddess to such a predicament. At this moment, the moon goddess was utterly preoccupied, having no inclination to confront the void reincarnation dragon or the 10,000 thoughts controlling heart dragon. Her sole focus was on dispelling the tumultuous storms and lightning. Once she regained her usual self with the power of the moon, she would contemplate other matters. Without wasting a single second, the moon goddess lifted her gaze towards the night sky. Yet, the next moment, she beheld a golden mist blade dragon soaring high above. Another dragon? Alone in the sky? What could it possibly intend? A solitary dragon cannot defeat me. Though the moon goddess had suffered losses at the hands of the dragons before, it was always in their coordinated efforts. A lone dragon, however, did not instill fear in her. The position of the golden mistblade dragon was advantageous, obscuring the full moon behind it, thereby preventing the moon goddess from seeing the moon. Meanwhile, the golden mistblade dragon locked eyes with her, its gaze betraying an icy hostility. Buzz. Moments later, it let out a resounding roar, its message unmistakable. You are finished. As the dragon's roar echoed, the golden mistblade dragon summoned the vast power surging within it. As this power swelled, a torrent of golden mist erupted from its being, rapidly spreading to engulf the surrounding sky. Whoosh, whoosh. In mere moments, the sky within 100 meters was suffused with golden mist, and it showed no signs of abating. The mist continued to proliferate. With each passing second, the mist expanded further. The moonlight was shrouded by the golden haze. At that instant, the moon goddess felt a surge of panic. She had discerned the golden mistblade dragon's intent. Chapter 538, The Power Belonging to the Moon Goddess. At that moment, the moon goddess could not help but murmur to herself, so this fiend's aim is to isolate the moonlight, preventing me from harnessing the power of the full moon. Indeed, just consider my recent actions. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could surmise this. As she reflected on this, her gaze remained fixed on the rapidly spreading golden mist above. The longer she stared at the golden haze, the more intense her unease grew. her expression becoming increasingly grave by the second. For with every tick of the clock, the area engulfed by the golden mist expanded. Moreover, the mist was not merely spreading horizontally, it was also thickening vertically, its density increasing with alarming rapidity. This meant that, as time progressed, the golden mist was drawing ever closer to the ground. In such circumstances, it was evidently becoming an insurmountable challenge for the moonlight to penetrate the fog. Gritting her teeth against the agony wrought by the storms and lightning, the moon goddess made a resolute decision. Hiss! After taking a sharp breath, she whispered to herself, "No, I must first eliminate this dragon. I cannot allow the mist to continue its spread. The more mist there is, the more disadvantageous it becomes for me." Just as she uttered these words, the moon goddess suddenly realized that the dragon posing a threat to her, designated as her primary target for elimination, seemed to be multiplying. First, there were the 6-winged storm and thunder dragons, then the 10,000 thoughts controlling heart dragon, and now the golden mist blade dragon. There was simply no end to them. She vigorously shook her head, suppressing the turbulent emotions, striving to keep her thoughts from spiraling. This is troublesome. If I cannot draw upon the power of the full moon, I must rely on my own strength. Alas, I truly did not wish to reach this juncture. If I must fight with my own power, then why did I choose to come here on a full moon night? Since the onset of battle, the moon goddess had predominantly relied on the power of the full moon, utilizing it to strike the flaming rock armored dragon and the toxic steel dragon's defenses, as well as to dispel the damaging storms and lightning. Apart from her initial offensive and defensive maneuvers, she had scarcely tapped into her own strength. In other words, the moon goddess had been holding back, relying on external forces throughout the encounter. Until this moment, when no external aid remained, she resolved to harness her own power. The next instant, the moon goddess slowly raised one hand, grasping the hilt of her moonlight blade. Since it has come to this, I shall no longer withhold my strength. I will eliminate you first, and then contemplate how to deal with Kumping. As her words fell, a surge of silvery light erupted from the myriad holes upon her visage, resembling a cascade of shooting stars, hurtling toward the golden mist that enveloped the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The silvery light traveled at an astonishing speed, piercing through hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, swiftly approaching the golden mist. A second later, the fastest beam of silvery light plunged into the golden haze. Boom! In an instant, a vast expanse of golden mist erupted, dissipating in a fleeting moment, revealing a significant gap. Fortunately, the mist was dense enough that it did not collapse entirely. However, this initial silvery attack was merely the precursor. Following suit, the other beams of silvery light surged into the golden mist. Boom! Boom! Enormous gaps began to materialize. Chapter 539, Light and Mist. As the silvery beams penetrated the thick layers of golden mist, they did not cease their advance. Instead, they continued to ascend. However, during their subsequent progression, they lacked the initial overwhelming force, and their efficacy in dispersing the surrounding golden mist was limited, as the substantial gaps ceased to appear. Each beam of silvery light manifested similarly, swiftly penetrating the golden mist at various points. Whoosh! In less than 3 seconds, the first beam of silvery light emerged from the golden mist, continuing its ascent into the night sky, creating a fist-sized opening. Concurrently, the moonlight that had been obstructed outside surged through this opening, casting its glow downwards. And this was merely the beginning. Soon after, other beams of silvery light penetrated the golden mist, making their way toward the night sky. Naturally, an array of openings appeared, and the moonlight, long held at bay by the mist, rushed into these gaps, swiftly penetrating in the opposite direction of the silvery beams before the golden mist could surge back. In other words, the full moon's light, previously isolated by the mist, re-emerged in a location accessible to the moon goddess. Yet, it was but a meager amount. Upon witnessing the moonlight spilling forth, the moon goddess wasted no time in summoning all the moonlight that had penetrated the golden mist to her side. She did not utilize the moonlight to disperse the lingering thunder and tempest that resided within her body. Instead, she harnessed this portion of moonlight, channeling it into her hands. Whoosh! As the full moon's light surged, it transformed into a delicate pair of silver gloves, snugly encasing the hands of the moon goddess. With this glove, forged from the essence of the full moon, my strength would undoubtedly see an enhancement. It was time to unleash a cathartic onslaught. Meanwhile, the golden mist blade dragon, concealed within the golden fog, finally reacted to the grave situation, realizing the severity of what had transpired. Observing the numerous small holes pierced by the silver light, a deep sense of urgency filled its dragon eyes. Buzz! Without a moment's hesitation, the golden mist blade dragon disregarded all else, emitting a frantic roar before swiftly commanding the mist to converge towards the area illuminated by the moonlight. In no time, the holes were mended by the mist, effectively isolating the full moon's light once again. However, the moonlight that had previously shone through had already lost its chance to intervene. The emergence of this situation was due to the inherent relationship between light and mist. The presence of mist inevitably shrouds the light. In a certain sense, the golden mist blade dragon's abilities could counter the moon goddess, albeit only to a limited extent. At this moment, the three titans were engaged in discourse. The creatures tamed by our master have forced her into a position where she must resort to her own powers. This is indeed a series of unexpected turns. This was certainly a scenario I had not anticipated, yet this was merely the true beginning of the challenge. Since she had chosen to wield her own power, she would undoubtedly hold nothing back. Relying solely on these few creatures would render victory exceedingly difficult. If the situation did not improve after further observation, preparations for intervention would be necessary. Chapter 540. The Insurmountable Chasm of Effort and Desperation. Upon witnessing the moon goddess transition from adversity to advantage, Lin Bei was not particularly astonished, for he understood the formidable strength of the moon goddess, which his dragons could not hope to vanquish. The vast disparity in power between the two sides was a daunting chasm that could not be bridged by mere effort and desperation. Although his dragons were not yet her adversaries, their ability to momentarily suppress her was already commendable. I felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, she was the trump card sent by the Moon Clan. Despite being a trump card, she was forced into such a position so early in the confrontation. From the very beginning, Lin Bei had known that his dragons would not prevail, at least not at this moment. The strength of his beloved dragons had yet to reach that level. They required more time to mature. The arrival of the Moon Clan was too swift. The occurrence too abrupt. Whoosh! At that moment, the moon goddess, adorned with her gloves, soared towards the formidable defense formed by the flame rock armored dragon and the venomous steel dragon. During her flight, she raised her gloved hand to cover her face. As her face was obscured, a torrent of moonlight surged forth from the gloves, instantly engulfing her face, which was riddled with pits and charged with lightning and wind. The engulfing of her face was merely the beginning. Soon, the moonlight began to spread, cascading down her neck and enveloping the rest of her body. Mere seconds later, her entire form was cloaked in a shimmering layer of moonlight. Yet, even in this state, she continued her ascent towards her destination, exhibiting no signs of hindrance. A few seconds later, the moonlight enveloping the moon goddess began to dissipate at an astonishing rate. However, although the silvery moonlight began to fade, it did not vanish entirely. It left behind a mere whisper of a protective veil, evidently designed to guard against sudden assaults. The thickness of this veil was less than a millimeter. It appeared almost non-existent. Almost simultaneously with the complete formation of the veil, the moon goddess returned to her initial position of attack, gazing down upon the now fortified defense. In the next moment, she withdrew the silver crescent blade embedded in her face, gripping it tightly in her hand, clearly intending to wield this weapon. That fool dared to attack me with a blade crafted from the essence of moonlight, requiring immense effort and resources? How wasteful. From this moment forth, this blade belongs to me, serving as a minor retribution. Perfect. With this blade in hand, I can better unleash my true potential. As the words fell, the moon goddess gripped the moonlight blade, and silvery moonlight swiftly coalesced along the blade's edge. Subsequently, she swung downward with great force. Clang! As the blade sliced through the air, a moonlight slash, stretching a full 100 meters, emerged, aimed directly at the dual defenses below. In less than the blink of an eye, the moonlight slash made contact with the dual defenses of the two dragons. Yet this time, there was not even a tenth of a second of stalemate. Boom! The dual defenses were instantly severed, a wide and deep fissure appearing at the center. The slash continued to cleave through along that very fissure. Witnessing this, Lin Bei immediately shouted, "Do not be reckless. If you cannot win, retreat. Focus on protecting yourselves." He had no desire to see his dragons perish at the hands of the moon goddess. Each dragon had been nurtured with immense effort. Chapter 541. A Shift in Targets. The Misfortunate Moon Monarch. Merely observing the moonlight-infused slash from the ground, Lin Bei could distinctly sense the overwhelming and terrifying power belonging to the moon goddess. If I were to withstand such a blow, even if I did not perish, I would lose a significant portion of my life. The disparity in strength was indeed vast. Contemplating this, his breathing grew heavier, and a profound sense of gravity washed over him. Simultaneously, Lin Bei felt immense relief. Grateful that he had the support of the empty feather dragon, Kunpun, and the mermaid empress, he could hardly fathom the predicament he would face without the assistance of these three titans. Relying solely on those dragons, dragon men, and merfolk would only suffice to eradicate the Moon Monarch and his minions. But defeating the Moon Goddess would be akin to climbing a mountain. Meanwhile, the Mind Control Dragon, Venomous Steel Dragon, Flame Rock Armored Dragon, and the three dragons hovering in the void all bore witness to the reversal of the situation. Buzz! Buzz! Instantly, a chorus of dragon roars erupted. Their collective message was clear, urging retreat and caution against impending danger. In the next moment, the Venomous Steel Dragon sprang into action, cradling the Mind Control Dragon in its claws, swiftly departing from the dual-layered defense. It would not allow the Mind Control Dragon to face the peril alone. As the Venomous Steel Dragon moved, the Flame Rock Armored Dragon also sprang into action, vigilantly observing the Moon Goddess's movements in the sky, clearly on guard against another assault on the Mind Control Dragon. For it understood all too well that the counterattack from this formidable foe had only just begun. Cradled in the embrace of the Venomous Steel Dragon, the Heart Control Dragon gazed upon the relentless strike that effortlessly severed defenses as if they were mere wisps of smoke. At that moment, clarity dawned upon it. It understood that no matter the stratagems it employed, it was utterly incapable of vanquishing the Moon Goddess. Indeed, even inflicting harm upon her proved an arduous challenge. Consequently, the Heart Control Dragon relinquished this notion, momentarily setting aside any intentions of confronting the Moon Goddess. Instead, its gaze shifted toward the Moon's sovereign, who lay prostrate on the ground, having been cast down by the Moon Goddess. A fierce glint flickered in its dragon eyes as an audacious scheme took root in its mind. With a resonant roar, the heart-controlled dragon expressed its intent. While it could not contend with the Moon Goddess, it harbored no qualms about dealing with the Moon Sovereign. In the very instant its roar echoed, the Moon Sovereign, poised to launch another assault on the Moon Goddess, diverted its attention toward the descending strike. Exclaiming in incredulity, it cried, "You too! How can you possess such strength? When I had you in my grasp, you were utterly incapable of exhibiting such power. No, I refuse to accept this. This should be my strength, one that I alone have the right to wield. If I consume you, my might will surely increase." As it spoke, the Moon Sovereign surged forward, charging directly toward the point where the strike was poised to land. Clearly, the heart-controlled dragon intended for the Moon Sovereign to bear the brunt of the Moon Goddess's attack. Moments later, the Moon Sovereign reached the very spot directly beneath the two dragons' defense, and almost simultaneously, the Moon Goddess's strike breached the dual-layered barrier, leaving a scant distance of mere meters between it and the Moon Sovereign. In the next heartbeat, the strike descended, embedding itself deep into the Sovereign's shoulder. Chapter 542, The Moon Sovereign's Grave Injury. Seizing the opportunity for a fatal blow. As the Moon Sovereign barreled into position, the Moon Goddess, high above, sensed the impending danger. Yet, despite her awareness, she recognized the futility of intervention. The events unfolded too swiftly for any alteration. She could hardly fathom that the Moon Sovereign, who had been so fervently fixated on her moments ago, would suddenly redirect its fervor toward her strike. The target of its frenzy was a blade of energy, devoid of life, and thus her understanding faltered. In this realization, the Moon Goddess grasped the terrifying potential of the heart-controlled dragon's abilities. This creature, seemingly lacking in strength, wielded a capacity for destruction that instilled fear even within her. What horrors could arise if its powers merged with those of another who amplified thunder and wind? Given sufficient time to mature, it could eventually threaten even her own existence, driving her to madness akin to that of the wretched fool. With this thought, her murderous intent intensified, solidifying her resolve to eradicate the heart-controlled dragon. The mere notion of being influenced by such an entity, or of a similarly potent being succumbing to its bizarre influence, sent shivers down her spine. As she feared, should the heart-controlled dragon grow strong enough to manipulate a deity with its mental prowess, such a fate could indeed become a reality. In that fleeting moment, the Moon Sovereign, struck by the blade, felt its arm cleave cleanly from its shoulder, yet it did not succumb to gravity's pull. Instead, it continued to endure the onslaught of the strike. In the blink of an eye, its entire arm was consumed by the assault, disintegrating into a fine powder at a breakneck pace. The devastation was not limited to the arm. The Moon Goddess's attack ravaged the area around the Sovereign's collarbone and right ribcage, reducing them to dust. Yet, amidst this extreme adversity, the Moon Sovereign appeared unfazed, extending its other hand without hesitation to strike at the descending blade. Just in time. You are precisely what I seek. I will slay you. I will consume you. Why must you possess such power? It is unjust. However, its reckless assault only yielded greater agony. The previously unharmed hand suffered grievous injury upon making contact with the strike. Yet the Moon Sovereign remained oblivious to its plight, seemingly devoid of any instinct to retreat. At that moment, many members of the Moon Clan, witnessing this grim spectacle, were overtaken by confusion and trepidation. What is the young sovereign doing? I cannot comprehend his actions. Has he lost his mind? Is he willingly marching toward his demise? These concerns paled in comparison to the grave reality that the young sovereign had sustained life-threatening injuries. Quickly, send a group to protect the young sovereign. Meanwhile, Lin Bei observed everything unfold before him, unfalteringly unfurling his wind and thunder wings as he surged toward the frenzied moon sovereign. An unparalleled opportunity lay before him. Chapter 543, The Slaying of the Moon Sovereign. Escalation to a climax. From the moment Lin Bei laid eyes on the moon sovereign, he resolved to end its life, harboring not even a shred of sympathy. After all, a division of life and death was imperative, whether directed solely at the moon sovereign or the entirety of the moon clan. At this juncture, reconciliation was impossible. One side must face annihilation. With a swift flap of his wings, Lin Bei propelled himself forward, aided by the tempest of thunder and wind, toward the location of the moon sovereign. In its madness and grievous state, the moon sovereign remained oblivious to Lin Bei's approach, fixated instead on the horrific marks left by the blade upon the ground, muttering frenzied proclamations. Fled? How dare you escape without my permission? Come forth. I have yet to claim you. Its sole fixation was the strike delivered by the moon goddess, to which it paid no heed to its own mangled arm, seemingly impervious to the excruciating pain that could bring one to the brink of unconsciousness. Surrounding members of the moon clan and the beasts observed this chilling and bizarre scene, their spines tingling with dread, and panic surged within their hearts. To them, the moon sovereign now appeared as a lunatic, utterly devoid of reason. What do we do? Even if we manage to rescue the young sovereign, he may well repeat such reckless actions. Given their strength, halting the young sovereign was no trivial task. Stop gaping in shock. Beware that individual approaching the young sovereign. Though they were apprehensive of the moon sovereign's current state, the members of the moon clan found themselves compelled to intervene. Should anything befall the moon sovereign, they too would face dire consequences. The members of the Yu family found themselves a step behind, their speed lagging even behind Lin Bei's. Before they could make significant progress in their retreat, Lin Bei, with his wind and thunder wings unfurled, had already reached the side of the moon sovereign. The moment the winds ceased to flap, he commanded a formidable surge of lightning and tempest, enveloping the blade of his legendary weapon, the Thousand Illusions. Not only did he harness the might of lightning and storm, but he also infused it with dragon flames and various other powers brimming with destructive potential. Approximately 3 seconds later, Lin Bei swung the Thousand Illusions with great force, aiming for the moon sovereign's head. The blade, propelled by immense power, struck the moon sovereign's neck with alarming swiftness, the razor-sharp edge easily slicing through skin and delving into flesh. In the next instant, the blade continued its relentless advance, fully penetrating the moon sovereign's neck. A second later, the blade emerged from the opposite side, severing the head cleanly from the body. A gushing torrent of blood erupted from the neck of the decapitated figure, spraying upwards and drenching the shattered defenses overhead. The sheer volume of blood splattering across the area was so extensive that Lin Bei, standing nearby, could not escape its reach. Within mere moments, his garments were stained crimson, and droplets clung to his hair. Lin Bei remained unmoving, coldly observing the scene, his grip unwavering on the Thousand Illusions. Troublesome. One remains. Chapter 544, A One-Sided Affair. In that instant, silence enveloped the arena. The members of the Yu family, who had aimed to rescue the moon sovereign, instinctively froze in their tracks, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the gruesome sight of the sovereign's dismembered and bloodied corpse. This reality was one they could neither accept nor fathom. Is this a jest? The sovereign, the young lord, has perished just like that. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The battle had only just begun. How could the leader, the young lord, fall so swiftly? I must be dreaming. Even if not, surely it must be an illusion. How could the young lord meet such a fate? Yes, it must be an illusion. His number of dragons is staggering, and each possesses extraordinary abilities, making it conceivable for us to be simultaneously ensnared in a mirage. His intent is clear: to sow chaos among us, creating an opportune moment for a stealthy strike. Indeed, some members of the Yu family held such thoughts, firmly convinced that this was but a trick of the mind, and that the moon sovereign had not truly perished. Yet, others were all too aware that such notions were mere futile comforts. The sovereign's demise was a stark reality, and while they recognized the truth, they instinctively recoiled from accepting it. The reasoning was simple. If even the moon sovereign had fallen here, what fate awaited them, his subordinates? Even if they returned alive to the Yu family, they would not escape the wrath of the family patriarch. The consequences were dire. In such a prestigious family as the Yu, survival was not within their own control. The moon sovereign was dead. and they remained alive only to be branded as ineffective protectors as they gazed upon the shattered remains of the Moon's sovereign. The members of the Yu family also noticed Lin Bei standing beside the corpse, wielding the 1,000 illusions, imbued with a multitude of powers. His wind and thunder wings fluttering behind him. Seeing his blood-soaked attire and hair, they were engulfed by an overwhelming wave of terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, Lin Bei appeared as though he had emerged from a blood-soaked battlefield, a relentless harbinger of death. Suddenly, the members of the Yu family realized that the Moon's sovereign's death was no mere figment, nor a fleeting dream, but an undeniable truth. It's over. The young lord is truly dead. What is the point of fighting now? At that moment, Lin Bei keenly observed the members of the Yu family, reveling in the very sight he had hoped to provoke. One of his objectives in slaying the Moon's sovereign was to shatter their morale, thereby diminishing their overall combat effectiveness from this unique vantage point. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Bei issued a thunderous command: kill. Leave none alive. In the following instant, the dragon men, fishmen, dragons, and celestial spirits unleashed an even more ferocious assault. The tide of battle began to tilt decidedly in one direction. The Moon Sovereign's death not only undermined the resolve of the Yu family members, but simultaneously bolstered the morale of Lin Bei's forces. At this rate, the outcome would soon be determined. Meanwhile, high above, the Moon God gazed down through the rift, watching Lin Bei, drenched in blood. Scoundrel! How dare you disregard the rules of combat and resort to such treachery at this critical juncture?